して消えていてしまいそうなんだ。だけど君はそれ好きるから自分が小さく思えて悩みも消せらせない心配しないで流れたことに艶やかにそうや歴史を変えて避けたことはうやむやかにそうや心配しないでまた作ればいい艶やかにそうや白紙のままでお気に入りだけでもそれを変えてそうだ
Yo, yo, yo. How's it going? Welcome to my YouTube channel, you guys. This is your host, Confluence. We're going to be talking about Jordan Peterson. Good to see you, Big Soda. Good to see you. This is part 2 of Jordan Peterson. We actually got through 22 minutes of Jordan Peterson versus Richard Dawkins on the topic of memes, on the topic of spirituality, atheism versus Christianity. Well, theism, what it means for scripture to be divinely inspired or not. And so, yeah, that's what we're going to be talking about. They, what's his name? Wildheart was, a key member yesterday. A lot of disagreements, but the good kind of disagreements. He said he might show up again tonight, so we'll have to see. Big Soda is in the chat. Hopefully Big Soda joins too. What else? I was going to say something before I started this. That's not the right thing to share. Yeah, that's the wrong thing to share. Hold up. Technical difficulties. Oh yeah, the main contention. Yeah, to give us a recap, the main contention of where we're leaving off right now is whether or not if scripture can be both divinely inspired and also be evolved. If something, does it have to be exactly as written, or as Jordan Peterson says, can it evolve into a state where it is now considered divinely inspired and therefore at this moment in time now it is inerrant? And those two things are different. Usually, the way we think about scripture, right, is it's written down and codified instantly, and the direct words that were used, it didn't come from a pre-existing story. It was just written down. Most biblical scholars would disagree with this. For example, there is a text, a hypothesized text called Q in the Gospels, because the Synoptic Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, all seem to draw from a similar source, possibly a pre-existing text that we don't have anymore. So a lot of biblical scholars call that Q. Not everyone accepts the theory, but the idea being that because Mark and Matthew are so similar, and Luke is also similar, that they're drawing on some pre-existing thing. Grab my caffeinated water, and that yes, that those gospel writers used a different text to build it, and then Matthew used a bit of Mark to build his, and that kind of goes against the traditional narrative, obviously, that Matthew wrote Matthew, Mark wrote Mark, Luke wrote Luke, without help from anyone else. But obviously, the Synoptic Gospels have a lot of the same story in them. Does that take away from the inspiration, even if you accept that? I would say no. Dawkins seems to kind of think in a way like a fundamentalist atheist, which is interesting. But you see this a lot with new atheists, where they kind of end up making the theist or Christian fight on the exact same front that a fundamentalist Christian would be fighting on. So that's why you hear a lot of stuff about sky daddies and a lot of stuff about, about very like fundamentalist stuff about, did this event really happen or not? They want religion is easier, I think, to pick apart if you go for kind of the most basic setup, which would be kind of the biblical fundamentalist point of view. Not that there's anything wrong with being a biblical fundamentalist, but it's probably the easiest one to engage with. And so I think a lot of the new atheist movement, like Dawkins and Dennett and Sam Harris, they want Christopher Hitchens, they want, everyone's going to be pigeonholed into the same thing. That's the kind of desire. Jordan Peterson is not so easily put into a box. You could say it's a good thing. You could say that's him obfuscating. I don't really think it's necessarily either. I think there's some benefits to that. There's some negatives to that. So yeah, that's a bit of the setup. And hopefully, Big Soda, hopefully you join soon. I don't want you to miss anything. But yeah, so with that said, I guess we're going to dive into it. We're going to see who is right, who is wrong, and who's in between, because this is a good debate. And Dawkins gives Jordan Peterson a run for his money. And also Dawkins gets very frustrated, and kind of his fundamentalist, like Dawkins' fundamentalist trends seem to kind of be exposed here, because everything has to be a binary. There's no room for kind of anything in the middle. That's what I think Dawkins does. And again, I think that's a result of these atheists only understanding a form of Christianity that's like very Protestant, evangelical, fundamentalist, and that's the easiest form to attack. If it gets a little more nuanced than that, and I think Jordan Peterson might nuance things too much, but if it gets a bit more nuanced, it's really hard to actually go after, So
unity, I don't believe that.
Well, let's go back to what you said earlier, which I was very interested in. You implied there's no difference between whether the text is divinely inspired or whether it evolved in progression during a series of manuscripts, presumably. Now, I think that's genuinely interesting, but it's a huge difference. It's not the same thing. I mean, either it was divinely inspired or it wasn't.
Well, it's the same thing if it's fundamentally reflective of and accurately reflective of the implicit logos or order. And I think it is. Like, let me explain that a moment. Like, it took me a long time to understand the concept of sacrifice in the biblical text, because it seems so anachronistic and so primitive, and not understandable. What are these people doing, offering, choice cuts of meat to a God that lives in the sky?
Something disgusting about it.
Well, it's very easy to satirize, but when you start to understand that perception itself is sacrificial in its nature, and you start to understand that there's no difference between work and sacrifice, that they're the same thing, and you understand that community is predicated on sacrifice, then the emphasis in the text on sacrifice starts to become something quite marked and remarkable.
This is one point that I've heard Jordan Peterson say, obviously, an innumerable amount of times. Something about it rubs me a bit the wrong way. Like, to see sacrifice just as like a stand-in for work. I don't know if religiously that's what's always happening. A lot of societies have sacrifice, and it feels like a bit of like self-helpagizing these like religious texts. I think people were sacrificing stuff, I think, to either to appease a god, which kind of can more go into the lines of, I think, what Jordan Peterson means as a stand-in for like doing work as you're sacrificing the present moment for a future gain. But they're also doing it for ecstatic kind of religious experience. That's what you see in a lot of tribes. And so I don't know. It seems too much like there's a degree of Jordan Peterson where it's too much like self-help, too much like modern psychology put onto ancient texts that I don't know if that's inherent. It's a lesson you can draw from those ancient texts, but Jordan Peterson goes a step further and he kind of makes it seem like that is what these texts mean. I don't know if that's what they mean. I don't know if that's actually what sacrifice is best thought of in these like ancient Bronze Age cultures. So that's my
Especially
one.
because it's implicit. It isn't obvious at all that the authors of the texts and the editors who sequenced them actually understood what it was that they were highlighting.
It is, yeah, it is. I think it is a bit of a bias there.
Why is the community predicated on sacrifice? Because it's not about you, the community. Every step you take towards the communitarian means that you sacrifice something that's local to what you want here and now, right now.
I think
you have to give something up.
You're wandering onto something else now, which is something quite different. The notion of sacrifice, as you say, it goes right through the Old Testament and the New Testament. The sacrifice of Isaac or Ishmael by Abraham and the sacrifice of Jesus is the same idea. I think it's a very unpleasant idea, by the way. But what are you actually saying? Are you saying that Abraham did or did not sacrifice Isaac? Are you saying that Jesus really did die for our sins? I mean, do you believe that?
Do
you believe that?
First of all, Isaac wasn't sacrificed.
Jesus died for our sins.
He was almost sacrificed. Little bro got away.
A big election coming up, and there's a lot at stake. But here's something to consider.
Sorry, Mr. Peterson. I mean, Dr. Peterson. I love you, but I'm not. I'm listening to your freaking gold ad. You Daily Wire shill.
Text Jordan today.
Get out of here. Why is it always gold with you conservative losers? Okay.
Texts that I
apologies.
Don't claim to understand. What my experience has been that the more deeply I look into these texts,
Big Soda, why aren't you up here? Why you're sitting in the back? It's weird, man. It's weird.
Full knowledge of what the texts proclaim. But I don't think, and I'm not trying to play a trick here. You know, I watched an interview that you did recently where you were talking, I think it was with Piers Morgan. Yeah.
See, this is the frustrating thing, which was a good interview. I like it, or a good debate. But again, he was asked a specific question, and Alex, I think, is going to press him on this, right? Well, first of all, he asked, did Isaac actually get sacrificed? Again, Isaac wasn't sacrificed, but he could be asking, did that whole story happen where God told Abraham to sacrifice Isaac? Did they make it to the top of the mountain? All that stuff, or is that just an analogy? But the main sticking point, me and Big Soda were talking about this yesterday, is if you believe in vicarious atonement, right? The typical, like, at least from a Protestant point of view, the typical theory of what the crucifixion accomplished, right? That Christ is a vicarious substitution on our behalf, then Christ actually has to die, right? It can't just be a metaphor. It can't just be a story. If we're understanding that whole concept, right, it has to be a real thing, right? It has to be a real thing that happened. It can't just be like a nice story. It can't be that, or it can't be Christ died and wasn't risen from the dead. It could possibly be that Christ was spiritually risen from the dead. Maybe I'm open to that in a sense, but that gets a little messy, a little Gnostic, even though I'm accused of being a Gnostic sometimes, a little Gnostic for my taste. Big Soda says, I have service issues, so I may drop a couple of times. Yeah, you were dropping like crazy yesterday, but that's okay, Big Soda. That's okay. We're forgiving on the Confluence YouTube channel. Oh, Ag, you have everything to offer. Don't sell yourself short, brother. Ag, it's always a good time when you're up. But yeah, when you're done that dinner, think about it. But yeah, again, yeah, most Protestants think of vicarious atonement, right? Vicarious substitution. They think that's an important thing. And I tend to agree. It's a pretty important thing. It has to kind of literally happen. We have someone in the back chat. Is this you? Big Soda? I'm not sure. There we go. There's his face. Okay, bringing you up. The Daily Shire himself, Big Soda. I don't know why that's your name. Oh, the Daily Wire. I'm such a retard. I didn't get that until I said it out loud.
No,
good to see you, Big Soda.
I've got about an hour, so I'll stick with you for about an hour. But I got to herd out at 8.
Well, what are you? Why is your service so bad? Did you like do something with your internet?
No, it's because so on December the 31st, when we moved out of the place we were renting, if we stayed there the 8 days it took to, I guess, close on the house, then they would have prorated us those 8 days. And so I had to move back in with my mom until the 8th.
Oh,
our
that's
closing
right.
day.
I remember you said that. So she just has shitty internet then.
Yeah. She's got Verizon. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, man, that's crazy. It is true. I stayed a couple days at my parents over Christmas, and their internet is like, it's disgustingly bad. Like it'll just both in like droppingness and speed. I'm like, how do you guys live like this? It's crazy to me. It's crazy. But old people, man, old people. So you've at least been hearing what's going on. You're hearing the back and forth.
A little bit. I'm pretty familiar with this part because there was a clip I seen not that long ago that this part was referenced in, or I guess that this part was in.
Yeah, I think maybe AOC Alex O'Connor is going to jump in close to this point. I know there's a point where it really presses him down. Don't want to give me spoilers, but where I think he used the example of like a video camera and like in the story of Exodus, like to really get to know what Jordan Peterson is saying. If you had a video camera, would you see like the Israelites, whatever the example was, like marching through the desert or something? Like, would you? So not as in a story, but if you had footage, would you be able to visually see it? Because Jordan Peterson does not want to answer that question. We have Marilyn. Marilyn, how's it going? How you doing, Marilyn? It's great to see you.
Fair, I don't
with that magnet.
I don't think it's relevant. I really don't think it's relevant to the discussion. Like, because I mean, this isn't like an atheist versus Christianity type discussion. This is more of a discussion about the memes and the archetypes that are behind Christianity. And I don't necessarily know if you have to be a believer to understand those like archetypes.
You don't, yeah. Now, what I'm unsure on is I don't know. So this video is titled. I don't have it up right now. Wait, oh no, it's the other tab. What am I thinking? Of course, I have it up. I have to just minimize it. Memes. It's titled "Memes and Archetypes." Okay, but did they sit down to specifically talk about that, or like I don't know if that's just what it was titled because that ended up being what they're talking about. So I'm not sure if Jordan Peterson just like kind of stuck there for so long. Because if they sat down to debate memes and archetypes, then it does seem like it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter if the Israelites actually were in the desert or not. But if they sat down to have a more just general conversation and went into those fields, then it's perhaps more valid for Richard Dawkins to really try to pin him down on like what he actually thinks like religiously.
Yeah.
But I hope, and this is what I don't remember about this discussion. I don't know if he pins down the stuff I was saying about like the vicarious substitution, like the death of Christ.
Yeah.
Does that change something fundamental about the Christian faith? And I know Jordan Peterson doesn't call himself a Christian, but I'd like to hear his thoughts. Like, what would he think about myself? Should that change how I live if I think that Christ literally died and rose from the dead? Or should that actually have no difference?
No.
Something else?
Because I think Jordan Peterson has talked about, I mean, there are some ideas that you don't necessarily have to prove to believe and then still get good outcomes from.
So an outcome based, do you think Jordan Peterson would say that's going to fundamentally change what happens when I die or my status with God or anything like that? Because like on Earth, I can see, especially from a psychological point of view, maybe it doesn't actually make a huge difference, but I don't know.
I hate to say it. I don't think he's, this is going to sound really bad to say as a Christian, but I don't know, unless Jordan Peterson has a Christ, I guess, conscious moment where he comes to Christ. I don't think Jordan Peterson is going to heaven. I don't think he directly believes that you have to accept Jesus Christ to get into heaven. I think he believes in the idea, like, I guess the idea of it. But
harsh.
I mean, it is harsh, and I'd hate to see him not go to heaven. But if the standard is you have to accept Jesus Christ, your Lord and Savior, I don't know if Jordan Peterson has done that.
See, I think he's done it at least metaphorically, and that's the sticking point. Is it enough to accept
I don't think that's enough.
that Christ died for your sins metaphorically, archetypically? It does seem my worry. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I was just going to say, I don't think when Jesus was like, when I died on the cross, I didn't do that metaphorically.
That would kind of suck balls. You go through the effort of like being like, beaten and tortured and all this stuff, and you're like sweating either blood or things like blood in Gethsemane all for some retard to come around 2,000 years later and be like, well, I think it happened in a metaphorical sense. You're like, fuck off. What are you talking about?
I'd be like, you dick.
Yeah, that would be kind of that hit the same if like someone in the future is like the H-Cost event in the 1940s. That was a metaphor, 6 million metaphorically died. You'd be, if you were one of those people, you'd be pretty chapped.
It's an archetype. It's a villain archetype. It didn't act
yeah,
well.
H-Man was, if you think about it, he is archetypal, right? So I mean,
and
he
it's
also
like
happens to be literal.
We're gonna see an interview just like this, where the guy's like, "Did you actually believe it, or was it an archetype? Like, we need to get down. I need to know. Do you believe it, or?"
The weird thing with like with any other example, I think I actually do agree with Jordan Peterson, except for the fact that I understand why it's disrespectful. But like Hitler, in some ways, has become a bit of an archetype, right? Like. Even if people don't know about like his life, he's kind of just like the embodiment of a bad person, right? He's the last guy you kind of want to be is a Hitler, right? And then think about it, in like 500 years, 5,000 years, if humanity's still going, right? It'll be even more. At a certain point, it's like, I don't want to say it doesn't matter if it happened. It does. But for those people, 5,000 years in the future, does it matter? Or does it matter that we just have this story of what happened? You know what I mean? Like at a certain point, maybe it doesn't. The difference with Christianity, and this is what I was going to say before, right? With any like spiritual thing, is if it's supposed to be an in the moment thing, right? Like where you are communing in some like spiritual way with God, then that changes the boots on the ground of what's happening in your life, right? Not only in an afterlife, but in the eternal life we're apparently experiencing now, right? So it's incredibly different than like any other kind of event, and that's kind of the thing.
Well, isn't it also
noticer? Yes, you have to. You do have to cam up in the back just so I can do make you do a couple of hand signs to know you're like for real, for real. The link is in the description. Though you are on the mobile app. If you're not on a mobile device, there's a second link on my channel to get a better screen of us. But if you're on mobile, then you're in the right place. It's in the description. And good to see you, Anson. And Marilyn thinks that you're casting spells. Do you at least think Big Soda's worshiping the devil too, Marilyn? Do you at least think that? Because, I'm still hung up on Marilyn saying I worship the devil. I'm still hung up on that. Still hurts a little bit. But if you think Big Soda does too, at least that puts me in good company, So feel free to answer that question, Marilyn.
If by the devil you mean Jesus Christ, who died, resurrected to take away to, I guess, I don't even know the right word, to forgive my sins. And yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Maybe that's what Marilyn does mean when she says devil. It's hard to know.
I'm gonna be honest. She's an agent of chaos. If I've ever met an agent of chaos, she's an agent of chaos.
More than Bradley? Bradley's a pretty big agent of chaos, but possibly Marilyn even more so.
No, Marilyn knows what she's doing. Bradley is just here for a good time.
That's true. That is true. Yeah.
His chaos comes in natural. Hers is natural.
Oh, I see that Marilyn said disavow Big Soda, but it looks like she retracted it. So I guess she doesn't disavow you. What the fuck? So I just worship the devil and Big Soda's totally cool. Big Soda's like, more like normal Christian than I am, for sure. Why doesn't he get the devil worship?
He knows I have power over Snap. I'll take away all the Big Soda from Snap. Nobody gets Big Soda.
That's true. You do have the power over that. Anson, I see your message. Not gonna pull it up, but yes, I see your message, Anson. But you're welcome to join if you don't talk about that at all. Oh, Marilyn. Now Marilyn's just sounding off. Okay, Marilyn's just the agent of chaos. Look, we've learned that international Jewry is at least a real term that Jewish people use. I don't know if this term is a term that Jewish people have ever used. Okay, I'm just going to say that, Marilyn. I don't think it's a term they've ever used. So I think I have to hit you with that disavow, Marilyn, just to protect my...
She forgot the R. The R changes.
Yeah, you forgot. Yeah, it really does. Yeah.
There's a hard R.
Marilyn says she's. I was gonna say the hard R Jewry. I don't think that's a good
no,
thing
Marilyn. You are an agent of chaos. You
Marilyn,
are
you
an
kind of are an
agent
agent
of
of
chaos.
chaos. It's like how Jordan Peterson says that the feminine kind of represents the chaos and the male represents the order. So if anything, you're just very feminine, Marilyn. You're just very chaotic, the pure essence of it, in fact.
You're the overburdening mother. The one that's all that
The
send what
the
is it?
devouring
Sleeping
mother,
Beauty.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yep.
Marilyn, you can come up here and get off or go off. See, even Anson agrees. No, go off, okay, go off. Where's my?
Wow.
There we go. Not get off. But yeah, Marilyn, you're welcome to come up. Because there could be more death cult stuff, but if you come up, then we might just talk about stuff. So, and you can tell us why we all worship the devil.
I was gonna say $5. She's gonna come up, and chaos is gonna come with her.
I can't imagine that. I can't imagine that at all.
She's gonna devour the stream, and then Confluence is gonna have to go on the hero's journey and save us.
Yeah, well, that's what this stream is about. It's about actually living the archetypes, enacting them. Okay, that's the point of all of this. See, Marilyn, I don't know why you think that. At least you should like Jordan Peterson because he's talking about it in a metaphorical way. So he's not even talking about the D word, the big D, which now you're in the studio, Marilyn, so I won't even mention it. You know what word I'm talking about. Okay, I see you, Marilyn, in the back. I see your hand signs. I'm bringing you up. You can cam down if you want, or you can stay cammed up. Up to you. Good to see you, Marilyn.
Yo, what the hey, y'all? No, there's no chaos. You are causing chaos by saying, "Oh, Jordan Peterson, I don't think he's going to go to heaven because he has the spiritually and physically and metaphorically and translucently accepted Jesus." That's just right.
Wait, if we're judging just what we can see on the outside, he has never once claimed Christ is our Lord and Savior, and I don't think if you accept that,
Jordan Peterson is our Christ and Savior. Everyone is our Christ and Savior.
I fucking knew it.
Whoa.
There's the chaos.
That's not chaos. Not chaos. That's not chaos. If we know that he hands us every breath, that we are worth to him.
Jordan
if
Peterson
we knew,
doesn't hand us every breath, Marilyn. What are you talking about?
God does. God does. We are.
Jordan Peterson is our
Listen, God shows no favoritism. We're all his favorite child, and Jesus is one of his children. He loves us just as much as he loves Jesus. You guys don't take any of this into account. It's not chaos.
If God loves me just as much as Jesus, I'm gonna be a little disappointed because Jesus had to do he had to sacrifice his life to prove that I'm a failure and to redeem me. I mean, at least he should be loved more than me.
Do you think we're loved? Do you think we're loved in different degrees, Big Soda? Do you think you have to earn love? I'm actually Marilyn pilled on this.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I guess I'm being a little tongue in cheek. I do think there is a equality when it comes to love from God. I'm just saying in my own personal bias, I think if anybody should be loved more, it's Jesus Christ. Because
then you're bad at math.
Well, that doesn't involve math.
Wait, it does. Well, it does because you're not.
If we're talking about
you're not micromanaging. You're not. If you're talking about what?
If you're talking about percentages, then I guess
right. Because if you think about it, he never sinned, so he never had to go through any sort of pain and suffering we have. You guys act like our pain and suffering doesn't account to God, and he doesn't want to repay it back. Like he didn't sin; he was sinless. He was blameless. He was blameless.
He still faced the punishment.
I understand that, but he didn't
so he went through more than I did.
He didn't grow up in a toxic, abusive parents, and he didn't go through a really traumatic childhood that really sculpted and molded him, he, was blameless and sinless. So you have to take that into account. Like, why does he
Yes, but
love
my
us just as much as Jesus?
Why do we
Well,
think that Jesus? Are we talking about Jesus? Why do we think Jesus had a super easygoing childhood?
I'm not
Yeah, I
saying
was
it
gonna
was
say,
super
my
easy
parents didn't
going. I'm
crucify
saying he
me.
was. If you can go through life without sinning, your life was not that mother effing hard.
But
Period.
you think Jesus is sinless because he had a really good childhood? That's kind of crazy.
Wait.
What is
Hold
that?
on.
Are you making
You're
bird
saying
sounds, Marilyn?
if
Because
you're saying
I owe now I owe Big Soda $5 because now you're making bird sounds.
I told you. I fucking told you. I told you it's
I
chaos.
was saying period. Listen,
That's that low credit slang.
listen, but seriously, you have to take into account those percentages that, the suffering that you went through is something God wants to repay back, same as the suffering Jesus went through. We
I see you
never
there,
we
Frankie.
never get out of suffering. Everyone suffers.
Marilyn,
Christ suffered.
Marilyn.
I know he could suffered more, but other people have gone through very horrific deaths also, not just him.
Yeah, but
It
nothing
all
compared to Christ.
Marilyn, I need to
Nothing
ask
compared
Marilyn
to
a question.
Christ.
I need to ask Marilyn.
okay.
I need to ask Marilyn a question. Do you know what era Christ was born in? Correct.
Probably a much simpler
1940.
time where stuff wasn't, he wasn't constantly bombarded by
I think at least the
meaningless
1500s
shit.
AD
All right,
is my guess.
1500. Stop
At
it.
least it could even be earlier. It could even
According
be
Did you
earlier.
just say Christ?
According
Yeah.
to the Bible, Christ was born in the time of Octavius Augustus Caesar, which basically means the Roman Empire. When Christ was born, King Herod of Israel called for the deaths of every firstborn. Okay? He didn't have it easy. And then, this 5 years later, the Roman government established the killing of the firstborns in Judea the same way. Did
he die?
Do you understand?
Did he die?
That you can say
But did he die?
Eventually.
But did he
That's-
die? But did he die?
he didn't die.
I'm sorry, do you not have to die to have a traumatic childhood, Marilyn?
You understand that people that back in that time, they stub their toe and they get infected, they die. You know that, right?
But did he die?
He died at 33.
I think if you die in childhood, then you can't be an adult who's had a traumatic
That's
childhood. 'cause
that's
you're already not
another.
alive to experience
can
your
even-
adulthood.
You can even add that onto it. He died at 33. Can you imagine how easy life
what?
would be if you fucking died at 33? That would be golden. Oh my
You
god.
don't
I don't want to. What?
The
Wait, I thought
pain,
you
the
said people couldn't die.
suffering.
Marilyn, I feel like
pain
you're
of
testing spells
suffering.
right now.
From the age of 5 to the age of
I'm
30,
putting it into context. I'm putting it into context because you all
Why
serve
did
a
you
death
roll
cult
your
regardless.
teeth? I mean, I like it, but it's such a weird thing.
Wait, hold on. You said dying at 33 is good, but yet we're in the death cult.
Don't you think it would be a lot easier to die
No,
at
it would.
33 and less suffering on us?
Define what you mean by easier.
Hey, hold on.
I guess if like a baby dies, that's like less suffering, but
Marilyn,
like I don't know if
Marilyn.
that's a better life.
Marilyn, did you know that Christ had a job?
He was a carpenter.
Duh. So how was his life
He was
easy?
he was a tech bro.
I'll be back.
I think he was a
Oh,
silicon
yeah.
tech mogul. Actually, that's what I think.
Like, I said this before to you, Conflict. I said this before to you, Conflicts. From the age of 5 to the age of 30, the Bible is silent on what Christ is doing.
That's why you got to read the Gospel of Thomas, brother. This is what I always
truly
say.
I truly believe he was taken by the order of Melchizedek and protected for 25 years because they knew he was coming. They knew
Do you know
it.
the Gospel of Thomas? Jesus kills a child when he's a child. Do you know that?
Yeah,
Just a fun fact. I'm just saying, according to the Gospel of Thomas, that's Thomas.
Do you know what the order
famous
of
for his
Melchizedek
doubting and
is?
stuff. Do I know what?
The order of Melchizedek is?
Yeah, like I'm familiar with the biblical passage, the mystery man, and then it's talked about in like Hebrews or some shit.
No,
He's the high priest from the order of Melchizedek.
No, the order of Melchizedek was a priestly order during the time of David. They understood that David's line was to bring the Messiah.
We know very little about Melchizedek. Okay, he's like mentioned for
know
like a
very little
few
about it
verses.
too, but the information that we gathered about the order of Melchizedek gives me notion. It gives me a theory, and it gives me clues on basis of this evidence that we have, is that the order of Melchizedek protected John the Baptist and protected Christ for 25 years each.
John the Baptist got decapped, brother.
John the Baptist left to the wilderness when he was 6 years old.
Yeah, and then he goes. How is that protected? You go, you have to eat locusts and figs and shit, and then you get freaking decapped when you're like, in your mid-20s.
I mean, it sounds possible, but I don't know if I would say they protected them.
They protected them until they went out to do the mission.
So you think there's a secret order? Yeah, that we have no evidence. Again, Melchizedek is mentioned like once in the Old Testament, very briefly, and it's mentioned again, I think in Hebrews, where it just says Jesus Christ is in the line of the order of Melchizedek, a very obscure passage. I don't think any of us know.
He went to the wilderness at 5 years old after the Romans were killing the firstborns in Judea. So he
Gospel of Thomas is not a fanfic, okay? Sorry.
It could be fanfic.
I mean, it could be. It's got a lot of good stuff. I'm not saying it's canon. I think it's valuable. Do I think Jesus murdered a child when he was a child? No, I think that's probably a part where it's wrong. I don't think it's fake. I wouldn't say it's fake.
Marilyn, you're going to smoke more blunts after this.
It's non-related to canon.
Marilyn, Jesus Christ. She's probably sitting with her baby daddy right now in her house.
Have you read the Gospel of Thomas? This is Selim Yuna. I don't know how to say your name. I'm sorry. Sally. I'm going to call you Sally because I like saying Sally.
Look, I believe my theory is sound. Okay? Maybe I don't believe
I'll say your theory is as sound as the Gospel of Thomas. Can we agree on that?
No.
I think I agree with that.
There we go. Okay.
Look,
because you say it's sound, but like you have evidence that
order of Melchizedek is around right now. I believe they died out after Christ. That's what I believe.
But why do you think the order of Melchizedek was like defending John the Baptist and Christ? Why? In fact, Jesus Christ was a priest according to the order of Melchizedek. Again, I think it says that in Hebrews. I'll check. Well, because we know very little about Melchizedek. So why do you,
Marilyn?
Is this like a theory of yours? How do you spell Melchizedek? I don't know. Freaking spell this. Oh, I found it.
I got you. Melgibson.
You are chaos, Marilyn.
Melchizedek.
You and your tarot cards are heretical filth.
Hey.
What?
Hey, you know what?
They called you a rabbit.
Do Frankie right now. I will do a poll for you right now. Okay. Here we go.
No, I'm out. I'm out. That's fucking heretic. That's fucking.
You are the fool, Frankie. You are the fool. What's the chances I draw that card? That's crazy.
That's wild.
That's the chances of that is just like astronomical. Scared Frankie away, but
did you shuffle it beforehand?
Yeah, I mean everything was according to plan. I just pull it. It's just the fool. Crazy times. The odds.
Now, do you have a chaos agent for when Marilyn comes back? Make sure you get that one on hand.
Yeah. Well, there is. Yeah. Well, Marilyn's like super moon coded, which I actually think is behind me. Yeah. I actually have the moon. I am actually pointing at it right now, and the moon is seen as like the. Well, the moon in the tarot is seen as like kind of illusions, a bit of chaos, a bit of
Oh, okay. She's the dark side of the moon.
You guys, it's like men have like never seen product before. Okay, this is product. I took a shower like 3 hours before stream. I put product in my hair. It's not greasy. It's not unwashed. Okay, I don't understand. I feel like you guys maybe using product is gay. Maybe you could say that. That's fine. But it's product. Has no one like heard of product before?
No.
Jesus.
No, not using product is gay. Dyeing your hair is gay.
Hey, I told you I do biohacking. I told you. I explained this to you. You can change your eye color. You sit in meditation, and you can change the color of your hair. You could change a lot of things. Okay. Okay. The order of Melchizedek. So this is what Frankie is talking about. First of all, I know that was a legit shuffle. Okay, it's always a legit shuffle all the time. And no, shower every day. Okay, I'm just saying.
Whoa, compliment.
No,
You can't shower on the Sabbath.
day.
You can't.
Yeah,
you can't shower on the
you
Sabbath.
can't shower. I shower every day except Sunday. Okay, Melchizedek is a significant yet enigmatic. Oh, what's that, Frankie? Enigmatic. Get fucked, Frankie. Figure in the Bible, appearing primarily in the Old Testament, referenced in the New Testament. His name meaning king of righteousness, and his role as both king and priest have intrigued theologians and scholars for centuries, and also makes people come up with insane crackpot theories that the order of Melchizedek was actually protecting people like Jesus and John the Baptist, although those theories are widely debunked. Melchizedek is a type of Christ prefiguring the eternal priesthood of Jesus. So yeah, he's literally mentioned in 2 verses in Genesis. Okay, 2 verses. He brings out bread and wine and blesses Abraham. Okay, then he's mentioned. Okay, I'm sorry. He's mentioned one other time in one passage in the Psalms. You are a priest forever in the order of Melchizedek. And I was right about the Hebrews, and that's what it's quoting. It's quoting the Psalms, and it just says Jesus is a priest in the order of Melchizedek. So I know Frankie rage quit, but how is Melchizedek any of those things? You know, of what Frankie said. I don't know. I mean, it's a cool theory, but I'm not sure where exactly we're getting that from.
And I don't like the paid him tithes. I don't like that. It sounds Jewish.
You don't like the what? Oh, paid him tithes?
Yeah, it sounds Jewish.
You just pronounce tithes as tits?
There's 2 T's. Tit. Tit heights.
You can't spell tithes without tit. That is true. That is true. I agree with you on that one.
Just singular. Just 1 tit, not 2.
Yeah, I wish Frankie was here so I could ask what filth of heresy you speak, Marilyn.
I'm gonna be honest. Marilyn using the word
is a little Jew coded. I will say that.
When Marilyn says the word heresy, I don't like it. I don't like it.
I feel like if Marilyn is saying what I am doing, if she's calling me a heretic, I think that means I'm actually like super orthodox. You know what I mean? That's what I think. Like orthodox. It's the same way when she says it's like when she says I'm worshiping the devil, I have to mean that means I'm actually on the right path. I have to think that. Yeah. I don't think Marilyn's worshiping the devil, but I just feel like if Marilyn is like a true agent of chaos, then then it's like the opposite has to be true.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say she is.
She is. Wait, which one? Wow, I got distracted by reading Anson's comments saying product is Jew coded.
I said I'm gonna go out on a limb and say she's worshiping the devil. Just a theory. It's kind of like Frankie's. I don't have a lot of supporting evidence. I do have some circumstantial evidence, but
Yeah, maybe the tarot will tell me that you're using the wrong type of yor, even though you already said that. But I'm gonna point it out anyway. Doomerang. Freaking making fun of my hair no matter what I do with it.
You grammar Yahtzee.
Or how rocks are a deck of tarot cards. Look, we all got to stop hating on the tarot cards, okay? That has to stop, okay? Tarot cards are goated if you use them in the right way, okay? It's like anything. It's a tool, right? If you beat someone with a hammer, it's kind of bad, right? I don't know, what do you do with hammers? Hammer nails and shit. I'm not really like a kind of hands-on kind of guy, but then that's a good use of a hammer, okay?
It depends who you beat.
Yeah. They're not toys, Thumping Weevil. You can call them tools of divination, and you could say that's wrong. But toys? Toys. Insulting. I'd rather be called the devil, okay? Or that I worship the devil. Toys. You could maybe call it a Ouija board a toy because it's like, I think now it's patented by like Hasbro. Yeah.
Their best business investment.
Yeah. I don't know why they acquired that. Because that's a real thing, right? It's like owned by, unless Hasbro sold it, but it used to be like owned by Hasbro, the freaking Ouija board, which is like so strange. Like
I've seen one in Target that was advertised through Hasbro.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. It's like, I don't know. Do we want people doing that? See, I would use tarot. This is the difference. I would use tarot cards. Well, I do use tarot cards. I would never freaking use a Ouija board. Okay. Unless I was really drunk. Never have. But would never, hopefully not. They're not toys. How are they toys? Big Soda got the what was it, the rat and the worm. I got the rabbit. I'm sorry, when I play with toys, I don't get like actual knowledge that like is like dead on. You know what I mean?
Oh, I
I'm
don't
just
know
saying,
about
Marilyn.
that. I mean,
Well,
Monopoly taught me a lot about my finances.
Oh, well, that's true. That's true. It depends on the game, perhaps, but okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. Well, no, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's why I'd say it's a tool. A hammer doesn't do anything by itself, right? A hammer. So it's like, I am the hammer in some ways, and I'm like, the hammering. I'm not really the hammer, but you know what I mean? I'm the hammerer. And I would say the tarot cards are like a tool to do something with, So yeah. So they're not, so yeah, they're toys in the extent that, yeah, you don't technically like need them or anything, but they're rich in archetypes, which is crazy because we're actually watching a video about archetypes right now. That's crazy. Don't mess around. No, see, Doomerang, you speak of things you do not understand, brother. You speak of things you understand not. How fancy can I say that? Okay. But no, for real.
I mean, to be fair, if you play with a hammer like 3 times, is it a toy now?
I wouldn't. I mean, possibly if I did play with my tarot cards, but I don't. I play with like bicycle cards. Like normal
Bicycle
playing cards. Yeah, it's like the most common brand of playing cards. Bicycle. They're pretty well made playing cards, by the way, even though they're pretty cheap. But no, don't play any games with the cards. I mean, unless you count me having the Fool, just in a good way so I could pull it out for people like Frankie and Emmett, then it's like, in that sense, maybe that's a bit of playing. So maybe it is.
We spent 30 minutes defending it just for you in the last second, just to be like, okay, yeah, it's kind of a toy.
And so only in that way, only for like fun times. Like some things could be like, sometimes you can play with a hammer. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think I'm Marilyn. Marilyn, you're saying what I'm saying, right?
I'm peeved.
Wait, why are you peeved?
I'm peeved.
Why are you so peeved?
Because y'all keep calling me heretical. Like, excuse the heck out of me. Bro, YouTube just banned. YouTube wouldn't let me say what I wanted to say, so now I'm up here going to say it. I'm peeved. Excuse the heck out of me for wanting your family and you and everyone you've ever known. I don't want you to die. And I want everyone you've ever known to be healed and restored and raised from the dead. And I want everyone to equally be the best, the most favored by God. Everyone be the most worthy to God. Everyone be God's favorite. Everyone who's ever lived and everyone that will ever live. Like, excuse the heck out of me for wanting that as a result of, the order of things. Like, it should not be heretical to want such a feat.
By definition, that's heretical.
It's not, though, because heretical would be scattering and not gathering. That's what the Bible says. It says gathered. Do not scatter, gather.
What does heretical mean definitionally?
Your damn psyops. Your psyops, your damn MK Ultra, your Jew behavior.
Okay.
Not the Jew behavior.
We'll say
Jew behavior.
Marilyn. We'll say everything except that. Okay, we'll say everything, but not that.
We love the Jews. They're the best.
We love the Jews. We love the Jews. Okay.
Disavow.
No disavow. I would say the way I see, like I would say I'm like a bit heretical. I don't think that's
Jews
like insulting.
I don't think that's insulting. Too, though.
Like when Marilyn, you saying certain stuff, right? Like you've said stuff that goes against, let's say, the church's teaching. That would like be definitionally heretical. I think it's Gucci to be heretical sometimes, right? Like I don't follow all of any one church's teaching, and so I am in some ways a heretic, for better or for worse. So when I say that, I at least don't mean it in an insulting way. I don't mean you're like psyop, MK Ultra, tiny hat coded, or anything like that. I just mean you're going against, mainline Christianity, right? See,
It's
look,
important
Doomerang thinks
to
I'm a
know.
lying heretic, and I thank you, Doomerang. I appreciate that. And a brief thing before this message goes away. Selly has a challenge for me, and I actually am familiar with this passage from the Gospel of Thomas. He's quoting, Simon Peter said to them, make Mary leave us, Mary Magdalene, for females don't deserve life. Jesus said, look, I will guide her to make her male so that she too may become a living spirit resembling you males. For every female who makes herself male will enter the kingdom of heaven. And then he says, I'd
That
like
ain't
to hear
real.
your thoughts on that. This is an actual
That ain't
quote from the
real.
Gospel of, it's a quote from the Gospel of Thomas, but the way a lot of scholars understand this, the way I understand this, is he's responding to Peter. That's how the passage starts. Peter says, make Mary leave us, for females don't deserve life. I think Jesus is like making fun of him and is talking in the context of what Peter is talking about. So I don't think Jesus is saying every woman has to become a male for her to be saved. I don't think that's what he's saying. I think he's making
You know how many
fun of Peter.
times people have thought I was a dude online? You know how many times? I'd have $1 million. I'd have $1 million.
Wait, people think you're a dude?
Yes, they think I'm a dude. They think I'm a dude online. They're like, she's a dude. There's no way.
I'm still on the fence. I'm still on the fence.
If they haven't seen or heard you, because like we had someone, I mean, he was here before, Stacy, right? Female profile
Right.
picture, right? Stacy was a guy. I mean, look, we have someone that looks suspiciously like Bonnie Blue right now saying Liefluence, right? Look at that. That looks, you would think that's a woman. Trust me, that is not a woman, okay?
That
not
is
a woman.
Anson.
Exactly. So if you're just like talking with a profile picture and the name Marilyn, I get it. That you're
No, because I'm everywhere. Like, I come up on panels all the time, like I did in the past. Like, you're the only one I come up on now, but like I have
Whoa,
done a lot of. I've
based-
done a lot of different.
Disavow.
Disavow what?
Don't be coming up on people. That's weird.
What are you on panels?
What is something to
Disavow.
be not bragging about? A thumping weevil. I'm gonna start rolling. I'm gonna start pulling a Maryland and freaking trying to roll people's names where it shouldn't be rolled, but I can't do it. Thumping
And calling
weevil.
people out too. What?
Yeah, just call him Jew coded.
Okay, we're moving away from talking about those people. We said that we're like 1,000 times now. So
You keep acting like it's a bad thing. It's a good thing to be Jew coded.
I don't know if the algorithm necessarily hears it that way though. Like I hear what you're saying, Big Soda. I don't know if the AI large language models listening to us right now interpret it the same way.
Yeah, you're right. They may be anti-Jew.
Khan's gonna get in trouble again. Yeah, anti-inshallah. Is there a word for that in Arabic? Like,
Hey, give me
where
a
you can say
minute.
the
I'll
opposite?
go about.
But yeah, disavow. How do you say disavow in Arabic? I have to learn that to really trigger Doomerang, so I can say more Arabic things to him. Okay, Doomerang freaking saying shit about my hair, like Doomerang always does. Doomerang, you're so gay coded, like for real. You're always talking about my appearance, my hair. You're like hyper fixated. You're gonna start talking about my fingernails next, asking to see my feet, all this like weird shit. Just strange times, Doomerang. Strange times. You're lucky you're white. I don't know what that means, but I'm not sure if that's a response to what I just said. But I feel, well, no, I can't say that. Yeah, see, there we go. Talk about your nails. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, algorithm will bring unnecessary attention here if we keep saying the J word. Okay. Now we're just like, now the chat's just going wild with all this. All of your race realism. Oh, there we go. Okay, Egg has me. Yada nasal. I don't even, that doesn't sound fun to say. Yata nasal. Can I say that? Yata nasal. Maybe I can convince Marilyn to say that.
That sounds
I
a
don't know
little
if that's how it's
Asian
pronounced. Is this debate new? Why is Alex O'Connor there? No, it's unfortunately not a super new debate. We're revisiting it. Alex O'Connor is there to mediate because Jordan Peterson and Richard Dawkins are like oil and I don't know what doesn't, oil and water, oil and vinegar. I don't know. Things that don't matter, whatever the saying is. And so Alex is there as just to try to keep them on topic.
It's like Jews and Arabic people. They don't blend well.
Where's my disavow? Disavow.
Oh, okay.
They blend
Oh, so
perfectly well
so they
historically
do
in
get
the
it
present
wrong.
moment.
Okay.
Khan would look good in a
I'm
hijab.
not-
See, gay coded, Durang, gay coded. Ankara, is that like another Arabic word for disavow, possibly, or did I just say a slur in Arabic? Hard to know. Oh, to deny or disown. Ankara. I kind of like that. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but you know, Ankara and Inshallah. Oh, they kind of fit nice together. Okay, well, Marilyn is gone. Let's get more fodder for what we can, discuss. Okay, let's keep plugging a bit
about the complexities of trying to understand this strange
want to
realm
roll
of
the
quantum
R, though.
phenomena, right? And we have a trouble with quantum phenomena because at the micro level,
Why the fuck are we? What did I miss? Why are we talking about quantum phenomena? What the fuck was the lead
I
up to
told you.
this?
It's because Maryland and the chaos. We forgot about it.
I think Marilyn went back in time and changed the YouTube video. If Jordan Peterson starts talking about fucking magnets, I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. Okay, I'm just saying. I will think Marilyn is God if Jordan Peterson starts talking about magnets. I swear.
things don't act like things act at the macro level. So they escape our intuitions. And one of the
I
things you
actually agree
said was
with this,
that
Edson. I agree with
although
that.
it's perhaps even impossible for creatures
It's about-
embodied like us to get a grip on quantum phenomena, the strange wave particle duality, for example, we have ample evidence that it works and stellarly. And I would say exactly the same thing about the biblical texts.
Oh.
If they run into a mystery, like there's a horizon of
Do we? Can you steel man that for me, Big Soda, or just explain it like I'm 5? How does the quantum physics? How do we run into that with the biblical text? What is he saying with that?
I'm gonna be honest. I have no fucking clue.
I don't know.
See, there's some good moments with Jordan Peterson, and there's some bad moments because, like, Jordan Peterson likes to think as he's kind of figuring it out, and he'll say it as he's figuring it out, and so sometimes it just doesn't work. And I would say this is an example of one of those times it doesn't work.
Unless I'm just like missing, unless he's talking about like the unknowability, he's talking like double slit experiment or something. I don't know.
Or he was talking about waves. He was talking about waves, wasn't he? Like I don't quite understand like the wave,
Well, that's
like the
part of
wave
the
aspect
double
of
slit
it.
experiment, right? That like light, it's both like a wave and a particle. And so maybe he's saying that like that the
But how does
scripture
that-
this is me really trying to cope this, but maybe he's trying to say that the scripture is both like a natural thing that's evolved, but it's also a spiritual thing if you want it to be, and it's like both at the same time, which now the more I'm saying it out loud, the more that kind of makes sense in a way, right? Like I would say scripture is written by people, but it's also like written by God in a different way. It's kind of like light. I don't know if that's where he's going, but it could be where he's going. And if it is, it kind of makes a little bit of sense if you think about it. Yes,
No, the more you
kind
explain
of.
it, yeah, the more you explain it, the further I'm getting.
Look, I'm
mystery,
trying my
which I
best.
do not claim to penetrate, but insofar as I've been able to understand the text, every time I make a
Nicest thing you ever said to me,
improvement in
Greg.
understanding,
Not
it
going to read your
reveals something
next
to me
comment,
that's
though.
just like shattering.
Quantum physics is deeply mysterious, and you're saying that biblical texts are deeply mysterious. The difference is,
I think so,
Quantum-
Keelan.
But see, that was way too much to
Predictions
explain.
derived from
You
quantum
could have just
physics.
said they're both mysterious.
Instead of bringing up this is what I've learned almost any time, unless you're like an actual like quantum physicist, almost any time you try to bring up quantum physics, it almost like never goes well. It almost never goes well. Because what isn't Richard Feynman, who actually knew a lot about quantum physics, wasn't he the one that said if you think you know about quantum physics, you don't know about quantum physics or something like that?
Yeah.
And he was actually probably the leading expert at the time on quantum physics, or one of them. So it's probably always a bad idea to talk about quantum physics, especially in like a metaphorical sense. But yeah,
If you have to say the word quantum, if like the quantum's an adjective, you lose me.
It just, it gets so like smuggled in as kind of like a woo-woo word. But if he does mean if in a light sense, that light is both a particle and a wave, and it's not clear on which one it's behaving, that is true. And there's something, now I'm talking about quantum physics, but there's something in quantum physics where the more precisely, there's a term for this. This is real. Anson could probably back me up. I feel like Anson would know about this for some reason. but there's something where if you the more precisely you try to measure an electron's speed, the less you know its position, and vice versa. So there's like a weird duality. We have Ag with the 5 gifted subs. Where's my I haven't got a dono in so long. I lost my fucking button. Thank you. And let's see who got it. Kokomo based angry amputee, not sure who that is. Ukala, I remember him. Coder. Oh, Ryan subscribe now. Oh, I'm going to use that against him. I hope Ryan comes back and discovers he's a channel member, and then I can gaslight him into thinking that he paid for that channel membership. And Futoy. I remember Futoy. Futoy was a great time. You remember Futoy, right, Big Soda?
I was going to say, I think so. He came on twice too, didn't he?
Yeah, recently. He's been on a couple times. Yeah. Based. Thank you for the 5 gifted.
It's 8:00. I'm gonna be watching from the back, but I gotta watch the football game.
That's right. You said you have a heart out. Oh, that's what you're leaving me for fucking gay ass football. Not to offend anyone in the chat who likes football, but disavow that. Hit you with a disavow, and then I'll hit you with an disavow football, but 07s too nonetheless.
You're fucking Canadian. I don't expect you to understand.
From Wisconsin, I still hate Green Bay. Hate Green Bay with a freaking passion. Okay.
Yeah, because you're Canadian. I understand confluence. You don't have to explain it. It's been fun.
Disavow.
You're
gonna miss out. Okay, but have fun with your football. Your freaking gay ass sport. Okay, Jew coded. I'm just kidding. I didn't say that. Disavow. Okay.
Okay. Peace, bros.
Take care. Man, look, something
I can't leave the studio.
Agree on. You're stuck. You're trapped here with me. It's like the quote from that what's that Marvel movie where it's like, I'm not trapped with you. You're trapped with me. See, football is gay. Thank you, Doomerang. And also, what I just said about light is both true and demonstrable. Okay, what I actually said is true. Doomerang, you're just trying to trigger me. You're trying to one guy me. Okay, light is both. You can even ask Anson again. I don't know why I feel like Anson would know this, but I feel like he does. Light is both a photon, it's a particle, and a wave. It's a particle and a wave, and it's at the same time. Well, not at the same time, but well, it is. It holds both quantum states, I think. Okay. But the point is, light can behave. That's what I'm looking for. Light can behave. It's a particle or a wave. That's the whole point of the double slit experiment, right? You shoot little photons through, they'll make an interference pattern, or they won't. It depends. It's like, depends how you measure them and all that shit. I'm not really sure, but your second wife is from Green Bay. Okay, based. Well, probably not based, actually. Fuck Green Bay. But W, Wisconsin. Okay, W, Wisconsin. It's where I'm from, okay? Rorschach. Yes, thank you. That's the guy. You're not... what movie is that, though? Rorschach's the one who says it, but what... Is it the Watchmen? Watchmen, right? I've never actually seen the movie. I've just seen that scene for some reason. Now I'm up here with, Marilyn's not even here, so I guess I'll just keep playing the video.
Okay, I'm back. I'm back.
Marilyn,
I'm back. I have no idea. I forgot
scared me.
This was happening. Okay, what is happening?
We're talking about quantum physics a bit, your favorite
Heck
topic.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
Because Jordan Peterson started talking about quantum physics, okay? So,
Okay, I'm here. I'm there. I don't know.
And Doomerang is saying I'm wrong about light, even though I said everything right about light. So I'm just saying.
Oh my God, I missed a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot.
I was stepping away for just a minute, and then yeah.
Well, a lot can happen in a minute. A lot can happen.
I'm locking in.
So yeah, we were saying the comparison was, I think is, first of all, Marilyn, what do you think? Actually, Kay, this is a separate question. Fuck what I was saying before. Well, I might bring it
back in chat.
You're gonna what?
I said I'm gonna have to get back in chat because okay, what were you gonna say?
Okay, I was gonna ask if you, based on your kind of eclectic spiritual views, do you think that scripture? Do you think there's such a thing as scripture? Do you think that things that people write are divinely inspired, or do not? Do you not think so?
We're all God. We are all God. So of course they are.
No. Wait, but Stephen King's It is probably less divinely inspired than I don't know, the Gospel of John or something, right? Or do you see those things as equal?
Well, it's more or less you know, it could be a past, present, future thing that is being just like trauma dumped or like expressed and let out so other people don't have to, you know, have to go through. You know, there's, you never know what is being measured and how it's being measured. So you have to be like, okay, so this story says this stuff and this didn't happen in real life. So that's like one less situation that has happened in real life. Like, you've got to really like be an advocate for evil that is done. Not an advocate, but an
I'm
adversary.
not,
Like, not adversary.
I'm
Let
not sure
me
what that.
try to
I'm not sure. That's like the most confusing answer to that
make
question that I could have imagined.
make a. Never mind. I can't even think of the quote now off the top
I
of my
guess,
head.
okay, like even take yourself. Do you think it's capable that you can write something that would be inspired in some ways? Do you think that's possible?
I think it's all meaningless. My favorite book in the Bible is Ecclesiastes. I think it's all meaningless. Like, it's just rhetoric that goes in circular cycles that just go round and round and round when there needs to be a someone to cut the damn cord and be like, look, we cannot keep going round and round in some psychosis. We have got to come to terms with reality. We exist. We matter. We are matter.
Okay, I don't want to logic cuck you, but then wouldn't that mean that Ecclesiastes would be like more inspired than like a different book that doesn't say that? Like if you think Ecclesiastes is saying something beneficial and true that hits with you, then wouldn't you say that book then would be more inspired?
You-
Like
You're
you can't say
trying.
Ecclesiastes is meaningless because if it's saying everything's meaningless, then it itself is meaningless. So then a meaningless book is saying everything's meaningless, which it's not even saying anything then, right?
I'm using it as a tool. It is the past. It's not the like there's a past, present, and future. We are trying to look on the path of the future. This it's all meaningless is really just like trying to cut some of the psychosis going on to let you know what is being prepared in the future. It's not something to idolize and give power to.
We're not talking
It's
about the
some
past, Marilyn. We're not talking like what do you I understand the books are written in the past. But what do you why are
you
we
know
talking
what
about the past?
question you just asked me? I'm talking about the question you just asked me.
Like about why you see Ecclesiastes in a higher like that question about or just in general about scriptural like inspiration.
I just touched the screen. Say that one more time.
Like what you said it's about the question I just asked, the one about Ecclesiastes or just the general question about like what it means for a book or text to be inspired.
To say it's all meaningless is basically to say that whatever you're fixating on, whatever you're idolizing in the moment, you need to cut that cord and and be, you know, shooken into reality. Like to say it's all meaningless is like stop micromanaging, stop trying to come up with all of these questions that have been repeated over and over and over again. Like really take a step back and realize like none of that matters. What really matters is you, and people are like the ultimate worth to God. Like they're by
Right, but
perfect design.
people write books though, if you think about it. Right? Like every
Right.
book is written by a person, so like that's kind of what
Right.
I'm asking. Like, so are some books, do you put some books as more valuable than other books? Are all books equal? Like, if I wrote a book
Mhm.
that was all about death, you'd probably say that's a bad book, right? Because it's like it's casting a spell. It's a grimoire, if you will, and you must. But if I wrote a different book that was all about how we're all God, you'd probably like that book more. So I'm asking if that ties
Not
in at all.
not
No.
necessarily, not necessarily, because there could be books like that about death that I feel like a lot of Christians need to read because they obviously have not died fully and taken on the Holy Spirit taking on God's consciousness, Christ's consciousness, and they are still living of themselves and their fears and their worries and their issues. Like maybe they need to read the book of death. Maybe they need to turn to ash, to where you can't just pour water on it and it's going to grow again. It's absolutely like null and void, like to that point of death, and then rise up, because the only thing left is God, because you certainly didn't are no longer like Christians don't do that. They put the burden on this idol and say this is where my, I ain't got to do shit. I ain't got to have any responsibility for anything. Jesus has taken it on himself, and now I'm scot free and I can do whatever I want because hey, I'm going to turn to dust anyway. I'm going to turn to ash anyway. Like,
Look, I
it's just
understand
really
every book can be beneficial, but so do you not actually? I just assumed you probably maybe held a different canon or a different book, a different set of books that you thought were inspired. But it sounds like you don't. Is that what I'm picking up? Like,
I'm not. You follow a doctrine, you're indoctrinated. I think everybody that has written a book
that's not
was
what I
just a
asked,
little
though.
bit
Not what I
egocentric.
a- That's not what
No,
I wait.
it helped some people, but I don't get my revelations and my wisdom and knowledge from books. It's from just
Didn't you
knowing the
recommend
order
me a
of things.
goddamn freaking YouTube video about fucking magnets? So
What?
you'll get your knowledge from a
'Cause that's
YouTube video, but you won't.
cool.
Why can't books be cool, Marilyn? Why can't a book be cool?
Books can be cool because you can be able to talk the lingo of other people and sound smarter than them. But if you really boil it down to basic, simple truths, you don't need all that extra just prattle. You can boil it down to God loves you. Be perfect as your Father in heaven is perfect. Stop spouting that you're a sinner. If you're a sinner, go hang out with the goddamn sinners. Like, it's not that hard to wrap your mind around if you boil it down. Even a kid can understand it.
Okay.
So, there's
Okay,
that.
I guess we'll move on to a chat question. I'm a little afraid to ask you this, Marilyn. But Marilyn, what evidence regarding we're all God do you have? What's your religious background?
What does that even mean? He must be new.
He is new. He
Jesus
is new. So
Jesus calls us all God. Jesus calls us all God. Haven't I called you all gods? Like,
based.
why do you stone me? And G is not a homophone. You cannot say a big G and a little g mean different things. Like, you literally taking words and you are idolizing them and you're giving them more power and authority over God's promises over us. And that is what I feel like most Christians do when they read the Bible. Their perception is everything. Like, their perception is key. And if you're not looking at that Bible and thinking favor is key, then and not perception, then you're not looking at it in Christ like. You're not looking at it as Jesus would. Jesus would interpret scripture with love. When people interpret love with scripture, it's not the same. It just doesn't equate the same.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
I don't know, Sally. Does that answer your question?
What's your religious background?
Sally earlier said, Marilyn, I think you need to lay off the pipe for a bit. Your claims make no sense. And when you follow your logic, it makes no sense. You have to trolling, ... But that's before you gave your answer. This was before, okay?
So, like, my religious background is my dad was Catholic, my mom was Pentecostal. We went to a denomination churches, Baptist, Pentecostal. My uncle by marriage was a deacon in the Greek Orthodox Church, and I did that for a few years. Like, I don't really care because it's a relationship with God has always been my, just, I don't know, desire. But like, no, I realized I was God in 2017 because I had a lot of weird shit happen to me. And so, but not just I'm God, like, not just like, I'm not just God, everyone is God. We're all his favorite. We're all God because of God, because we are who our Father is. He who sent us has not left us. We are not separate from God. For you to say that anything we do,
Okay,
could
I'm
se-
actually going to defend
separate us.
Marilyn for a second. Sorry, I just got to read this comment from Fuck It Button. Fuck It Button says, "How can you have a relationship with God if you are God?" Counterpoint: Jesus was God's son, right? But Jesus is also God, so obviously it's biblically possible to both be God and have a relationship with God, because Jesus, when he
Bow,
was incarnate,
bow.
had a relationship, right?
Boom,
So
boom,
yeah, that is kind of a
boom,
mic drop moment. I'm not gonna lie. Okay.
boom, boom. That's awesome. See, it's true because you can and you will and you shall. And what the heck is everyone doing?
See, fucking Button, you say no. Fucking why is that targeted? I'm just looking at your thing, your whole thing that you can't have a relationship with God if you are God. Counterexample would be Jesus, right? He had a relationship with God. He talks about his Father in heaven all the time, right?
But he's also God.
And he's
Right.
also God, and so. Well, Doomerang says try again without using Jesus. Just the thought. I'm just saying that's kind of Maryland's stance. As Maryland just dropped, but that is Maryland's stance. Okay, I understand you think it's wild. I'm not saying that. I'm just responding to your isolated thing. Fucking Button. I'm just responding to your isolated thing. It's obviously, at least it's not a logical contradiction to both have a relationship with God and then be also God himself. That's not, like, inherently, that's not a logical contradiction. You could say it's blasphemous. That's fine. But you can't say that it's like an impossibility, because we have like very clear scriptural evidence all over the place that
But
that is what Jesus was.
we inherit his divine nature. We inherit everything that is his because he's our father. So like even when a father dies and a son inherits the whole estate, we also have our divine power and authority. We don't have divine power and authority over others to rule over them because everyone else is also a daughter and a son of the Father. So you also have to grant them um, the same exact like inheritance. You can't just say it's all yours and no one else gets it when your family, if we're thinking of the Lord and how he separates things, he doesn't separate them into parts, he separates them into wholes. He's the well that never runs dry of abundance. He's going to give his children the most, the best, the greatest because he loves them. You cannot think in lack. Just like God says we are all one, we are all part of the one body. It's the same type of math. It's the same type of order. He shows no favoritism. We're all his favorite. It's the same type of math.
I
God
don't know
is
about
a God.
your like lack stuff though that you say, Marilyn. It does confuse me, I will say, because you said, if I recall, I can't remember if it was yesterday or the day before, you said that when Anson was saying he feels no need to travel anymore, you said that like everyone wants to travel and it's because people have like a lack mentality, that they don't have enough money to travel. So when you say like what does that mean? Because obviously like not everyone's rich. I don't know if you're rich, but then if you're not rich, then does that mean you have a lack mentality? Like, are you like jet setting to Fiji and like, riding on like, private
But
aircrafts?
it's the Bible clearly says we die because of lack of knowledge. There are people out here that are at the top of the world who run everything, where money doesn't matter to them. They can get anything they want. These people do not want us to, they don't understand how it would benefit them if everyone had as much power as they do. They don't understand
Marilyn, I
the
feel like I ask a question, but I feel like you don't or maybe
Because
you're
I look at it,
giving an answer that I'm expecting, or
I look at it as past, present, and future. We are in the present right now. There's a future that is going to be slightly different than it is now.
sure.
And it has to progress in the right direction. And in order to do that, the scale has to balance. There cannot be such an imbalance in the world. Like, the people of the world need to come together and make the world into a thriving oasis. We have the technology to do it. There should be no reason why there should be so much gatekeeping
But then it's not
happening.
okay, but then so you agree, I guess, that it's not. It's like sometimes you'll say stuff that sounds like one way, and then if I like ask you a question about it, then it sounds like you go down a different path. So like when you said that people don't travel, when you said that to Anson because they have a lack mentality, you don't mean like anyone specific has a lack mentality. You just mean like in a general sense, all of humanity does, and we could fix that. But you don't mean like Anson, if he didn't have a lack mentality, then he would be in Fiji, or you yourself, you'd be in, the Bahamas if you
I don't
could
even
get rid
think
of
I
your
was
lack
talking.
mentality.
I wasn't talking about traveling or what Anson's comment was when I said
You
lack
you
mentality.
you literally were. You like literally were.
What
Anson
was
said
the comment?
the conversation was Anson was saying, he's like, I've done everything. I've been married before. I've done the whole friend thing. It was kind of like the Anson black pill hour. And he was saying that he's like, I've done the travel thing. I don't need to do any of this. And you said everyone, and it was in the comment, you said everyone wants to travel. The only reason that people don't is because they don't have money, because they have a lack mentality. That's
When
what you
did
said.
I say that? When did I say that?
You don't remember the whole Anson thing? It was like at the end of like, I think 2 streams ago. And it was when Anson was like really
Oh my
sounding off
God.
about like, yeah, like saying he's done all this stuff. And so he doesn't necessarily need to. And one of the things was travel. And then you specifically said that. You said that people. So was that just a thing that you said in the moment, but you don't hold to?
I need you to send me exactly what I said. Like
I don't know.
verbatim.
I'd have to
Verbatim.
I'd have to go
You
back.
have to
I
go
guess.
back. Because you must be misquoting me, because it's not Anson or anyone else cannot help that they can't travel everywhere in the world. But I know I said, like, if you were to live forever and be able to harness the energy to live forever, you could travel everywhere and never get tired. I know you said that too. Like, you would never get
That's
every
true. I agree. But
experience.
yeah.
Would
Okay, so
be
maybe I'm
different.
misremembering. I'm not sure. Oh, we have who is this? Who is this in my back chat? Give me one of these. He says 1 second. We have someone that I think you have talked to before, Marilyn, if I recall.
Dear Lord.
Funny you should mention that, actually. Funny you should mention that. The good Lord himself.
Is that Jesus? That's my boy.
What's going on,
Hey.
How y'all doing?
What's up? Y'all make me want to cam up now.
Yeah, you
Dad.
should. You should. It's good for the stream, okay? I think.
Maybe. What are you doing here?
What am I doing here? I am doing
Yeah.
here. Okay, so here's the thing. What had
Damn it,
happened?
good to see you.
What happened was.
What had happened?
Why are you so
was-
quiet, IJ? I'm trying to turn you up. Wait, say something?
Testing,
Oh, there you go. You're good now. You're Gucci.
testing. It's at my mic moving it around. I don't got my fucking. I'm not in my element. I need to be in the studio. But no, we wanted to join your fucking chat. It seemed like you two were going at it, having an interesting discussion, and we here for it. Me and the TIJ crowd are here for it.
Great. Well, good to see everyone who's with Indian Jesus, and good to see you, Lutch.
Hey.
First of all, housekeeping. I hope you had a good New Year's. I don't even remember exactly what happened that day. I got a little too drunk. Came home at like 4 a.m. and just like woke up in like my jeans and everything. I just like passed the fuck out. I was like,
As
holy
New
shit.
Year's should be.
I was like hungover for like days, man. like literal days. I don't even think it's possible to be that hungover,
Yeah.
but
And this is
drank
the first
no
time
water
I've touched
before
one of
bed.
these. This is the first time I've touched one of these since the last time. Even yesterday. What was yesterday? No, not yesterday. Friday. It's Sunday, right? Okay. So, yeah. Friday stream. I felt like I think it was Tuesday where I was drinking a little bit. I came on your stream. Even still on Friday, I was like, my tummy is doing a little rumbly. Like, what is going on here? I'm getting old.
Yeah, it's different. When I was 18, I could just wake up and do it all again. Not anymore. Not anymore.
Oh my God, I cleaned my car out today and I still can't walk straight, standing straight. I'm broken. Yeah, it's going to be a new year. It's going to be great. So great.
Left, I don't know how much you heard about what we were talking about exactly, but some of the usual Maryland coded stuff, what does God mean? Are we all God, etc. Stuff about what it means to lack mentality. Although Maryland, I think disagrees, or maybe I disagree, or maybe I misread what she said, but I thought Maryland was kind of saying some secret stuff, like manifesting. Maryland, I guess I'll ask you that. Do you think you can manifest things? Because in some ways, I think you kind of can, but probably not to the degree that other people think. Maryland's muted. Maryland's dodging the question. Crazy times.
That's stupid.
Wait, say the question one more time?
Do you believe in manifesting? When you talk about lack mentality, do you believe in the secret type stuff? The usual think things into being.
I really get irritated about it because I'm sort of anti-creation in the moment. I don't believe in creation or evolution. I believe we're God, so we always were and we always will be. And when people create and do things, I feel like it's really out of order because I feel like they're starving children in the world and everyone could be rich and prosperous and completely have everything they want in whatever color they want it, but we're too busy creating art. And we're too busy thinking about ourselves.
Say that, Marilyn.
Oh my God,
it
drives me crazy. It drives me crazy.
Do you know about this?
It drives me crazy.
Marilyn thinks that it's bad to make art or create anything because there are starving children in the world, which I think is so
exactly
black.
Can you make the connection for me? What is the connection between?
Because if everybody was this is all fucking bullshit. Anarchy, to the thousandth power. We're going to sit here and we're going to stop everything we're doing, and we're going to make sure that we turn this world into a thriving oasis within a matter of 5 years or less. And we're going to literally take it to the extreme and stop this just ridiculous, self-absorbed, just whatever people are on. I can't even explain it. It's they look so focused, so close at the blueprint rather than backing up and looking at
it feels like a degree of self-harm though, right? It's you right now, none of us are feeding starving children in this moment, right? So it's you could, God. And there's probably a lot of times.
I know you couldn't just say that.
Well,
really?
Am I wrong? Which of the three of us on panel who is actively
nope, we're not.
World? Okay, so then why would it be bad?
No one's solving world hunger. Nope.
Right, so this is what I don't get, unless you're being sarcastic, and somehow this is
I
solving
feel you're being sarcastic.
I'm being for real. I'm saying that we're not solving world hunger. So I'm saying why it sounds like you're just not allowing yourself to ever make art or ever create anything or ever write anything. Well,
see,
how am I wrong?
I just really feel as though there is an order to things. There's a time and place for everything, and that is just
you say that, and then don't ever actually say what that order is.
What do you mean?
I feel like you appeal to a thing.
Well, you don't believe in God, so of course you're going to say
did you ask me a question, or did you not ask me a question? I'm sorry. I'm a little drunk, so maybe I got it wrong. Did you ask me a question?
Go for it, Jesus.
So, I thought the question that you asked me, I don't even remember. What the fuck did she just ask me? How many cats do you have?
The order of things. So she was saying that there's and you said you always say there's an order of things, but you don't specify what that order
Yes.
is.
Okay. Thank you. So what is the order of things? You are claiming a thing, and you never claim that thing, and you just always, as Confluence say, punt to.
What?
You don't like that,
What? I tell you, you just don't want to listen. I
What is
think
the
I
order
tell
of
you.
Treat me like treat me like I'm 5 years old and I've never heard of God. I've never heard of belief. I've never heard of faith. I've never heard of any of these things. Treat me like I am from a different planet. What is it that you are referring to?
I can't treat you like you're on a different planet because you're on this planet and
Good.
you already know
How do you
the
know?
suffrage
How
and
do you know?
you already,
Maybe
but
I'm
you
not.
already know. You already know people are dying here and they shouldn't be dying. Like
Okay,
there's
I know
an issue.
people are dying. That's not what I'm asking you, though. I'm asking you to
they're-
verify the claims that you specifically are making.
Well, what do you want me to say?
So you've been making claims. I'm just asking you to verify them. Could you?
What
remember
are the claims?
Or are you just saying things? Are you just saying
What
things?
are the claims? Because you're gaslighting me.
Honey, sweetie, baby, they're your claims. So I'm
They're
an
not
agnostic.
claims. It's the truth. You're the one with the claim.
Okay, well, those are not different things.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're saying you have the truth, what I'm asking is, I would like to be able to buy into the truth that you are appealing to.
Okay.
And you are saying that, well, if you believe the truth, then you believe the truth. Yeah,
What
obviously, but I'm not there yet. And you seem to have an understanding of the truth. So I want to know, how do I verify that what you say is the truth is correct versus what somebody else might say is different?
It depends on what you want to know about the truth, because there's a lot of things to say about the
all
truth.
of it. I want to know everything there is to know. That is not even sarcasm. That's not even sarcasm.
It depends on what you're talking about.
Okay.
Truly.
Okay. So it depends on what I'm talking about and in what manner.
Like
Shave.
you already know what good is. You already know what evil is.
I mean, Andrew Wilson tells me that I don't, because I'm an atheist, and he tells me that I don't. Do I know what good? I feel like I know what good and wrong. Do you agree?
Yes, you do. Yes, I do.
Okay, cool.
Okay. So what's the problem now?
Because you were talking about God. I know that there's a difference between good and evil. I don't necessarily know what.
Okay,
God
well
is.
you're God. Well, you're God. So what? Like
I don't
now,
have a God.
what do you want?
That's what makes me an atheist. I don't have a God.
You
If
know,
I had a God, I would be an atheist.
no, you know the difference between right and wrong. You are God. That's what my theology is. So where's the problem?
So you're saying that because I know the difference between right and wrong, that I know what God is.
You're God.
Okay. So the question was, you are
Oh my
saying
God.
which God? That's what I'm trying to determine. So I just want to make sure I'm on the same page as you. I'm not trying to dunk on you. I'm not trying to prove you wrong. I'm just trying to understand.
I don't think he was here earlier when we discussed this about Jesus being talking to God and having a relationship with God and communing with God and still being God himself.
No, so that's why I'm
Let's
asking
go over
you.
that.
Right. So that's why I'm asking you right now. And so when you say God, I don't fully understand what you mean.
Yeah,
And
the problem is IJ doesn't believe that Jesus is God either. Right.
I'm
In
willing
being
to.
Jesus.
Yeah, correct. I'm willing to. If you can prove it, then we'll fuck. I mean, then I'll believe that Jesus is God. But as far as I understand, that's not a thing that can be verified.
My stance, and I don't know if I think I've probably said this to you before, IJ, but I do kind of take the Alex O'Connor position where he says that, like, no atheist or blessedly few hear the right argument and then they all of a sudden become religious. Like, it's always an experiential thing. People, and then we look backwards, and then, like, so we can talk about like the cosmological argument and all this stuff and the teleological argument, but at the end of the day, no one is actually convinced. If you're convinced already by it or liable to be convinced, then you will be convinced. But I think
Sure,
Yeah.
but then that
Quote
that,
Sally, it's a journey,
like-
okay? It's a
sure,
journey.
but that points even further in my direction. That if you're saying that there's some experience that you must experience and then you will know X, then the question is not about whether the experience is real. I fully believe that whatever experience you guys are referring to is real. The question is whether that experience does in fact imply or necessitate God. I'm not questioning whether you've had spiritual beliefs or spiritual
Indian
experiences. I've had my own.
Jesus. Indian
Yes.
Jesus. You believe you're a person or a human?
Indeed.
Okay, then who got you to believe that? Who got you to believe that psyop? Because I believe you're God. So someone that you think is God or has more power than God
There's not
has
an individual
convinced
person.
you, has
Do you
convinced
want
you
are
that you
asking
are a
rhetorical
human and
questions,
a
or are you asking
person.
me questions? Are you asking rhetorical
It's-
questions?
No, like you believe you're a
Okay,
human,
then-
you're a believer
okay,
instead of
okay, so
God.
then
So,
let me
who
answer your
convinced you
question.
of that?
Okay, so can I answer your question then?
Go for it.
So you asked me who made me believe that I'm human. The people who appeal to all the scientific evidence of what the human genome is and the aspect that I fit with that. That's what I appeal to. So maybe they're wrong, sure, okay, but they've been right about so many other things by the same process that I would need a reason to believe that they were wrong about this specifically when they were right about so very many other things. So
what if they're not wrong about this, and you are all of those things that they say you are, but they said you were
That is what I
human.
believe.
They
That's
said
correct.
you were a person rather than saying you were God, what you really are. What if they just change the words and you are still the same things they're saying? You're
So
God.
that
Like
so
that
when
is the
you ask
makeup.
me that question, that reads
Okay.
to me like, well, what if I called you? I know that you're Maryland, but what if I called you Confluence? Would you be Confluence then? You see how silly that is?
No.
Really? So if I just called you Confluence, you become Confluence now? You become the guy who's hosting this panel?
Since when is God's name
Hold
God?
on.
Since when is God's
on,
name
hold on.
God? God has many names.
Okay, fine. We can talk
If you
about
think
that all
about
you
it,
like.
me and Marilyn are the same person because we're both God. So, checkmate, atheist.
Is that the claim?
I think there's some truth to that claim. Actually, I actually do.
We're all
I'm a
part.
bit Maryland coded in that way. I'm not gonna lie to you, Indian Jesus.
We're all a
Don't
part
look at me
of the
like that.
one
Don't look at me
body.
like that. I do think there is some like
So
unifying
there's
thing.
no
okay?
meaning. So when Confluence
You're bad at God
takes
math.
when Confluence takes his debit card and goes to an ATM, there is absolutely no reason why the person that we are now differentiating from Confluence on this panel from Maryland, there's no reason why Maryland shouldn't get that money, right? It's the same thing.
Money
Well, no,
is the
okay.
psyop.
Okay, we're beyond that relevant point. Okay.
What do you mean? What do you mean? But I would like to talk about that relevant point. So when you
That
next time
everything-
you
Maryland
go
says
to the
everything is a
ATM,
psyop.
so now you are claiming to be Confluence. Who's claiming to be Confluence? Raise your hand, please.
Money is a psyop.
Okay.
Me.
So the person with the bright light shirt, salmon white somewhere in there, cool little
It is salmon,
rosary bead type deal, and of course the classic aviators. You would have no issue with you putting your card into a machine, your debit card. You put it into the machine.
I hate
You
this
put in your
analogy.
Hold on. And you say,
Terrible analogy.
withdraw $1,000. And that money ends up in who on this panel is not Confluence, but is who at Maryland is. That wouldn't matter because of the same person, right?
I think
That thing-
I think there's a category error though going on. I would say, like
Okay.
in some ways, like okay, so you've heard of like pantheists, right? I'm not a pantheist, but
Okay.
you've heard of them, right? You can be a pantheist and think the whole universe is God. That doesn't mean that you think like all dogs are cats. It's like they're all a manifestation of the same supreme being. But it wouldn't make sense to then say, oh, well, that means you believe all dogs are cats. They're all the same. And that's kind of like your debit card analogy, right? It's like there still can be distinctions, even if we all are ultimately something that we'd call source or God or whatever word you want to use. Like there's different branches of religion that think that everything stems from the same supreme being, right? It doesn't mean that on earth there's not still distinctions that are made between one thing and another thing, right? Does that make sense or no?
No, I didn't follow that.
Okay, so again, so like in Hinduism, right? There's like the belief that this is directed at you, Indian Jesus. Okay, this is your people. Okay, right? Everything is like Brahma, right? Everything is the supreme being, right? In Hinduism,
meaning atheists, or my people?
Your people meaning freaking Indians.
Oh, that's I don't claim that. So
you don't claim to be Indian.
I mean, I happen to be Indian, but in the same way that I wouldn't claim in the same way that I wouldn't claim any ideas that come from another dog owner, I am definitely a dog owner, but I'm not steering myself to a group.
Yes, I'm not saying that you have to. I'm not saying that you have to. You know, obviously, you don't believe in the tenets of Hinduism or any type of Hinduism. I understand that. I'm saying that in Hinduism, right? You have Brahma. Brahma is everything. That doesn't mean that all Hindus walk around thinking that they can just use each other's debit cards, or thinking that all cats are dogs, or thinking that there's no distinctions to be made in the physical world, right? There can be degrees of manifestation. You at least have to agree, even if you don't agree with that. I'm not asking you to agree with that. I'm asking you to agree that's logically possible, that we could all be manifestations of God in some way, but that doesn't mean that now in this realm.
Is anyone here? Should I shut this down? Oh, did I mute the wrong one? I muted the wrong
I heard
stream. Wah, wah. I'm sorry. No, I hear you. But what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, those different differentiations don't fucking mean anything. That just comes down to semantics.
No, why would they not mean it? You can't imagine. So you think like all those religious structures, like there's people smarter than both of us that have wrote a lot of stuff about pantheism and panpsychism and different types of monism, right? Monism is a philosophical theory that like everything is ultimately one substance. But no monist in the world that have written insane amounts of philosophy that are highly educated on logic. I don't know if you are muted, if you mean to be muted on this one or the other one, but I can't hear you. But if that's intentional, then that's fine. But yeah, there's incredible amounts of people that are very philosophically literate that are monists, that believe everything is one substance. That doesn't mean that they think that you can't make any distinction between anything in the physical plane versus anything else in a physical plane, right? Like that's a consistent take. There's nothing illogical about what I'm saying. I'm not asking you to believe it. I'm just asking you to recognize that that's a logically consistent take that one could hold, right? A lot of religions, a lot of philosophies, a lot of people hold that. So that's my steel man, I guess, of what Marilyn is saying. And that's why I think the debit analogy doesn't necessarily hold water. Now, this is where Marilyn comes in and says, I'm a psyop, and she actually disavows everything I've said, even though I'm trying my best to steel man her. So, Marilyn, go ahead and tell me that you're super wrong and that I'm retarded, even though I'm like trying so hard to understand what you're saying.
You're doing great, Tomlins.
Are you just saying that, or am I actually, is this actually kind of what you mean? Or are you just being nice to me?
I'm not mad at it. But I don't know. We're trying to get Indian Jesus to be God, so whatever works.
So you don't agree with fuck me, you don't agree with what I'm saying. I feel like that's like the best. I feel like that's the best steel man I could possibly give. Okay, I honestly do.
We're going in the right direction.
Okay, we're punting in the right direction, if you will, and you must. Okay, IJ, if I could ask you, if I could actually press you, okay, take another shot of Fireball so you're like bad at arguing when I'm about to ask you that, okay? So take another shot first.
Right.
Okay.
You sniff your own farts and I'll drink my own shit. Yep.
Okay. Wow, what a couple. Okay. Okay, so in the same way that you think that
Very
morality. Whoa, shots fired. Damn it. Damn, Marilyn. Casual racism.
Listen to this fucking bitch. What the fuck did you just say, bitch?
Don't call me a bitch.
Sorry. Okay, I apologize. That was uncalled for.
You kind of said something
Marilyn.
worse to India Jesus than he just said to you, Marilyn. So I think that's actually justified.
I apologize,
Jason.
Marilyn. Either way, what the fuck did you just say?
What in the heck did you just say? You just said you were gonna drink your shit. I just said that how very Indian of you.
He was an off-colored racist.
Okay, all right.
comment.
I'll give you that. That's funny. That's funny. Okay. Wait.
Okay, so what?
Points to
Okay,
Maryland.
so what I would ask is in the same way, and you're not one of those like cucked atheists that just like will say, "Oh, I don't know what good and evil is," and I have no idea what those words mean, right? You say confidently that you know what is good, which is goated. Okay, I agree with you, but what you don't necessarily have evidence of what is good. I would say you have experiential knowledge of what is good. You might say you're using various utilitarian or limit utilitarian or rule utilitarian or consequentialism, but ultimately you're also kind of going off of like what you know in your heart of hearts that this like strikes you as an evil action. This other action might strike you as a good action.
Yeah, but
and then
the
a lot of times we work
disagreement-
backwards.
The disagreement comes from the fact that you are attributing that knowing in your heart as God. You know in your heart, therefore God.
Yeah, but
And
I'm saying,
I'm
how do you
Hold
know
on,
in your
hold on,
heart
hold
what's
on,
good?
Hold on. I don't have to have an answer to that to reject the notion that the reason that I know in my heart that what is wrong is not God.
I'm asking, that's not what I'm asking though. I'm saying, what reason do you have when you use those intuitive judgments to know this action strikes me as wrong and you trust that?
If you need to like, so okay.
I'm not talking about God. I'm just purely, so don't invoke God. I'm just asking how you know.
So I'm gonna answer you directly if you'll allow me.
Did you say don't invoke God?
I'll answer you.
Yeah, in this
allow me to
hypothetical.
So in this hypothetical, again, I can appeal to virtue ethics, and it does not lead to human flourishing. On a more human level, the notion.
Right, you're saying it's psyop. I don't mean to interrupt, but the virtue ethics is a psyop. Okay, it is.
Okay, great.
Because that's not where it comes from originally, right? That's not where it comes from originally.
Don't care. Irrelevant. Anyway, so
it's not irrelevant. It's very relevant.
It's not though. So what I was saying was the fact that the fact that we could take two people, one an Orthodox Christian and one a leftist atheist hedonist, and both would not appreciate a third person kicking a puppy. We would agree that there is something there that even though the leftist atheist doesn't agree that they believe in X, Y, and Z, there is something there that is making them understand the experience of the puppy being kicked as bad versus neutral or good. You do agree or disagree with that? If I could get a yes or no, so I can continue my point.
Yes, most people. Yeah.
Okay. So the fact that one who does not know or understand the Christian ethic still has the same understanding of the outcome means that there is something external to the Christian ethic that makes one cringe at a puppy being kicked. Whether or not I personally, as some schmuck who's been streaming, who was supposed to stream TV, I don't know if you're still here, for 45 minutes while I roll up because I didn't have much time because I was pissed off because I had to fucking deal with shit and I was going to stream for a few minutes and then fucking finish How I Met Your Mother, House of Cards, and now I'm almost at the 4-hour mark and whatever. Maybe there's something inherent in humanity, in the way that my human brain works that does not need God, that tells me that, hey, kicking a puppy is wrong.
Remember when I asked if you wouldn't invoke God for the hypothetical, and then you went and invoked God when you said you wouldn't?
Do you recall that? I'm explicitly saying not God. I'm only talking about God. To specifically say I'm not invoking God.
I know, but don't invoke God or not God.
Okay,
I'm asking on an epistemological level.
Okay, fine. I can do that. Okay, fine. I will do that.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. I will do that. Okay, fine. I will do that. Well, regardless of what people believe, if you kick a puppy, they will not be happy. Why?
I feel like you're answering my question with a question. I'm asking you how you come to the knowledge that kicking a puppy is wrong. Are you just using consensus?
Harm.
Because I think you know it's wrong.
Harm.
I have to go. I'll be back, but I'm listening.
Puppy no like.
Okay,
I'll
why
be
do you
back.
care? Why do you
Drinking
care
a
if puppy
cup of
no
hot
like?
chocolate.
Because
Why
I
do you
like
care
puppy.
if puppy no like?
Because I like puppy.
If you didn't like puppy, it would be totally Gucci to punt it across the room.
No, then you
Like
would
if
be
I don't
bad
like
person.
cats, I can just
No,
like.
then you would be bad
Well,
person.
Why though?
Because puppy good.
Why is puppy good?
Why not puppy good?
Well,
puppy
this is
bad?
what I'm saying. You have come
Okay,
to the
fine.
conclusion
Okay,
that
fine.
puppy is
Hold on,
good and
hold on,
harm is
hold on.
bad,
Wait,
and I
wait,
agree with you, but you
I
haven't
think we-
come through that.
Wait
through
a minute.
Any, like,
Wait a
intellectual
minute. Wait a
means.
minute. Wait a minute. I think you're trying to dance around this. Okay,
What am
so
I
you're making
dancing?
a claim that I have nothing to base puppy bad. What is the basis? On which I would ignore hurting puppy bad? Why would I not appeal to that?
Wait, I'm not sure what you mean.
You are saying that without God, I cannot appeal.
No,
to-
I said no. I said don't invoke God. I said none of us are invoking God for this conversation. Okay,
fine, but that's what
I'm
you're
saying
getting
no,
to.
no
That's
God.
what you're getting to. So
No God.
puppy,
No, I'm not. I'm
puppy
asking
no
for
like,
your
puppy no like,
epistemology.
puppy no like, puppy no
Because
like,
you said you arrive
puppy
at these
no
things.
like, puppy no like.
Why
That's
do I
as far as-
care if puppy no like? Why would I give a shit? Why should I give a shit if puppy
Because you're
no
smart
like?
enough to understand that if puppy no
Bec-
like, then you might not like. And so if we do things
Let's
based on
say
the fact that other
let's say I
can I
again,
finish
said,
what I
let's
was
say
saying
I
though?
hate-
Or
yeah, but it's
you're gonna cut me off?
no,
so I
you
can't
can't
finish my
actually
argument?
because
Oh,
I
so
already
you're gonna
addressed
try to
this.
tell me that my argument doesn't exist as I'm telling you
Already-
the argument.
I
That's
already
the
addressed
Christian
it.
way. That's the Christian way.
I already
Hey,
addressed-
hey,
Stop
this guy's
invoking
got
God.
something to say. Let's
Stop
interrupt him so he
invoking
can
God.
actually say what he's saying. Puppy no like. I can empirically say puppy no like. When puppy no like, then the question becomes, why do I care if puppy no like? And that becomes a preferential statement that I like puppy. And then even if I say I don't like puppy, then I am that is an that begs the question of why that is different from the norm of caring about what puppy like. The question
So-
you're trying
so
to
is it
ask
just
you're trying to ask an axiomatic question. You're like, well, why don't you want things to hurt you? You don't want things to hurt you because they hurt
no,
you. You don't want things to hurt other things because you understand what hurting yourself means, and so you don't want that for other things because if
But
we
this
live
is-
in
this
a
is-
society, hold on, if we live in a society where things can be hurt, then you are subject to that. So I want to live in a society,
First of
in a
all-
world where things are not hurt for no reason.
Okay, first of all, that's like not even true. Like we live in a world of like factory farming and slaughterhouses, right? That doesn't mean that like we
not
necessarily
puppy.
suffer.
That's not puppy. That's not puppy.
I'm sorry. As soon as we go to a different animal, now it's totally cool. My mistake.
Yep.
That's retarded. And I'm putting you in charge because I have to pee really
okay,
bad.
fine. So I'll engage
But
with that.
I can still hear you. So
I'll
I'll still hear you.
engage
but
with
I'm
that.
just- yeah.
No, obviously is not okay.
Oh, and then also, sorry to interrupt. Sally, yes, I will bring you up. You will have to. Sorry, this is just housekeeping because Sally's sitting in the back. When I come back, I'll bring you up. You have to just
That's
count
one
up
of
in the
these.
back. I'm going to be gone right now, so I'll ask you to do that later. NDGs can explain. But yeah,
Yeah.
sound off, IJ.
He won't full screen me. Oh, this fucking fruitcake. All right. So the point that I like,
Look, I'm
I
fine,
don't need
fine,
a
I'll fucking
reason.
full
I
screen.
don't need a reason to kill a chicken. Or no. I'll take that back. The reason I kill the chicken is for sustenance. That's not the same reason why I would kick a fucking puppy. Give me a reason that that is akin to you staying alive with you chopping off the head of a chicken and you kicking a puppy. This is Christian cope. They're like, well, technically, there's areas where there's something that's kind of the same, but it has nothing to do with the principles that I'm actually appealing to. No, there's a difference between killing something for sustenance and just kicking a puppy. Unless you are making the argument, maybe Confluence will come back and make the argument that, hey, in my culture, in Canada, we kick puppies to their death and we eat them after we've kicked them to death. If that is Confluence's argument, then I will concede I have nothing to refute there. I will have nothing to refute there. Fox like that. Smoking spaceman on my side said, using a ton of words to explain empathy to him. I know, right? Edger's who said, knowledge, our ability to understand a multitude of concepts our propensity to create. And yeah, I mean, it's a practice in mental gymnastics, because you
Holy
need to
shit,
work
you're triggering me
backwards.
so hard.
You need to work backwards.
While I was peeing, I
Oh,
was like peeing all over the walls, all over the floor, because I was getting just so triggered, just pee absolutely everywhere, the ceiling, the entire thing. Okay, you said like so many retarded things. I can't even focus. First of all, the guy was that Box. I appreciate Box if that was Box, but the empathy thing, no, I'm asking an epistemic question. Get fucked. Although you did Box.
Spaceman.
Box was the one. Oh, well, okay. Well, yeah. Okay. Smoking Spaceman always mogs me. Box, though, donated for me to get a headset, and I actually got it. Look, that's why I don't have my Timu headset on. So shut up, Box, if you're there.
Box is a real one.
He's a real one. But okay. I had to rush back. Okay. First of all, so no, we do not kick puppies in Canada, but you are not a vegan. I am not. I'm not a vegan.
Why not?
My question, you're not understanding where my argument's going, and neither is Smoking Spaceman if he's talking about empathy.
Okay, then go.
Not understanding where my argument's going at all. Okay. The point is, we do actions, right? We have factory farming. We do actions where we don't need to do factory farming to live. Like, I don't need to go to the store and I don't need to go to Burger King and buy an original chicken sandwich to live. I could choose not to do that.
Vegan.
So, look, I'm not vegan. I'm just saying that. So if I got enjoyment from kicking a puppy, or I get enjoyment from eating a chicken, I mean, in both senses, I'm not doing it. The reality is, it's cope to say that I'm doing that because I absolutely have to. So otherwise, I could live without. I could buy free range even. I wouldn't have to go through a torturous thing, right?
Okay. So what you're saying is that the extent of reasoning behind factory farming is preference, is just want to. There's no aspect of sustenance.
There's an aspect of sustenance. I'm saying
okay. So if there's an aspect of sustenance,
when you and I make an individual choice, not for us. Not for us, there's not, IJ. Not for you, not for me. Not
so
for
I'm
on
not
an individual level.
by the chicken that I buy from the supermarket. I'm not.
You could be sustained. That's like saying
that's a different question. What I'm asking you is, am I sustained by the chicken that I buy from the supermarket? I'm specifically asking you that because I know that's the worst version of factory farming and everything. So when I go to the supermarket
and I eat it, I'm also sustained. The aspect of being sustained holds very little moral value in that context, right?
Okay, so stop trying to win. Just listen to what I'm saying.
I'm not trying to win.
You're trying to get ahead and win.
You're not even engaging in what I'm like trying to engage with.
I'm trying to lead you. I'm trying to make a point for you, and you're being defensive before I've even laid the point out.
I think you're laying the point that I'm not trying to make. But fine, go ahead.
If that's the case, then I will happily allow you on your own platform to tell me where I've been misguided. So
why, thank you.
What I am saying, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm not here. You ain't got to fucking fight this hard. It's your house, bro.
I don't know why you think. Okay. Stop saying I'm trying to win. I'm trying to have a conversation.
So what I am saying is that there is a different motivation, regardless of the morality behind the act itself. I am saying there's a different motivation between killing chickens for sustenance and kicking a puppy. Can you agree or disagree with that so that I may move on and you can add your caveats later?
Yes, there is a difference between those things.
Okay. So when I start calling dog torture, yeah, I know, right? Yeah. That's what these... Okay, so if we can agree that there is a different reason, there is a different motivation to kill a random chicken than to kick a random dog, then we can acknowledge that those are two different situations. They are not the same. It is not the same to kill a chicken for sustenance and to kick a dog for whatever reason, unless you're going to eat that dog, in which case we can have that discussion. We agree that those are different things?
Your motive changes a moral action. I agree.
So I am appealing to the notion that the motive behind doing what I am doing is sustenance, and no matter what it is behind the motive behind you kicking a dog, it cannot match the level of necessity of sustenance that I need to kill chickens, cows, or whatever it is.
Yes.
That's it. I'm saying it's not the same to kill meat for food and to kick a fucking puppy. That's all I'm trying to establish.
I know, and I'm not saying that either. I'm saying that if we go through different methods that are either cause suffering or harm, and it is and the reason we're doing it, again, I don't go to Burger King to get sustenance. I could get sustenance from other ways. I get the same protein values. I don't really care how the cows or chickens are treated at Burger King. I just do it because I enjoy the taste of chicken. I enjoy the taste of steak. And I'm saying this isn't even a veganism thing. This is why I feel like we're moving so off topic. My question was an epistemology question. How do you know what is morally wrong? You know it in the same way that you're not using an intellectual argument when you decide that kicking a puppy is bad. You might think you are. I don't even think you think that.
I'm not doing what when I say
when someone kicks a puppy and you have that guttural response that this is a bad thing, you're not using an intellectual reason to do that. You might post hoc use an intellectual reason to say that, but there is something in the moment, something in your core that is saying that that's bad. So when you said before, so that's why I'm bringing it up.
That's my argument, dude. That's my argument. That's the entirety of my argument.
Good. So now we'll punt this back. Now you got me saying punt too much. Okay. Now we'll go back to the God thing, because I would say in the same way that you just know something, you know it, you add the intellectual arguments after, but you know there's a good, you know there's an evil. I'm asking you to do that same thing with God on an experiential way, in your heart of hearts, not with an intellectual argument, not with someone showing you. I don't need to show you kicking puppy bad. You know kicking puppy bad. I'm asking you to do that with God, or at least accept that it's possible to do that with God.
Okay, can you be a little bit more specific? I'm with you.
I don't know. How do I be more specific?
Okay,
what way?
I'm with you. Walk me through it. Walk me through it. And if you're on my stream, we are still here. We just need any type. 99 cents will count. We just need to keep the stream running, and of course we'll get a treat for.
But I will happily let you up next so we can hash it out. I will happily let you up next.
Walk me through that.
Okay, so I'm saying when you know what I mean when I say like post hoc, right? Like you know that kicking puppy wrong, and then you feel that in your heart. And then you can definitely add arguments after the fact, but the moral intuition comes first for most people. And then you would look back and you would think, why is kicking puppy wrong? Well, okay, maybe I value animal life. Maybe I don't want another creature to suffer. Maybe it will somehow turn back on me and I will suffer too, right? That's how we go through that stuff. But in the beginning, you just see puppy being kicked. You're like, that's wrong, right? It's same thing with like incest, right? Incest, that's wrong. Then you'd have to work backwards. And I've talked about how it's like, it's a harder argument intellectually to make than people think when they say that incest is wrong. Obviously, it is wrong. But when you actually try to like play it out on an actual, it's surprisingly difficult. People get tripped up on that all the time. It's an easy W for people that like are emotivists that think that morality is just like purely like this bad because this icky, right? And so what I'm saying is, you know that morality is good and evil based on some internal feeling. And I think you actually do. I agree that you do. I'm not Andrew Wilsoning you. I actually think you do know that. I agree with you. I'm asking you to use that same standard for a question like God. Because when the conversation goes to God, all of a sudden you need intellectual answers. You need proof. You need evidence. You need all this stuff. But with good and evil, you don't need that. You just know kicking puppy wrong. So I'm saying on a guttural level, that's what I'm saying when I'm saying you need to experience it. You need to know it. It's not, you can add intellectual arguments after the fact, but that's why I brought up AOC when he says that no one is being convinced, no atheist being convinced by any intellectual argument. It's a different level of experience that gets people to this point. In the same way that if someone truly was like kicking puppy goated, there's very little I could say to them in terms of an argument that would make them be like, oh, I was retarded. Kicking puppy actually wrong. That's why psychopaths are very difficult to like actually fix, because if you don't have that guttural moral intuition, very hard to change it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Does that make sense?
There. Yes. I'm with you there. So what is the part that you, if you can spin that down to what I've said that you disagree with at this point?
It's not that I disagree. I'm trying to, like, I know I'm like saying a lot of words and I'm like waffling. I'm trying to say, in the same way that with moral judgments, you approach them from a internal point of view, and then you can back them up, but you have a guttural reaction that something like kicking a puppy is wrong. I'm saying when you move to God, all of a sudden, then you want intellectual arguments, you want evidence, you want all this stuff. You don't ask for those things to know good or evil. You know that instinctively. You know that on an intuitive level. And so why do you, if you're okay accepting good and evil without having evidentiary standards to do so, why, when it comes to God, all of a sudden you treat it in a different category of things, and all of a sudden you need like physical evidence as if we're talking about the existence of gravity or something? No, Bill Hicks, I am a Christian esotericist. Okay.
What was saying? What was the chat?
Does that he said you guys are both atheists, right? I said no. So does that make sense? Do you get what I'm asking you?
Yeah, I kind of. I mean, it's a very broad question. I feel like there's a lot where you feel like there's answers being given that are implied. I don't know. I'm just trying.
The fireball's got you fucked, hasn't it, IJ? I could tell. No shame in that. Look, I've been there. You know, I'm there in a lot of my streams, so no shame if that's the case.
We still got 6 people on my YouTube. I'm trying to. They're calling my fucking bluff. I'm fucking a fucking filter, so they can't fucking see anything. So they'll give me fucking money, and they're not giving me money. So I should just end the stream. But
someone give me money, okay? I need to freaking live. I've got Ag is the only one who supported, okay? Always be grifting, okay? Ag is the only one so far. There's 21 people watching. Come on, always be Morty gets a treat, I think, right? Morty gets a treat.
Well, yeah. I mean,
you're streaming too, so,
right, so here's what we'll do. What are we gonna do? You guys get to make the decision. So I need somebody to not be a bitch and put up 99 cents. You can either put up 99 cents on my channel, in which case we'll keep both running, or totally fine, you put the 99 cents on Compliments channel, in which case Morty still gets the treat. But we know that that's where you're at. So I just need to know, because now we're just fucking running time. Like, if y'all ain't watching, I'm just putting a fucking dildo up my ass. If y'all ain't here,
having McGinnis style.
I'm having a conversation. I'm down to have a conversation. But if nobody's on my shit, then, like, you know what I mean?
How much dono to permaban Indian Jesus? Says Anson. That'd be a.
I would love an answer to that question. How much Confluence?
Oh God!
Head on over.
We're running that'd have to be like 1,000. Even then, we got a show going. I mean, $1,000.
There we go.
Yeah. Okay, we got 99 cents. I didn't even know you could donate that. I thought the minimum was.
All right, that means the stream is over.
We have $10 from Marilyn. Bum for both of you. Thank you, Marilyn, and thank you, Ag. There we go. Let me do this. Thank you, both of you.
And I guess I'll end my stream. I'm not good enough for it. Like fucking things. I'm a little bit hurt, but it's okay. Okay. Right. Come here, Morty. Where are you?
Morty gets his treat. We're gonna full screen Morty, the Overlord.
We only have just eat it, bro. He threw up on the way to the vet and threw up on the way home, so he needs food. There you go. My old man.
Based Maryland and Ag chats getting Morty those treats. Yeah, you're not leaving, are you? You're like staying on
No,
my
I'm not
stream. aren't you,
leaving. I'm
Lynch?
just trying to decide if I need
Yeah.
to end my stream, and I think I should end my stream because
Because Sally wants you to at least stay here.
it's a little bit of a disappointment. But oh my goodness! Oh my god! Can I share? Wait, how do we do this? Let's boom, boom. Wait, hold on. We can do this. We can do this. That. No. Yep. Right? Yeah? Is that pulled
there we
up?
go.
Is that Maryland's thing there? Can you see it?
Let me pull it up. Yeah,
I don't know.
there
There's
we
so
go.
many fucking things. There's so many fucking things going on. Maryland with a $10. So on my channel, I am full screen, and we are giving Morty his fucking treat. Oh, thank you so very, very, very much. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, look at Maryland supporting both.
Where is he? Maryland doing
we're
the
in-
Lord's
well,
work,
we're in-
as they
We're
say.
in some Inception now. We see Morty being fed 3 times, once on the vertical, once on the horizontal, and once on my screen. Triple Mortys.
Yo, Maryland, thank you so much.
Oh,
Now,
we moved the wrong one. I accidentally removed you, Lech, instead of your screen share.
so
Okay,
what?
we're
Yeah,
back.
you can get rid of the screen share. So, okay, how do I stop this? Okay, boom. Boom. Nope, that's not what we want to do. I still need to screen share you. But beautiful. Maryland. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for that. I feel like I'm Oh, that's what
and
you
we got a dono from now we're freaking
Wait,
cooking from
Oh, you
fucking
have your-
Button. Yeah, I have it ready.
There
Wow,
you
people
go.
just
There
donate
you
money
go.
to streamers when they could solve world hunger.
You need a thing. You need a
Look, I'm starving too, okay?
exactly. You need a thing. Like I got the Morty treat. You need a thing. What every dono comes with a that.
Yeah, Morty treats, sound effects. What more can I give you people, okay?
Okay, okay, my stream is this. Your stream okay. Oh, you changed. Okay, that's why. I was like, why does
Oh,
it
it's
look
Smoking Spaceman. Yeah, I haven't seen you in a hot minute, brother. I thought you
different?
rejected me, okay?
Yes!
Good to see you.
Thank you, Marilyn. That's why, yeah. That's why I like.
I'm in a communist country right now. Okay, let's not forget that.
Wait, we have Soda and Emmett, and it's just me and you. What are we doing?
Yeah, Emmett, you should. Me and Emmett have beef going, so you could maybe mediate.
Oh, Emmett loves me. Me and
You can
Emmett are
mediate.
best friends. Emmett just loves everything I have to say. Yo, it's a fucking Sunday night. Come on up.
Emmett should come up.
with some
Emmett
balls.
should come up.
Start the year with some balls in your nuts. All right. Come on.
Me and Emmett are at least I'm trying to rebuild a bridge with Emmett. I don't know if Emmett's trying to rebuild a bridge with me or not, but there's been.
Hey, I'm happy to be
on both sides. Okay,
I'm
There's
happy
been
to be the
mistakes
enemy.
made on both
I'm
sides.
happy to be the enemy. That the two of you converge.
We can unite against you. Also, Sally is just sitting in that back chat, but Sally, unfortunately, you can't. You have to cam up in the back and then do a series of hand signs that I will give you because
don't have to be
Eduardo
on
is
camera.
out there. Eduardo is watching. Okay, so we're always on high alert for Eduardo. Okay, shout out to Eduardo.
I feel like I fucked shit up. I feel like I only had one version of sharing before, and now I have 2 levels. But it should make sense. So what is this? Okay, we do that, and then that, and what if I do this? Okay, I'm gonna stop. Okay. If you're on my stream, just hold your horses. Stop and share and everything. Okay, so we're full screen here. And what does this look like?
Just call tech support, which is like in the other room. I'm just kidding.
Because I'm Indian, right? Like
you're Indian.
Hello, can you help me with the thing? I don't know. Hello. There we go. That's what we're looking for. There we go. Maryland's having a good time. Maryland, like for real though. A big 10. Thank you. But wait, can we go back to the? This is the layout that I think destroys audio. Destroys the. I don't know. The difference between having the two full screens and the full screen both is so different.
Oh wait. Oh yeah, I'm in the wrong mode.
How do you? I just.
Like this.
Is that not? Is
It
that
better.
not
I
what
just
you
clicked
want?
the wrong button. That is what I want. I'm glad you pointed that
Hey
out.
man, real shit. Your fucking show. Your fucking shit. You do. Your
I always
fucking-
appreciate it.
I'm just saying. I'm covering my own face on my own stream with Marilyn.
Do you know how much? Okay, a little backstage. We'll get to the thing. I just got to complain about StreamYards. Okay, I thought when I was signing up, okay, it told me it was like, you know, I was on a Black Friday deal or something like that, you know, and I guess that only applied for 1 month. StreamYards, and this is in Canadian, so it's a bit different. They hit me with a $68 charge today. $68. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Because I guess the exchange, I guess it's $40 American, which ends up being 68. I thought it was like at most $40 Canadian. StreamYards is fucking pricey, man. Fucking pricey.
Whoa. Because I mean, I'm pretty. Whoa, that's alcohol. I'm pretty sure that because I do the first paid level. Because obviously, you know, if you're on my stream right now, you know, you could have the fucking StreamYard powered by StreamYard, or the fucking my own logo. You can switch to sides. I like to switch sides. It's a nice little thing when something comes up and it blocks on the top right, and you're like, oh, I'll just move it anyway. So this is the one level above the free version, and I'm almost sure it's like $280 something a year, and it has 3 destinations. So you get the 3 destinations, and then there's one level above that where you get like 10 destinations, and like you can have 100 people backstage. And it's like,
I think if I paid yearly, I think I would have saved money. And I was like, well, I'm not sure. I was trying it out, so maybe I should switch that. Sally, you are coming up. I already said to Sally, you have to cam up in the back. In the back, no one's gonna see you. Oh, well, I will see you. So, but you know,
he will.
So God will see you, I guess. But
not on YouTube.
Yeah,
he just needs to verify you, and then you can turn your camera back off.
Yeah, you have to cam up, and I will ask you to do a random hand sign, and then we bring you up. If you don't have a camera at all, unfortunately, I cannot bring you up. We are still on high alert. We probably always will be. Emmett.
You got a phone.
IJ, are you ready to moderate this? Emmett, is this you? Oh, Emmett is putting up the hand sign.
This is your channel. What do you mean?
I can do this.
What do you mean?
I'm
this fucking fruitcake. Oh, fuck you. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just.
Okay, Emmett, good to see you. IJ, you have to moderate, okay?
No,
or you have to let me and Emmett team up against you so that we can rebuild our friendship. Emmett, how's it going?
I can do that. All right. What do you fruitcakes want to fucking talk about, you Christian fruitcakes?
Emmett's not talking. Emmett, is this you?
I feel like I saw a movement on the fucking
Emmett?
avatar. Yeah, right? Yeah, this thing's fucking blinking.
It's blinking.
Yeah. Oh, the fucking Zoomer!
Oh, okay, there he is.
I didn't hear any. Oh wait, turn him up a little bit.
It is me.
Emmett, you're maxed. You're maxed on my end, Emmett. Can you turn your mic up at all?
I mean, I can turn him up.
But he must be quiet for the stream, and I have him on like max level.
Can you guys hear me now? Is there a problem?
You're still like so quiet though.
Quiet.
What are you talking about?
You just says me. Oh, I'm on the wrong stream. That's why. Okay, hold on.
Like you're probably like half our volume.
Yeah, I have no control over your volume.
I don't.
I mean, I can hear you. If we can be quiet. We'll go ahead, Emmett.
Well, I'm not gonna stay too long. I have to leave. Is this better?
You're already rage quitting. What the fuck, dude? No, I'm just kidding. It's a joke.
Very helpful.
Whoa. What the fuck? Whoa.
Yeah. Oh, you're better now, Emmett. Oh, I see you have a yarmulke on.
I think I need to G-code myself. This kind of abuse is not warranted.
Emmett, are we friends again? Do we have to hash things out? What's good?
Yeah, let me play.
Well, I don't
play.
know. It's my third world brain. It's complicated.
Do you
Sometimes-
understand? I didn't
sometimes
say
I
that.
don't.
You understand? I didn't say that.
Wait, Emmett, let me play the atheistic, secularist, heathen fucking moderator. So you two are above me as God-fearing individuals. Lay out your concerns, and
But
as the debased fucking scum, will
Okay.
try my best. So what is it
Makes
that
sense.
Confluence the Christian did?
Can you put us on a different camera angle or something? We look like very. I don't like this camera angle.
Ninja, what's your issue?
My
See, Emmett
issue?
Emmett wants this.
I don't
Emmett,
know.
you
I don't
want
have
this?
a-
You prefer this?
I'm okay
we
with
can-
that. Thank you. I don't have an
Okay,
issue
fine.
in and of itself. You know, my brain is too dumb to have an issue. So it's like I'm a third world
Agreed.
country, man, and it's
So you're not.
complicated.
You're fine. I'll explain the
Emmett,
if you don't want to
Emmett,
explain the
just go.
context.
Like, why do you got to do that? Like, do you have any idea how annoying that is as somebody who doesn't really know what the fuck you guys are fucking arguing about? and
Yeah,
you're coming
yeah.
up here,
Lech
you're
doesn't
saying,
even
"Okay,
know.
I don't know what's fucking going. Well, I don't know because like I'm just a good person. Well, I don't know because he's just so
I never
bad.
said I was a good person. What the
Say it
fuck
with
is
your
this guy
fucking
talking
chest.
about?
You got some
Emmett,
shit.
do you
want
want to say it or do you want me to say it? You can say it or I can say it.
Confluence? I think. I think it has been proven that you need to take hold of your own show and tell the audience what the fuck is going on. Because as a panelist, I have no idea what is fucking happening.
Okay, I will say. So me and Emmett, I'm trying to explain. I'm trying
Mute
to
him.
explain.
Mute him. Mute him.
I don't want to mute Emmett.
Are
I
you
don't
a
want to
man
mute
or are you
Emmett.
a
That's
bitch?
how it all. That's how it started last time.
Then mute him.
That's how this all started.
Oh, so you're gonna get put
Emmett-
down by a man
Emmett,
who's
we're
trolling
here-
you.
We're here
So
to
you're
build a
gonna be
bridge,
trolled.
okay?
So you're gonna be trolled. Say what you
I,
gotta say.
I just don't
So you
know if
mute-
I can
okay,
build a bridge.
So I'm in
when
charge
have
now.
Somebody is
I am the
spurging.
captain now. I am the captain now.
No, Lech, stop. Lech.
Oh, look at
Emmett
that
was.
spurg.
I am the
Okay.
captain now.
Somebody get that little bit. of
Emmett
Darth
gets muted.
Wrangler.
Emmett gets muted. Confluence talks. Then Confluence is muted, and Emmett gets to talk. Do
I
it.
said I
Do it.
don't
Oh,
have much
shit.
time. I really have to leave. My
Wait,
brother
wait,
is here. He's waiting for me.
Okay, so Emmett, then
Okay, go.
say, then like what? So yeah. So Anson said that you were from the third world, and which Anson says that shit about me. He says that I'm a communist. He says I'm retarded and everything, right? So
Mhm.
yes, you're mad because I laughed about it, which I understand. I laughed about it. It doesn't mean I agree with it. It's just it was an out of pocket Anson comment, right? It's an out of pocket. Anson does this all the time. He does this to everybody, literally everybody, myself included. And it doesn't mean I agree with it. Doesn't mean I'm making fun. It's just like I laughed, right?
Okay, yeah. Let's just start with a different thing real quick. I know
Okay,
Anson
and then your response?
is Anson. Can I
Wait,
can I
wait,
go
wait,
ahead
wait,
and ask
Emmett,
a question
Emmett, hold on,
about
hold on.
about simple?
Yeah,
things?
no, Emmett
like,
has limited
can you
time,
please tell
IJ.
me
So let him ask.
Wait, I
Can
just
you
want to.
please tell
I just
me-
want to try this in the right direction. Hold on.
Oh
Emmett,
my God.
do you agree?
Can I have a look? You know what?
Yes, brother. I'm trying to
leave
give you the floor.
because
Do you agree with what he just
Spurgatron
said?
is
Yes or
way
no?
too spurgy today.
Do you agree with the situation he just put forth? Yes or no?
He agrees. He said that
Okay.
Anson is
Okay,
Anson.
great. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so let's start here. Can you please tell me any religion which you marry anybody and then you can just sell them like a dog?
I don't know. It sounds Islam coded, but I'm not sure.
Sounds
Do
Christian.
you think you can? Do you think you can go to Islam country, marry an Islam chick, and then sell her like a dog in the market?
Probably
Oh,
not actually, but I think there's probably
Yep.
parts of like sub-Saharan Africa that is like Islam adjacent that does happen. I do think that, but in general, no, I think that is like probably not allowed in most Islamic countries. Probably not.
I'm not talking about slave. I'm talking about a wife.
Yeah, no, I think unfortunately, I think there is certain parts of sub-Saharan Africa where that does happen, but in general, I would think probably not in the broader Islamic world. That's my honest answer. Could be wrong.
So Islam tells you that you can just sell your wife. It doesn't tell you that in order to, for example, remarry or divorce them. You need to have actual.
No, I said the opposite. I said in the
reason
broader
to.
Islamic world, you can't. I said in certain parts of sub-Saharan Africa, I think where it gets blended with Islam and also some like weird kind of pagan adjacent beliefs, I think that can happen. But in the broader Islamic world, so I'm not sure what exactly you're asking, but yeah,
Because
I don't think
my
it's like sanctioned by
argument,
the Hadith or the Quran or anything.
well, my argument with the whole thing about dogs not having any moral standing, it's just about preference base, has to do with the fact that you can sell them, right?
It does, but Emmett, it does, but it
Oh, and
also doesn't.
but
Like,
it was funny. It was funny because I thought women are just property, exactly like dogs, and you were like, yeah, that was Emmett's position, right? It's
but
funny.
when did I wait? When did I? I don't. That never
Oh,
happened.
well, fine.
I don't even know what you're
I'm
referring to.
I agree. It's my, you know what? My bad. My memory is just fucked. I spent
No,
2
I'm
hours
being
reacting to
You
serious.
agree
shit.
that you
Emmett.
don't know what
My
he's referring
memory is
to?
just fucked. Yeah,
Wait, Emmett,
I
Emmett, Emmett,
agree
Emmett,
with
I'm
that.
being
hold on. Wait,
serious. I
Emmett,
never
Emmett,
said
Emmett,
you
Emmett,
think
Emmett.
women are
I'm
property.
lost
That
as
I've
well.
never said that.
Yeah, I'm lost as well. I'm lost as well. It feels like you're trying to take a win on a point, and I don't want
I'm
you
trying to
to
take a
be
win.
lost
I
on that
just
point.
lost that. I just lost that point. I agree. It's my brain is kind of fucked, so it's impossible for me to remember correctly. You see?
Emmett, I've
It's not
literally
you.
never said you think
You
women are
know how
property
it's
that can be sold. I've
it's so
never said
weird how
that.
quickly you go to that. Anytime anyone questions anything, you say, "No, I'm retarded. I'm retarded. I don't know
I
nothing about
am.
nothing. I'm retarded."
Oh
Bro, just
oh my
stand
god.
on business. I'm not fucking trying to say
I
you're wrong. I'm just trying to understand what you said. Why do you have to immediately? No, I must have been wrong. I'm a fucking retard. Oh my god. Oh my god. Just say what you fucking
it's just
said. I,
it's just my
I'm
third
not as
world brain.
familiar.
It is what
Emmett,
it
you
is.
said
You have to accept it.
you agreed with the third world. You said you agreed that was I thought we moved past that.
Yeah,
You said you
I
agreed that's
agree. I
Anson
have
being
it.
Anson. I apologize for laughing. It's just it was Anson being Anson. It was an out of pocket thing I laughed at. I thought you said we are going to move on from that, and you wanted to talk about the dog thing, and then I said that you think women are property and you can sell them, which I never fucking said that. Like anyone can
it
find
was
the
something
clip. I
everybody
never
agreed on
said that.
panel that was said about my argument. You know, it's really funny that people go on and tell me they have a third world country a brain and I cannot make any kind of arguments, and you're like, yeah, it's fun. But then when I go ahead and try to question
I
them
didn't
about
say
any part of my
yes.
arguments, every single time they have to do a straw man, or they have to do something retarded like, oh, you say that you can sell dogs, and their reply is, yeah, like a wife. Oh yeah, wife are property now. We can sell them. It's
I
like, wow,
never
amazing.
said
That's
that,
exactly
Emmett.
what I said. I
I
wasn't
never-
asking how much.
I
how much
never
a-
have said
how
that.
much a
You are
wife costs.
completely mischaracterizing me. I've never said that. So you're either intentionally lying about me right now, or you're grossly mistaken. Which I don't know, because you reviewed my whole
it's
stream
hard.
and put me in the thumbnail and all this cuck
Yeah,
shit,
yeah.
which is
I
fine.
know it's-
But then
I
don't
know it's really
misrepresent
hard.
me if you're going to go through
Emmett.
everything I said in a random conversation on stream and then
Emmett.
lie about what
understand,
I'm
I
saying.
understand. I know
Emmett,
it's
do you
really
care that
hard
my
to-
entire chat is like, "Oh, you're fucking retarded," and you're saying you don't know nothing purposely so that you can imply a double negative?
I don't. Do I care about your chat? Is that the
Yeah.
question?
No, I mean, not about
Do
the
I care?
chat specifically,
Yes,
about the points being
I
made.
care a lot
About the
about
points
your
being
chat,
made.
Indian Jesus.
No,
It's like
no,
whenever
no,
I think about them, I'm thinking about,
no,
oh, please, Sally, say yes to me. I wanted to go on and have a little bit of time with you. Oh, Sally, I mean, in this video case, it's gonna be Chatty, right? Oh, Chatty, please, Chatty, go out with me. It's the first time I ever seen a woman in my life.
Emmett, you said
No, I was
you have
saying
limited
the
time.
validity of what my chat is saying, not
My
my chat
God,
specifically,
Chatty.
but the points my chat aren't making.
Hey, Chatty, I just wanted
No,
to
no,
let
no,
you
no,
know
no,
that I
no, no,
care
no,
about
no,
you, Chatty.
no. So do you care?
Can you
that everybody
understand?
who
I
listens
never
to you
said that.
Thinks that you are bullshitting, not about my chat specifically, about the points that you are making. You care about the weakness of your points.
My weakness of my points. I mean, I went through
Yes.
the whole stream when they were just talking shit about me, not
Okay.
even being there. And then I got confluence to be like, yeah,
That's not the
I don't want to
question.
see you responding to
Why are
that.
you
It's
so
gonna be
allergic
so
to
hard for
answering
me. And
questions?
I'm like,
It's a
okay,
yes or no
I understand confluence. I care about your feelings, and you know your feelings are precious to me. So
Okay, so the weird thing is, Emmett, when I say that to you, I mean it. When I say that to you, I mean it. When you say that, you're sarcastic. And that's
You're an asshole.
I actually do care about your fucking feelings, okay? And apparently you don't care about mine, which is fine. Well, it's actually not fine. It's
I love being called an asshole when I say I care about your feelings. It's
Bucks,
amazing.
go put that in Confluence's chat.
when did I what? You're like you're misreading stuff in real time that I'm saying, Emmett.
And that's
I'm saying it's
no,
if you're
no.
it sounds like you're
You're
being
not- you don't- you
sarcastic.
didn't
That's what
call
I
me-
said.
You didn't call me
He
an
is
asshole.
being
I-
sarcastic. And that's the
I,
point that we can all
I-
see it.
Indian
And he thinks
Jesus
he's
called me an
smarter than
asshole, and you
everybody,
were-
that he can
and it was
do this.
great.
And not only you and I
Did
don't
I-
see it, but the chat doesn't see it. The chat is like, why is he doing this?
The
Like,
chat-
Confluence or what? You're trying to have a
Chatty.
conversation. Why is Emmett Switz
Chatty,
Golden Steinberg doing this?
I love you, Chatty. It's the first time I needed the approval of somebody in my life.
Hey,
It had to be you,
3
Chatty.
new subscribers.
Let's forget about the chat.
Hey, Chatty.
Chat is all that matters. Until you understand that, you will never live. I don't know. I was
He's
almost
not
there.
engaging. He's
Had a
just
cool
trolling.
moment. I almost had a cool
Well,
moment.
I was trying to, but it's impossible
Emmett,
when people ask me
you
to.
already I thought you
about.
agreed. Okay,
But Chatty.
IJ, one second. Emmett, I thought you agreed with me that on that thing that you reviewed on stream, right? I didn't say anything negative about you. Your worst accusation is that I
What?
laughed when Anson made a typical Anson out of pocket comment.
I never said you didn't say anything bad about me. Well,
What did
don't
I
know
say?
what you're
CT,
talking
I see you in the back. I'll pull you up. I just want to get through the chaos briefly first, but I will bring you up. And same with you, Sally. I know you've been sitting there for a bad amount of time. But Emmett, what did I say bad about you on that stream? Right? It was brought up. Someone asked me to explain the situation. I explained to the best of my ability. Anson said a comment, and I laughed, and that seems to be your main point. You've brought it up a million times. You keep saying, I'm just from the third world, which is something I never fucking said. It's just something I laughed at when Anson said something that I thought was out of pocket. And so I laughed because he said something that obviously I think is ridiculous and is not actually like, I don't think that you're retarded because you're from a third world country. Obviously not, right? I laughed at an out of pocket comment. That seems to be, if I said something worse, please
Oh
fucking
my
tell me when I
God.
said that was worse.
I thought I was gonna be crying today, and it's kind of hard for me.
So
Let me
not
tell you
answering the
something. I will say
You have
this.
a
There's
very-
a whole
I will
stream
give
I
you
made.
credit where credit is due.
Oh,
You have a very
wow.
good skill
It's super
of
great that you asked me a question and
finding
he
the
just kind of
moment
talks
of,
over me.
oh,
Anyway,
I could
just said I
lose
didn't have
at
much
this
time, so
moment.
I have
but
to
I'm just
go.
gonna
IJ, let him.
I agree that
Let him
this
say.
is so much better than me
thing
trying to
that's
let you
happening is
speak
the
during the
blue
whole time
and the
that we
sky
talk instead of
and
being
the
called an
clouds
asshole.
above our
and
IJ,
talking
heads.
about
IJ,
it,
let
just
Emmett.
start telling you
Emmett's really
shit in the
quiet, so
middle
it's
of
hard
the
to hear
thing.
him.
So,
Emmett is a
thank
real
you for
fan.
having me on. I have to go. Have a good one.
Oh, bye.
Wow, that was so fucking productive. Fuck me. Jesus Christ.
Sorry. Okay. I'm done. I will not say that again. But that's the most basic bitch behavior you can do. Exactly at the moment where we're like, okay, everybody stop. Let's let Emmett say what he wants to say. Okay, well, I'm gonna go.
I think his mic was quiet.
We were
So,
quiet. We let him
CT,
go.
good to see you.
What's up, y'all?
Go to the chat if you had an issue hearing Emmett.
Yeah, no, I really wanted to get my 2 cents to say something to Emmett because I've been in the stream with him like 3 times, and in my
Emmett, come
opinion,
back up.
I hope he's still here listening. In my opinion, Emmett, he is a bad faith, not even debater because it's not a debate. He's a bad faith streamer. He just brings up points that
Okay, we're not. I understand your perspective. If Emmett wants to join, Emmett is still listening. If he wants to join, he could join. But even though I'm frustrated with Emmett, yeah, it's like I don't want us to. If Emmett can't be here, which he says he's got family stuff.
I get that.
Fair enough.
And I don't want to just
There'll be plenty of time. Okay, so
I'll be respectful. I won't say anything else about that. Yeah.
fair enough. So Emmett, you're down for let me know if you're down for an opportunity for you and CT to chat.
But yeah, I mean,
But yeah, so CT, you're welcome to hang around. We were talking about God before. We're like, I understand we're all like derailed in a different direction, but we're talking about God, morality. Jordan Peterson, you're welcome to hang out. If you just wanted to talk about Evan, that's fine too. I understand.
No. I hopped on because you always have the what do you call it? The
Indian Jesus.
No, you have like a specific term when you're having these religious conversations. Confluence. What do you title the streams? When
it depends. Sometimes I call it a religious chaos panel.
That's it.
That's it. Yeah.
That's
I see you, Sally, in the back. I'm going to add you, sir. I know you've been waiting so long, Sally. Okay, bringing you up
Sally,
too.
there we go. Let's hear from Sally. And I would love then, Confluence, if you would jump back into the video. I'm curious as to what was said and what your response to that is. But Sally.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Oh, Sully.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. So my question was to was it IJ? So I understand that you said about good and evil that you understand the difference. So who dictates that? What are your standards based off of?
Aristotelian virtue ethics. Human flourishing versus human suffering.
So I understand your analogy about the puppies. My question would be, what if you were to live in an area that you were unfamiliar with all of that? Would you still have the same standards of like picking the puppy? Like, what if the puppy did something that merited, or it like that's the quickest way to like move it out of like being in danger?
Yeah, that sounds like the quickest way to get people to not steal from me is to kill them. Like, yeah, the quickest way to not get a puppy to rip up my furniture is to kill the puppy. But I don't really see how that really.
Well, I think the point is, I think you would sometimes kick a puppy, right? Like, let's say puppy's about to be set on fire.
Nope.
Really? No? Puppy's about to be in.
No, what? Give me this situation where I would kick a puppy.
There's fire, and the puppy's about to
For those who don't know,
explode.
I am a professional dog trainer. I am a certified professional dog trainer. So give me the situation where you think I would kick a puppy. And you said puppy. You didn't even say dog. So I will open up. Give me a situation where you think as a professional I would kick a dog.
Yeah, I said puppy because you were the one using puppies. I just wanted to.
But I'll open it up.
Scenario.
So yeah, what angry? A tiger is about to eat the puppy. Tiger is like literally about to eat. You don't have time to give a command or to bend down. So you kick the puppy out of the way of the tiger. You wouldn't do that? That's a good example.
Bending down, like if I were to bend down, I could potentially put myself in a scenario where now my head is closer to the like.
Now you're tiger food as well as the puppy. Now you're both dead.
Yeah, no, I've got a lot of respect for angry. Absolutely. If it were to save the life of the puppy, I would absolutely kick it.
So
that is I feel like that is a huge caveat that must be included if we are realistically talking about the morality of doing what we're doing. I think that I don't think you can talk about the morality of kicking a puppy to save its life without addressing the notion that you're doing such.
Well, and to be fair, you said you're a virtue ethicist, and so you would say I am as well. So I would say the reason kicking a puppy is bad is because of like the sadistic tendencies or the intention or the lack of care. It comes down to intention. If your intention is to save the puppy's life, I wouldn't say it's wrong anymore because I think morality is like almost completely like intention based.
Yeah. So what if I believe that kicking puppies was good? How would you convince me otherwise based off of your standards? Convince me that kicking a puppy would be bad.
So I would just
or good, sorry.
I would just make the parallel. Yeah, I would just make the parallel between humans and puppies. And if you went around kicking people all day, then how would that reverberate?
But I want to do it. That's my truth.
Sure, great. Yeah, it's a lot of people's truth that they want to smack themselves in the face. A lot of people's truth that they don't align with the biology of their body. Just because people think things doesn't mean it's true. It doesn't mean it's valuable in any respect. And so, yes, I could agree that it is possible that you could be unjustly under the impression that kicking puppies is the way to make society better. But I just have the empirical evidence to show that you're wrong.
I don't think you have that empirical evidence.
Yeah,
I don't have the empirical evidence.
Be?
Okay, what empirical? So, okay, we agree that pain receptors, at the very basic level, pain receptors exist in dogs.
What if they don't?
They do, though.
We know that.
Humans can't get it.
No, but we do, though.
Or,
why would you? Why would
yes,
you? Why would
that they have that they have pain receptors? Yes, but what if the dog doesn't? Like humans have the also
now you're making a
people that
claim.
have like
You would have to claim that dogs operate differently from other lifelike beings.
No, both are affirmative claims.
Hold on. No, they're not. There is
they are. Why would you assume that dogs experience pain in the same way humans do? That's also an affirmative claim.
I'll bite that bullet. It's a stronger claim that a being doesn't. Or excuse me, it is a stronger claim that a being appreciates pain versus a being not appreciating pain. Can we agree on that?
Whether or not we appreciate pain?
It is a stronger claim that a being prefers pain versus no pain. That is a stronger claim than, well, I don't like pain, so probably the dog doesn't like pain.
I don't know.
I have more evidence to show that if I go with the nervous system, I go against the nervous system of the dog, that the dog is going to have behaviors that indicate a lack of preference towards what I'm doing to hurt the
yes.
dog.
I think we can go wrong with that though, because like what do they call like nociception? I think it's like the technical term. Of like a response to some type of like unpleasant or damaging stimuli, but like you have like very simple, like an insect could like display some types of signs of that, right? Where an insect, if you like go to swat it, it'll run away.
I'm talking about a dog.
Well, I know, but it's just so I'm saying it's not necessarily a given that just because an animal, seems to experience pain in the same way we do, that they're actually experiencing pain.
Okay, fair enough. It may not be given. It may not be given, but if we were to go based on probability, then it's more likely that if a dog has a quote unquote what we perceive as a negative reaction to what we perceive as a stimulus of pain, that's more likely akin to our perception of pain than it is to be a completely different experience of nerves.
Yeah, I think knowing like a dog.
The notion that we understand what pain means and that I can punch myself in the face and be like, I don't like that. Then I can kick a dog and see that there's a similar reaction. Maybe the dog doesn't like that. So I can be obtuse and act like there's no direct connection because of the fact that there's not. But like we understand.
I think there's still something a bit being smuggled in, though.
Wait. You have to go outside of basic rationality to determine that a being on Earth that acts in this way is reacting this way differently than other beings on this Earth react this way because of this way. You see what I'm saying? If you punch a human and they're like, fuck, that hurt. And you punch a dog and they're like, arr! You would have to be doing mental gymnastics to determine that the dog is yelping for a different reason. That person's like, fuck, I don't like that. The Occam's razor would tell us that, okay, humans have language. So hey, fuck you, don't hit me. Well, the dog doesn't have that. But at the basis is the same reason that they don't like that.
I agree. I think the thing being smuggled, though, is like, yes, I think this works with like dogs, but like a spider is a being on Earth that will run away from stimulus. I don't think it's necessarily wrong to like squish a spider, especially if it's in my house, right? So I agree with you with the puppy example. I think your implication, though, is that we should care about what the puppy likes, which I agree, but that's because I think I have like...
No. The point is, if you care about what the puppy likes, then what to do is not up for question. If you care what the puppy likes, then kicking the
Right,
dog
I
is
guess,
not
yeah.
is not an option.
I
So
think that's fair. I
this
guess
is
so.
my problem, and exactly, smoking space, man. We're explaining empathy again, and so yes, I agree with I agree with you, Christians, that secular humanism, which is where this always comes back to, does not give you a reason why you should care about what the puppy cares about, or the person, what the person cares about. I agree with you. That is a misnomer, or that is a whatever problem. What I am
Sorry,
not
I
willing,
feel like
what
I
I'm not
should
willing,
say this.
if I may,
I
if I may, if
did
I may
just
just tie the bone, what I'm not willing to accept is that you cannot understand that when the idea of kicking a puppy, and you can't understand the difference between why a person would not like that and why a dog would not like that.
no, I was okay. Here, may I ask a question?
Yeah.
How do you differ? Like, how do you measure the value of a puppy versus a child? They're both the same age. How do you differentiate?
Are you asking personally or objectively?
In your view, so personally.
My view, I have a because even though I am an atheist, I was born into the Catholic Church and I was raised up in the Catholic, or I'll just say the Christian ethic. I believe there is an inherent value to human life, and that that is higher than anything we could see in any other animal. But if you like, I have there's levels and degrees. So if you ask me on a general statement, does human life matter? I will say yes. If you ask me on a level,
why?
Okay, hold on. If you ask me on a human on a level, is it okay that some people die sometimes? I will also say yes. If you ask me, okay, is it okay that dogs are not treated as well as humans? I will say yes. But if you say this dog will not be treated as well as you want it to be treated, is that okay? I will say no, because it is based on my personal preferences, and I acknowledge that my morality has inherently at its base, just like everybody else, has an inherent what's the word? Necessity of preference. I don't believe that a non-preferential morality exists.
If I may interject here, what I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, what I heard is that you have these morals of good and bad based off of your own your religious background, right? So it sounds like to me like you're taking the goody goodies, like the good stuff of Christianity and like God and all the things that the Bible talks about, and just applying it and saying these are my own ideas. Now, if you were to remove the Bible out of the equation, then let's say that you lived in a cannibal island, which do exist. How do you try to like explain to them, no, you can't be eating these people with your atheistic
Do you want to
view?
be eaten? Do you want to be eaten?
You know that? Do you understand
Do
that
you want to
there's
be eaten?
actually rituals? Hang on.
I thought the question.
Oh, you know what? I'll entertain it. Do I personally want to be eaten with the current mindset that I have, with my own knowledge?
Yes.
I do not.
Why not?
Because I value my life.
Why?
I value my life because
doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter.
No,
it doesn't matter,
I enjoy. I'm answering your question. I love serving the people that I love and being with everybody here.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. I'm glad that you feel that way. But even if you value your life for a different reason, for a very superficial reason, for a silly reason, that doesn't change the fact that your value in your own life is something that should be valued inherently, whether you believe in a God or you believe in whether you believe in evolution, whatever it is. There is a way to come to, hey, my beliefs matter more than other people's beliefs. My beliefs matter more to me than other people's beliefs matter to other people. All of these things come together. There's no contradiction. You have not presented a contradiction.
I'm not saying that there is, but I also wanted to add something too.
Great.
The reason why, which is like really important, but the reason why human life is important, in my opinion, is because we are created in God's image, and we have the capacity to do a lot as well. Sorry guys, I should have started with this. I did smoke recently, so, and I had a
I'm
lot of
drunk as
caffeine,
shit.
so
It's fucking true. We
It's
on
all
the
good.
same
You're
page, bro. Don't
company,
worry. Don't
okay?
so
worry.
I want to make sure that, like, it's not that I'm trying to dodge or anything. It's just, shoot,
Oh,
sometimes I forget.
we good. We good. We having fun.
We're all good. Yeah.
Shoot, and there was something else that you had said that I wanted to bring up, but I'm gonna let you guys take over because I can't remember where we left off.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I just to reiterate, I think it comes down to this. In general, I think if we talk about America, I think there's a. My dog's so fucking cute. My dog's fucking.
Can't bring you up, CT.
Oh,
You can cam down if you want, or you can stay cammed up to you.
Cam up,
I'm
bro.
pulling you up.
Yeah, I think there's an over reliance on religiosity in general and Christianity specifically, and I don't like that we can't look at the more what's the word, more just like out there aspects of exploring and understanding life in a way that hasn't been articulated or presented before. And if nothing else, there's a lot more that I have, but if nothing else, it feels like that's the biggest issue with religion, is that it always brings us back to, well, no, we've already got this answer. It's that.
Give me an example of, like, what do you mean by that? Like, we already have an answer.
Like, we don't need to understand the universe. God made it. He snapped his fingers, and in 7 days, he figured everything out, and that's what it was.
Don't
maybe
agree
there's
with
some
that.
maybe there's some beautiful physics that happened. Maybe evolution and materialism is real. And
So-
But
by
IJ, your
nobody,
critique,
by nobody.
your critique is
Hold
like
on, let me-
only of like certain like fundamentalist Christians, though, right? Like you're acting like that critique works for like anyone who's a Christian or anyone who's religious, but it doesn't, right? Like,
right? No,
because I think
that's a
Sally
broad-
said she doesn't believe that. I don't believe that.
Yeah.
So it's like,
yeah, no, that's what, I'm not pointing that at anybody. I'm just speaking broadly. I think that the notion of Gnosticism, in the sense that I use the word agnosticism, in the sense that, oh, I know how we got here. I know what this was. I know where we're going. Those things, it's so frustrating and it's so heartbreaking, because it's like, what could we do if you accepted that you didn't know and we were willing to find out more?
So here's the thing: you understand that there are scientists that are Christian, and a lot of these communities, what they say is that why they got into the field of science was to see. I'm gonna just speak paraphrase here, is seeing God's work and like trying to measure him and like understand God in a in a reality type of sense. And have you by any chance, because I love listening to debates and all of these types of things, because I love hearing what each side has to say. And if you listen to John Lennox, he's a mathematician at Oxford, and he has like 3 PhDs and stuff, and he debates people like Richard Dawkins and all of these other big guys, and he has such a really eloquent, simple way of explaining things. And if you are open to it, it's something that I would recommend, because this goes above my head, because I can't remember certain words. Like, I'm kind of new to being on the apologetic side of things, but would that be something that would genuinely interest you?
I mean, if you're asking if I'm familiar with the ideas that are in that are presented that buck against what I'm saying, I feel like personally, I don't expect anybody else to know this, and I don't expect anybody else to be like, well, it's Lutch knows this shit. I'm not expecting.
No, just a conversation.
Yeah, but I feel personally, I do feel like I was born in the Catholic Church. I was brought up in the Catholic Church up until I was in 8th grade, and then I went into the Methodist Church, and I was confirmed. And I went through all the Stations of the Cross and all of that. And so
Anson was right. I thought he was joking. You are a lapsed Catholic.
Yep.
Like for real. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah. And so I feel like I have a different experience in terms of what it is. Now, that being said, I feel like the experience that I got as a Christian was so very like, okay, let's say I'm going to use the frame that I have. Let's say the experience of God is this. Let's say that's the experience of God. I feel like being Christian is taking you from not knowing shit here to right here. And it's like, okay, you have some understanding, but all the real shit, it's just like, trust me, bro, faith. That's what I felt as a lot of my Catholicism, like while I was a Catholic. That's a lot of what I felt. And like I said, the reason that I changed, I was in 8th grade. It was, my parents were the driver behind. They wanted to have a youth mass in the Catholic Church, and the father of my church was, not really down. Like, oh no, this is how we do things, whatever. So we went to a Methodist church the next time over, and whatever. Point being that I think there is such a strong what's the word? There's such a strong authority complex where it's like, oh, somebody who knows tells you this thing, that for you to even question it, it's like, whoa. Why are you questioning anything? Whereas in the rest of the fucking world, skepticism and cynicism even is the way that we verify truth. You should be a cynic. You should be a skeptic.
Absolutely. The Bible calls for that too. The people that don't do it, that is not correct. And that is not a
That's the thing.
thing.
It feels
shouldn't
like
be
you're
a thing,
kind
but
of
it is
throwing
a
out the baby with the bathwater. Though, like I agree. I've had the same frustrations with like different Christians and different churches, but like that's obviously like hashtag not all Christians, hashtag not all Christianity, right? Like you can still be a Christian and then be seeking. At least that's what I do, and people call me a heretic for it. So, great assault.
No. We should be looking into everything. How is it that we know what we know now? It's through evidence, looking at the claims, looking at everything. So for people that say, oh, just God, that's the God of the gaps, right? Am I correct? So I think that if you were to really talk to like a Christian that like knows their stuff, they would not answer that way. That's like when they say, oh, you just gotta pray the negativity away or something. Like I've heard many stories of people being hurt by our fellow Christians, and I know that we have some work to do ourselves, because this is how most people see. I get usually attacked, not like physically, but I have people that get super defensive and all of these things, and I'm talking to them like I'm talking to you guys right now, and I understand that they're coming from a place of hurt, but I wanted to ask, have you read the Bible for yourself?
Yeah, that was the that was the initial, that was the initial domino that started all of this, that turned me into who I was. I didn't understand how visceral the Bible was. And so even just like from the very beginning, understanding Job and his daughters, I was just like, hey, wait, what? Why is this?
He got new kids at the end, and it made it all okay.
Oh, that makes it all better.
I think he even got like twice the amount of kids, if you think about it.
It sounds to me like it's more symbolic, because the story of Job to me is God using the devil to bring Job closer to him, because I don't know if you remember Job. or because I don't think I heard if you've let me just finish my statement. I'm sorry, guys. When I think of the story of Job, yes, I think of the fact that God used Satan to bring Job closer, because when you read scripture, you see that Job was just a very ritualistic person, and he was just very methodical, very by the book, step by step, but didn't really have a relationship with God. Like he wasn't talking to God, he wasn't having and like he didn't like pray or anything like that. He was just doing everything methodical. And then he put then Job was going through all the things, and he's talking to all of his friends, and all of his friends are giving him all of these depictions of God that are not accurate. And then you have the youngest friend come in. He's like, I don't have that many years in my life, but this is what I know. And he's actually describing God in his character. So Job, there's verses in Job where it says like, and Job did not sin with his lips. So that tells me that like he was mad at God, but he wasn't saying anything. And then when Job is now talking like to God and telling him like, woe is me, and God's like, oh, like were you there when I was creating the earth? And he starts going on this whole thing. And then Job's like, oh my gosh, my ears have heard of you, but my eyes see now. Like my eyes see you now. And that's what I mean. Like I don't think that Job fully understood him. And now that Job had now fully understands God, now he as the man of the head of the household can now like reintroduce God to his family, because the Bible talks a lot about having like a death and being reborn. So that's the way that I had interpreted, and I'm happy to hear what you guys think.
Do you see, can I ask, do you see Job as like a symbolic story, or do you think that there was a literal guy named Job that kind of got like royally fucked in a lot of ways?
I think that he was a man. I'm not too sure on how to like, because I have to look at the way that it's written, whether it's like poetic, because I can't really remember.
So if you're not sure about that, how would it change your perception? Can you talk to me about how, okay, if it was more of a story than this, but if it was more of reality than this?
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So I would say that Job is actually considered to be the oldest story of in the Bible. It's not Genesis. Well, at least that's what some theories. And I think Job is a really good example of showing us God's character. So I don't think that
I agree.
So I don't think that it's way. So I don't think that he like straight up like killed his family. I think
God will fuck your shit up, bro. He will fuck your shit up for reasons. Like, okay,
and the reason I say that is because of Genesis.
Let's get into it. We know what we know. I'm an atheist. I have read Job. It seems absolutely insane to me to give any reverence to somebody who would do what was done to Job. Why am I off base? Let's just go broad strokes. Why am I off base? So if I feel like if God was a moral being, there would be no such thing as the story of Job, because a moral God would not put Job through what Job went through.
So
it wouldn't be a matter. It wouldn't be a matter of you have to suffer to this degree.
Especially how the story is presented. The story is presented, right? Like if we take it, that's why I take it personally in the more poetic sense, because the story is presented that Job is so blameless, and then like Satan comes in, and Satan's like, no, he's only blameless because you do good things to him, and it's like a bet between God and Satan, and then God's like, fine, you can harm him, you can't kill him, you can like take away his kids, you could do. It's a kind of a messed up story, right? Like just on its face, you know.
I think like that without any other context. Yeah, I would say that it does sound doesn't make God look
Yeah.
benevolent.
So, okay.
But
okay.
that's why we look at the context, right? And we look at the literary style as well. But I mean, based off of what I said, which parts do you not agree with or agree with?
God is a fucking asshole.
That's still not addressing what I said about Job. That I still think that it's more. I don't think that he like straight up killed his family like that Satan did, but
What
I
do you
think
mean?
that it's more of a symbolic death.
Whoa. Can we? What do you mean he didn't kill his family?
Not directly. He used Satan, and he said, "Satan, like, do you, but leave Job, his being alone."
Why is that?
Am I correct?
Can I ask you why you feel that is relevant to somebody like me? Because again, I've established I'm an atheist. I don't believe in this. I've understood the story
Oh, I
as well as
see.
it.
Okay.
Yeah, right. So just to
Oh, okay. Sorry, I remember now the train of thought.
Yeah.
So
Really quick, just to run down the list. So born to the Catholic Church, confirmed in the Methodist Church. Did not ever think about anything that there could be a such thing as an atheist until I was college age. Read the Bible, learned about psychology, learned about moral philosophy. And at that point, that was also where I learned about Job, and I was like, "Oh fuck, this is in the Bible. I didn't know about that. That's so terrible."
So you read the Bible in college, or you revisited?
I mean, I'd read the Bible as virtue of being a Catholic and a Methodist, but in terms of reading it front to back, yeah, I was 19 years old. It was late in my first semester of college. I read the Bible from Genesis to whatever the fuck last fucking I don't know.
Yeah, Revelation. Okay. And I don't know.
Did you actually read it cover to cover? Did you
Yes,
actually?
I did. Yes, I did.
Every time someone says that, like, do you understand how long that takes? That's like that takes a long time.
Put me full screen, and I'll look in the fucking camera, and you tell me if you fucking think I'm lying.
No, I was just.
Do you think I'm lying?
I read the Bible. Glassy eyes. You're high as fuck.
I read the
brother.
Bible. The reason I read the Bible was because I wanted to get closer to the God that I believed in. The notion of not believing in this entity was not an option when I opened that book. Okay? The idea that this doesn't make sense only came later and after I started accepting what was happening by the text of these stories and the ideas of these stories. And I was like, this don't make no fucking sense.
And you looked into it to see like what
good
scholars
timing.
also said too. Because I know that there's going to be parts of the Bible where I'm like, oh, like I'm really not sure. Like I'm wrestling with this part, myself. And what do?
Okay, but that was 15 years ago. That was 15 years ago. I'm 36 years old now. I was like 20 years old then.
Okay. So would it be something that you actually would be interested in revisiting, but now like actually looking into it? Because I understand if you're genuine in your approach and trying to get to know God. I grew up as a Catholic myself and like actual Catholic, but it was such a lazy, like I didn't really know anything of anything. I just had the label. So I actually did my searching and I looked into Islam, I looked into Buddhism, and I even went to the people that know more, right? Like I go to a local park here and they have the atheist booth, they have the Islam booth, and they have the Christianity booth, and also the Buddhist booth too. I hit up all of them. And I'm asking them all of these questions too. One of them I can't go back to because they said I'm asking too many and they didn't like where it was going. That was the Buddhism one. And so all I'm saying is like,
wait, did you say the Buddhists won't let you come back?
Yeah.
Damn, you really pissed off the monks.
Which is like surprising to me.
This is my Buddhist tattoo that says "Follow your."
Oh yeah. There you go.
And
oh wait, brief. We got to pause for a super chat. Bucket button with the $5. One eye is still trying. One eye is still trying to find Emmett. The other is almost looking at us, and both look like the water halfway through the process of becoming wine. I think that's directed at your full screen, IJ.
Full screen me. Full screen,
Oh yeah,
mate.
Morty gets a treat. That's right, Morty gets a treat.
No,
Now, would you kick Morty if it would save him from an atomic bomb? Okay, would you?
Hit the
There you go.
button.
It's
There you
time.
go. Hey, yeah.
Also, good to see you, Alex. Alex says, while we're reading chats briefly, good to
Ooh,
see you,
this one was
Alex,
pretty
of
funny.
course. Fundamental issue in people who encounter philosophy and psychiatry in college. I think they're starting to understand anything, not understanding the limits of what they're learning. That is kind of a classic trope, IJ, right? You go to college, you lose your belief, you know? I mean,
Can you put that back up, please?
oh yeah, sorry, I should have taken it off, yeah.
Everything there. Well, yes, I mean this is the basic Dunning-Kruger effect, and I mean that's going to be relevant with any area of expertise or understanding or whatever. Yes, you have to be aware of Dunning-Kruger. That like, oh, wait a minute, are you telling me you are telling me that people do things based on their desires? Oh, I understand all of humanity now. No, of course, you have to understand that there's a level, especially if you are buying into things like psychology, the world of psychology, the work of the DSM-5 and all these things. You have to it's not as simple. Like people want.
I agree. It's complicated, and that's why
Right.
I asked that if
And people wanna
you
give
would
me
be willing. You still didn't
Yeah.
answer my question. Would you be willing to reread the Bible, and if there were some stuff that you found to be, I'd say
Yes.
complicated, would you actually like refer to? I don't even like
Yes.
the churches. I'm a non-denominational.
I brought up. Where is it? Am I on my own thing? I missed it. But fucking shout out to Angry Amputee. He was supposed to fucking come out to my home state of Jersey this month and bring me to an Orthodox liturgy. I have always been open to possibility. I have look what this says. Look what this says. Let me do the fucking wrong arm.
You have so many tattoos,
Yes,
brother.
the right
You have
one.
so many.
Okay, I am puny. Fuck you, I'm puny. But believe. Oh wait, it's backward. Believe nothing except that anything is possible. Believe nothing.
I'm not sure
Believe
if that's an answer to Sally's
nothing.
question, though. I don't know if that's like a.
So
I don't know if that's an answer.
The point is that if you are to send me to an Orthodox
I'm not
liturgy
sending
with
you.
somebody,
I'm asking you if you would
who
be
can-
open to it.
yes,
I'm not sending
yes,
you.
yes. All I care about is the truth. I don't care about being
Yeah.
right. I don't care about being right wing. I don't care about being atheist. I don't care about being
I don't
Christian.
tie
I don't care about
politics
being
to
blue.
religion.
I don't care about being brown. I care about the truth. So if the
Yes.
truth is Orthodox liturgy, then the truth is Orthodox liturgy.
And just remember, like
probably
all
not,
of these
though.
religions- remember, all these religions claim to be the truth, right? Like I'd say a lot
Exactly.
of them do. But the difference of Christianity is that Jesus He is the truth. And I think that's a huge claim to make. And when
The
somebody
Buddha's not the
makes that
truth?
type of claim, I would be looking into it.
So what about the Buddha?
He claims that he is the truth.
He existed.
No. That's not what I asked.
Well, I'm presenting. Do you believe that Buddha existed?
Siddhartha himself, yes.
Yeah.
But Buddhist,
Okay.
it means that you are an enlightened person. It is not
Right.
tied to a particular
Okay.
name. So
Right.
that
Okay.
so
Fair,
that a
fair.
person has
I'm
free-
not right. You're injecting divinity, but the point is,
I'm not injecting
Influence.
divinity.
Bring us with the fucking other layout.
I kind of like this layout when there's 3 people, I think.
Okay, fair enough.
'Cause then I can swivel.
Your show. No, your show. Okay, fair enough. So yeah, then what you're saying is then that the notion that I believe that divinity can exist in a different state must mean that divinity exists in the state that you believe.
Sorry, was there a question or
Are you saying that if I believe that when I talk about the Buddha and I invoke divinity, that it exists in the same realm as what you're saying is God?
No. I had
Okay, then. So then God could be this, God could be that, God could be X, God could be Y, God could be this. You haven't gotten anywhere. You're trying to take claims and claim ground where you haven't made any.
No, I'm saying for you to look into it. Like because you said that you would be open, and I was saying that if hang on. What I had
See,
said.
IJ's not open though. That's where he's hiding the ball. Because you just said with the Orthodox liturgy, you said it could mean something, but then you snuck it in. You said, but probably not. So you're going there and you're claiming that you're seeking, but you're saying probably not. So is that open?
Why is that dishonest to believe? You want me to lie? You want me to lie? I don't believe that an Orthodox liturgy would change my mind. I'm willing for that to be the case, but I don't believe that. You want me to lie to you? Do you want me to lie? Wait.
The lie is saying that you're super open.
Confluence. I need you to understand something. I already don't believe this. My mind needs to be changed. So I'm saying I'm willing for my mind to be changed. Are you saying that because I need my mind to be changed in order to believe what you believe, that I'm not being honest? Is that what you're saying?
No, he was saying that what you were saying wasn't tracking with your original statement. Am I correct?
What was I saying? Yeah. What was not tracking?
You're saying that you're like seeking and you're open to like discovering this, and
that doesn't mean I don't have a tendency.
Oh, hang on. He's laying it out. Let him lay it out.
But then when you say, it just sounds like if you're going, like if I was going to like a Buddhist temple, I would still have, I think, more of an open mind than you would. Like, I honestly think I would, because I wouldn't say, I'm going to like learn something.
Because I'm dirty heathen who's never spent fucking 30
No,
fucking
I'm just
years.
saying how you're talking. I'm just saying how you're talking.
It's almost like I spent, I should have said 30. It's almost like I spent 20 fucking years already dealing with this shit, and the fucking day one shit that you're fucking presenting to me isn't anything new.
How is it?
It's the fucking point. This is the fucking point.
On this quest for like 20 years as well. And I'm still like seeking.
If I may, let me cook. This is exactly my point. You think that I've never fucking thought about this religious shit before. That's the fucking obnoxious
I don't think
aspect.
anyone has
I
said
spent my entire life in this world, and because I won't accept what you're saying wholesale from the beginning, that I'm already ready to reject it. Therefore, I don't care. Yes, I am in the position where I believe it is more likely that what you are claiming is true is not true than is true. But I'm open to have my mind changed. If you're not willing to accept that based on empirical evidence, that is more likely
the fuck up
than
with
not
your empirical evidence.
What kind of empirical evidence?
Okay, go ahead. Now you go ahead. I'll go when you're done.
Okay, I was going to say, I would say that it takes a lot more faith to be an atheist versus a Christian.
Okay, what do I have faith in? Go ahead. What do I have faith in? You wanted to go, so what do I have faith in?
Correct me if I'm wrong here. I don't want to like misrepresent you, but that.
Oh, I will.
That there is, that in your belief that there is absolutely no God.
Wrong!
Is that not an atheist?
Nope.
Okay, so please define it.
One without a belief in a God, a theistic God or gods.
Okay.
I can explain if you need further, but you can pretend that you understand.
No, I'm being genuine, so I don't appreciate that.
Okay. So you understand the difference between deistic and theistic gods?
No, please elaborate.
Okay. So a deistic God is more of like the god of Spinoza, like what fucking Einstein believed in, that they're more alluding to a first cause, whereas a theistic God is a personal being where you can he can reach into the universe, he can answer prayers, he can change things, whereas a deistic God is just the first cause. So I am not saying that a deistic God cannot exist. I am not saying that a first cause cannot exist. I don't think there is. I could be wrong, though. I don't think there is. But the notion of a theistic God with a TH means that a God means that there's a being. Yes, I can break it down to the most obnoxious point of being like your sky daddy, but I am more mature enough to understand that. I am mature enough to understand that that's not what you're referring to. Yet still, what you are referring to does not have any justification in reality, in logic, in anything that has to do with physics. So I understand that your faith and your ideals align with this thing, but that's where it ends.
Why would if I can ask, why would a theistic God have anything to do with physics?
Because if it
like square that circle for me real quick. Like that's
okay.
like it's like a category error, right?
Okay. So if I had cancer and I said, "Please, God, take away my cancer," and it was physically possible for that God to take away my cancer, then what would need to happen? The cancer cells in my body would physically need to be different, correct or incorrect?
Okay, so yeah, so
wait,
you're
correct,
you're talking,
correct or incorrect?
I think incorrect.
If
but
I were
I'll
to have
give it to you,
cancer
but I think
and
incorrect.
God were to, if I were to have cancer and I would pray to God, please take away my cancer, and God took away my cancer, what would that mean? Physiologically, what would that mean?
I'm answering you. I think my
God doesn't operate on our timeline though, like that.
Yeah, there's
How do you
two
know that?
things. First
Okay,
of all,
fine.
like
I'm willing to accept that if you can prove that.
What I would say is that the way that I see at least most miracles, I think God works through like naturalistic systems. So I think you could pray and it could cause your cancer to go away. I don't know if that means that the cancer cells are being like instantly vanished from your body. You know what I mean? It's like, as an example, like let's say you're hypothetically, this is a random example, it's a stupid example, but if this kind of illustrates it, let's say you're starving to death in a jungle and you're praying to God for food. You might stumble across, let's say, food. I would say that's God answering the prayer. I don't think bananas will materialize in front of you when you pray. I don't think that's like really how it works.
Okay. Yes.
So I don't think
let's take that example.
It doesn't need contravening of the laws of physics necessarily, right?
Fair. Let's take that example.
I agree with that.
Okay, fair. So let's take that example. So in that situation, you are starving, and then God presents you with food. That's what you're proposing, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so does you asking God have anything to do with whether or not He presents that food, or no?
No.
I think it can. Yeah.
Well, the reason I say no is
so we have
because
some disagreement. So
yeah.
figure that shit
Fine.
out amongst yourselves.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
no,
take a
I
pace.
have
You guys
scripture.
figure out whether God
I
needs
have
to figure
scripture.
that out,
It's
or
not a
if,
problem. I have
that's just something that happens.
scripture. It's not a problem.
Okay, Sally. Why do you think you don't think that's possible?
For God, because no, or maybe I didn't understand. But what I was trying to say was, there's a verse where it says like, does God not? Let me find the verse. Give me a moment.
Is it like the sparrow one?
Yes.
Yeah. Where I can't remember exactly how it goes, but does God not feed the sparrows and clothe the whatever, blah blah blah?
Yes,
And
that one.
yeah.
Yes, that's what I was trying to say. Like God knows what we are in need of without us having to ask. But we can put requests in.
Right. I guess that's what I would mean. Like I agree with you, but we're also told to like pray for the sick and stuff like that. So, and God obviously probably knows that those people don't want to be sick. Now, so I would think both are true, right? There's like because the counter of the food thing is, well, some people do die of starvation, right? There's missionaries that go and they starve to death, right? Like bad things can still happen in those cases. So I think God works in, and Jesus is singing at the moment, but I think God works in both ways. And I don't think you would disagree with that, Sally, but correct me if I'm wrong, right? That it's like stuff can happen
I agree with that.
naturally, but yeah, like otherwise, because if we're told to pray for the sick and stuff like that, then it would be like, then yeah, I guess if we don't expect that prayer would work, then why would we do it? But then, of course, yeah, obviously God doesn't answer every prayer, because God is not a divine vending machine, which I think in IJ's world, he must be, apparently, for him to be God or something. I don't know, IJ, you tell me.
I'd say that he answers prayers in ways that we may not expect it, and that brings me. No, I was gonna say, look at Genesis, the story of Joseph. He went through all the trials and tribulations to lead him to saving his family from starvation in the end. It's that it's
Wait,
not that he
what?
works in mysterious ways, it's that we don't operate on his timeline.
Yeah,
Can you verify that anything what you're saying has anything to do with his timeline? Then you must, if that's what you're claiming, then you must admit that nothing that you could say or do could ever justly be in line with what God wants, because you are not aware of that.
No, but he gives signs.
Oh, we got signs. Okay, we got signs. What are the signs?
Yes, God communicates through in various ways.
Okay, give me
and
the
we see
signs.
that.
Give me the signs. Give me the signs.
So one of the ways that he uses signs is through dreams. Like that's what happened
Oh,
to Joseph in
dreams.
Genesis.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there's even been testimonials of other people that they have had dreams.
Well, let's go one at a time. You said God communicates through dreams.
Okay,
So-
brief sidebar for a super chat, and this is actually the question you guys are talking about by a great coincidence. So, Jamie, thank you for the $2. Morty gets a treat, and yeah, I think this is what you guys are talking about is evidence for God, and I actually agree with what Sally's saying right now. So I will full screen Morty so he gets his treat. Look at that dog.
The show.
I would still kick him if it meant he wouldn't die, though. IJ, I would still hoof Morty. I just give him a massive.
Oh, he's loving it. You know when to get the fuck out of frame.
Okay, yeah. So sorry to interrupt, but yeah, let's keep this on screen. Thank you, Jamie. And yeah, so Sally, your evidence would be
Oh yes,
Dreams,
how he can
signs.
communicate. Yeah, it could be through dreams. I don't know how much people value like personal anecdotes. I don't know if I should say something or not.
I value them a lot. IJ probably doesn't, is my guess. I value
Well,
them a
that's why
lot.
I'm asking.
So,
That's why I'm asking both.
yeah, I do. I think I think like the best evidence. I think there's a lot of like philosophical stuff that people could say, and we can get into that. But I actually think the personal stuff I think is what is actually the most convincing, oftentimes to the person themselves, but sometimes via testimony.
Yeah.
I gave him 90
I don't mean
seconds.
this to be like, nah, I feel like it's too serious.
I think we can handle it.
I
promise.
Okay. My sister was actually violently killed in November 23rd and in her home. And my family and I, like, we've all been grappling with the loss of my sister. And in all of this, I could not have seen God any clearer. I have been the person having to manage like the expenses and like all the logistics on things. And when I was stressing out on trying to give my sister some flowers, like some flowers, like a few minutes afterwards, I received a phone call from like the specific person who could tell me like, oh, that the funds is going to be covered for the flowers. And so like all the stuff that I was worried about instantly handled. My mom, she everyone has been impressed or amazed with the fact that my mom has been sane and smiling and still happy, and all of my sisters as well too. And there's also been a lot of personal like stories that other people were telling me that ever since my sister died, they all had like a lot of weird coincidences happening. Like when you start seeing a trend, a slew of coincidences, like what do you start to call that? And there's just so much like to that I could talk about this, but it would take a lot longer to explain because there really is a lot. Give me a moment.
Like I don't ever want to take that away. Like if you feel that there's some presence of God that has surrounded that, like my goal is not to be like ha, you're right. That's not what I'm doing.
Oh, I know. I could tell, and that's why we're still talking.
But like don't see how recoiling to that explanation is a helpful evolutionary, whether you believe in Darwinian evolution or just like the time, what doesn't matter. I don't see how that type of thinking, that type of supernatural, what
I don't think that it can be dismissed. I think that
I'm not asking. I'm not asking.
I'm not saying that. No, I wasn't.
And I agree with you. I
was just saying.
No. I think that's important that you said that. I agree with you. I don't think it can be dismissed. I think the misnomer is that there's a false dichotomy in which it must be God or it must be dismissed. That is what my whole life is fighting against. Because I think we need so desperately to understand that there's a fucking world. There's a fucking world between.
That's fallen.
Fallen or not. Fixed, needs to be fixed, perfect, utopian, whatever way you perceive it. There's an entire way of existence for so many important pieces of consciousness. I am somebody who believes that each individual person, that like, I don't fucking matter. Like, all right, even if each and every one of you are like, oh, you know, you're like, it's like Lodge, D&D, and Jesus, yo, oh shit, like he's got a bigger channel than Confluence, oh shit, like, he fucking died, like I fucking. Bro, in one week, you wouldn't fucking remember, and that's totally fine. I wouldn't expect you to.
But do you not think that God can show up in these meaningful moments? And also, Sally, I am sorry for your loss, and the whole chat is backing you. I'm just saying, if you're not watching chat,
thank you,
because that sounds like absolutely a horrific thing to go through. But IJ, you don't think that, like, in your own life, when you've had stuff like this happen, tragedy, right? Like, do you not? Has there not been synchronicities, things? Do you just, or have there been? But you think you're just putting them together in your head? Because, like, I think I have like those synchronicity things happen, like, you know, in my life, and I interpret them a certain way.
Should happen.
And do you?
Should happen.
So,
I mean, I don't know how to, like, when, like, okay, well, I'll put it in a format where I think you guys can understand a little bit better. Can you full screen me? He is very likely not going. What? Look this way. I'm trying to make a point here. He is very likely not going to make it to New Year's Eve. When I fucking did my New Year's Eve stream, it was like, hey, New Year's 2026, 2025, 2026, hey. Like, yeah, it's a fun deal. He's probably going to, before we reach 2027, there's going to be a day, every single day I wake up and I'm like, hey, we get another day together. Well, call it fucking gay if you want. Every single day. We get another day together. I don't give a shit. Every single day. And there's one day where he's not going to be here anymore. And I will have nothing. But I have to now, and before now, understand that is how reality is. And understanding that there's negativity that balances with positivity. You don't have to you can pull me down if you want.
But do you not see that God is like in that darkness though as well, right? Like the darkness happens. Do you?
What does
I
that
guess you
mean? Don't know what that means. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm getting angry. I'm sorry.
No, I understand. I get it. You don't.
I'm sorry that I'm frustrated. What does that mean? What does that mean? This dog is going to die sometime soon. What is God being in? What does that mean to me?
I think
Is that going
God.
to prevent him from dying? Is that going to make him longer?
No.
I don't know what that means. I'm
saying,
not being an asshole. I'm sorry if I'm sorry. But I don't know what that means.
I'm trying not to use a synonym because I want to say that in moments of sorrow, I think sometimes we feel the presence of the divine in a way, right? But then you're going to say, I don't know what the divine means. I think you do know what I mean by that, though. I think you just don't think it exists.
You know, that was actually the thing that I'm not trying to like sound some type of way, but that was actually the thing that I said in the eulogy. I'm like, I don't know where everyone's background is, but everybody here can see that in this dark moment, we see all this love and beauty. Like, it's been cloudy in my area, and on that day, like, there was a parade going on. It was almost like celebratory, and like it ended up being a really nice day on a tragic day. Even we had to cremate my sister on Christmas Eve. I didn't choose that, and I'm the one that's delegating all of it. When I asked if I could change it, I'm like, there's no way I can have that date. And they're like, it's already set in stone. Like, that's what he means. Like, that in these like dark moments, and the Christian aspect of it, like, would be that you get to enjoy these moments with your dog. And like, that is like what he's talking about, is seeing the beauty. Like, yes, he's maybe not doing so well. I lost my cat too. I understand the pain. And that's actually what's been keeping me from losing my mental state and trying to maintain a level of sanity with all of my siblings. Everybody looks up to me because now I'm the oldest physically, and I've mentioned scripture in almost every discussion that I've had with people, and it's not that like, I understand that you have your like your point of view, and I could see that it's a sensitive topic to you because I think you've already been grappling with it.
I definitely don't take it lightly.
Yeah, no, I can see that it's like because it's so personal to you, and that I can see that this is something that you've already been grappling with it, and you struggle with it, and you know, that's like, because I did study, like, I love listening to all the psychology books and all of that stuff. Your body can't deal with two emotions at once. So you can't deal with like depression and like anxiety, or depression and like happiness at the same time. So it's like, make your decision on choose.
Is it inappropriate to bring up that I do have a bachelor's degree in psychology?
Me too.
No, so am I?
I'm saying.
Am I? Oh, that's awesome.
Okay, a bit of housekeeping. We'll bring Emmett up and Jamie. Jamie, I need you to cam up in the back just for me and give me one of these. Emmett, you have to give me one of these just for you, Emmett. You got to give me one of those in the back.
So Sally, I'm
It's not
so
Emmett, dumbass.
Can you hold on. Sally, I so much appreciate what you said. Everything what you said just now, because like, this motherfucker's 15 years old. It's not gonna. If he makes it to Christmas again, like, that's like a miracle. Whatever. But there's an understanding that I have been in a position where life didn't necessarily play out the way that as a young Christian, what was told to me was expected. It was only after that I was able to step back and see, hey, that's not life. So I have, you can see I'm all tatted up, right? Like before, but I was not tattooed before. I always do fucking wrong. Before that, I had my fucking first tattoo. Family is thicker than blood. And this is because I had a motherfucker who was a drug addict just like me. We were fucking buying drugs. We were doing fucking shit. We were on the shit. We were shit. He died. And now my life is different. And I have to be able to represent that aspect of life needs to continue living. And I don't know. I don't even know if that makes sense.
No, it doesn't. RJ, it doesn't make sense because you're like a drug addict or something. Because like half the time you're on the channel,
hey,
you're like
fuck you! You're a
or
fucking
on something.
faggot. You're a fucking
you're-
faggot who doesn't know shit about shit.
IJ, what the fuck? What the fuck, brother?
Sorry, I apologize.
We
You're a fucking
both
fruitcake.
stream. You know you can and cannot say.
Right, I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ, brother.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
I'll leave. That was
No.
so
You don't
egregious.
have to leave. You don't
That
have
was
to leave. You
so
don't have to leave.
egregious.
It happens. It happens. It happens. It happens. It's not. It's not a big deal.
You're such a fucking fruitcake, Emmett, that
can
you
say
don't
that,
even
yeah.
have anybody in your
That's not
fucking
Emmett,
life
that's
that
Anson,
you would
that's
ever
Anson.
fucking
That's
care about
Anson, to
enough
be clear.
that when
That's
some random fucking loser with a fucking Bitcoin fucking Roblox fucking fruitcake ass fruitcake shit would come up and be
Anson
like, I'm gonna
using
say bullshit.
Emmett's
You wouldn't
picture.
care. You wouldn't
Do you
care because
understand?
you're such a loser.
Okay,
that
Jamie.
You
Okay, no
depend
insults.
on
Everyone stop
anybody else
insulting.
will
Okay,
depend
we're
on
pulling
that.
up
Bring you
Jamie.
Hey, Confluence, can I
Okay,
come up on
everyone
your
settle
stream?
down.
Please
Everyone
love
settle
me.
down.
Please, oh please love me. If Confluence doesn't let me up on his stream, I will have no life.
Do you understand this is Anson, first of all? Just to be very clear. IJ, this is Anson. He's using Emmett's.
I hope I'm being trolled, and I hope I hope I owe an apology. I hope I owe an apology.
Wait, no, this is Anson. Speak. This is Anson. This is Anson.
Well, yeah, I don't sound like no Mexican, dude. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's Anson. Okay,
no.
Jamie, I'm adding you up. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
What's going on? Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I
Perfect.
I came up to have a serious conversation with Celie because some of the stuff that she said was like it hit me kind of close, especially related to the fact that her sister had passed away, and I had something very similar happen to me, where my brother had passed away. He was my older brother, and then I became the oldest, and it was very similar. That now my brother he had deleted himself. He was a very religious man, and in his
I'm so sorry.
in his self-deletion note, he went into great detail about how he felt like he was a husk of the godly man that he once was, right? Like his
That's
own
so
religion
sad.
his own religion weighed on him, right? And I don't know, like I'm more like Indian Jesus. You know, he's not quite as atheist as I am. He's almost as atheist as I am, but he's somewhat religious still. He needs to shed that last little bit of religiosity he has. But
Yeah, no one's as atheist as you, Anson. That's true. I can confirm.
yeah. But I was kind of curious about like the patterns that you were looking for in all of the grief that you were experiencing, where you found God in that. Because I've had several people ask me about my experiences and expected me to have something like what you described, but I can't feel that. And so I was curious if you could go into more detail explaining what that felt like, because I don't know what that is.
Yeah. I mean, there's. Oh, I'll give this one. When I had my cat pass away, I had a dream that Sunday of the week that she passed that I saw like her spirit turn to like a shimmery pink smoke and it dissipated. And then when one of my at the time he was like a best friend, when his father died of a heart attack, I had a dream about him that Sunday, and in that dream he told me to tell his family that he's like that he's good and not to worry about him. And he had ended up like ascending upstairs. That was that dream. And so on the Sunday of my sister's passing, I came across these dogs. They're called They're like this really long, complicated name, but they're known as Zolos. It's an Aztec. Let me get the actual name of it. Bear with me. But these dogs are supposed to be like guardians of the dead. If you've seen the movie Coco, it's that dog. And it's supposed to be like sacred to the Aztecs, ancient breed from Mexico. And those dogs are extremely rare. I saw like 3 of them that day, and I'm like, I want to pet that dog because I want to feel how like the skin, because they're like hairless dogs. And I couldn't find them again, but then I came across these 2 little dogs that were other Zolos, and one of them was a very familiar color to me because it looked like my cat's hair color. And then when she told me that her dog's name was Luna, which was also my cat's name, which I understand it's a very common pet name. I totally get that, but to me it was like symbolic because I felt like this wasn't in a dream, like the message. It was for me to see. And like I can't help but just think of like Job, where it says, "My ears have heard of you, but now my eyes see you." And I even had people at the funeral tell me, this one lady, my sister had like nannied for her kids for years, and she was telling me that she had bought these earrings and she was going to put them on, and she didn't realize that the company had sent the wrong item. She had ordered earrings, and instead she got a necklace with the letter J on it. Her name is not. None of her family members have the letter J on their names. Okay, that's my sister's name, or it's Jessica, and there's 2 bits to that necklace. The one had J, and the other one had an inscription that said 1 in a million, and that's to me. I don't know what to make of that, and that lady ended up giving that necklace to my mom. Is like, I don't think it was for me. I think it was for you. So that's just like some of the examples of what I had seen for myself. And I heard the lady say it to my mom, like to her, and she has the necklace, of course. So those are some of the examples.
So what I don't understand, because like I genuinely I have never had an experience that made me feel like God was talking to me through something, or made me feel like I was like experiencing something. And what everything that you just described,
jogging?
none of that would have like resulted in my having some sort of
Is the stream still going?
revelation. Hey, Indian Jesus, yeah, we can hear you. What's up?
Why are we being silent?
We're not. Can you not? You were like muted. I don't know if you're. I don't know who you're talking to. But
Is that me? I can't hear anything. Hold on. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Chat, let me know if you can hear. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
hear
jump
you.
out. I'm gonna jump back in.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
No, I
Yeah.
can still hear you, Indian.
Yeah, but I didn't mean to monopolize the conversation.
No.
I couldn't.
no, this is good. This is good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
please.
I feel like I'm I'm missing some sort of physiology that allows me to feel the things that y'all are feeling.
No,
Either
it's
that
not
or
that.
everyone
You're
else.
just unaware. No.
Well, no, it's not an unaware thing. Like I believe in experiences that are unexplainable.
Okay.
And I believe in
That's fair.
intuition. I'm a high intuition person in terms of my personality profile,
Mm-hmm.
where I can sense things coming in the future and see the patterns in advance.
Yes.
But I don't attribute that to any sort of divine intervention.
No, I totally
hear
see
that.
that, and I appreciate the skepticism. I tell my
Oh, I
boyfriend the
muted
same
them,
thing.
didn't I?
Yeah.
Because I tell him this, and he's like, "That sounds like whatever." I'm like, "No, that's cool." I am trying to rationalize all of the stuff that I've seen myself, because like I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of the skeptic, and it's not a matter of like feeling it per se. This is all in like the dreams part, or just like God is going to work with you with like in a way that you understand it. And I've asked this question to, well, now she's agnostic, but I asked her a question a few years ago. I'm like, do you ever think that it's possible that maybe you missed the signs of God trying to communicate with you? Like, do you think that that's a possibility? And at first she said no, just flat out no. And I asked her again and she's actually been a testimony to seeing all of these things firsthand and like seeing the people tell the stories to her. And I asked her that question again. I'm like, do you think that there's a possibility? And she's like, yeah, I'd say that there is a possibility. And I was coming from a place of like hurt and I didn't want to see. So I don't know what your background is. But I say that if you have a genuine, like if you're genuinely trying to seek and you're open to it, I would say that you could start seeing, because in the beginning it wasn't like this, where I could now spot all of these things. It's just, it's almost like that's weird. And then, oh, that's weird too. And then it just keeps building. And then you just start compiling like all of these little experiences.
Yeah,
this is how I keep my dog alive. Why are we? Where? I feel like Sally's making some solid points, even though I'm not fully grounded.
It's okay. It's not my first time dealing with.
No. No, I feel like okay. Does I don't want to step on any toes.
Please.
No, I feel like you're making solid points. I didn't hear the exact basis of them. But I feel like you're questioning the core issues of the basis of what the other what everybody else is saying, why they are saying them. I think that is a valid question, and everybody else is trying to be like, the atheist is fucking going, the atheist fucking. But I'm smart enough to not let y'all motherfuckers get away with that.
I mean, she's talking to Anson.
Shit.
She's talking to Anson right now. Anson's a mega atheist. So,
Anson?
I mean, yeah, that's to be clear. It's not Emmett again. That's Anson. Just to make that very clear. That's Anson.
Wait.
I can't tell if you're fucking with me.
Sorry, I was just doing that to see how far it would go. Wait, the Emmett Goldenspin is Anson or it's Emmett again?
No, it's Anson. How's it going, Andy?
Okay, fair enough. Okay. Leave me out. Okay, I'll jump back in. You guys do what you gotta do. I'll get Morty's medicine. You guys can watch if you want.
Wait, Lech, before you go, did you think you were talking to us that whole time? Like I saw you going, and when you were muted, were you like talking, or were you talking to someone else?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, when you were like you were going off, and I was telling you were muted. Were you talking to us, or were you talking to other people?
No, I was listening the whole time.
Who were you talking to? Like your own chat?
My chat, yeah.
I just have to know for my own sanity, because I was like, because we all thought maybe you were like just talking and not realizing you were muted.
Look, when I go, I'll do this for you. When I'm making it very obvious to you that I'm talking, and also I'm not talking to you. It's almost like I know what the fuck I'm doing here.
You're also incredibly drunk and high, so so just making sure.
Still, he is just running the show, baby. Drunk.
Okay, but yeah. Anyway, sorry. I just had to ask that. But anyway, sorry to interrupt Emmett / Anson / whoever you want him to be. So go ahead.
No, I wanted to hear from Jamie, because Jamie ain't said a damn word. And
that's true. That's true. That's a good call. Actually, yeah, Jamie.
Please, I'd love to hear.
Good to see you.
So when I came on, I noticed that Indian Jesus here was like the only atheist here that was contributing to the conversation, and me being an agnostic atheist myself, I kind of wanted to hop in and just kind of balance out the conversation. So like when I sent the super chat through YouTube, I asked for evidence that proves the existence of God. I really sympathize with like everything that you said, though. But like, what is something that you could demonstrate to me that God exists, which I could probably relate a little bit more to? Does that make sense?
I think I've I think I follow. So, correct me if I'm wrong here. Is it that you're trying to seek? I guess that's what I want to know. Where are you in your journey? Let's start there.
Let's.
Let me purity test you before
I
you
did grow up
start.
Christian. After
What was that?
after a
You're kind of breaking
while.
up a little bit.
So can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, you're good
Yes.
now.
Okay, so I did grow up Christian. Probably I'm 27 now. So probably within roughly the last decade, I've been leaning more towards the agnostic side. Within the last few years or so, I've probably been leaning more towards the agnostic atheist side, if that makes sense.
No, it doesn't.
Because it's
So
okay,
I mean, from agnostic. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, I think it'd
So
be
we see already that they're trying to obfuscate the understanding of what an agnostic atheist is. And you're trying to say, if that makes sense, that I am an agnostic atheist, and they're saying, no, that doesn't make sense.
Don't say they. Don't say it's only Anson. Only Anson, because Anson's like a mega atheist and thinks that agnostic is just someone who hasn't like set themselves in the right direction.
Yeah, and I was gonna ask
the Christians don't lie, right? I'm like Christianity and like lying and like Christianity, like no, right? Like totally.
I'd say that people.
Don't even know what that means.
Like a little bit.
So it sounds like
You guys are breaking
getting
me a little bit.
It sounds like you're in the transitioning phase. Am I understanding that correctly?
It sounds
Okay, let me explain to you what I mean by agnostic atheist. So, what I mean by agnostic. Well, okay, first, what I mean by agnostic, I mean that in terms of acknowledged sense, where I don't know if there is a God that does exist. Now, I mean, when it comes to the atheist side of it, I don't believe that there is. You say that there is, but I don't believe that. Now,
do you believe
a lot of
there's
people,
a possibility of God is right?
I mean, sure. I mean, sure. There's definitely more a possibility. But when it comes to like the Abrahamic God and most gods, I typically don't believe in any of them. But like, I'm willing to listen to any evidence you have to convince me that this God is actually.
I like this guy.
Can I ask something? So Jamie, I guess one of the things, if you're more like in this vein of thinking, and this relates to what the normal chat I pulled up.
Sorry,
from
I'm so
Ed.
sorry. You guys are cutting in and out on me right now.
I think it's on you.
Hang on a second.
I think. Am I cutting out for anyone else?
No, you sound good to me.
Yeah, I think it's
His signal's a little choppy.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Tell me if you can hear me, Jamie.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably me. I mean, if it's me, I can hear you just fine now. I mean, if I'm having any connection issues, I personally do apologize on my end. But
it's all good.
You were saying though.
Yeah, so I was saying, so like this chat made me think of this. The chat says physics and probability state that we either live in a damn near impossible universe or that there's some level of intelligent design. How like that is something I would point to. So kind of like a teleological argument, like a fine tuning, but not in the context of necessarily the Earth, because I understand, the universe is, pretty large, and so there could be a lot of different planets, but things like like all like the physical constants that have to work so that like matter expands in the right way, and like all the sciencey stuff, right? Like the constants all seem to be the correct way for our universe to actually exist. Now, you could also say that maybe there's a multiverse, and but like, what's your thoughts about that? Like, do you punt to a multiverse? Do you just say it's extremely unlikely, but it happened? I know you said you don't believe in Abrahamic gods, but just about an intelligent designer in general. Wait, I want to hear from Jamie first.
But if I make compliments, I feel like you just go through a lot. There wasn't a singular question.
His question made sense.
Yeah, to you, based on your own understanding. But if
let's hear from Jamie first.
If I asked you to steel man what Confluence just said, he would not agree with you. So can you ask a specific question, please?
Wait, then well, let's test it out then. Sally, if Sally is willing to repeat what she thinks I said.
I promise you won't agree with you. I will bet money that you won't agree with whatever.
That's Sally. Do you want to say?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No,
Go ahead.
Don't screw me, Sally. I'm putting my faith in you.
No, because that's right. The fine tuning theory. That is actually what a lot of people like. I know I bring this up a lot, but like John Lennox, like he talks about that. And I was actually just watching this video about like bees and how some
the theory that we're not asking about your specific interpretation of what reality is. We were trying to determine, did Confluence present a legitimate model of reality that could be responded to?
It sounds like Sally just said what I was saying, and then you interrupt. It's so far I agree with everything she said.
She literally said, based on my interpretation of what you said. So, and then it brought up something
repeating
different.
it to make
So if
sure
you're
that I didn't
asking
misrepresent
something
him.
based on verified.
Good thing you didn't bet money, IJ, because you'd be wrong. She's talking about the fine tuning. Why do you think she's bringing up John Lennox, the freaking mathematician? She knows what I'm saying.
Like, no, I have a word for that. So therefore, what he said was what I meant. Go ahead. You're still gonna be wrong. Go ahead.
I was regurgitating to make sure that I was, representing his point correctly. And he was saying that some evidence that you can look at would be like the fine-tuning theory of how the distance from Earth and the sun is like perfect, that anything more or less we would be done for. And I was saying that about how the bees, how something so small is like the most efficient creature or insect, and it's also really smart too for something so small. There's so much detail, like even to the cellular level, and that would be like.
So I'm sorry to interrupt. I do apologize for interrupting you. So first question I have about you: are you familiar with the puddle analogy?
The what? Sorry.
The puddle analogy.
No.
Okay, let me try to explain this if I remember this analogy correctly. So, for the sake of argument, let's say that there is a sentient puddle out there, and it wakes up, it finds itself in this hole that is perfectly made for it, and it turns around, is like, wow, this puddle fits me like entirely. This puddle. This hole right here must have been made specifically for me to fit inside. So my first question.
I think I understand the analogy. I think that can work. I agree with you for evolutionary stuff, but with the fine tuning of the universe, that's where that ceases to work, right? Because you could maybe say that maybe the bee evolved to fit its habitat and it's actually not miraculous, but you can't say that about something like the fine structure constant or like the other or the gravitational constant or the stuff that's required for the universe to expand or exist in the first place, right? That's where the puddle analogy fails, right? It doesn't work in that context because to even have a universe, there has to be certain constants that exist within very specific parameters, right? So I agree. Anything on Earth, you could say
If I may, I mean, in terms of the rest of the universe, how many other universes have you been able to observe to been like, you know what, only a universe can function with these certain parameters?
Well, until we have more evidence, I don't think, I don't think we can. There's just theories, right?
Right. I mean, there's no evidence of a multiverse. It sounds like that. I think it's solid. I agree. It's not 100%. Like the whole teleology of it all isn't.
But I would be open to looking at it. Yes.
We all agree that we need more evidence to determine how society works. Correct?
No.
Well, we're not talking about society. Yeah.
So I'm like, I don't mean to. I don't mean to be rude again, and I'm not trying to really overspeak anybody.
Why are you being rude? Stop being rude, dude.
Yeah, no, but this is kind of like the point that I'm getting at. Is like we live inside of a universe, and how can you tell the difference between a universe that was made specifically for us versus a universe we fit inside of?
okay. I mean, I'd still, I would be open to like learning about it because I question, or not question. I welcome all the questions.
No, y'all are all getting all of this wrong, and it's been really painful listening to everyone else get this tuning argument wrong. Look, the issue is that we don't know the data possible to be able to put together the probabilities required to answer the the damn near impossible universe question and the probabilities related to that he's referencing, right? The physics and the probability, right? Like how do you define like the probability? Like what data points do you have to collect in order to be able to calculate probability of the universe, right? It's something that we don't have, right? So this is just a dressed up God of the gaps argument made to look like it's something better because he threw the word physics and probability in there.
It's absolutely not.
No,
it's absolutely not.
It's not.
In
No,
fact, I think every physicist disagrees with you.
No,
That's
every
why people
physicist-
find
an appeal to authority.
Yes.
You sound like the climate change freaks. Every climate scientist.
Okay,
agrees
yeah,
with
I
me.
guess that's fine.
Exactly
You
what
can-
you're doing right now, appealing to authority that's a nonsense authority that's not true.
Okay, well, there's a reason even Jamie brought up, and I brought this up in my thing about multiverse, because that would be one possible solution is maybe there's infinite universes and we happen to be in the one that has the right constants. But we do know, I agree, to give a precise probability is difficult, but we do know if like the gravitational constant was different, then that things couldn't expand correctly. That is something that is known. That is not like, that's not me just speaking woo-woo nonsense,
Yeah,
you know?
I've heard that too.
No, and no, look, this is just some stupid binary argument, right? You're like, it either has to be design or it has to be this impossible fluke, right? Like this, it's like awesome randomness. There's no nuance in this whatsoever for the possibility of something like some other mechanism that is natural to explain the existence of the universe, because we don't have the data necessary to be able to understand the universe.
Don't we though?
No, we absolutely do not.
I think that there's a possibility, yes, that of course, we don't know everything. I mean, when I remember hearing something about like Einstein and like his theory getting proven wrong by, I can't remember who. But anyways, I'm just saying like science is going to be changing. There's going to be new discoveries or whatever. Of course, like I'm like I said, if something were to present itself with like actual like evidence, I would be open to it. But when you start looking at like fine tuning, he's not just saying like, and correct me if I'm wrong here, he's not just saying look at one thing. He's saying look at everything in the grand scheme of things on how everything is positioned and
I don't know what that means. What is the connection?
So, if I may, this is kind of like, I think this is kind of the point that I'm getting across here. You guys as theists say that this is a world that was designed specifically for us to live in. Or let me rephrase that. This is a universe that was specifically designed for us to live in.
My daddy made this just for me. Yeah, that's what they
I think the existence of a universe is very
My
unlikely.
daddy made this just for me.
AJ, please, that's not helpful.
My daddy made this just for me.
I don't even know what I was saying now.
Your daddy made this universe just
No,
for you.
I'm saying
Your
I'm not saying this
daddy
puns.
made- my daddy made this.
Shut up, please, please, okay,
You're
please,
that
Christ,
timid,
please,
dude. Calm down.
I'm just saying that I don't even know what I was saying now. I don't even know.
were
You guys
saying
said
your
Marilyn is an
daddy-
agent of chaos. Lutch is an agent of chaos. Okay, Marilyn is way less chaotic. Okay, than a drunk Lutch. Okay, I'm just gonna say that. Absolutely, way less.
Control-Alt-Delete said aliens are demons and they use adrenochrome to attract the demons and trade
Give me one
emotions
of
for
these, Ed.
technology. And that sounds a lot more aligned with reality than any fucking thing that any of you fucking Christian people have said.
Lutch, you're
about
not
anything.
like even listening. You're like misconstruing every argument that every person is making. Okay,
I'm not
saying
making
this
an
proves-
argument.
I know
I'm
you're
saying. I'm saying.
I didn't say you're making an argument. I said you're misconstruing everyone else's argument. You can't even listen to what I'm saying in the moment.
Okay, maybe I'm dumb. Give me one argument that I'm misconstruing.
you're saying that I'm talking about the fine tuning of the universe. I'm saying that is something that is either very improbable or there could be other theories like the multiverse. That's not me saying that Sky Daddy made everything just for me. If anything, that points to some type of intelligent design. It doesn't necessarily point to theism. I'm not saying it does. I'm trying to just build a bridge into some type of intelligent designer. That's what's happening right now. And Ed, give me one of these so I can bring you up. I need to see one of these.
Can I address that directly while I get myself some fucking water after I just drank? My mouth is full of kratom fucking bullshit.
Is that
Can
what's
I
wrong
ask
with
you a
you?
question? Well, my mouth is full of fucking kratom particles.
Okay, bringing you up, Ed.
Oh shit. Oh Jesus. So wait. Is it possible? Oh Jesus. That the fucking bullshit that you're saying does not align.
What's up, guys? Hey, gals.
Oh, Ed, are you going? Go ahead, Ed.
Oh, no, I was just saying hi.
Good to see you, Ed.
I need some water. Ed, you take the floor. I need some water. Jesus fuck. I gotta kratom all over my face. Kratom.
Don't accidentally show your dick on camera.
So, Seeley, I don't want you to misconstrue anything that I'm saying as to mean that I don't think that you should believe in God. I think that you should believe in God.
I didn't get that impression at all.
Yeah, I prefer that no one become an atheist, and I prefer that the agnostics go back and believe in God instead of becoming actual atheists.
I as an agnostic, I would love that too. Give me a reason to do so.
Yeah.
And I'm there.
Yeah. Just the agnostics, though, not the actual atheists.
As an agnostic atheist, I am inclined to disagree with you, good sir.
Wait, why do you make that distinction? What is different about the atheists that don't deserve salvation or whatever it is that you think the agnostics?
You didn't say salvation.
Hold on. That's why I'm offering other options. I'm saying, what is it about the agnostics that deserve X, Y, Z, whatever you want to fill in there, that the atheists don't deserve? What is the difference there? Because that is very interesting to me.
I think
Can I
that
be heard?
agnosticism is a repugnant position to hold because it's essentially one where you don't actually have to stake a claim. You can stake ignorance, right?
How dare I not know? How dare I not know all of the answers to the universe?
Right, but you can still make claims without knowing, or else you'd never
that's
be able to
called
make a claim.
retardation.
No,
that's called
you'd never be able to make-
retardation.
No.
I know this thing. No, I don't know this thing. I know XYZ equals 3 feet by.
Yeah.
Right? In my world, that's what it means.
Okay.
So explain to me why I don't know is a worse answer than the wrong answer.
I don't know.
I didn't think you did. Because it's
I
not.
don't know.
Because it's not.
Yeah,
And you're fucking
and if you don't know,
bullshit.
and you're certain you don't know,
Bullshit.
then why don't you just go believe in God since you're so
I would love
committed to
I would
not
love
knowing.
to.
You know,
I
you
would
might as well
love
just believe
to.
in God.
Give me a reason
just
to.
be on
He
the
did
safe
say
side.
that he was going
to.
to reread
Give
the
me a reason
Bible
to.
and look into the information of any questions he may have. So I don't know. We'll see.
He's not gonna do that.
He's not gonna do it.
Okay,
seriously.
you can pretend that you fucking know me better than know me well enough to fucking.
Are you gonna reread the whole Bible, Lech? Are you actually? I'll believe you if
Is
you
that what it
actually for
takes?
real.
Is that what I need to do?
No,
Are you
Sally.
claiming- Wait.
Sally said that you were open to that. I said you're not going to do that. You said
Confluence. Is that what I need to do? If I read the Bible,
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I don't think you're going to reread it. That's all I'm saying.
Here's a reason why I can only ask is because when I first read the Bible, I was very familiar or kind of more on your side, where I didn't really want to I was still hesitant about all of it, and
that wasn't my side though. I love how much assumption is made about my fucking life. Maybe questions would be better. Why did I read the Bible?
Well,
why would I have read the Bible?
IJ, I have a question. Well, at what
Okay,
age
fair.
did you learn to play the sitar, and how many times have you charmed a snake?
Never.
Oh.
But I love your racism. It's cute. It's adorable.
well, I apologize if I that I misrepresented.
So, like I
you.
said,
But I was just saying, like, I came from like where I was still hesitant, and when I was reading it, I didn't fully like understand it. And there were certain things that I didn't like about it. But what did I end up doing? Like, I looked into to see like what's
Okay, so what other, if I may, Callie, what other, what did you compare Christianity to decide
Islam
that
and also Buddhism and Catholicism.
So is it possible? I'm not asking for a clear answer as to reality. I'm asking, is it possible that there's a comparison between Christianity and we'll call it X? A comparison between Christianity and X that you did not compare. And if you did compare, that you would find that, oh shit, X falls more in line with what I believe and see and X, and etc. Is that impossible?
I don't agree with the question because are you implying, correct me if I'm wrong, are you implying that I was that I'm comparing everything to Christianity?
No, I'm just asking you, is it possible for another thing? Is it possible? Okay, so let's start super basic. Is it possible?
No, I got you. Is it possible for another religion to have similarities, like all of it or some of it?
No, I mean, I don't. Yeah. I don't want to. I'm not trying to treat you like you're stupid. I know you're an adult human. You ain't fucking know what's going on. So it's possible that the answers that you found to spiritual questions are incorrect. Is that possible? Or is that impossible?
If the spiritual questions I have are incorrect?
The answers to the spiritual questions that you've had, could the answers that you found within your own life, could those answers to your spiritual questions be incorrect, or are you 100% positive that the answers that you found to your spiritual questions are in fact aligned with reality?
Yes. I mean, I'm not sure like what I'm.
Wait, it was either or. So you're 100% convinced that your ideas are in line with reality, or there is a possibility that it could be something different.
Like what kind of ideas?
That what God is, what humans are, what life is about, what love is. What I mean, take your pick.
I mean, that's such a broad,
very broad,
spectrum,
right? It's very broad, right? So
yeah,
is there anything within that broad scope of understanding about what life is and what humans are for and why we're here? Is there any possibility that what you believe about the answers to those questions are incorrect?
You're in the show everyone can see and hear. Really? Wow. That's cool.
Or no, you're certain that what you think about those questions that I've just presented you're sure.
Well, if we were to look at it based off of categories, like if it was religion, I'd say like there's a possibility I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
Fair enough.
I'd say that there is.
Okay, beautiful. So I also think that I could very much be wrong. I think there's a lot of people.
Possibility
Okay, you guys finish the exchange. Then Ed hasn't said anything, and then we'll go to Stacy. But you guys finish it up, and then
I think there is an overabundance on preying on the legitimacy in which you're willing to apply into an idea versus the legitimacy of what you would accept that is not that idea. I don't think you give you as Christians in general. I don't even want to talk about anyone individually. In general, I think that the Christian mind tends to be like, well, this could be true within Christianity, so I'm more likely to go with that. Even though this could be not true according to Christianity, based on what I believe, but I'm going to pretend that doesn't exist. Why am I wrong?
But that's why we look at the evidence. We look at everything. We shouldn't just take.
Which evidence?
Evidence to claims. Like if you're trying to ask like why is Christianity true, or like what are you really trying to ask here?
I'm trying to ask, how is it that you are so confident that what you say that you know is what you know? Because there was a time in my life where I felt like the things that you say you know, I knew them, and now I'm pretty fucking confident that I'm wrong about those being objective.
And how did you get there?
From taking the claims and
Evidence?
measuring them against things that would
That's what I
prove-
did.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking about.
Yeah, I look at the evidence just as like I think that would be the best approach towards anything, and the Bible calls for that too, where that you shall know them by their fruit. Look at the fruit that they bear, right? So I look at that. I look at the life of the prophet, the way they lived and died, and I look at the teachings. I look at the actual this actual scripture for myself, and then I also try to understand the history behind it too, and also reading and also listening to like people that are more knowledgeable in this field than I am, and trying to like follow theirs. And you can also like test a lot of this stuff with like trying to think of like it depends on what you're really trying to test. So
I'm trying to
did
test.
I answer that fully, or am I missing anything, or did I not answer correctly?
I think that was a good answer, but I want to just because Ed's been waiting a long time, so we can all continue. I just want to bring Ed into the conversation, bring Stacy, and then we can all go nuts. So Ed,
hi
hope your
guys.
connection's good.
So there's, I'm a mathematician at heart. Got my degree in that, and physics and whatnot, and probability and statistics, and there's such a thing as an unknowable question, like a question that's so deep that you can't possibly know the answer to it. There's no evidence that you could ever provide that could actually provide you a definitive answer. So the existence of God is one of those things. There's also a bunch of number theory questions. There's questions about physics and how reality actually even works and what the fuck's going on. And some of these are incomputable. That there's not even a theoretically large enough computer to compute it, because it's so it's infinitely too large to even be conceivable by us or anything that we could create. So there are questions that are that deep, and God is one of those. So it's really a fundamental like choice issue. Like, do I want to believe in this? Do I not want to believe in this? And that's where the whole like faith thing comes in. If you want to have faith in that, and that can give you like a framework to live your life within and do good things and live a good life, then fucking hey, like
So you are you under the impression that the things that you believe are up to your decision, or do you believe that choices are outside of our decision?
That's another
That's a little different. That's a different
no. Let me cook here. That's another philosophical argument. Are things in general determinate, or are they indeterminate and based on probability? Like, is everything all decided before we even start? Like the universe began, and the entire fucking course of the universe existing is already decided, or are we making choices at each step? Like I make a choice and you make a choice, and all these choices bounce off each other, or is the idea of choice even just an illusion that we're all perceiving together? Like, it's another question that's so deep you actually can't answer it with math and science.
I was say free will versus predestinate, or was it predetermination?
You can answer it, but you're never actually going to be able to provide any solid evidence.
Here's my evidence for it. If you guys,
you can give emotional evidence, but you can't.
oh, this isn't
actually,
emotional though. How,
well, let's see. I want to hear it.
so free will. Are you?
Doesn't exist. Doesn't make sense.
The reason I say that free will exists is because love is an example of it. People choose to love a person. When you first meet somebody, you know, like you may not, you know, feel any type of attraction towards them, but then the more you get to spend time with them, then you start seeing them a little bit differently, and maybe potentially now they're in a relationship with you, but they chose you, right? Like that's a choice. We're not robots, and that's why
no. Like, pull yourself outside of your body.
Love. I don't believe in free will.
Like, love is a response that you're having with your body and your mind and your emotions.
You don't need free will to be in love. You don't need to.
You could actually just be put in a circumstance where you would have that response and you would feel love with or without free will.
Is anyone else? Is anyone else? Am I the only one who's saying that free will does not exist?
Yeah, free will. Oh, I'll wait till my turn. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a free will atheist. So yeah, I would say that free will exists.
So
I think free will exists. Although, just to I guess, to respond to Sally briefly, even though I believe in free will, I think the counter to the love thing, you could say that you were just determined to love that person, and how everything was set up, you experienced the right chemicals, and even though you think you're making a free choice to love them, you were actually always going to love them. Now, I don't believe that, but I think that's the kind of determinist kind of counterpoint to that.
And here's the thing with determinism versus non-determinism. There's no way to disprove the other argument.
Right.
Like,
what do you mean?
You could literally...
Wait, how did you disprove love exactly?
You cannot prove love is the problem.
What?
It's not disproving love. It would just be that saying that you were always determined to love that person, that whatever we're calling love, that the circumstances in your life, you didn't actually make a free choice. You had an illusion of choice. Again, I don't believe that, but that would be from the determinist side. And I get what Ed is saying, that it's really hard, possibly impossible to like prove one way or the other. We kind of just go off of experience and what we think.
Love inherently is not a falsifiable claim. If I say I love my dog, I love my mom, you don't have a mechanism to determine that is or is not true.
That's not what we're talking about, though. We're talking about, did you have the freedom to love, or were you determined to love, right? We're talking about free will versus determinism.
Here's an example. Like, say you were living in a simulation, like the Matrix or something like that, right? And you're perceiving reality as it being your choice at each point. But this simulation was already predetermined before you existed. So I'm not discounting the love that you feel for your dog. What I'm saying is that there's no way to disprove the possibility that you're not currently in a simulation right now.
I feel like that goes into a little bit of a different topic.
Like, once you're actually in the simulation, there's no way to disprove your way out of your own reality. It's actually impossible logically.
Right.
My response, I would say that something like free will, and you're not going to like this, Ed. I would say it's self-evident. In the same way, I think it's like self-evident that we exist. So it's like, it's hard to, I agree with you that like from a purely intellectual point of view, it gets really mucky and you can't really say anything. But from an experiential consciousness point of view, I think it is self-evident, I would say.
Are you done, Ed?
So me, my personal take, I got like 5 more seconds to shut up. My personal take is I choose to have faith because it feels better for me. And so rather than believe in nothing, I choose to believe in something. So that's all I got. I'll let you guys talk.
Okay, let's bring Stacy in. Stacy, you've been very patient. Thank you. Stacy, thoughts on this? Also, good to see you, Tyler, in the chat.
Yeah, as far as we're talking about free will, to me, I heard y'all talking earlier. I'll be quick. One thing, I understand it was hypotheticals, and I get hypotheticals, but it's a touchy issue with me. Is like there's no scenario where hurting a puppy is okay. That's the first thing. The second thing is I understand what you're talking about free will, or the Job thing. Job, this was a slap in the face to God in the sense that the devil did, and he basically said, "You have made Job prosperous." And Job was not a man that was like, I'm not really sure. He was a holy man. He committed to God. He thanked him for everything he had. He was very prosperous. And the devil said, well, of course he praises you, because look at all the stuff you gave him. And he said, if you took those things away from him, he would curse you in the blink of an eye. And God told him, he told Satan, okay, well, I'll tell you what, you can do whatever you want to him, but you can't kill him. And we'll find out. And that's what happened. And the devil killed his family, took all of his stuff, and all his friends came to him and said, Job, you've done something wrong. It's you. It has to be you. It's not anybody, it's you. And he stayed strong in his faith, and he said, I'm just going to put my faith in the Lord. And so he made it through. He disproved the devil, and God rewarded him by giving him threefold or fivefold whatever he had before. So that's a little bit different what y'all talking about. It's a testimony to unshakable faith. Now, the last thing is freedom of will. That's the whole, you're summing up Christianity. God gave us the ability to have free will. And in doing so, I do believe, like what he was saying, it's almost like a matrix thing, but I believe if there wasn't matrix and there was a God, we have the freedom of choice. So the game changes. You choose this path, that sets in line a whole chain reaction of shit that's going to happen. You choose this path, but he gives us the freedom of choice, because ultimately we will be judged. I believe if you believe in Christianity, you'll stand before the man, and it says every deed you've done, every thought you've made, everything will be laid out. And basically your freedom of choice will determine, and how you lived will determine your salvation or your damnation. That's if you believe in Christianity. Lastly, the matrix thing, it's a trip. But Eric, you said you're a mathematician. I know this dude that was studying quantum physics at UT. He was so far out there you could barely fucking talk to him, but he was so interesting. And he basically told me, and he was very religious. And he said to me, says it's like, I know this was not a big accident. In fact, mathematically, if you took a 5,000 word jigsaw puzzle at 3,000 feet and you threw it out the window of a fucking airplane, and if it all just miraculously came together and was perfect when it hit the ground, he said, that's not a fucking coincidence.
If I don't see some fucking Bonnie Blue titties, then I
Please
think I
no.
need to
Please
bow.
no.
Bonnie
we
Blue.
can see Bonnie Blue's unfortunate face because Anson is.
What's Bonnie Blue?
You don't even want to know, brother.
Okay, so Bonnie Blue recently broke the world record for sleeping with the most sexual partners in one day.
Oh yeah, I got you.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you for the edification.
Where's Marilyn? I refer to her as Larry Flint's granddaughter.
Yeah, you want me to text her? I'll see how she's doing. Hold on a second.
I'm joking.
Shut up, Anson.
You don't have to do that. She's probably sleeping.
Anson doesn't have her number, I hope.
Well, she sounded like she was kind of sleepy.
Yeah. So, Stacy, what do you think about the free will thing, man? Because I have some stuff I wanted to say on that, but I wanted to make sure.
But the free will thing, well, I said it. I'm a Christian. Actually, I don't believe I'm worthy.
Are you?
But I believe God, that's the miraculous thing about God. He said, "I'm going to give you free will." And how you and then when people go, well, it's all predetermined. Yeah, there might be a structure in place, but I believe that God gives us free will, and you might make one choice Think about how many choices you made within just a blink of an eye or just a hair. You could have gone one way or the other. And in those choices, it causes a ripple effect. And that's why when people go, well, this child was run over by a drunk driver. How could God allow that? And it's not that God condemned.
No, that was the drunk driver, not on them. And I think that's what
I know. Can I finish?
confused. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, that's okay. I'm almost at the end of my point. But when God says, he's not saying I condone that. He's saying I give you free will, and there's going to be consequences either way, some good, some bad. But it's your choice. And that's what drives the devil crazy. Is because he's like, you love these creatures so much more than you love your divine creature that you made in me. How can you love these inferior, pieces of shit? And that's why there's a demonic attack from the devil. It's because he's furious the fact that he was the chosen. He was the shining light. He was the star. And God made man, and he looks at us like innocent children. Now we mature, we become self-aware. And in that moment, he's like, okay, you're not kids anymore. You make your choice. You sin, you don't sin. You shoot the sky with bullets. You reap.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about free
I feel
will.
like you've been talking for 7 hours.
Well, guess
What
what?
are you
Guess what?
talking
Hey,
about?
rock and roll Jesus. Get rock and roll Jesus.
Jesus!
Me talking. The level of me talking is a fucking rock thrown in the Grand Canyon to you. And I like to hear you talk. But come on, man.
Is it though? Is it though?
Oh,
Is it?
Yes, rock and roll Jesus, and I like you. I'm a fan of yours. But yes, that's true.
I
I've
feel
been
like
talking
you're
a
just
couple
saying,
minutes.
don't be bad.
No,
be
he's saying that
good
you have free will to
You'll never
do
heard
wrong
or bad.
and be solid.
What?
So, I mean, I fucks with all of it. I fucks with all
So
of it.
here's the question. If there is predeterminism, and that is everything goes accordingly to God's plan, how is that there is free will?
That's what I don't believe. I don't believe it's all been set in stone.
So if there's
I think those things would contradict.
No, they don't. They don't. If you remove God from the equation, you can have both.
Determinism and free will.
Yeah.
You could, but there's not.
In what sense? In what sense is an action free though?
Well,
if it's literally determined. I know you called in the chat binary, but I guess unpack that.
No, with relativity.
Okay, say more.
So like depending upon what your perspective is, right? So there's been I don't remember what, it's been a long time since I've seen this, but like on the smallest level that you can get, there is more randomness, right? I think it's called the quantum level. I don't know anything about quantum physics. I'm not talking about quantum physics. You talked about that earlier, Confluence. I'm not going to talk about quantum physics, right? I don't know shit about it. But from what I understand, like on a certain level, randomness actually exists in the universe. And I think that the object that is human relative to the entire universe has free will. Yes. Because it has agency over its own actions as a specific object and self-control and self-determination. But on a cosmic level, the object that is a human also has evolutionary scaffolding that creates a layer of predetermined to that specific object, right? So the object's actions are free will, but the scaffolding that created the object is predetermined.
Well, like, see, okay, I agree, but that's not what any philosopher means by determinism, though. Like, well, I agree. That's like saying some stuff is determined, but it's not. When philosophically, when we use the term determinism, we mean something that is not compatible with free will. We mean that everything is determined. Like that's how that word is used.
And that's what I'm talking about.
See, Big Soda, I'm pulling you up if you want to calm down.
Look what Jesus told Peter. He said,
"Welcome back.
You'll betray me by the time the cock crows 3 times." Peter said, "I'll never betray you."
Look, I don't care what your mythology says, Stacy. I'm not talking about your mythology. I said remove God from the equation, right?
He was foreshadowing. He wasn't predetermining.
No, he was telling it. I'm telling you, you're going to do this. He did it.
So again,
I would say foreknowledge is different. Yeah, I agree. I agree with Sally on that. So foreknowledge is different. But the strict determinism, like Anson is saying, I think both
things can exist and still be true. and that's why it's subjective. People go, I don't.
But it's only in the soft way that Anson is defining determinism, just to mean that we have evolutionary scaffolding, and like obviously, yeah, that's true.
No, the problem with these conversations is philosophically, when y'all talk about it at your level, Confluence, you create this binary where it has to be either this or either this.
Right.
I'm using when I say the word. When I say the word determinism, I'm using it how philosophers use the term.
Yeah, and
you're using it in a different.
Philosophers get it wrong.
You're losing
That's
a
fine.
philosophy.
But then you work. But then it's when you say that you can have both, you understand why I get confused on that, because they are philosophically mutually exclusive things.
So I got a question. I've got a question.
Wait. If I may, Confluence, both of what?
All right,
to have true wait, Let's just asking something, and then we'll go back to you, Jamie. So you said both of what, Letch? I'm saying you can't have pure determinism and then also free will. You can try to be some type of compatibilist, but that's not what Anson is saying. What Anson's saying, I agree with that. I don't, but we're just saying we're talking about different things when we say determinism then. Because what Anson is saying that, yes, I have genetics that influence my behavior. I have a certain what he called evolutionary scaffolding. I can still make choices, but everyone agrees on that. There's no one is like so free will pilled that they don't think that they have like genetic biases, right? So it's kind of so Anson, I would say you're actually saying nothing when you're saying that, because every single person believes that.
No, that's not true.
No. Every person doesn't believe that. That's the whole fucking point. The acknowledgement beyond the difference between what your genetic choices, genetic quote unquote choices are, and your free will quote unquote choices are, and your free choices are. That is everything. That is the whole discussion. Are you free to make those decisions, or are those decisions ingrained in who you are? That is the entire discussion.
You're missing what me and Anson, the exchange we had, though, I would say. So I agree with you, Lutch. That is the big philosophical question. But Anson defined a world where free will exists, but also we are still beholden from a cosmic level to evolutionary scaffolding and our genetic predispositions and stuff, which I agree with. But I don't know anyone who doesn't agree with that except strict determinists. Anyone who believes in free will believes that they still have genetic predispositions in their mind to do certain things, right? Like, you'd have to be really insane to be like a total free will person to think that none of your genes or evolutionary history matters at all.
So then how is it not dependent on you to articulate the difference between what Anson is talking about and what you're talking about?
I feel like I just did, brother. I feel like I just did. When philosophers talk about determinism versus free will, they mean determinism as in you have actually no free actions at all. We have an illusion of choice, but that is illusory. We're not actually making real choices. Anson is saying you can have both, but he's defining determinism in a different way than most philosophers define it, and he agreed to that. He's defining it in a way that he just means from a cosmic level, we have an evolutionary history.
No. What I'm saying is
that is what you said.
Our evolutionary scaffolding was so terrific and robust that we are such a complex and complete organism that we evolved the capability to have free will. It is a trait of the object that is human, because it is.
I agree. Yeah.
And like you said, it's kind of self-evident, right? Like, if you don't know that you can make choices, then you're not fucking paying attention to your own goddamn mind, right?
I agree with that as well. Rare Confluence and Anson agreement. Okay, Jamie, you want to say something?
Yeah, so the question that I wanted to ask was, and this is really more for the theists in the room.
Wait, sorry to interrupt. Sally wants to leave and probably doesn't want to interrupt. So good night, Sally. You're always welcome back.
Good night,
I
Sally.
stream every night, 6 p.m. And I hope you and your family do well, Sally, for real.
Thank you.
And,
You guys have a good night. Bye.
Take care.
Good one.
Good to meet you, Sally. Like to pet your cat sometime.
Okay, so like my question is, does God have a plan, and does everything happen accordingly to that plan that God has? That was the first question I wanted to ask.
You could never fucking know that. You could never fucking know that. You could never
on the terrace.
fucking know that if it was true.
Excuse me, Indian Jesus. I'm asking.
IJ, if you can just
tell me how.
IJ.
Better than
IJ, I'm asking the theists in the room, because I have a point that I'm trying to make. So again, I'll ask my question. My question is, Does God have a plan, and does everything happen accordingly to God's plan?
Yes.
As a human, I don't know how I would know that.
Everything happens to his plan, but you still have the ability to have free will, so the plan can change. It's up to you. That's what's
I think of like
humans that make different choices, and that's what makes shit so weird. But God just sits back and goes, "I've given you the structure, I've given you the variables, I've given you what you grew up being white and this and that, and so you're predetermined for this. But ultimately, it's your choice." How many times have people made choices that you go, "Where the fuck did that come from?" That's what it's a weird variable. Why even have free choice if you don't have it makes a difference in not just your life, maybe hundreds of thousands of people's lives, like the butterfly effect.
Important side chat. Anson says send in donos for Confluence. I guess that's me. He needs to buy a spoiler for his Honda Civic so he can attract goth girls at the mall. Very true. So, just saying. I want to say, if I'm allowed to quote a Bible verse here, in part to answer your question, but I'm not relying on it, Jamie. But there's a thing where God says, "What you intended for bad, I intended for good." And I think so. I think God has an overarching plan. And again, this is just my theistic point of view. I can't prove this. I think God has an overarching plan. I think we make choices, but I think God is aware of our choices. I don't think foreknowledge is the same thing as God planning out every single minutia of our life. So I think God has a macro plan, and he knows what we're going to pick, but we're still free to choose. I think that's a fundamental part of the Christian ethos.
Yes, that's correct.
This is where I kind of disagree with you. And I think you said it earlier about how you really can't have predeterminism and free will at the same time. I mean, if God has an overarching plan, in my opinion, then everything should, that's predeterminism right there, because everything is going.
I would just let's say, just as a weird thought experiment, let's say God's plan was to let everything go as humans want, and then in 2,000 years blow everything up with a meteor. That would still be an overarching plan, but it wouldn't negate free will, right? So that's a very macro kind of dumb example. But if you can believe that, then you can at least believe that those two things aren't necessarily in contradiction. That would be an example of an overarching plan, meteor hitting. In the moment, I can still do what I want in my room right now.
I think that's actually really important to I think that's a really actually important point. Can we all agree on that?
I agree.
I'm willing to agree with that.
Because I agree with nothing.
Of course. I feel like there's a notion that, well, God wouldn't want it, therefore, and God wouldn't want it, therefore I wouldn't do it, therefore other people couldn't do it. That's kind of that's that's where my mind goes.
Well, look at Hitler. People that say I don't believe in God because look at Hitler. And you're like, yeah, but guess what? Hitler was a weird fuck. In World War I, he took his painting utensils to the front lines. He was a horrible soldier. But somehow,
but let's take that example.
He somehow becomes the leader of the Third Reich and fucking takes out 40 million people. And people go, God damn. It's like, well, those are choices he made, and God let him make those choices.
But how do you have God's plan if you have free will?
Because God's plan, remember this. God said, my understanding is not yours. And yours is, I've known from the day, thousands of years before you were born, every hair on your head. So I know everything about you, and you don't know shit about me. Sure. And that's why it's subjective.
God does, right? But he either knows what I'm going to do or doesn't know what I'm going to do. Is there?
Foreknowledge is not determinism, though. I want to make that clear as well, right?
Like, point, dude. Christianity believes that you have the freedom of choice. You can fuck it up, or you can make it good. You can believe. You can be put through, like Job, unbelievable heartbreak, and his family's all killed. They take away.
Just saying, that was the biggest fucking story that pushed me away from Christianity. I don't know about anybody else.
That's cool, man.
I want to address Doomerang here for a second. What if the overarching plan is free will? Does free agency become determinism? The biblically, I would say one of the problems with that would be obviously we have to. If you look at the Bible, right, Jesus came from the line of David. In Matthew and Luke, we're given 2 separate genealogies, one for the mother and one presumably for Joseph. And it's like, so obviously there is a thread that goes through the Old Testament to the New. So somehow there is an overarching plan, but somehow free will also exists with that. And so I would agree with Ed, wrong thing I pulled up, that full determinism is in conflict with choice.
No,
I agree.
it's not.
But an overarching plan, right, is different than determinism. You can still, I think, have the biblical narrative of saying that, that God was working in this way to get to David and then to get to, all the other people in line to Christ and to have Christ die. But it's still based on choice. I don't think those things have to be in contradiction.
Look,
if we're saying that there's no choice, then yes, that is in contradiction with strict determinism. Again,
Okay.
Essen, strict determinism.
No, you're no.
So can you guys help me understand because this is a huge point of contention. How I don't understand how there could be both God's plan and also free will, and you're saying foreknowledge is not determinism. Okay, I can.
Those are two
understand that.
two separate points, though. I will say
Sure,
those are two
sure.
separate. Yeah.
So, but if it is such that you have foreknowledge, and you have the lack of determinism, then resides in your ability to change things. No.
Who's you? Who's you? God?
Yeah, you like
God.
Yeah, you can.
God,
yes, you
So
can.
God knows that I'm gonna go fucking kill somebody.
He doesn't know that. That's the point. He gives you free will,
Then
dude.
he's not.
Well,
okay.
no.
So
Okay,
then
wait,
we're
no. I
talking
gotta
about a
correct
non-ob-
that. I gotta correct
Okay,
that.
so then
What
we're-
Stacy
we're-
said is something that's not accepted under most forms of Christianity. I just want to specify that's something called open theism. That's like Greg Boyd stuff. I'm just saying. I just want to clear it up. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying most of Christianity does not think that.
Well, so okay, wait. So when we were talking about, as you're saying, quote unquote, most of Christianity, we agree that is dependent on omnipotent, omnipresent, omni-God, right? Like I'm not being facetious when I'm asking. Oh, well, you're God. Like that's the claim, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So help me understand the difference between how there can be foreknowledge and also free will.
Well, I would say so just because God knows an action you're going to do, I don't think that means he determines it. And so an analogy that I've thought of, but you tell me if this is a bad analogy, okay? So let's say I'm I can do fortune telling, and let's say I somehow gain the knowledge that you're going to get hit by a bus tomorrow. Okay, let's say I actually have that knowledge. That doesn't necessitate that I necessarily chose that you're going to get hit by a bus. Let's just say I just know that you're going to get hit by a bus. That doesn't mean I chose it. Those two things are different. Like foreknowledge doesn't have to equal determinism, and foreknowledge doesn't necessarily mean you don't have a choice. I might just know that you're going to make a series of choices that will end up with you getting hit by a bus.
But
Totally
check it
fair.
out. There
Totally
could be there could be a chain. There could be a wide variety of people's choices that make you get hit by a bus. So God
Totally
might
fair.
not got hit by. Hold on, you might hit by a bus, but I did something that I normally don't do. I'm a real shitty person, but for some reason, somebody touched my heart, and I did something that I normally wouldn't do, and it put into a chain of events that this person and this person benefited from that, and that's all beautiful. But that person I benefited actually got a fucking side job, and he got fucking money for Uber, and he fucking goes over here, and that throws the bus off, and you get hit by the bus.
So y'all keep on doing this thing, and I've noticed this is kind of like a recurring theme, Confluence, where for some reason people tend to separate themselves from the universe as if humans are not an object of the universe. And that's why I go back to what my analogy was, where I was talking about, I don't know if it was an analogy or not, but where I was talking about how we are both the scaffolding and the actor, right? Because the object that we are evolved from the universe, from the non-biological substance of the universe, right? And so the predetermination conversation can't be divorced from all of the universe, right? You can't say humans are not a part of all of everything in order to have this conversation about just humans at the micro level.
Yeah, but I'm not trying to say that. Like this, we're talking about like if it's possible for God to do this. So like,
well, yeah, then I can't engage in that conversation because that's just ridiculous.
Well, right. Like I agree with you, and like what you're saying, Anson. Like I agree. You obviously, I don't think there's free will before you have a being capable of making a free action. I think that point started probably with humans. But like, yeah, we're talking about, when we talk about foreknowledge, we're talking about God's foreknowledge, which I understand you don't agree with God. And again, people in the back, Witty Noggins and Christian, I see you both there. You don't have to be on camera for anyone else, but I have to see you in the back chat. You just have to turn on your camera and give me 2 thumbs up is going to be the metric. So just give me 2 thumbs up. Okay, I see you, Witty Noggins. Okay, you can cam down if you want now, and I'll add you to the stage.
That's
welcome, Witty Noggins.
Confluence. That's why I said before he talks. I just wanted to respond to what you said. If you remove God from all of this conversation, everything makes sense, right? God is a confounding factor that just adds unnecessary confusion. Anyway, I'll let Witty whatever talk. But.
Yeah, Witty, I guess let's bring you in on this. So what are your thoughts?
Well, I think God makes sense. I like your analogy. I like another analogy for God, like understanding foreknowledge without determining it would be like if for some reason like the Super Bowl, like you knew the game, you knew the score, you knew what was going to happen, or like you seen a movie or something. Like you don't determine and make the players do what they're going to do, right? You just know what they're going to do. So like if God is outside of time and space and he can see everything that's going to happen, just because he knows what's going to happen doesn't mean he makes everything happen or determines everything. He just gives creatures free will and just lets things like play out as they will,
But you guys say that, but like it doesn't, like you just say that and then you leave it there. God gives us free will. What is that? That doesn't mean anything unless you can verify there's a difference between people acting based on instinct. Hold on. So there needs to be a difference between animals acting on instinct that is implanted on them by some higher power versus a conscious being then taking that into account. It seems like you generally as Christians, I don't know any one individual, I don't want to put this on any one individual, but it seems generally as Christians, you are saying that there is just a nature of humanity that moves this way. And I don't understand that because so much of what we see in humanity just in this specific time frame that is not in other time frames, which align better with what your God says. How is it possible? How do all of these things connect? Is God doing this or
God
not?
gives you free will.
Yeah, I'm not sure
What
what
is
you're asking.
how so God does not have a plan?
He does have a plan, but
okay. So how can you go away from God's plan?
Finish. The portrait's not
Stacey,
finished.
can
He
you
put
go
the
away?
canvas
Can
up
you?
there. Hold on. He put the canvas up there. He gave you the paint. He knows there's going to be a picture. How the fuck?
Okay. So did he paint the
to you.
picture?
Huh?
So let's use that analogy. If you're the painter, then God has ensured that the picture that he wants is going to be painted? Or
No,
it's up to you.
I'll give you my
Okay. So that's what I'm saying then. So you can't say that God exists and God's plan and all of this exists if we have the free will to not enact those things. Those are two different ideological positions.
all that? I'll give you my overview real quick if that's cool.
Yeah, let's hear it, Witty.
Okay, so I think that God created everything, right? And so he created creatures with free choices, and in order for them to realize that there was a God and that they did need him, right? That's where like he made a covenant with man right through Abraham, right? And then predestined Jesus to come from heaven to bring salvation to everyone, to die for all. So like I think his plan like was to come down, sacrifice himself so that all people can have a one-on-one relationship with a holy God, even though they're sinful creatures, and even though they do sinful things and choose the wrong thing, right? They can still have union with him.
He just gives them the opportunity.
I'm just trying to understand the difference. If there is an omnipotent being who says, this is the way things will be, what choice do you have in that matter?
He doesn't say. Otherwise, there would be no reason for free will.
So you're having trouble
there is a reason for free will. That's
so
what I'm questioning.
Between God's sovereignty and free choices, right? Like, how can there be a sovereign God who's omnipotent and also have free choices, right?
Yeah.
And so what we're saying is that there doesn't have to be a deterministic view of this sovereign God, right? He can be so sovereign that he has like a hands off where he doesn't just make robots that do everything he says. He gives them the option to do what he doesn't want them to do as well, right? Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying, but no, it doesn't.
Look
make
at the
sense.
crucifixion of Christ. That was his most precious thing. Jesus Christ.
I don't believe that's
I
a real
think
thing.
okay, IJ, can I run something past you? Do you understand if I say like there's a difference, I think, between God having like a macro plan versus like controlling everything on a micro level? Does that strike you as a relevant difference or not?
No. I don't.
Why not? Because that would still allow free will, right? Like, so if God has a macro plan, but he allows you to make decisions on a micro level.
Okay, so take that and walk me through it, and maybe walk me through it step by step.
Of Christ.
How does that work? When you're born, and then that exists, and you're then presented with depression in your life, and there's a line of drugs in front of you, and where does the free will?
The free will is always there. So again, so to just help you get past the macro micro, again, I'll go back to my stupid analogy. So it's off the dome. It's not that great. But like, again, if let's say God's plan, all I mean by God's plan is that humans exist now and a meteor will blow us up in the year, let's say 4000. That's what I mean by God's plan, right? So we can make choices. I can choose to raise this hand or this hand. I can choose to snort some cocaine, or I can choose to go help starving kids. But God's overarching plan, that's what I mean by the macro plan. So that's, if you can understand that those two things.
It's the Demogorgons.
Do you understand that those two are at least not in contradiction?
No, I don't
understand. Wait, how? You don't think that's possible? You don't think that's conceivable?
No, I understand that it's conceivable in the same way that the Demogorgons could be real. I don't understand the difference between the legitimacy of what you just said versus the plot lines of Stranger Things. Explain to me why I'm wrong that what you said is less realistic than.
Well, he's not even talking about the concept of God and everything right now. He's just trying to get you to understand a macro and a micro level. Like,
yes. I'm just asking if you can get that.
Okay,
if you understand that.
Maybe I'm too dumb for that. Maybe I'm too dumb for that. I'm sorry. I don't know. Maybe I'm too dumb. So dumb it even further down.
IJ,
I'm not trying to big bro anybody. Maybe I
completely agree with you, IJ. They're being dumb.
Okay, Alex, say more.
Okay, so in terms of like a divine plan, very much possible if the divine plan doesn't include anything that humanity really does or has a huge effect on. But then it's not really a divine plan for us so much as a divine plan he didn't include us in very much. If he's able to foresee any choice that we will make, then we do not have free will.
Well, once again, that's the same thing he's been struggling with. Is the
no. It's really actually simple, right? So God created the universe. If he could see at the moment of creation everything as it would be, right, from the very start all the way to the end, then he decided where to stop the dice, which means he essentially forced us into whatever choice we're going to make because he decided to rotate this electron this way versus that way.
But there could be a different.
Why is that wrong? Hold on, start right there. Can
There
anybody
could be
say
where God
explicitly
creates the
what?
beginning and he knows there's an end and everything in between.
How do we wait? You're making a bunch of claims. I'm with you so far. You need to justify every claim that you're making. You don't just get to accept these things because you believe them. How do you know that this is what is in line with reality? I understand it's what you believe. Why is it that this is what you believe? And why what you believe in line with reality? I understand you believe it.
Who are you talking to?
All of you who are aligned with this. Why is it that I should trust that your beliefs are verifiably aligned
So Alex
with
came in
reality?
and actually had your back, and he was actually making your point. So I don't know if you're talking to him or if you're talking to.
No, he's talking to you guys.
Whoever can answer it.
Yeah, he's ignoring me on this.
So
I'm not ignoring
something I want to ask.
No, not in a bad way. Not in a bad way. I'm just saying he's asking you guys to answer what I posed.
Well, just 2 sentences. So
once again,
there's a beginning. Say God makes this structure. Again, I go to the painting deal. He provides a canvas. He knows there's going to ultimately be a portrait, but it's not just one person. It's billions of people making little choices. Now, here's the weird part. I chose to stick with Little League, as stupid as that sounds. And by doing so, my mother had to take me to this last game, right? If I chose not to do Little League, she wouldn't have taken me to that game and she wouldn't have been killed in a car wreck. But she was, because she took me to the game.
Okay.
Now, the point is that one little incident can cause a ripple effect across time, mass, everything you want to talk about. So in my opinion, the biggest thing that God gave to humans, and listen to this, he gave this to humans, is free will. So we don't know everything in between is going to happen. He doesn't. There's a million different variables that could be, and he lets us paint the portrait. The weird part is the devil and all the fallen angels hate us because they say, you didn't give us choice. God, you didn't give us freedom of choice. You said worship you undisputed.
Hang on a second. Hey, Stacy, I got a quick question, and I do apologize for interrupting you. Is God all-knowing?
Only in the sense of he knows that we're going to make choices.
Oh, I'll let you do your thing.
I mean, is he omni-knowing? I mean,
no, you're
does
saying
he know all?
Predetermined decision. No, that's the beauty. He gives us free will. If he didn't give us
I'm not.
free will,
Here's the thing. I'm not. Let me just pause for a moment. I'm not asking about predeterminism. I'm asking, is God all-knowing?
Yes.
He's all-knowing in the sense that he knows something's going to happen, but he gives us a free will to.
Yes, he's all-knowing.
There's also, I will say, if I can say something, there is another perspective. I mentioned this earlier. I'm not saying I agree with this, but it's something to contend with. That again, I mentioned it, called open theism, which would say that God knows everything, but the future hasn't happened yet. So the future is not something that can be known. It's not something that exists. So the argument goes that God knows everything that exists. The future is a potential. So God actually doesn't know everything. So it's at least philosophically possible to believe that there is a God who does know everything, who's still omniscient, but kind of like how you could say God is omnipotent, but then if someone asks, well, can God make a rock so heavy he cannot lift it, or can God make a square circle? We would say those aren't things that an omnipotent being can do because those things don't actually exist. So in that same way, IJ, so I gotta fucking mute IJ. Jesus Christ.
Indian, mute your mic, dude.
Rock and roll Jesus is on the fireball.
But yeah, so I don't know. So I'm not saying that that's just one possible solution to that.
Those are like, yeah. Every time people ask those, they're just so stupid. Like the idea of creating a rock that's too heavy to lift or whatever.
Right, and so the same thing applies to omniscience, right? You could argue that the future is an impossible.
Sure. So here's what I'm going to say, right? If you're saying he can know the future, then that's one thing. If you're saying he does know the future, if he knows everything you're going to do, all the choices you're going to make, then you have no choice in it.
He doesn't.
Well, I don't actually think. Can I just
hang on a second? I mean, I don't mean to interrupt anybody, but like we're kind of steering away from the point that I'm trying to get at. The question is simple. I mean, is God all-knowing? Yes or no? I mean, it seems like every time I think he's
all-knowing.
Sounds like the answer is no.
Yes, God is all-knowing.
Not that he's not capable of being all-knowing, but he chooses not to know everything.
I think God is all. Even under what I presented, I think God is still all-knowing. It's just possible that the future is just in the same way that God can't make a square circle. That doesn't mean he's not omnipotent. It doesn't mean he's not all-powerful, right? It means a square circle is not something, it's a contradiction. And so if the future doesn't exist, it's not a thing yet to be known.
Yeah, but I think
and if we have free will,
hold on.
I mean, at the same time, though,
I just want to get an answer from Confluence really quick, okay? So if I say that God is all-seeing, but he chooses not to look inside of a certain box somewhere, would you say that he's still all-seeing or not?
I would say he's not all-seeing. That's not what I'm saying, though. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the future, and I don't even believe this. I'm just saying this is a possibility. I'm not an open theist.
Sure.
I'm saying it's there. Some open theists say that God does kind of what you're saying, Alex, that he chooses to limit his foreknowledge. But some say that the future is simply, it hasn't happened. It's not a thing that is even conceivable to know. So it's not that God is limiting himself. It's that he can't know. Now, I disagree with that for the reasons that Whitty said. I think God is outside of time. but it is still a possible solution to it. You could still be all knowing. Just the future isn't something that can be known. 'Cause it doesn't
Well, what
exist.
about this? What about
knowing
if
the
he
future with
knows
perfect
exactly when you're
accuracy
gonna
is
die?
not the same as like not being all knowing, right?
What if he knows
Like,
exactly
well,
the moment
right.
you're going to die, but there's 1,000,001 different variables that you could die by that fact? Meaning you're going to die on a Tuesday, January 29th, 2020 or 30, and he knows that. But there's a billion different scenarios depending on the freedom of choice how you get there. You're going to get there. He knows it. But he's going to give all these creatures the ability to make freedom of choice, but ultimately you're dying on that date. But it could be a billion different ways that it happens.
So Stacey, like you're saying, like if you walk into a street, a car will hit you, but if you choose to stay home, you'll have a heart attack. If you just checked out by a doctor and your heart's fine, you'll have a stroke. Things like that.
I mean, look, it's just like God can see the
Big
things
stuff
that
can
you're
be
going to do.
predetermined, but
He
because
just doesn't make you do them.
I
You know what
knew
I'm
you before
saying?
you were ever born. So he implies that
Sure.
he knows
He decided when you'll be
but he
born and when
doesn't
you'll
control
die, but that's
your
about
free
it.
will. He doesn't control your free will.
How do y'all not see how fucking gay this shit is?
So Indian Jesus, let me
It's
speak
so
to that.
fucking gay.
I think it's because you're not like following it, IJ. Is in my opinion.
following
I'm following it closely, and it's fucking gay.
I don't think you've proven that throughout this the last couple hours of this conversation,
I have
brother.
no fucking idea what you guys have to say about religion.
but look at
right?
the theme
atheists-
No, I'm just saying every time you try to summarize one of my arguments, you like get it so wrong.
Guys,
That's all I'm saying.
guys. All right, I feel like we're just arguing back and forth, talking like circles around each other, and I kind of feel like we're just getting really nowhere with this discussion. That being said, I do want to kind of take it a little way back to how I initiated this conversation to begin with, and that was discussing the evidence of what there is of God. Now, earlier we were discussing the fine-tuning argument. I do kind of want to hop back into that. Yeah, that's all right with you guys.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure.
What's the other?
All right. So when it comes to the existence of God, and it comes to the fine-tuning argument, the biggest question I have with that, and I started asking earlier, was like, how do we determine whether or not this is a universe that was fine-tuned and was created by a creator intended for us to live in versus a universe in which we just found a way to fit inside?
Mathematics.
Again, I think your puddle thing only works with like an evolutionary argument. Now, again, if the other option is like multiverse and maybe there's like infinite universes and we happen to live in one that actually has the right constants in place, or maybe there's some reason why those constants have to exist. Like there's other options, but I think it's fair to use it as evidence to say that we have all these constants and they have to be in a certain way to allow the universe to even expand in the first place, and and not just collapse in itself. So it's not proof. I do think it's evidence though, because the alternative would be something like multiverse or something similar.
Okay. So look, here's the thing. I get that. How do we determine between a universe that was created by God versus a universe that was created through the multiverse?
Well, even the multiverse, in my opinion,
bro. You can't.
IJ, let him cook, let him speak.
All right. So the multiverse still suggests a God. I mean, the only one that really wouldn't would be like the infinite universe theory, which falls apart kind of mathematically, right? Because I mean, where do the multiple universes come from?
Where did God come from?
Yeah, we'd still get into like a cosmological argument with multiverse anyway. So it'd have to be almost like infinite multiverses that are also like infinite time. And so
Okay, so prove that that's not the case. Give a reason to think that that's not the case.
I can't prove it's not the case. I think it's
so
just
give a reason to believe that that's not the case over God being the case.
Then prove the multiverse, right? Like this is kind of what Ed was saying. It's like at a certain point, it's like you can't like prove one thing or the other. I think it's strong evidence.
That's the point that I was trying to get across.
The probability of a multiverse versus the probability of a God created universe.
The multiverse might just be the example as close as we can fathom or understand. When he says my understanding is not yours, maybe the multiverse is those different variable or changes or decisions you make. If you make this decision, you go this way, but that causes a ripple effect. So this thing could end up, who knows where? He knows where it's going to end. He knows when you're going to die, but there's a million different variables or billion different variables to get there. That's the freedom
here's the messed up part. Actually, the variables you're talking about are only the variables that we can see. You know, like there's other variables that are outside of our like little peepers here. You know,
We only know what we know.
Yeah, what are the
we
physics
can
and mathematics in God's dimension? You know.
we can only know what we are able to know. So like even speaking about God is actually ridiculous. Like realistically, like who are we to speak on what God's capabilities are and or are not? You know,
I think it's the best thing we
like,
could talk about.
No, how are you supposed to
No,
understand
no.
the nature of the universe or even ask questions about existence if God is the thing that you think is the thing that created the universe and he gave you like some imperative to understand him, then you are required by your own theology to understand God and understand how the universe works.
But okay, I want to jump in real quick on this. There is like a and I don't know if you think this is like if you hold any value to this, Ed, or anyone else, but there's a branch of theology called apophatic theology, which is basically to say that because God is so beyond us, that to say all we can say is that every true statement we make about God is in some way false, because we know that we can't put it into words, and so anything that we try to say will definitionally be untrue.
Justification. So prove that.
definitionally speaking, yes, I would think so. But like, there's no way to like, nail down a fucking definition of God or what God does based on like your human.
Whoever's talking to
Ed, you're roboting right now.
Ed's a robot.
But the question comes from an axiom. The question comes from, well, God is this, so this questions that, so why should I believe what questions God? That's not. That's not.
I don't know what you mean right now.
Well, no, you don't. Hey, I rock and roll Jesus. You don't have to believe anything. That's your freedom of choice.
No,
I'm happy of it.
That has nothing to do with what I just said. I didn't ask if I needed to believe in things. I didn't ask if you thought that I needed to believe in things. I made a claim that justifying something based on your notion of believing is not anything more than just your feelings.
How's that not the same with what you're saying?
Yeah, I acknowledge that what I'm saying is what I'm saying.
What are you even saying that in response to, IJ? I'm curious, like why? Like that's cool. You're atheist. I get it. But like, what was that in response to that you said that?
Because everybody's trying to fucking find a way to fucking smuggle in the legitimacy of the God claim.
Am I like a pirate right now?
It's the only thing that makes sense, though. Listen, like either something.
I can only hear one person at a time.
Either something created everything or nothing created everything. What we were talking about, right, is the different theories, right? The Big Bang model, the multiverse theory, right? The infinite universe theory.
Sure. Okay.
So all these different theories suggest a being other than like this infinite universe theory, which falls apart mathematically because it would take infinite amount of years to get to the present.
That's not true.
Doesn't make sense. So, like, other than God creating something or whatever you want to call God, right? Like, what is the other option?
No, I don't know what you mean by that word. That's the point. The point is you're claiming you're smuggling in the definition of God without proving what God is. I don't know what you mean when you say God. I don't know what you mean.
Space.
That's the
immaterial. Something outside of time and space.
I can only hear one person at a time.
Is Eric still on here?
Who the heck's Eric?
I'm sorry. The dude that's a mathematical fucking.
Oh, Ed, yeah.
Okay, whatever. I'm fucking bad with names. Ed, you've studied. Ed, is Ed on here?
I am.
It should be on the top row for having the cam on.
Ed, you got your degree in mathematics.
Oh, we got freaking Brandon. The full house.
Much like
cams up. There you go.
Like the person I
there you go.
met that was specializing or getting a master's in quantum physics, which quantum physics means, like he said, means nothing more than a theory of an elephant can hang off the side of a cliff with his tail wrapped around a daisy and be okay.
So
the theory.
Quantum physics is
the mathematics are so unbelievably like precise that in nature, like when they break down leaves and all this other shit, it blows your mind. this is not an accident.
How is that proof of
okay,
this?
Matrix.
Okay, let's let Ed wanted to respond. Let's let Ed go, and then we're gonna like Ed, and then Whitty was about to say something, and then we're gonna pull Brandon in. Okay, so Ed, I want because Smokey, Stacy was talking to you. Is Ed a robot right now? Ed might be robot coded. He might be. Okay, Whitty, you want to say something?
Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop.
Ed, I think it's back. I think it's back.
No, I'm not a robot. I swear to God. Frickin'. So realistically, like when we're talking about choice here and like
of the mathematics, you're a mathematics specialist. Is not
I'm a
way that mathematics cannot explain it. It's so perfect. Like it's so symmetrical.
So
go ahead.
There's been a trend in mathematics. It started with computers in like the 1940s or something like that. And then like a lot of theorists and Einstein and all these motherfuckers, like these guys coming in with the atom bomb, like a lot of really fucking great mathematicians came in right in like the mid 1900s and really set us up for like where we're at today. And fucking honestly, we've been dragging since then. Like
I'm talking about the perfect nature of like our structures around us, like leaves. If they're in this perfect symmetrical shit, there's no
interject
behind it.
I mean, and I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Stacy, but leaves are natural. I mean, mathematics is natural. It's like mathematics is
so. To answer your question about leaves, nature tends to follow something called nature tends to follow something called the path of least resistance. It's whatever it takes the least amount of energy to do right now. So if you got to make a leaf this way and it takes less energy to make it that way, you're going to make it this way like every fucking time. And if you can make it this way like 10% better, you're going to make it that way. Like
what was that
right
symbol
now.
that Da Vinci was so obsessed with? It's a flower.
Oh, like
you're talking about the Fibonacci sequence.
I'm talking about the flower that he studied mathematically. Okay, that breaks down to where leaves
the
and all the other things in
Fibonacci
nature
spiral for sure
are symmetrically right in line with those same numbers. It's like this shit can't be made up.
Ed, I have a question for you about this.
Wait, before we move on, I said we go to Whitty and then Brandon, and then everyone can like go insane after that. So because Whitty was trying to say something before.
Oh, so yeah, shut up and listen. No worries.
And in my research, based off all the different theories, right, it just seems the most plausible that there is a God. I don't really know any other options other than some kind of creator being outside of time and space that created everything, right?
So here's my opinion. I'm gonna talk for 20 seconds maybe, and I'm gonna shut up. You have two choices, as far as I can see it. You can A, believe in a God and be stoked about that, or B, you can not believe in a God and be stoked about that.
No,
so
I'm not forced into your binary.
Choice is yours, frickin'.
Nope.
Pick one.
The choice is yours, yeah, but what's more plausible, right? I mean, all the evidence, in my opinion, I mean, you can get into the fine-tuning, the teleological, cosmological, moral objective argument, whatever arguments you want to go to, right? But it seems that all the evidence, in my opinion, obviously points towards some kind of creator or being, right? Like I said, I don't know any other options. Like there's no really other option than a God or some kind of creator.
Well, your lack of imagination doesn't force me into a binary, Whitty.
Bingo.
I mean, but I haven't heard another good argument.
Right, but so are you?
I want to bring Brandon in. I want to bring Brandon in. Brandon, good to see you. Brandon, an atheist, so kind of let me hit you with that disavow real quick. I think but that's okay, Brandon. We love you. How's it going?
It's going well. I just pulled up on you, so I don't even know what you guys are talking about.
The same.
I'll just jump in whenever. It's fine.
Okay. Well, yeah, just feel free to. Okay. Yeah, IJ.
So it's something I like to.
I'm very interested in how you guys would determine the difference between a godly or religious experience and a psychedelic experience. How can you determine that those are different things?
I mean, maybe they intertwine. Who knows? You know.
Yeah, I think psychedelic experiences can be religious, at least according to people that take psychedelics. I mean, there's been studies on this with like psilocybin, and I think it's something like 7 out of 10 people that take them say it's like one of the most spiritual experiences of their life.
Right.
Now, they could be wrong about that. I agree with you. It's kind of like asking during like prayer and meditation, how do you know it's actually a religious experience? Ultimately, I agree. It's unknowable if you're actually contacting something outside yourself.
But I'm asking more empirically.
Anything spiritual is religious in a way too, right?
Hey,
yeah.
That's why I'm asking more empirically. That how is it that you are to determine that psychedelic experiences are tangentially different from quote unquote religious experiences? How can you determine that the feeling of God that you get without psychedelics is different from the feeling of whatever it is?
Because you have all these experiences without
that comes from the psychedelics.
But I also have a question for Witty. I think that's a false. I think it's a false dichotomy. I think there's no reason for me to think that you're not having a spiritual experience, at least a lot of the time when you're taking a psychedelic. Like, I wouldn't put those two things as like, how do you know it's this and not? I think a psychedelic experience could be a religious or a spiritual experience.
Did God make the psychedelics?
I would think so, yeah.
Did God make the
exactly?
Did you your trip on?
Well, then maybe begging the question. What God?
How am I begging?
Dude, Stacy is my boy.
So I've got a question for Witty. I've got a question for Witty. I've got a question for Witty. Okay.
Right.
Earlier you stated that you don't know how the universe came to be, therefore it must be God. Is that anywhere near the ballpark of?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, look, I'm asking Witty. Like, yeah, am I in the ballpark of like I don't want to try to straw man your argument.
No one said that.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I'm representing your argument as best I can. That you don't understand how the universe came to be, therefore God did it.
No, that's not necessarily it.
Please elaborate on that, because I do not want. I want to try to steel man your argument as best as possible.
I'm just saying, based off all the evidence, it's the most plausible option. And life experience and personal experience and all the different ways.
IJ, let me have a floor.
Research,
let me have a floor.
You know? And how do you determine what you believe in and what you choose? You know.
The next question should be, what's the evidence?
I asked this question earlier about evidence. Like, what is the best evidence you have for the existence of God?
Life.
How so?
Because we exist.
And then
Dude, IJ is killing me.
Please elaborate.
That means God.
Just because.
That means God. That means God. God.
So here's the thing. I mean, just because life exists, just because we as humans exist, that doesn't demonstrate that necessarily God exists. So, like, could you elaborate on that?
What's the other option?
Life means God. Evolution would be the other option.
Like, what do you mean? Like, what is the other option?
What's the other option?
The other
other than God creating the universe and everything.
Yeah, it's not the other option.
I mean, me personally, I believe the universe
What is
came
your
about.
obsession with binary
You can
options?
laugh at me all you want to, bro, but I don't have another option. You know, what's the other one?
Me personally, I mean, I believe that the universe came about by means of natural forces.
Right, but how did all those things come into being?
Yeah, that's the obvious question.
Hold on, fellas.
Where the natural forces come from?
He finished your.
You got to go all the way back to the beginning. You know what I'm saying? Where did all that stuff come from?
What stuff?
Everything that created life, or whatever your theory is. You know,
the universe itself.
Everything that created life.
All the material.
Everything.
Guys, he's talking.
Everything that created life.
Yeah, where did all
Like, I
that
mean,
come
we
from?
can go back if we're talking about life in general or life as we understand, like on this planet.
Mhm.
We can look back to abiogenesis.
Right, and then so you're going with like a what infinite universe theory?
No. I'm not going with infinite universe theory. I'm going with the origin of life, abiogenesis.
But kick the obvious question is that kick the can down the road. Abiogenesis, fine. Leads to evolution, fine. How did we eventually you have like a big
Before
bang
that.
or something at
No,
the
you
start, or you
Why?
have an infinite universe?
Yep.
Like,
But that's not
otherwise,
the
what
reason.
else?
But that's not the reason Whitty gave. He said that life is evidence. So what he's saying there is life is more expected on the God hypothesis rather than the non-God hypothesis. So I don't. Now, if you guys do want to change the topic and go back all the way to the beginning, or
Because he said, "What's the
Thank you, Brandon. I
alternative?"
appreciate it.
If God didn't make life, what's the alternative? Would be
Evolution.
something either infinite. No, not. But I think. Well, maybe I'm misunderstanding Whitty. I think
No,
he's
you're not.
talking
You're
about.
not. You get what I'm saying.
No,
Yeah,
I actually
if
there's
there's
no
no God, the alternative would
Hey,
be
no,
some sort of
y'all are all
infinite
wrong.
universe
No,
or
let's
something
disprove.
else.
Life
Okay.
Hey, guys,
If I may,
Damn.
hey,
Do
if
it in
he
order.
may,
God damn it. For real.
he was trying to
Stop it
may.
in order.
all right. So if I may, I mean, this kind of goes back to that first question I was asking. You don't understand how any of this came to be. Therefore, God.
Well, nobody has all the answers, right? That's why we're here talking about it. You know what I'm saying?
But you also
But
have
I'm asking
you
you
actually
personally.
you didn't answer his question. He said, "What is the alternative?" And he even asked if you mean an infinite universe. You said no. So then, what is your alternative to like why?
I mean, my
where did
alternative-
stuff come from? Just stuff in general, like the basic stuff of the universe. Where did it come from?
Okay, basic stuff of the universe. Basic stuff of the universe. All right, so the
Where does the
universe
universe come from?
started as a singularity, and then it expanded upon that.
Okay, great. Where'd the singularity come from?
Now, I'm going to be honest
Guys,
here.
I have a solution for our bandwidth problems.
I don't know is a reasonable answer.
That's fine, but it's just
can
I just
pretend
want to
that you
make
know.
sure. No,
So
I'm
here's
just
the
saying
thing.
because he was kind of mogging Whitty a little bit, being like, "Well, if you don't know, then you're saying it's God and stuff." But and then Whitty's saying, "Is there any other possible
that's called
thing?"
the argument from incredulity.
I'm just saying that, but I think it's
100
fair
years
to.
ago.
It's
has
fair to
fucking
think.
established
It's fair to think
retards
that
like you
if we have
are
two
like, well,
theories,
IJ,
and
come
one
on.
theory, we have no other possibility of what that theory could be. I think that is. It's noteworthy. I think is it like absolute evidence?
Noteworthy. It is
So
not
here's
noteworthy. It is not.
if I may, if I may. Now, like IJ said it himself that like I was going to say, I don't know. But just because I don't know, that doesn't mean that we could just insert aha, therefore God. I mean, if God is the only explanation that makes sense to you, I mean, that's perfectly fine.
But it's just interesting that you can't even posit a theoretical other explanation from what you're saying.
Because God actually is.
No, no. Wait.
So, okay, so here's another thing. Okay, what about magical theories?
Well, there's no what would be the
Wait,
reason
Jamie,
that magical
hold on,
theories
hold on,
need
hold
to
on.
exist?
If
You
I
can't.
may.
That's not a good argument because
If I may.
there's no reason that we would posit the existence of a magical fairy.
If I
Whereas
may.
No,
this
I
is
want a
circumstance
turn.
where we.
If I may.
No, I want to turn.
The host, hey, fellas,
I want to
I
turn.
thought you and I agreed before that it was Blue Blah that
the host
started.
gets to talk when he wants to. Honor the
Jamie,
host.
Jamie,
Let the host
did we
talk
not
if he
agree
wants
before
to.
it was Blue
Go
Blah?
ahead, host.
The initial first cause, it was Blue Blah, right?
God damn it, rock and roll Jesus. Let the host run this shit.
It was Blue Blah.
Go ahead. I mean, Con, didn't quite hear the question you asked me. Could you please repeat the question?
Yeah, so Jamie, before this conversation,
I'm sorry.
you
Is
and
your
I-
name Confluence? Indian Jesus? Is your name Confluence?
No. Fuck up on firewater.
Can I have a turn, Confluence?
Sure.
So fucking
Actually,
smart,
yeah,
he's
sure.
been stupid.
Anson's you've been waiting a while, so fine. Anson, go.
But I still like him.
Okay, so the original issue here was that there was an assertion by the theists that life exists, therefore God. That was the assertion, and then it rolled into now. What is your answer for why life exists if not God? So
we all agree it's Blue Blah.
What? No. I'm going to go back to the start, and I'm going to say life exists Therefore, absolutely no fucking way is it God. And,
Okay,
and
what? Like from a problem of evil point of view, or what?
No. Like what? 99.99999% of the universe is hostile to anything alive. If God created life, then he did a really fucking shitty job at doing it.
But that,
And,
well, you're kind of assuming that God wants to just maximize life in every corner of the universe, but that's a weird assumption.
In order for anything you just said to carry any weight, you have to have knowledge of what
So God was
thinks.
so fucked up that he, or whatever, was so fucked up that he got you here to this moment for all your decisions. You're here right now. So you're God's big mess up?
On the best panel on the fucking internet. Based God. Based determinism. Okay, brought you all here.
Yeah, God's an imbecile if God created life.
You know what God won't be? God won't be mocked. Pray, my brother.
I'm gonna mock
pray.
him. I'm gonna mock your imagination.
God's a fucking fruitcake. Oh,
If you guys are both gonna get struck down,
I think it just got
what they do.
Hey, it just
Jesus,
got
forgive
mocked.
them, for they know not what they do.
What about you? You just lied. You just spoke falsities. Is that okay?
According to
You're allowed
God.
you're allowed to just talk bullshit? Is that okay?
That's your choice.
What God says is okay. You can just lie to people.
That's your choice of free will.
Okay, so let's take it back.
Whoa, Stacy, it's under God's eyes. It's okay to lie if you choose. It's what you do.
You say I lie.
That was the question.
What if God says I don't lie?
That's a different question. We can
Well,
have,
no,
we can
okay,
ask your,
God?
we can answer your questions.
Are you God?
We can answer your questions if you want after you answer my question.
Sure, go ahead.
So my question was that: are you saying that it's impossible that a person could say something that is not in line with God's will, and it's not a lie?
I can say that God's will and his knowledge is beyond ours. And you don't know and I don't know.
Okay, so the question
It's
was,
subjective.
is it possible for somebody to say something that is not in line with God's will?
Sure.
Okay, so then why should I believe anything that you say?
I'm not saying you should. That's the
Okay.
difference between
Then-
atheists
okay,
and people.
okay, great.
Hold
I'm
on.
glad.
The difference
I'm glad we
between you
agree.
and
I
me
shouldn't
is
listen to you.
I don't think
Moving
that I
on.
can convince
Anybody
you
else
to
got
believe
something
what
we
I
should
believe.
talk about? We all agree
Actually-
that we should not listen to Stacy. Stacy,
I'm
knows what the
not
fuck he's
really
talking
sure
about.
what
He's
the
just
line
talking
of
shit.
inquiry is between both of you, to be honest with you. But
I'm just
I kind
saying.
of like this question from Clone. It's interesting. I don't know if I agree, but it's interesting that he's this is in response to the life thing. He says that actually proves God does exist. If life only exists in one place, then life isn't just a scientific phenomena. If there was no God and life existed, it would exist everywhere. It is interesting that we do have such little life, like like the Fermi's paradox and stuff. That gives me pause. I know there's like different answers to the paradox, right? You guys know what I'm talking about, where it's like we probably should find more life with everything we know, but we actually don't, and we haven't found any evidence of like intelligent life in the universe or even non-intelligent life. And so, right, we should, based on our measurements could be wrong, but we would have expected to find life by now. So I think you could actually twist that around. I'm verdicts out. I'm kind of trying to decide off the fly if I think it's good evidence or not. But it is interesting because if the universe was like a life-making machine, then yeah, it would make kind of the life we have here and the sentience we have here just be like, well, I guess that's just how the universe rolls. But it seems like that's not how the universe rolls, from all we know. So it seems like there is some type of speciality, is that a word, with the Earth itself and with humans, the only sentient creatures that we know of in the entire goddamn universe. Obviously, we don't know a lot of the universe, but again, Fermi's paradox, we should have found more.
Yeah,
we just
and
should have.
Special to you means like there's a gap there we don't understand. We got to put God in there real quick, right? Is that what you're saying?
No,
pretty much.
No.
Okay, so Con.
Yep.
So Con.
So you guys say you're not atheist Redditors, but then you act like atheist Redditors.
Yeah,
all
because
the
you make
time.
Christian Reddit arguments. Stop making Christian Reddit arguments.
Those Christians are always talking about the Fermi's paradox and the quantity of life.
On that note,
Con, if I may.
I should have eaten more before.
Okay, I'll let you. Okay, IJ, nice seeing you. Thank you for stopping by. Drink water.
Bye, Jesus.
Drink water.
If I may.
And stop mocking the living God. Okay.
I love you all.
Shame on you.
I love you all.
Jesus loves you.
And I don't believe in Jesus, so
well, he still loves you.
Jesus believes in you, brother. Jesus believes in you. Have a good night.
All right, peace out.
Peace.
Okay, who was talking before?
Con.
Okay, Jamie.
So, I mean, let's circle this back because, like, I want to make sure that you and I are having like a clear understanding of like what it is of each other is saying. So, let's start over. What was that question you had asked me?
Which one? The one
I mean,
the
were
one
we talking?
just-
I mean, were we talking about the like were we discussing life, or were we discussing like the first cause?
We were going, yeah, the first cause.
Okay, the first cause. So, like, honestly, I mean, and admittingly, I personally don't know what that first cause is. Now, while I do personally believe that the universe came about by means of natural forces, that doesn't necessarily mean that a god was behind it to do it. When you say that there was a god that did so, you're telling me there was a god that did so intentionally. And it kind of circles back to like when we're discussing the fine-tuning argument of like, how can you tell the difference between a universe that was fine-tuned and created by God intentionally versus a universe that was done so naturally?
Yeah, I would. The only thing, and I don't think you're gonna like what I'm about to say, and I understand IJ would definitely be triggered by this. But with the first cause thing, I guess for me, in some ways, it's almost definitional. I'm not saying it gets into theism. It certainly doesn't get into Christianity. But whatever is beyond the natural universe that somehow created, like whatever that nothing was that the universe came out of. And by the way, I'm not convinced by retards like Lawrence Krauss, who is, by the way, on the Epstein Island, who is a big proponent of that. Something can actually come from nothing. But when you read his book, he's defining nothing as just like a state of like quantum flux, which is still a type of something. But if we're truly going beyond that and saying that there was a certain point, there was nothing, and then there is something, then I think I would call that something God. Now, I understand that doesn't get us to a personal God. It doesn't get us to Christianity, like I said. But for me, it's almost a definitional thing. Whatever that immaterial thing is outside of the physical universe that somehow gave rise to the universe, I would call that God by definition.
Okay. Now, this is where I have to disagree with you on this because, again, we're at that first cause. Why can't we just both agree that and say that we just don't know what this cause is? Why do we have to pass the buck and say, oh, I mean, it must be God then? Because,
but again, I just find it's the definitional thing in my mind. Like it's just that's the word I'm using. I think it is. Now, again, there's other arguments I think to get from that to a theistic God or a God that has more of the traditional kind of like Abrahamic traits. But that's just, to me, that already is God, whatever that thing is, right? That's kind of what I mean.
So if it's another universe that caused this universe, you would call that God?
I would say, unless it's somehow if it's an infinite regress, if it's like turtles all the way down of universes, then I don't think I would. But as soon as it's something outside of like space and time, like of all the universes, if there is something like that, then I would call that thing God. Yes. If it's just endless universes and somehow that works mathematically and it could just go on forever, then I agree with you. I wouldn't call that God. But if we're actually saying that there is a beginning of all this madness, I would call that God. Yeah.
Okay, taking it back just a step. Let's just ignore God for a moment. Let's just call it a deity. Again, and another thing you mentioned earlier was that the universe started off with nothing and then something came about. I don't know any really scientists that would agree with you with that statement because, like, what
scientist wouldn't? Even again, Lawrence Krauss is one of the main people that's been pushing back on that. And even when he wrote a whole ass book on it. And when he defines nothing, he doesn't mean what philosophers mean by nothing. He means just something. Exactly. He means a state of like quantum fluctuation. That is still something. Where did that come from?
And I agree with you.
The question is still,
I can prove it.
So I think actually most scientists believe, although there is a new current now thinking that the universe is infinite from what I've heard, and that it's a cycle of banging and crunching or something. I don't know.
He wants proof. I'll give you proof.
Go ahead, Stacey.
Okay, the Samaritans, up to that point, nobody's doing shit. Hold on. Stick with me. Nobody's building anything. Nobody's developing crops. Nobody's doing irrigation for like 50,000 people. There's no city states. There's no law and order. This is exactly what they say. It's okay, great. Now there's no evolutionary steps from where the Samaritans just happened to pop the fuck up. And here's the weird part. People go, well, it's because the Anunnaki or whatever. If whoever it was that came down and gave them divine like enlightenment, all of a sudden they create the wheel. They fucking do all this crazy shit, and there's no pre-marker before how they evolved to this. There's no like, well, first they started with this, and for 300,000 years they're claiming the only thing that caveman did was invent a better arrowhead. That's it. And all of a sudden we have this crazy development, and people go, well, yes, Stace, it's not God, it's the fucking aliens. Okay, well, guess what? God might have made them too. Our forefathers, the people that founded this country, actually believed that there were other worlds and other beings or other species. And as crazy as that sounds, it's true. They believed that like we would be like super fucking arrogant, narcissistic to believe we're the only creatures that God created. Whoever fucking created it, somebody created it, is my point. And mathematics shows there is such a perfect, it's just unbelievably
so Stacey,
mathematically impossible having somebody that has not constructed this.
Stacey?
Yeah.
Okay, I do apologize for interrupting you.
No,
but I'm hearing a lot of assertions. I'm not hearing any evidence.
Explain to me how the Samaritans all of a sudden just got all this knowledge at once, because it was a divine intellect that came to them, and there was no evolution to it. It just came about, and it was profound. We still use their mathematics.
If I understand your argument correctly, you're saying the Samaritans originally were doing nothing, and then
no, mankind was doing nothing up to that point, and they built.
Okay, mankind was doing absolutely nothing up to that point.
Well,
and then the Samaritans,
archaeologists, yeah, that's correct.
Then the Samaritans came along, and then they started doing
mathematics, lots, city states. They developed irrigation. They developed crops. This is the first time man. They're older. They're the oldest human beings, older than Aborigines, and they cannot explain. They cannot explain how all this knowledge hits one at a time. That's divine intervention.
Okay, so you're saying it was divine intervention.
Because if there was no God, if there was no intelligence, that would they would have to evolve to that point. How did all of a sudden they go from 0 to 150 in this
brief interruption from with the 5 gifted memberships? Thank you, Kokomo. Who got them? Who's the lucky bastards who are now subscribed? Crumple Stiltskin, Sweet Baby Ray, Jesus Cow, Bill Hicks, Nicholas Kinderer. If any of you are in
where the white guy wins,
for that. So,
go ahead.
This alien thing's kind of throwing me off a little bit. I'm not going to lie.
It is throwing me off. It is throwing me off a little bit. So let's just
say the Anunnaki came down and did it, or whoever you say. It doesn't make a fuck what label you put on them. I believe that God created.
Stacey, are you saying it's impossible that these ancient civilizations developed the technology? Like, I understand that it's a possibility that maybe there was intervention.
What I'm saying is they come from zero to 150, and dude, there's no debating here. They look back and they go, we cannot explain how mankind was so fucking retarded that all he could advance is to this point for 300,000 years.
I'm not sure if that's like the super consensus of anthropology, though.
The Samaritans come along and they make city states.
What did you do to me, Anson? Why? Why did you do this to me? Why did you do that to me?
It's divine intervention. It's not by accident. It proves that there's
okay. So you're basically saying
transition. I should look like this. God damn.
You look better as a girl.
Yeah.
Basically. You're basically saying you don't personally understand how it is that the Samaritans went from 0 to 100 in terms of their knowledge. Therefore, it must have been divine intervention.
Yes.
I'm sorry. That's just an argument from your own personal incongruity, dude.
Well, then tell me how you evolved to that point.
What do you mean?
There's no proof how you would evolve evolution. If things just happen by accident, if they just happen because they evolved, you either believe in creation or evolution. And if evolution,
Okay, so
there would be a
so
chain. Hold on. This is archaeologists, scientists, everybody's saying there is no absolute reason why all of a sudden, out of nowhere, this civilization comes along and sets forth the groundwork for mankind to move forward. There's no evolution to that point.
Do you understand? Do you understand and appreciate exactly what he just said? Because he's saying that the argument you're giving is straightforwardly invalid. It's using a fallacy.
No, it's not. Then explain to me how they did that.
Wait, no, we're not going. He doesn't need to give an explanation because the argument you're giving is straightforwardly doesn't follow. It's an argument from ignorance.
No, dude. I'm asking you on just a personal level.
You don't need to ask me right now. We're talking about your view.
No, it's not. It's scientific. Explain to me how there's.
I don't have the answer. I don't know.
To the Samaritans.
I don't know.
Stacey, here's
I don't know.
Right?
No. I don't know. Does that entail God's existence and that God did that?
My point is there's no train of custody to show how we got to that point.
Right. There's no explanation. We don't have an explanation. Therefore, God. Right.
It's divine intervention.
Right. We don't have an explanation. Therefore, God did it. Right.
Somebody that's a supreme being.
That's a yes or no.
Yeah, what we would determine as a supreme.
Is that a yes?
Yes, the supreme being did that.
Okay. Okay. Right. Okay. That doesn't follow.
Well, then tell me how we evolved to that point. How did we get there?
We can just say we don't know. What's not entailed from that is God's existence and that God did that.
No, because your theory is God is everything or He's nothing. Is that not true? God is everything or He's nothing.
That is not true. That is not true. That is not true. But look, here's the problem. Here's the problem.
Then you believe in God?
I personally do not. But here's the thing I'm trying to get at. Even if I were to explain to you how it is what was it you called them, the Samaritans? Yeah, the Samaritans. Like, even if I could explain to you how the Samaritans came about to 0 to 150 as you described, that does not
me. Science can't explain it.
So listen, you personally can't explain it.
No, scientists can't explain it. Not me. You look it up.
I mean, it can definitely be explained.
You think it's impossible?
It can be explained.
Just because
the most
so look, here's the thing.
minds in the world because they can't explain it.
First of all, it's not an issue of science, right? But like, I don't think even like most archaeologists, I don't think they agree with this. I don't think they agree that there has to be.
Agree with it because they all say the same thing. There's no evolution to this point. That's what the mystery is.
They all say there's like a magical mystery jump that's either like, Nephilim or the Anunnaki or whatever, or aliens. Like you think that's the consensus among like
they can't explain how human beings all of a sudden get all this knowledge in one civilization in a very concentrated period of time, and they had none of it before. Where did it come from?
Because I don't know if it's like I think there's like different hypotheses. It's kind of like no one for sure like knows how the pyramids are built, but there's like hypotheses, and it doesn't mean it's like aliens or like some like foreign,
What
it's
I'm
like
saying is what we call aliens or whatever. There was a supreme source that came to them, and all evidence points to that. Because nothing was like it before.
Yeah,
there was no crop. There was no
Stacey.
That's wrong, man. That's just totally like there have been civilizations all over the world at various points in development for the past 10,000 years.
We're talking about the oldest civilization that they have fucking decided.
So Stacey, let me go back to what I was saying originally. What you're making is an argument from your own personal incongruity. You personally do not understand. You say that scientists. What it boils down to.
Samaritans are.
What it boils down to is that you don't personally understand.
No, you don't.
How it is in the Samaritans.
Because if you did, you would say.
Stop saying Samaritans. Okay, we're not talking about the Samaritans. We're talking about the Sumerians. We're not talking the Samaritans, right? Samaritans, different thing, right?
The point being, you're making an argument from your own personal group.
Scientists have agreed. Every scientist in modern science says this is where humanity started. This is where they did things that we've never done, and they did it all together at the same time. It makes no fucking sense. and they can't explain it. Don't believe me. Look it up. And when you look it up and they go, we have no fucking
I actually have looked it up,
Stacey, I have a question for you.
I don't think the consensus is what you're saying.
Yeah, and you're just wrong.
Stacey, I have a legitimate question. If I wake up on Christmas morning as a child and I see Christmas presents under my Christmas tree, I don't know how those presents got under my Christmas tree unless Santa Claus actually came down my chimney and put the Christmas presents there. Therefore, Santa Claus is real.
No, but it still means the supreme being put them there. Your parents.
No, it doesn't. You're okay. Everything you're saying is wrong, Stacy. You're
No,
saying
according to you.
Let me explain.
Because you say it's wrong doesn't mean it's wrong.
Stop talking, and let me.
No,
explain.
I'll talk as much as I fucking want,
and let
dude.
me explain why you're wrong. Okay.
Hey, you guys have a good night, dude. I'll see you guys later, bro. Nice meeting you guys.
Nice meeting you. Feel free to
Thank
stop
you,
by
Whitty.
again, Whitty.
Have a good night.
It's been nice talking to you. Take care.
You can't explain it.
Good
Doesn't mean I'm wrong.
So, Stacy, I'm going to explain why you're wrong. You're making the assertion that the Mesopotamia, Samaria, whatever it is you want to call it, like was this big thing that happened and it came out of nowhere. And I don't know exactly when that was, but it was several thousand years after Giblia Teki, that other one in Turkey, right? And that wasn't like a known like first civilization in terms of archaeology, but it was definitely like building blocks leading up to some great civilization because and it was close to the same region as Mesopotamia, right?
Right.
So there is proof several thousand years before this great civilization that you're saying had to be created out of nowhere based on your logic as proof of God, when there's actually proof of other like great human endeavors that lead to civilization prior to that, right?
But
it doesn't
they
have
no
anything to
proof
do
of
with God. It just has to do with incremental human development over time and our loss of our
There's
own
not
history.
an evolution to it.
No, oh my God. Okay. Yep.
I agree some of these things are mysterious, like Göbekli Tepe or whatever it's called.
It's not mysterious. It's proof that people can build things, and they were doing it before.
No, but I'm saying there is, like, I think we have to be honest. Some of these like megalithic structures we don't exactly know how they did them, especially with the tools they have. Like, to be a bit Stacy-pilled, it's not something that's fully understood, right? There's some like giant obelisks and stuff that we can't even like build with our like modern day like construction material
today. We cannot build the pyramids.
And so some of it, I will say, I'm not saying that it means extra stuff, but it is something to think about. It is an interesting thing. It is a bit of a mystery.
It's a marker through history that we can't explain. And if our best scientists today go, I can't build that. You go, okay, great. I was just using the Samaritans because out of nowhere.
Not the Samaritans, though, right?
Okay,
Not the, please
point being,
Samaritans.
Point being, what you're making is an argument from your own personal incongruity. You're basically saying, we don't know how this happened, therefore magic.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. That's your interpretation, and you have the freedom of choice to believe that, but it's not true.
I'm sorry. We and scientists don't understand how these people.
The scientists are saying this, dude. It's not me. Look it up. They can't explain it.
Well, then why don't they reach the same conclusion that God did it?
They didn't say God did it. They said
Right, that's what I'm asking. Why didn't they reach the same conclusion as you? You guys are both saying the same thing, that we can't explain it. Why didn't they reach that same conclusion?
Who said that they didn't? Some of them didn't.
And some of them didn't, right? So what about those people?
Some of them did.
And what about the people that didn't?
They can't explain why it happened. It's just a markers to say, you tell me how this happened.
Why do we have to prove that something that we don't understand that happened
Because atheists
5,000
always
years
want
ago?
to do this. Atheists
No, they
want
don't.
to say this is not true. So
why are you telling me
have
what
to
I
believe it's
always
not
want to
true.
do as part of your argument? That doesn't make any sense.
No, it makes perfect sense.
No,
because it's the same logic that you use. You say,
telling me
my logic now?
I'm an atheist, therefore you can't
Okay.
prove God is true, and I go prove He's not.
I don't use that line of argumentation because I'm not an agnostic like Jamie.
Okay, then you're not an atheist.
I am an atheist. He's an agnostic.
Okay, well that's fine. He doesn't believe in
Agnostic
anything.
atheist.
You believe there's
Agnostic
no God.
atheist. I'm an agnostic atheist.
He's an agnostic who cosplays as an atheist.
Okay, that's fine.
Let
You're
me
an atheist.
explain. Let me explain.
Let me get my
Hang
gold
on a
star.
second.
But
Hang
you
on a
still
second.
believe that everything is just a coincidence. If everything's a coincidence,
Hang on a
then why
second.
can't
Hang
you
on a second.
explain this chain of
Safety,
events?
if I may. I want to clarify something. When I say that I am an agnostic atheist, I'm basically saying
Dude, I
two
don't care
things.
about your titles or your
I
pronouns.
don't know.
No, I'm serious.
Stacey,
You don't believe.
Stacey,
Just say I don't believe.
Stacey,
Just
let Jamie explain.
Let me
No,
talk.
that's fair. That's fair.
Let
him to
me
explain.
talk. I mean, as an agnostic atheist, there's two things I'm saying. I'm saying I don't know whether or not God exists or not, but I do not believe that a God exists. Does that make sense?
Sure, you have freedom of choice. Sure.
I mean, one of you guys said that I was cosplaying as an atheist. I'm not cosplaying. I mean, that's
what
just ridiculous.
Post-op said. That's this.
So basically, what you're doing is you're making the same argument that Stacey makes when you do that. You're saying, "Look, I don't know if there's God, but I have faith that what I'm saying is true." Right? You're making an argument.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
No, I'm not
quite the
talking. God
contrary.
damn it,
Like,
Stacey,
like-
I'm not talking to you.
Post-op, and quite the contrary.
Tell me what I'm saying.
I don't have any
You're gonna
faith
tell me
in
what I'm
a.
saying,
I don't
wrong,
have.
correct you.
If I may.
Okay,
Let me-
Jamie
you
explain, and then I
believe-
want to bring Christian in because So Jamie, give what you
again.
mean.
So look, here's the thing. Somebody said earlier in the chat, or I think it was I can't remember that young lady's name who was up here earlier. Something about like having more faith than being an atheist. Like it takes literally zero faith in any sort of deity to be an atheist. And I mean, I do not believe in any deity. I mean, which makes me an atheist.
Right.
If you had evidence to present and demonstrate that there were actually a deity that does exist, then maybe I wouldn't be so much an atheist anymore.
So you have freedom of choice, right?
Freedom of choice is irrelevant, but I'm going to go ahead and pass the floor over to
It is
Christian.
a bit irrelevant.
say, I
Yeah,
don't
it is a bit
believe.
irrelevant.
The difference is I'm not trying to convince you to believe. I'm just saying.
Okay, we're gonna stay. We'll get back to chaos in a second, but I want to bring Christian on this. Christian, first of all, are you a Christian or what's good?
I'm a Christian. Yeah.
Okay, so you're not cosplaying as a Christian. I just had to get that out of the way first and foremost. So do you have anything you want to say, Christian? You don't. I don't want to put you on a spot, but want to give a new person a chance to.
Yes,
speak?
I guess you believe that there is no God, but you believe that there is God. It's an,
Okay, so are you asking me if I believe there is no God?
Let him ask.
Yeah, like agnostic atheist is what you said, right?
Okay, so I do not believe that there is a God. I don't have. I don't say that I don't believe, or excuse me, I don't say that I believe there is no God. There's a slight difference between the two.
Okay, so you believe there is no God.
No, I don't believe that there is a God.
What's the difference?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's kind of like saying, like, for the sake of argument, let's say that somebody was murdered and then the person who was accused of it was on trial. I'm saying that person is not guilty of committing the murder of committing the murder, as opposed to saying, oh, that person is completely innocent.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
No.
If you had evidence to convince me that he was innocent, then I would be like, okay, he's innocent. But because there's no evidence to convince me of his guilt, I'm saying he's not guilty. Does that make sense?
Not guilty.
So you're saying, so you're
I
declaring
do not
that
believe
the person
I
on
do not
stand
believe
is
You believe
not
in God or
guilty.
not? It's that simple. Yes or no?
No, I do not.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, Christian, what's up, man? I want to hear from you instead of hearing the arguments that I used to make 20 years ago from Jamie.
Anson, you're such a shit disturber.
The dude wouldn't answer.
But go ahead, Christian.
I guess I'm just confused about the agnostic atheist thing. It sounds
He doesn't believe
I can-
contradictory.
No, I can try to clarify. I think I know what Jamie's saying. Take the sentence, God exists, right? He's not claiming that sentence or proposition is false. He's not taking a view on either it being true or false. That's what he means by atheist.
It's a rhetorical trick to put theists on the back foot to prove whether or not God exists instead of atheists having to make any assertion related to their position.
I think it's also kind of an honest thing, though. It's like it sounds like Jamie is like he's not certain either way, but he's not like fully committed. Although it sounds like he leans to the idea that there is nothing that we call a
If I
God.
don't make a choice, you still make a choice. Therefore,
Yeah, it's him grinding the fence post while he's fence sitting.
So
disagree.
Atheism, right, is the no belief in God, right?
That's why I said
but there's-
lack thereof.
Yeah, but there's like, if you Dawkins does this thing, which I don't know if I like it very much, but he talks about it on a sliding scale of like between like 1 and 7 or something, whereas like 7 means like for certain there's like no God, and then 6 it's like, oh, you're pretty damn sure there's no God, and then maybe like a 3 is like, oh, you're kind of in the middle, you're not really sure. And so I think that's I think Jamie is probably, let's say, a 5 on that scale, where he's not like hardline committed to there being no God, but he finds it doubtful that there's a God, and so I think that's why he's using that term.
So wouldn't that make him agnostic?
Right, but I think he leans more on the atheist side. Tell me if I'm wrong, Jamie. But you're kind of
correct. So I'm like, here's the thing. Some people see it as kind of a scale. I see it as two different things. There's a difference between knowing something and actually believing something. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but you can believe something and not know it.
But wouldn't that But if you're not talking about the
Correct.
scale,
You could absolutely do so.
If you're not talking about the scale, wouldn't an agnostic atheist then be the same as just an agnostic?
Yeah.
Like if you don't mean this, I get the scale thing that Dawkins talks about, but if you're talking about them being two separate concepts, then and how would that just be different from just saying I'm an agnostic? Because obviously you're not going to believe something that you have no idea. If you're saying I have no idea if there's a God, then why would you believe that there is a God?
Yeah,
because you're already saying you have no idea.
That's why you believe.
Before
I'm not sure. Yeah.
So before I became, the agnostic atheist that I am, for probably like a year or two, I was an agnostic theist, where I didn't know whether or not there was a God, but part of me still believed that there was some sort of deity. That created the universe.
The new guy can't ask his question. The new guy wants to know, do you believe in God or not? That's it.
But he's answering. He's just not answering it in like a super yes or no way.
No, I've already answered that question. I said no, I do not.
New guy get to answer his question at least.
What?
Christian,
the
talk.
new guy get to ask his question or not?
Talk, Christian.
Oh no, I was just saying if you're agnostic, you're just unsure. Like you could lean more towards atheism, but atheism is the complete lack of a belief. So
I still lack that belief,
atheist, right?
So yeah, correct. I still lack that belief. But if you presented evidence of either side that yes, God does exist, no, God doesn't exist, this is the territory of me not knowing. Does that make sense?
The thing that confuses me is the agnostic theist thing. I can't really square that in my head what it would be like, or at least I've never met someone that claims to be an agnostic theist.
Yeah, well,
you don't know if there's a personal God, but you kind of hope there is. Especially if you're not seeing on a sliding scale.
Well, let's get clear on the language, because if somebody is understanding the language that Jamie is, when they say that they're an agnostic theist, they would just be saying, because knowing something, that's what he wants to say Gnosticism and agnosticism is talking about. Knowledge is what? It's justified true belief usually, and usually other conditions, but we'll just stick with JTB. So somebody can be saying, well, I don't have a justified true belief, but I believe it. So they would be an agnostic theist in that sense.
Think of it this way. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Brandon. I don't know whether or not aliens exist, but I believe aliens exist. Does that make sense?
Right. Okay. Yeah. And then you could also have no knowledge of aliens exist and then not believe that aliens exist. Okay, I think I got you.
You do believe in God. Go ahead.
I never said that I do.
That's where we came to.
Believe in aliens.
Aliens and God are two different separate things.
I would usually put them in separate categories.
Just
Yeah.
agrees to the fact of what if a person says I believe in God, but I don't have any proof. You just said the same thing. I believe in aliens, but I have no proof. So you're walking in faith, and that's what.
Right.
God
Yeah. With the aliens, yeah, you would be if he's being serious and he says I have no evidence of aliens, but I personally believe in aliens. Then yeah, he doesn't have any justified true belief, as Brandon was defining knowledge, but he still chooses to believe in them. And
what's the difference
you can
between that and
imagine
a Christian that believes in God?
Well, the Christian that believes in God would usually say they have some type of justified true belief. Like I would say I'm not I can't be certain that God exists, but I think I have more reasons to believe that God exists than I have reasons to believe God doesn't
There's no
exist.
difference than what he said.
No,
Okay,
what a difference would be saying I have absolutely no idea if God exists. There's nothing leading me one way or the other, but I still choose to believe. That would be kind of like the totally blind faith. Like I have no idea whatsoever.
Okay, anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
So yeah, I don't. You might not think it matters, but there is like that is the distinction.
Yeah, so the problem here is that we're getting into the territory where you start combining words together to create definitions that are contradictory because we're in the postmodern era where you can just sort of make up shit that doesn't
Like
have any
what?
bearing on
Like what,
reality
Hanson?
whatsoever. And so this is kind of like saying that a man is a woman when you're saying I'm a man woman when you're saying you're an agnostic atheist. When you combine those things together, it's just imbecilic, immature stuff that like you should grow out of, Jamie. And I really hope that you do.
I mean, I don't use the terms the way Jamie does. When I talk about like atheism, I am talking about somebody claiming that there is no God. And when I'm talking about agnosticism, I'm just talking about somebody that doesn't have a view either way. But I don't think what he's saying is like contradictory.
I
don't think so either. I mean, I think the alien example kind of, I think at least for me, that's what helped me understand it. Right, you can, and I don't know why, Anson, do you think that example is contradictory? That you could have in both cases, you could either have knowledge of aliens or you could have no knowledge that they exist, but then you can also either choose to believe in them and choose not to believe in them. One would be a blind faith that they exist. One would be a blind faith that they don't exist.
Right. Yeah, and that's
So
the
what's
game.
like Pomo
It's
about that?
Yes. So it's a rhetorical game that Jamie is playing, right? What you're saying is that agnostic atheism compared to this alien thing is actually like him having faith in his atheism and him not wanting to call it faith in his atheism. He's wanting to call it agnosticism in his atheism because it makes him uncomfortable to call anything faith because he has these atheistic leanings instead of leaning into the fact that he doesn't know. And so he should just say, I have faith that I'm correct in my assertion that God doesn't exist, right? Because it makes him pucker up because he has conditioning that made him become an atheist that he needs to kind of break out of.
Exactly.
I'm not saying that he should become Christian after that, Stacy.
I'm not saying he should either. Here's the thing, fellas. Why do atheists like Jimmy Snow, I'm going to use him again. He's an atheist.
Not Jimmy Snow.
I know, right? But he told me, I said, I can't convince you and you can't convince me. And that's okay. You believe what you want. And he goes, no, it's not okay. Because by the fact that you believe in Christianity, that will determine how you vote, what you do, and I have to destroy each and every one of you. You have to come to my way of thinking,
Come again?
or you're going to be a dangerous aspect of American life that is not acceptable. He's also a fucking socialist. But my point is
So
this.
Jimmy Snow from the line directly said that to you.
Absolutely.
He said he needs to destroy you.
He said that everything that I do destroys, and therefore I need to completely be destroyed or be converted. It's either you're all in or you're all out. And he was animate about it.
So he did say he needs to destroy you. so he did.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Okay.
I know when I asked him, I said, dude, I told him before all this, I said, you don't have to convince me and I don't have to convince you. Both things can coexist. And he was like, absolutely not. Because you're dangerous. Because you believe in this that will cause you to vote for this and do this and do this. And that's not acceptable. And that's what socialism is.
Did he also tell you to get the hell out of his country?
He told me that he kicked me out of his fucking deal when he couldn't defend his argument or his platform. And all I asked him was, why do you keep hitting the mute button? And he's like, well, because you're getting overheated, sweetie. And I'm like, what? It was just nonsensical. It was just the fact that I made him uncomfortable was like, how about you can coexist with me and I can coexist with you. I don't agree with you, but we can go. And he was absolutely not. And that's what the modern Democrat Socialist Party is about. It's not about we can agree to disagree. It's about you're all in.
But going back to Anson, I think Anson said, unless Anson was joking, that he doesn't want to convert people to atheism, that he thinks it's better if people believe in God. Anson, were you joking with that, or was that a serious comment?
No, I think that most people, like biologically, I don't think that humans have adapted and evolved the social networks that are required to replace traditional religion to the point where humans are adapted to like transition to atheism at this point in time. I think that there's too much.
You're not Nietzsche pilled enough.
What? No, yeah, well, yeah, that.
Please
But
super
like,
chat. There we go. $2.
Yeah, I see it.
Johnson. Stacy is a girl's name. Stacy, I'm not gonna lie to you. It is a
But
girl's.
the unisexual name could go suck your trans mom's dick, motherfucker.
Whoa.
Well, you want to hit
Mom
hate
is
on
a
me, I gotta hate
mom.
on you.
Wait, is your name
Stacey,
literally
come on.
Stacy?
Be better
Is it
than that.
actually Stacy?
My name is Stacy, and it's not a girl's name.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was just your
Stacey P.
handle. I didn't think your actual name was Stacy. I'm sorry,
my
then,
actual
Stacy.
name is Stacy.
I
told you to know
didn't.
that.
I didn't realize that.
I'm the dude that
That was
did
just
the
a
guy off the
handle.
third story platform. Remember?
No, I know you. I remember you, Stacy. I remember Jimmy. I remember you throwing him off and him hitting the car. Of course I do. I just thought Stacy was like a pseudonym, like an online handle.
No.
Speaking of someone who's not an online handle, the Indian Jesus, that is his legal name, actually. It's on his birth certificate. I've seen it.
But I want to say one thing. The guy spelled it Stacey, and that's correct. That's the way males spell it. Women spell it Stacy. And in 1966, which were before most of you were born, that was a unisexual name. And my
Wait, so
father,
if I Google Stacy the way you spelled it, am I going to get more
Stacy's
females?
mom.
you're
is
going to get more.
going
You're gonna get,
on.
I know you're talking about my mom, dude. I'll fucking kill you. Shut up.
Okay, no death threats. No death threats.
That's all right.
on the channel, please.
He didn't
That's
do
all right.
it.
She wasn't mad last night when I
Be
was
a better
looking at her
person.
Get off
fucking
on me,
tape.
dude. I just got off yours. Okay.
Oh, Stacy's mom is going
Stacey, I
on.
I do have to
licked her
say.
snatch and she loved it for so long.
Okay, let's no moms. When I Google Stacy with the spelling, I mean it is kind of like women coded for the most part. You know, I'm just
Hey, there's a dude down there. There's a dude down there. Scroll down.
I just wanted to let everybody know.
How about Stacy Keats?
Art
That guy.
Stacy. I mean, there might be some of them. Maybe this guy, Matt. No, it's always last names. Matt, Stacy.
it's not always last names. I've known plenty of male Stacys.
No, I know they exist, but Stacy was saying that most of them that spell their
Most
name this
males,
way are
the masculine way, according to the actual
Sounds
spelling.
gay.
Is EY is male and CY is female.
Look, can't you see though? I Googled Stacy.
Dude,
Can't you see?
How do you know those are a bunch of dudes?
You're
fucking
the
trying to
only
dress up
one
like
for
women?
me.
I mean, I'm just saying, Stacy. The evidence
Stacy's
is not
mom has
looking
got it going.
Who
Wait.
the fuck is saying that?
Whoa, what?
Step up.
Oh shit! Is that Anson? That bugged me out.
This is post opfluence. Okay, don't disrespect post opfluence.
Post affluent. I just wanted to let everybody know that I'm alive.
Jesus,
I
hey,
did
listen,
puke,
look,
but I'm
Jesus,
alive.
let's get off each other's moms because I just
Christian,
got off
you still
yours, okay? And tell the bitch to bring
Yeah,
my
I'm
big
here.
fat bean pie around.
Is there something you would like to add to the conversation?
Nope.
Maybe switch the topic up a little bit.
Majority. I was just curious on
Go drink your fire water and
Jamie
shut
not-
the fuck up. Rock and
not
roll.
believing.
Okay. Both of you.
I just
Both
want
you
to let
settle down.
everybody know that if you have an issue with teeth grinding, super cheap to get one of these motherfuckers, and you just boil it and you fucking bite on it, and it's like a fucking magic thing. Because I grind my teeth all the
I'd use
time.
one of those in what do you call it when you punch each other? MMA.
It's called a mouth guard. I used to make
Called an
I used to
oral
make
fixation,
those.
something in this
Yeah,
country.
if you're doing martial arts,
Okay,
you should
so,
definitely have a mouth
Christian.
guard. But I'm talking about grinding your teeth when you're sleeping. This would
Christian.
save my fucking life.
Yeah, I'm here my name.
All right, have I answered your question to the best of my ability that made sense to you?
Yeah, you don't want to get away.
No, but I guess I'm just more curious on what makes you lean more towards non-belief than belief.
The lack of evidence.
The lack of evidence.
Correct.
So what would be
We
sufficient
don't know, but
evidence?
God would.
Jesus, stop.
Christian, go ahead. What was the question you're going to ask me?
Sorry, it's just having this
What would
conversation
be
so many
sufficient
times.
evidence for you to believe in God?
One more time for me, please.
What would be sufficient evidence for you to believe in God?
Something testable, something empirical, something repeatable. It's pretty much anything that would satisfy pretty much the scientific method.
Okay, so wait. Can I want to push him on that, like, because I want to see how black pilled you are. Okay, that's not that wasn't a racial comment. That wasn't a racial comment. Okay, black pilled in like the non-racial sense. Okay?
Ninja.
Could you give me an example?
Well, I want to ask Jamie real quick something. If I could jump in. So, Jamie, if you said it had to be repeatable, scientific, all this stuff. If let's say you and 10 people are there, and a manifestation of God shows up, right, and like does like some type of miracle and then leaves, or would you be more likely to say, okay, I had a spiritual experience, or would you be more likely to say, me and my 9 friends had a collective shared psychosis? Like which one? And what if it's 100 people? What, because that's not repeatable, it's not scientific. What if it's the whole world at the same time sees a flashing light in the sky that like spells out?
You're just asking about purpose.
Hey, no spoilers. I'm not finished yet. But let's say that
finished.
IJ, I
but-
know you're excited, but I want to hear what Khan's got to ask me, so I can answer his question.
Continue to tell me to shut the fuck up, and if you want, tell me to leave. I'm drunk. I'm tired. I will not take offense. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. But yeah,
Yeah,
Jamie,
you're
like,
good, man. You're good. I just want to hear what Khan's got to ask me, so I can answer his question.
Do you see what I'm asking? Like, at what is there an amount of people that could all see something that's like so out of this world that you would believe, or do you actually require like scientific repeatable evidence?
So I mean, scientific repeatable evidence would be the best.
Would you accept lesser though? Would you accept, let's say, 10,000 people all seeing something
So-
that you would define as undeniably, it couldn't possibly be a magic trick, it has to be something?
So if 10,000 people agree that Trump is a fascist, then
Not agree. I'm seeing something. Like actually, if 10,000 people saw Trump unalive someone, I would think Trump unalive someone, right? So
physically seeing it.
Yeah, physically
So then-
seeing it.
Okay, well, I don't want to step on
I
just
physically
Jamie's answer.
saw Rock and Roll Jesus' mom vote for Trump, and then
Okay,
blow it.
we said we're not going to bring up each other. Stacy, you didn't want moms brought up. You got mad when moms got brought up. You're bringing up freaking moms. But yeah, Jamie, what did you think? You said, I know you said the scientific repeatable stuff is the best, but in my example, would you still be convinced, or would you still be like, nah, man, us 10,000 people, somehow we all had a collective delusion together?
So if something were to happen like that today, like where especially like there's cameras, there are far more skeptics than there are before, then yes.
Okay.
I would believe.
What if in this hypothetical, what if cameras didn't catch anything, but everyone saw the same thing?
So everybody saw the same thing.
EMP.
I mean, was I personally there to witness it as well?
Yeah. Let's say you were. I mean, we can ask both. I'm curious, just if you were. You can also answer no, but yeah, I'm just curious on like what your stand. I'm not actually like going anywhere with this. I'm just curious if you actually require what you initially said, or if you would accept something that is more experiential, but a lot of people are seeing it. They're seeing the same stuff as you. But yes, it's not repeatable. It's not on camera. If you were there, at least
so
would
like
you?
eliminate the cameras in today's time. If I'm being completely honest, if it was like a legitimate experience that everybody can collectively agree that it was in fact God, then I would do so.
I don't think you would. Can I challenge that?
You would agree with the collective?
May I challenge that?
No.
Please.
I think you're just saying that based on the framing of the question, because I think in reality, if that were to happen, then you would have maybe millions of different potential answers and a lack of understanding of your own perception. I don't know about you guys, but I've definitely seen things in my life where I'm like, what the fuck was that? I have no idea what that is. And based on the understanding of
delusion and other things like that. Because I didn't know what it was. I didn't call it a UFO or God. I just call it a thing that I saw that I didn't know.
9,999
So
other
if
people
I
see
would
it.
get 10,000 other people who saw the same thing, then I would be in the position of saying me and 10,000 people saw this thing.
See, that's what I mean. That's a level of black pilled that
Why
is
is
not.
that black pilled? That
Well,
is
I do-
honesty. There's no reason. There's no reason
to stick your
Give me
Johns and
the-
says shared delusion. No, there's no shared delusion that 10,000 people
It
are all
is.
seeing
That's
and know
what
what I'm
you're
talking
appealing-
about. That's
until you
never
can-
happened in the history of
Until
mankind.
wait, but confluence. Until you can justify it, that's what you're appealing to.
Well, here, how about the everyone saw the stars align and say, "I am Yahweh, believe in me."
Are
I
you
guess it
asking
wouldn't
me
be a
that personally, or are
constellation.
you asking like any and
Oh,
Jesus?
he's read some literature. I've heard this before. Or he's heard it from somebody that's read the literature. Have you heard that from somewhere?
So if that were to happen, would it be more likely
Really?
that?
Stop.
Well, who's talking?
Supposed to be the new guy.
Yeah, I think Christian was saying something.
Christian, talk.
Did y'all hear me?
Somebody told me to stop, but I stopped. What are we doing?
God damn it.
I don't know. I asked if the stars rearranged themselves and said, "I am Yahweh, believe in me." Would
Right.
you then believe? Everyone
Personally,
saw it. The
so
we'll say
personally,
99
and
other
everybody
people saw it.
and everybody, like based off of like what you gave me,
Yeah.
then in that scenario, I most definitely would.
Okay.
You shouldn't.
Why shouldn't he?
Because how do you know that? How do you know that that's not a delusion? How
See,
do what?
you
wait,
want
wait,
everything in your
wait,
power
wait,
to
wait, stop, wait,
How do you?
whoa.
How do you know?
Whoa,
Can you show me?
wait. I just got a huge accusation of being black pilled. May I address that?
No,
That-
you may not.
black
Well,
pill. Omni black pill.
You had said you still wouldn't believe it, right?
Yes.
Okay, so why wouldn't you believe it?
Because I
99
don't
other
know,
people
there's
saw
no
it with you.
reason to believe that just because I
He's
see
not asking
something.
you the question, Jesus.
Okay.
Let the
What was
man
it?
answer.
I thought I was being asked the
You're not
question.
the man.
Yeah, I'm asking you.
Okay, I'm being asked the question.
Yes, I'm asking you. 99 other people saw the same thing. Why wouldn't you believe it?
But because I believe that me and 99 other people saw something. There's no reason to believe that what we saw has anything to do with the God of the Bible. That's that's a jump. That I could see a bunch of shit. Why would I believe that? Why would I think that anything that I saw has any relevance to the God of the Bible just because I saw some crazy stuff?
If the stars realigned and said, "I am Yahweh, believe in me,"
then how do I? It would make infinitely more sense that there was another intelligent race trying to convince us that a God exists so that they could overtake our planet than an actual God being in existence.
Hold on. So you're more inclined to believe that
based on the law. Wait. Based on the
stars.
laws of physics, we must agree that it's infinitely more likely that there is an alien race doing that than there would be a God. Even if you are to say that it is. Wait. Let me just finish it. Let me just finish it. So it is infinitely more likely that if we looked up and we saw constellations of moving of the stars and saying, "I am Yahweh and I exist," that it would be way more likely that an alien race would have some type of technology to be able to do that than a God would be able to do that.
You don't even have to say it's way more likely. You could just say that that's a competing hypothesis. And why would you accept the God hypothesis over aliens doing that, or maybe the military doing that with some super secret technology? That seems logically possible. There's other explanations that could fit the data. Maybe you can say it's evidence for intelligence.
Okay, so I guess running
So
off
if I
that
may,
thought,
if I may
what would-
interject,
No, you may
Okay,
not, Jesus.
That wasn't me. Fuck you.
Yeah, right, I don't know.
Fuck you.
It was me. It was me,
Strays
Stacey.
now.
It was me, Stacey. So, see, here's the thing. When you presented that scenario, I mean, I placed that scenario in a way which that was the only hypothesis. I mean, as they're bringing up these other hypotheses, I mean, I'm assuming that we could test those other hypotheses and we could be like, okay, we can definitively prove that it was in fact a God that rearranged the stars and said that I am Yahweh, believe in me.
Okay,
I
so
mean,
how,
yeah,
how do
if
we
you
how
could
do we
prove,
test how do
yeah,
we
if
test
you could
belief?
prove God exists, then you could prove God
Like
exists. Sure.
I'm accepting. I'm accepting that hypothetical.
Okay,
Yeah.
based
So
on
And
if you could prove, no, absolutely. If you
Jesus,
could
be
prove
quiet.
God exists,
Based
then
on
I
everything
would.
you're saying, based on everything you're saying, this has already been proven.
Okay, so if you
Okay,
could prove,
the Catholic Church had 3 children at the turn of the century, and they went and they said the Mother Mary came to me in a vision, and they told and this vision talked to the children, and everybody said you're full of shit, and 100,000 people gathered on a certain date, and it was recorded by reporters and everybody, and guess what happened? A vision came forth. There was a big rainstorm, and all these people said the same thing. They said there was this massive rainstorm, and then all of a sudden the sun came out, and there was hold on, there was the Mother Mary, and all of our clothes were dry, and there were so many people that saw it and experienced it that the church made all 3 of them saints. Now, to make it even weirder, the youngest one wrote down prophecies, and one of the prophecies was to Saint. Which one is the Pope that got shot in the 70s? She wrote down and gave it to him, or hit the Pope before him. He opened it up before, and he knew that he was going to be assassinated, but he decided to go with half the cage or whatever. And he said, "I read what she wrote, even though I was supposed to not open it." And
I don't want Indian Jesus
nobody
to lose
can
his
explain
thought.
that. But 100,000 people all saw the Mother Mary, and you can't get that many people to lie.
Yeah.
oh really? How many people were at the Brooklyn Bridge for the fireworks?
Dude.
What? Yeah, how many people were at the Brooklyn Bridge for the fireworks on New Year's Eve?
You don't know.
I do know. I do know.
You don't know.
Do you know?
Yeah, I know that 100,000.
Okay, how many? How many?
Testimony. Do you have anybody that
I'm
has
sorry?
done?
What? No.
100,000 people, Jesus. That
Okay,
saw the same
maybe you
thing.
didn't hear my question. The question was, how many people were at the Brooklyn Bridge for the New Year's Eve fireworks?
I have no idea. You tell me.
I believe it was about 6,000.
How do you know that?
Because there was people taking videos and pictures, and there
No,
was
they didn't have
6,000.
videos. How do you know who your daddy is? Because your mama told you so. That don't
Oh,
necessarily.
so now we want empirical evidence. Anyway, my point is that there were
100,000 people
thousands.
that experienced
There were.
this.
If I may
RJ, I hate to interrupt
finish,
you,
I think I let you talk, Stacey. I think I let you talk, Stacey. I think it would be appreciative if you'd let me finish my point that I brought up the fireworks to the Brooklyn Bridge for New Year's Eve. That didn't happen. There was hundreds, if not thousands of people based on a fucking TikTok live that lined up and went out to the Brooklyn Bridge looking for fireworks on New Year's Eve because somebody decided, I'm going to see if I can get people to show up at the Brooklyn Bridge. So what you're appealing to, hold on. What you're saying is because people as stupid and stupider than me believe a thing, therefore it must be true.
No,
that is not logically. That is not how logic works. That is not. Whoa! That's not how logic works. Just because you are just because you are as dumb as hundreds and thousands of other people does not.
I'll allow Stacey's comment.
I can do this all night. I can go all night. I would appreciate the host coming in, and I feel like I was appropriately quiet when this dumbass was fucking talking shit.
And then
So
you started insulting him, though, so I understand.
okay, fine.
But yes.
So then what I said was that you are one of the people that stood out at the Brooklyn Bridge expecting fireworks because somebody else told you that they would be there, and there never was one. It was a rumor. Look it up, Google it right now. Thousands of people went there. Do you even understand the relevance? Can you even articulate to me the relevance of why I brought that up? Can you, Stacey, honey, relax. It's okay, sweetie, it's okay, baby girl. It's okay. I promise you, it's gonna be okay. Baby girl, I promise you it's gonna be okay. Baby girl, I promise you it's gonna be okay. Daddy will take care of you. Daddy will take care of you. Daddy will take care of you. Chill out. I promise you, it's okay. Baby girl, keep going. And I know that you're upset. Just listen to Daddy. Listen to Daddy. Daddy will take you home.
Fuck you in the ass,
Honey, baby,
bitch.
honey,
Stop.
honey,
Okay,
honey, baby girl,
faggot, I'll beat your ass.
Hey, Stacy, that's a no word. That's a no word. Okay, we gotta calm down a bit. We gotta calm down. Stop the insults, Stacy. You definitely can't say that word. That's a TOS word. Okay.
I just said baby
We're gonna
girl.
stop. I know. I understand. Okay.
And I don't want to throw anybody off the third story platform again.
All right, then shut the fuck up. Then
fuck you, bitch.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay, both of you. Okay, we're gonna do this again. Okay, and don't unmute yourself, Lutch. Don't fucking do it. I swear to fucking God. Just okay. We're gonna all settle down. We're not gonna be. We're gonna.
Let's just have someone else pick it up.
Okay, I will pick it up. I want to talk. Okay, host card. I'm using the host card. You both have been misbehaving. Okay, so but I want to say, Lutch, and then you can tell me if I'm wrong about this. I think the reason you brought that up, I think I understand, but I think what I would say the difference between that and the example, and I'm not even saying I believe in the Catholic miracles, right? They always seem to happen in kind of like foreign-esque kind of second world countries and stuff. And I don't know. I'm skeptical on it. Okay, I'm skeptical on it. But the difference would be.
Hey, but research it before you say that.
Hey, shut the fuck up while the host is talking.
If you send it in the back chat, I will look at that specific example. And so I will look it up. But I'm just saying that the difference between that and what Lutch is saying those people went there under a false belief. They were misled. The difference with what the miracle is at least claiming is that 100,000 people haven't looked it up, have actually claimed to have actually seen this, not been deceived by some TikTok and then showed up to an event thinking something would happen. They were physically there and they all witnessed something. If the story is true, those are very different examples. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you.
Okay.
Your response? Yes.
May I articulate my point and why I brought that up? Because we are appealing to the same notion that, well, there's lots of people who did this thing, therefore, we're giving legitimacy to a claim based on the people who believed in it. And again, you can look up your own thing of the amount of people that gathered on New Year's Eve for the Brooklyn Bridge, and specifically
Did
because
they see
somebody.
Any fireworks?
Hey.
Did they see any fireworks?
No, honey.
Okay,
no,
they didn't see any fireworks.
No, sweetie. That's the point.
Oh my God.
No, sweetie. That's the point.
Okay. Again, one at a time. But actually, Stacy does have a good point. The difference is in the miracle story, if we accept it, they actually did see something. They did see something miraculous.
Accept it. You said
I'm just saying if we do accept it, so it's at least it's not analogous. If they all did just lie, a bunch of people can lie. That can happen.
So I want you guys to take, with that in mind, I want you to legitimately say that what I'm about to present to you is the most likely thing. So, given the fact that people were misguided into going to the Brooklyn Bridge for fireworks, despite the fact that there were no fireworks, if those people had not been on record being on social media, on X, on TikTok, on whatever, that they would have just pretended that they wouldn't have gone there because they actually went there and nothing was seen, versus if they had went there and seen something, they would be more likely to talk about something they had seen.
No, just like Madonna, he had the block party and everybody expected food, but they
that's how I know you're not in good faith, because I just fucking gave you a fucking simple thing. If you saw a thing, you'd be more likely to say you saw a thing. That was the hypothetical that I gave you, and very obviously you are not in good faith, because yes, obviously if you saw a thing, you're more likely to say that you saw a thing, but you are too fucking tribalistic to understand anything besides I'm right, atheist wrong. Good job. Thank you.
I am struggling to understand the relevancy of this. Again, if you
that was a side quest. That was a side quest to test Stacy's good faith, and he failed that test.
Do you?
You're right.
If just going off,
I fail, that means I succeeded. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go to Christian. Christian.
Yeah, Christian got something he wants to say.
Just going off of that, are you saying that just because a group of people say something doesn't mean you have to believe it, right? Okay, all right. That's cool.
Indeed.
So I have a question.
It doesn't mean that that's not true. It just means
do people? Are you atheist?
I'm an agnostic atheist. Yes.
Okay.
I don't claim to know there is no God. I do not believe actively in a God or a
So
God.
do typically, right? Putting just the normal average person, do people typically die for something they believe not to be true? Like they know it's not to be true?
No, people typically die because of disease or accident.
No, I mean, like to die for a cause. Do they die for a cause knowing that it's not true, believing that it's not true, or because
No,
it's true?
they believe that it's true. That doesn't mean that what they believe is in fact in line with reality.
So
like,
if
you're talking about like suicide bombers, right? They die based on what they believe in.
Sure, we could tie that in, but I'm just saying,
Right.
if a mass group of people die for something they believe in, is there credence to maybe something happened that caused them to believe in this said thing? No.
Yeah.
Well,
no,
unless I'll say no, but unless you can tell me that the jihadis who blow themselves up legitimize jihadism because of the fact that they blow themselves up. If you're willing to say that, then I will say, okay, based on your logic, then I'll go in line with you that it is more likely. So are you saying that if I may, so just to clarify the question, Christian, are you saying that because some jihadis are willing to blow themselves up in the name of Islam, that it makes Islam more true?
No, but does it?
Okay, so I think
I
the same
think
about any other martyrdom.
No, hold on. I think if people are willing to martyr for something they believe in, I believe that gives credence to look into what they believe in.
So why is that different with Islam?
Can I explain why it's different?
I'm holding the
different.
same logic across the board.
I want to argue it is different.
I agree.
It is different.
If I real quick compliments, I agree.
It is different because mine is true.
Exactly, right? I agree with you, Christian. I agree with you, Christian, that these people are not going to die for things that they do not actively believe in. What I'm rejecting is the level of their confidence in what they believe in has no bearing on the truth of what it is that they believe.
No.
Just because they believe that Allah will give them 72 virgins does not mean they will get 72 virgins.
I'm not arguing for anything being true or false. I'm simply asking, if tons of people who wholeheartedly believe in something, does that not give credence to at least investigate what they're dying for?
No.
You don't believe that gives any credence?
No. Okay, I want to jump in now. Because I think the way this argument usually goes, and does make it different from suicide bombers, because usually what we're talking about like that, 11 of the 12 disciples like died in horrific ways. And so they died for things that they should have known are false. The difference with a jihadist, they haven't seen Muhammad, so they're just believing in it. So people die all the time believing in something, and that thing could be wrong. Yeah. What is shocking, if we believe in the early church stuff about, Peter being crucified and stuff like that, then it's like Peter would have been around Jesus. He would either see miracles or not. And so why would he die for something he knew to be wrong? That's the rarity. People rarely die for something that they believe that is that they know is wrong.
He was right. In order to even get to that point, to be like, oh, this is true or this isn't true, there first has to be some credence to be like, okay, I'm gonna look into this. If 500 people kill themselves for something they believe, regardless if what they believe is true, putting that to the side, I'm not arguing for that, but I'm saying if these people believe wholeheartedly in what they believe in, right, to the point of martyrism, I'm just asking Lutch if that is enough to investigate what they believe to be true.
It's not like that. If there's some, I will give you the
we should investigate the Charles Manson followers and why they believe what they did.
A lot of people are looking in this direction. Maybe we should check that out. I'm not negating that idea. If a lot of people seem to be like, well, there might be something over here. Like, okay, yeah, let's check that out. But that right there is not the end of the story. That's the beginning of the story. So maybe there is a notion that following Islam or following Christianity or following whatever it is has some bearing in patterns in your life. That doesn't mean that any of it is true. It
I'm
just
not-
means.
I don't think he's saying that.
Yeah, I'm not
He's
saying
saying that it's
Christianity. I'm not saying Islam. I'm not saying I'm not saying anything's true.
Okay,
I'm
so
simply
let me.
going. How do we start the investigation? Right.
And I think I actually agree. I think it makes sense.
By
I think everyone has a
investigating the
duty.
claim.
And
So we
anyone
start-
that is seeking has a duty to probably look into all like world religion. So, I think with Brandon's the Manson, it's like it's a
so
small
fair
enough
enough.
people. I don't know if you actually would need to look into it. But yeah, when you have a religion as big as like Buddhism or Islam or Christianity, I think if you are a truth seeker, I think like if so many people have been convinced by this, I think it's a good idea to at least look into it. Doesn't mean it's true.
Absolutely.
But it's a good thing to check
The only
into.
reason why I'm asking that is just because you had said that even if 99 people saw it, which you didn't say you believe it's a hallucination, but like people like 500 people don't just have mass hallucinations. There's no medical record of everyone seeing the same hallucination.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, but there was a time where over 1,000 people thought the world was flat, right? And they would be very convinced by that claim.
Well, we also didn't have the ability to test that, right?
Okay, but that's exactly the point. Do we have the ability to test the existence of God?
I think so. Yeah, that's what I believe.
Really? Okay.
100,000 people saw the same thing.
Wait,
on
I'm
the
open
same
to
day
it.
and
I'm
had
open
the
to
same
it.
Experience.
Hold on, Stacey, I
it's-
might be converted right now.
Well,
Okay,
it's a myriad of things, right? The thing I had asked you, if people are dying brutally for something they believe, I'm specifically talking about Christianity. If people are dying brutally for something they believe in, that's an element, right? That's just a tiny piece of evidence for why I believe in Christianity. People don't die for something they believe to know to be a lie.
So can I take a stab at this?
Yeah, who's talking?
Yeah, this is
Whoever.
black pilled over
Oh,
here.
Shout out
okay,
to Jessica Johnson.
Yeah, so I wanted to say, so
Jessica knows this
if you're willing to die for something, you should look into it. And there are lots of different belief structures that have been implemented to manipulate people into doing that sort of activity, right? And I think that the best example of a religion is actually the Heaven's Gate cult, right? I mean, you can convince lots of people to die for really stupid things. And religion has done the same thing to people. It's made them think that there's some sort of greatness that's beyond their life, that's beyond the nihilism that you can't really escape once you realize that God doesn't exist, right? Which is why I'm not a fan of converting lots of people to atheism, because people generally don't have the cognitive ability to be able to survive once they realize that there's actually nothing, right? So please do not convert to atheism. Continue being a Christian. You'll be much happier.
It's deeper than simply just being like, oh, people are dying for this, ergo I believe it. That's just an element.
Texas.
Why
did they choose to stay and die? There's no religion involved here. There's no God. Why did they choose to stay and die?
Well, there's more to it, right? If a bunch of people are dying for a cause, you can look into the cause, and within
why did those guys
the
choose
cause,
to stay and buy Sam Houston the time?
Why do you think they did, Stacey? Why do you think they did?
Why?
Why do you think they did, Stacey?
Because they believed in one cause.
So, does anybody here disagree that the people who died for what they believed in what they believed in?
It was a real. It was something that they fucking believed in. My point is there's people
Stacey,
that have such a belief.
Stacey, the direct question to you.
But you won't even look up the fact that everything I've told you about the 100,000 people having the same experience. You won't even investigate it. You could have already Googled it and see that I was right. You don't have 100,000 people that got together.
You're projecting, honey.
Thing.
Baby girl, you're projecting. I've already been through this.
Dude,
I've already been through this. Okay, I'm not ignorant to what it is that you're asking.
Come on, dude.
I'm not ignorant to what it is that you're asking.
We're not doing that again, you guys, okay?
You're projecting and you're acting like you think you know who the fuck I am. You don't know who the fuck I am. So quiet down, and I have an actual question that can drive the conversation forward.
The whole point of me bringing up people dying for what they believe in is because people died.
Go for it. I'm so scared. Oh, and he runs the fuck away.
No, I kicked him. I can't. You can't be threatening that on a fucking live panel, you fucking insane person. You can't do that, Stacey. You have to sit in the back for like 30 minutes right now, okay? I'm sorry.
Oh, really quick.
Threaten
It goes when you see mass
Good moderating. Good moderating, but I am not taking any blame for that.
Really quick. I just looked up what he told me to, and it says that only 3 people and they were children witnessed an apparition of the Virgin Mary, and then the rest of the people that I guess went outside, they saw a solar event, maybe a solar eclipse or something. Yeah, it's not 100,000 people witnessed the Virgin Mary or something.
Stacy, if you can hear us, post the link in the back chat. And I'm sorry, I have to keep
That's
you
a
off
quick
the
Google
panel for a
search.
bit. Yeah, but but there's a lot of these are you sure you have the right one? There's a lot of these theophany experiences in the Catholic Church.
Well, all right.
I'm just looking at the AI overview on Google, to be fair.
Well, how about we just
There's like a bunch of these things, so it could be the same one, but I just want to make sure.
Just concede that Christians see things that aren't real, and let's just move on, right?
Yeah, sure.
I think some Christians have seen some things that aren't real, and I think Christians have also seen things that are very real. That's my stance.
Well, and that's why I find myself in a very different place in this conversation. I'm not trying to be like, ha ha, you were wrong. There's no God. That's not what I'm trying to do.
So, Lutch, what would make you believe in God?
Again, I don't know, but God would. God would. If there was evidence that would convince me, there is no way, with all the active pleading towards God and the first 23-ish years of my life, unquestionably, unwaveringly Christian that I was, without even questioning the notion of non-belief. If there was a way that I would be pulled away from the position that I am now, God would have done it.
How do you know what you're looking for?
I don't know what I'm looking for. That's the
So
answer. That's the answer to your question. I don't know, but God does. So if there was a God, when every single night before I go to sleep, and I say, all right, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, at this point, I'm 36. I'm a little bit skeptical. Sorry, but I've been doing it since I was 20. When I first started losing my faith, and I still was 1,000% a Christian. I laid in bed. The last thing I'd say, okay, maybe it's not the last thing anymore, but it's a daily thing. That, okay, I want to be wrong. If there is such a way that I could get back to the life where I have the safety blanket of your existence, your understanding, and your love, I would give anything to be back in that position. I don't know how to get there. I'm giving you my willingness, my heart, my mind, whatever it is that you want from me. I am willing to do it. Please just show me the way. If that is not enough, then I don't know. I don't know what else to do. I don't know what else to do.
So if you don't know what would convince you and you don't know what you're looking for, how do you know you haven't seen it already?
Because I'm not convinced. If I seen it, I would be convinced.
But how do you? I'd ask you what.
If I was convinced, I'd be convinced. What do you mean? If I believed X, the claim is God exists. If I believed God exists, then I would believe God exists. But I don't. I know that I don't believe God exists because I don't believe God exists.
That's what I'm saying. You don't. Okay, so I'll ask the question again. What would convince you that God exists?
I don't know. I don't know. I know that's a deeply unsatisfying answer, and I'm sorry that I don't have a better one. Well, I don't understand God. I don't understand this God well enough to be able to articulate what it is about him or it or whatever. I don't have that experience. That's the whole fucking point. The whole point is I am unfamiliar with what this thing is that you are calling God. From my experience in growing up with the Catholic and the Methodist Church and understanding how people talk about it and the Ortho Bros and all, I understand tangentially what you were saying, but I don't really know what it is that you're asking me if I believe in. And so that is why I remain agnostic more so, and more in the last 6 to 8 months, I've more remained on the word agnostic than atheist, because maybe whatever it is that you're referring to as God, maybe I do believe in that, but I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you're referring
Jesus,
to.
can I? You say that a lot. If I can ask something. You used to be a Christian, right? You said, and you used to, and then when you started straying away, you would pray.
Born in the Catholic Church, and I was in about 6th grade, and we moved to a Methodist church. I had gone through all my sacraments, and then I was confirmed in the Methodist church. And the Methodist church was very laid back, so I was actually most confident in my faith, like 8th to 10th, 11th grade, when I decided
I guess I'm curious when you say you said this to me a bunch. You said this now to Christian a bunch. You say this to a lot of people a bunch. That you don't know what we mean. But if you were a Christian, then what did you mean? Because we probably mean a similar thing, right? Like, what did you?
Yeah.
How would you have answered that question back in the day? Like, you act like you have no possible idea of what people mean when they say God, but you used to talk about God. You read the whole Bible.
Right.
You said
Right.
So then, square that circle.
Sure. So I came to the realization that I didn't really have a basis for what I meant when I said that. When I thought of God, it really like I hesitate. I mean, like, I hesitate to even say this because, like, as the atheist, I feel like people are gonna think that I'm just saying this, but like, believe me or think that I'm just trying to fucking do whatever. I don't know. I can just be honest. When I was a Christian, I had much more of a Sky Daddy-esque type understanding. I thought there was a realm. I thought heaven was a physical realm, quote unquote above, maybe not like north, but quote unquote above our reality. I thought that God was a man-like being, that I believe in St. Peter, that there were the gates of heaven. I was a Catholic. I believed in the Catholic idea of Yahweh and God. But again, from that perspective, I was a kid. I was going to mass, barely paying attention on Sunday mornings. I was going to CCD, and we'd have a thing where we would spend a month on the Book of Acts, and nobody fucking cared about what we were doing in there because I was a kid. I was more concerned with the girls that were in my CCD class than I was about the scripture.
Is that what
20,
led you
right?
to
So
stop believing?
And so it was when I finally realized that, like, oh, the thing that I'm appealing to here is like a real, serious, important thing, that I decided to sit down and read the Bible for the first time. I being a lifelong Christian, both in Catholicism and being in the Methodist Church, I believe is Protestant, right? Which is like two very different versions. Nobody ever was like, hey, maybe you should get your own understanding of what we're talking about here. And once I did, I was conveniently, inconveniently, for better, for worse, whatever. I was learning about, I was going to school for psychology, and I was going to school for philosophy. And so the understanding of what the Bible actually says and how not different that is from so much other philosophical basis throughout human history.
Yes, can we pause right there? Can we pause right there? I want to ask you some questions there. So you said it's no different than any other philosophical basis. Can you give me just one example? I know you drunk and smoking. You just give me one.
What do you mean?
You said that there's you read the Bible. You didn't have an understanding of God, so you dove into the Bible. You're taking philosophy, and you found that the Bible has some like the same fundamentals of basic philosophy, right?
Yeah. So, like, again, going back to Aristotle.
The question was, what? Can you give me one example of that? I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm asking
again. I'm not trying to be difficult. One example of what specifically? A different philosophy that aligns with Christian ethics? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, Aristotelian virtue ethics. And I think the idea of the ultimate reason that we would think that Jesus Christ is a just good figure and that Satan is a bad figure is because Jesus's message leads towards human flourishing, whereas the antithesis of Jesus' message goes towards hedonistic, tribalistic things that have been empirically proven not to align with the flourishing of a society. And I want to be in a flourishing society merely because of the fact that I am in that society. I don't want to be part of a failing society. And so for very selfish reasons, I can align with all of your Christian ethics.
Okay, so because the ethics align, it leads to a flourishing society. Ergo, you want to be Christian?
I would love to be Christian. Oh my God, you have no fucking I don't legitimately. I don't think you have ever wanted anything in your life more than I've wanted to go back to being Christian.
So did that?
Fuck yes. If I could go back to believing in a God, that would be the fucking heroine of life.
Okay, so what exactly made you not believe? Because that sounds like more of you want to lean into believing.
So I came from. So I believe in a I mean, are you familiar with like Descartes? Like I think therefore I am.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of issues with things that he said, but the basic notion of the way that he thought was about maintaining skepticism. And so he was like, what if there's some evil God that everything I think is because there's an evil God making me think that? And so let me strip down everything that I cannot be certain of. And so, I can't be certain that you guys are a figment of my imagination. I'm just some brain in a vat somewhere. I can't verify that.
Okay,
So,
I want to address that. I think
Yeah,
Virgin wanted to say something, or was it someone else?
I wanted to.
Let me just type on that. Basically, the only thing that you can know
I
is
did
that.
kind of want to interject there.
Yeah, the only thing that I can know is because I'm thinking.
Oh,
well,
wait,
what if
we
that's
ain't-
not
we ain't
true?
tied- we ain't
That
tied
means
a
there
bow. He
must
wants
be
to interject.
somebody who's saying what that must not be true, and so that's the basis of skepticism.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So before Jamie goes, I just wanted to say, Lutch and I actually have the same exact view in terms of the pain related to not being Christian, because I very much would love to not be an atheist, and I have tried several times to not be an atheist.
Were you a Christian before?
Yeah.
Yeah.
was,
So
yeah.
you fucking know.
Yeah, it makes my entire life more difficult. All of my social interactions, the people that I prefer to be around are not other atheists. I cannot generally stand other atheists. And
Well, that's probably because they're leftists, not because they're atheists.
yeah, and everyone in my family is a Christian except for me.
Can I
And
ask
so
a question to both of you? Because this is something I always say when people say this, and I'm not sure what a good answer is, but I'm curious to hear from both of you. If you say you want this like really badly, do you have like an active, like robust, like spiritual practice that you do to try to seek this? Or is it kind of just like, I wish really hard, or like what are you actually like doing? Like, are you meditating? Are you into like some type of like, I don't know, weird Raja yoga thing? Like, or like what, like, is there any path you've chosen that you're like, okay, I'm actually going to do this, put the work in to experience the divine?
So do you want to go, or I can go?
Yeah, well, I just say the way that I handle it. So generally, I oscillate between like total like skepticism of it, but still feeling the pain of not having it. And there have been several times in my life when I have gone to church regularly, talked to priests, tried to get into the mindset of what the Christians are doing so that I can kind of, I guess, fake it till I make it into the spot. And it's not ever stuck because I can't get past the whole "the God doesn't exist" thing.
Is
And
it
it's
always though? Can I ask? Is it always an intellectual? Like everything you described is kind of in the realm of the intellect.
Yeah,
I'm
because-
asking about a robust spiritual practice. Like, have you actually?
No.
Well, why not? If you're actually, if I'm to believe both of you, if I was in your position, I would be like, okay, I'm gonna pick up some spiritual practice, really dedicate
but there's
myself to
no-
something to see if there's something out there.
But there's no reason to connect that spiritual experience to the God of the Bible. That's the part that you're missing. I have a much more robust spiritual life since I have acknowledged that I don't believe in a God or Christianity. I've been
Like,
able
what kind
to.
of, like, give me some examples. Like, what do you do?
Well, let me actually answer your questions in order. So your first thing was, do I have a practice? And like I said, yes, it is. And okay, maybe I'm like, fuck my life, kill me if it's not every single day. But it's a very common.
I still have a
thing.
question, and I feel like it would be
It's a
relevant.
very common thing where I am saying, yes, God, I am here, I am open, and if you are out there, anything, I am willing, I am here. And maybe that's not good enough. Maybe that's the wrong way. I don't know. But that is the practice. That is a practice. There are the conversations like this. I debated Jim Bob. I debated fucking what's his face, Andrew Wilson, as if I was gonna fucking be convinced by them, or if I wasn't gonna be convinced by them, I wasn't gonna be convinced by anybody. But I still was willing to do that. I'm still.
It's just weird to me that you're so like quick to just like not even be interested in like.
But I am interested. So I am interested. That's the misconception. Is that you
let me finish. On the experiential side, like I mean, like spending like 30 minutes a day actually like doing something, not just like a little thing you say before bed, not just like talking to a priest, not going to church once in a while. I mean, like 30 minutes a day.
About like meditation. Like I already do meditation.
Prayer.
I already do. That's what I'm saying. Dude.
Something where your goal is to seek God.
That's already outside.
That's what I was asking.
I didn't know how to do that until I left Christianity. That's exactly my point. Is that I didn't know how to do meditation. I didn't know how to experience ego death. I didn't know how to sit in the moment and be mindful and acknowledge thoughts as they came and put them in. I didn't know how to do that until I read Sam Harris. Fucking Sam Harris. I know he's fucking retarded now. But in 2001, he knew what the fuck he was talking about with religion. If you read his book, Spirituality, fucking, what is it called? Waking Up, A Guide to Spirituality Without God. The fuck, all of that is it's not a long book. It's like 90 pages. And it's all there.
Wait,
and the point is that all the things that you're appealing to, if I may finish, all the things that you're appealing to, I left the faith. Because I realized that what you are appealing to, I was able to engage in without Christianity. So then it left me with the question of, okay, if I get all of the good stuff,
okay, so you're not seeking.
Why do I need to be afraid of hell? Why do I need to be afraid of God?
You just said on your own admission that you sought out a spiritual path where you can try to vacuum God out of a spiritual experience.
No, that's not what I said.
Sense is that seeking God?
No. That was the outcome. The intent going in was to get closer to God, because going to Catholic Mass didn't fucking give me an understanding of anything. Going to Protestant fucking Sunday school where it's like, all right, we're going to spend a month on the Book of Acts and we don't really care, and we know that you guys are hooking up with each other, and that wasn't giving me spiritual fulfillment. And so by the time I was around finishing high school, that's when I was like, yo, if I'm serious about this, I'm going to be serious about this. I went in genuinely wanting to see, genuinely wanting to get closer to God, but also absolutely understanding I want to see what this is. Speaking of the Bible, that's what my intent was going in. There was no question
Jamie and Alex both want to speak. So yeah, Jamie first because he's been waiting a long time, and I was interrupting as well him. So, and then Alex.
All right. So this is a question for Virgin Mary and Lunch there. I mean, before I was agnostic theist, I mean, I was Christian. I'm obviously no longer Christian. So my question to you is, because I guess both of you mentioned how you would both wanted to. I mean, if you guys would, you definitely would go back to Christianity. So my question is, if Christianity were true, would you guys be Christians? I haven't heard from Virgin Mary first, but then I want to hear from Lunch, and then I want to know why or why not.
Yeah. So if God were real, if Christianity were true, would I be a Christian? Yeah, I'd be a Christian immediately if it was true. But it's not true, so I can't do it. And that's the rub. It's not a matter of like spiritual practice, like Confluence is saying, where I can like put on some training wheels and meditate and touch my inner child where God's touching it, and you know and. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't work like that for me because my brain is different than yours.
Yep.
I think everyone's brain is actually the exact same way. I'm not going to lie to you.
No.
I think everyone's brain
clearly
is
not
in that way.
Clearly not.
I have tried.
I don't think you guys have a robust spiritual practice that you've dedicated a long period of time to doing.
Whoa. Okay, so are you calling me a liar? Are you calling me a liar?
When I asked for it, you said, I do this thing where I ask God. You didn't talk about, and then when I push you, then you're like, well, no, I actually do meditate though. If you think about it,
Yes.
why wouldn't you have mentioned that?
Okay.
I gave that as an example. So it's
I
weird
did
that you
say-
didn't mention it.
Maybe you didn't hear me. Maybe you didn't hear me. I want to give you all the fucking benefit of the doubt because I fucking like you. And I know that you wouldn't fucking hear me say that the questioning God was outside of my spiritual meditation and pretend that I didn't say that. So I'm going to assume that you misheard me and didn't hear that outside of the notion of meditation. That was what I was referring to when I talk about the experience of specifically looking for the Christian God. I already have a spiritual practice of meditation that has been more fulfilling since I have been an atheist. That is what I said.
Okay, fine.
Like I said, I don't think you would misquote me that badly, so I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt. But just so we are clear, the appealing to the God of the Bible or the God of Christianity is a separate thing from my understanding of how I fill my spirit up with trying to.
I'm not even saying you'll find Christianity if you do what I do. I'm saying you'll just find God.
That's fine. That's fine. I am saying I have a spiritual practice, and you said I don't have a spiritual practice. I just want to correct you. I do, in fact, have that spiritual practice.
Now, I understand you have the spiritual practice, but that doesn't really answer my question. My question is,
Well, I just wanted to clarify the conflict. Yeah, what's your question?
Yeah, for clarification, if Christianity were true, would you be a Christian?
Probably not, but maybe. So
you wonder why I say you're black
I
belt.
will explain. The reason I say probably not is because I don't know how there would be a mechanism for me to determine that I am not delusional in believing in Christianity. Oh, what the fuck? I believe, like I could believe in something and be like, well, I think this might be what it is. Like I could think that me and Confluence are going to start a show and it's going to be the fucking best show on fucking YouTube. I could believe that, but I don't have any actual justification to say that empirically will be true. So if I knew that God existed, the practice of Christianity is different than the existence of God, and there's a lot of aspects of Christianity.
His question was just if Christianity without a shadow of a doubt was true, would you believe?
What is that?
What he asked.
What is that? Okay, so then
Let's say you knew Jesus died.
Jesus-
You died and rose again. Let's say you know that for a fact, and you know He sent the Holy Spirit.
Okay,
and you know that it's not a question of belief. You know that. Would you be a Christian?
So,
yes or no?
Again, I'm not fully understanding what you're saying. So again, let me try to see if
God, Yahweh,
hold on, wait. Let me try.
We got to get to Alex because Alex has been waiting.
Let me try to work this out. So, if you are saying that if it was true that Jesus Christ was the Son of God, and was resurrected and came back and gave us the tenets of the New Testament. If I knew for a fact that was true, would I follow that? Yes.
Based Ed, Carlos Castaneda, incredible. Read the Carlos Castaneda books.
Okay,
Journey
what is
Ixtlan, one of my favorite books. Okay, just gonna say that.
What is that going to tell me?
Right. So before I pass the floor over to Alexander there, me personally, like even if I knew Christianity were true, I personally would not go. I personally would not become a Christian.
Right.
That's primarily because I have issues with the Christian doctrine itself, even if I believe that it were true.
Yes.
Isn't it crazy that I both called you black-pilled and now you're both proving how black-pilled you are? That's why I'm sometimes stop it,
you're
baby.
straw man. You're saying what I think. You're defining black-pilled as not believing what I believe. Oh, you don't believe what I believe, and you claim that you don't believe what I believe. We're not black-pilled. I don't want to speak for anybody else, but I'm very optimistic. I'm very optimistic. I don't know about anybody else, but the entire purpose that I am the Indian Jesus is because I'm very optimistic about the
understand.
ability.
I just mean you're black-pilled on God. No, because we have to pass it to Alex. So we can agree to disagree, but we have to pass to Alex.
Go ahead,
Alex.
All right. Hi, Jake. I think I have like two questions for you here. So on the one hand, you said that you would love to believe in Christianity, but you find just as much, if not more, spiritual meaning or whatever you want to call it in your meditations without it. So why would you want to believe in it?
Because Christianity is certainty. There's no certainty in absurdism, in nihilism, in.
How can you declare that?
Sorry.
How can you say that?
What do you mean? Having
Isn't
faith.
your whole premise that you're uncertain?
What?
You say Christianity is certainty.
Well, Christianity is the leap of faith that is psychologically indifferent from certainty. You have a dogmatic belief in a thing that's whether you call it faith or whether you call it certainty is not really, from my perspective, a different thing.
Wouldn't that be any religion?
Yes.
It's the same with the atheism.
Yes.
It's the same with atheism too. The way that
Is it
Jamie
though?
and
What's the
Buster-
thing that I have a dogmatic belief
You have
in?
a dogmatic belief in your inability to know.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
You had mentioned.
No, I don't. No, I don't. I am absolutely willing to believe that there is a day that's actually part of my entire platform. Is that how do you Christians know that we can't get closer to that which you call God? So again, it's just I don't mean to fucking.
I think Alex had another question.
You came straight for the fucking exact thing. Half of my entire thing is how do Christians know this? And I have a thing for it.
This is just
So we're
for
gonna do it. No, you got it. You triggered it.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
Cool, bro. So I always use the thing. So let's say God is right off of the frame. God is right here, right? And we can never know God because God is whatever God is. And Christianity brings us right here. How do you, as a Christian, know that there is nothing? I don't know what, but nothing that can bring us here.
What do you mean?
I don't know. You are claiming
Well, how
this
are
is
you
the best
asking a
we have.
question? You don't know
You
what the
are
question
claiming,
is.
you as Christians are claiming this is the best we have, and this is God, and it is unknowable. I am claiming you don't actually know that gap exists. For there either is an ability for humans to meet what you call God, or we can get closer.
Are you?
Maybe
are you
it is the
saying,
case.
Is there
Maybe
no way
it is
to
the case
be
that God
like
is.
God?
Maybe it is the case that God is unknowable to humans. But
you
getting
marry
as close
Clovis?
to what we know right now and getting further than that, you don't have any reason to believe we can't get further than where we know right now.
What I'm
So
asking
you
is,
have a
are
dogmatic
you
faith that we have the
saying-
best understanding of God that humanity can ever do.
Are you
And
saying
you don't
we
have a
don't
crystal
have?
ball, so that doesn't make any fucking sense.
Are you asking how do we know we can't be like God? Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm saying
trying to understand that
why.
gap. You're saying Christians say that we're here, but we can't.
Right. So Christianity is based on faith, right?
Yes.
So what is faith aside when in comparison to knowledge? Faith is the acceptance of a sorry, Bubs. So the
Bible
faith
doesn't
is the
teach faith
acceptance
without
of a
knowledge.
claim without the justification.
The Bible doesn't say that.
I don't care what the Bible says.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if that's the right definition.
I don't
of
care what the
faith.
Bible says. So having faith in something. I mean, disagree. You can disagree with this definition if you like. I don't really care what the Bible says. So the faith is the acceptance of a claim that does not have the evidence to give us knowledge of that claim.
Are you asking or declaring?
I am declaring, and I'm presenting to you as if, unless you disagree.
Oh, I disagree wholeheartedly. Yeah.
Okay, so what is faith if not the acceptance of a claim that we
Faith
do
is
not have the justification?
acceptance of a claim with evidence. That's literally the definition the Bible gives. You said you don't care about the Bible, but you're arguing against Christianity.
Okay,
But
I
that's
feel like we're
the
saying the
whole-
same thing. I feel like we're saying
We're
the same
not.
thing.
You said belief in something.
Nope.
claim
Slow down.
without knowledge or evidence.
Slow down. I got it. You are saying the belief with some evidence. I am saying the belief without all of the evidence that justifies the belief. We are saying the same thing. So there's not zero reason to believe that God exists. I am not claiming there is zero reason. You just pulled it out of thin air. That's not what I'm claiming. I'm claiming that if you want to talk empirically, you do not have the justification to prove what you have faith in. Otherwise, you would have knowledge of that claim, and you would not need to appeal to faith.
Can you give me
Faith
something
is
that
an
I can
admission
prove?
that you don't know it. Right? If you knew it, it would be knowledge. If you knew that God existed, then you could just tell me that, and I could,
How
in the
much
same
evidence
way
do
that
you need?
I know that my hair is black, so I can give you evidence, and I can show you my hair is black.
Yeah,
All right, there's a little bit of gray
can
there,
you give
whatever.
me an example
You could give
of
me that evidence.
empirical evidence that I can't prove?
Sorry, what was that?
Can you give me empirical evidence that I can't prove, for lack of a better word, prove? You said I can't prove my faith
No.
with empirical evidence.
If you have empirical evidence, then you can prove it.
Let
What do
me
you do?
let me ask Christian a question, because I asked this question earlier in the panel, and I don't think you were here for it. So my initial question was, like, what evidence do you have to demonstrate that God exists?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Who is this to me? Or?
Yeah,
Christian. It was to Christian.
Christian. Sorry. What evidence do you have to demonstrate that God exists?
A lot. I guess we could start with the witness testimony. This was kind of the argument I was making prior to all of this. The whole people dying for something they believe in. That's what led into that.
So
you have
sorry to interrupt
outside
you.
the Bible. Yeah, you're good.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I think Lunch here said it earlier that just because people die for something, that doesn't necessarily mean that what they died for was legitimately true. Even if they believed that what they believed in was true. Like even if they died for what they believed in, that doesn't demonstrate what they actually believed in was true.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that.
What you believe in a lot.
You have documents outside of the Bible that affirm the beliefs. That's just
What
a start. You
documents
just asked
outside
for
of the
one.
Bible that affirm the beliefs?
I mean, we can start with Tacitus.
What? Can you read? Sorry, can you read this out? I can't. Oh Jesus!
Faith is the certainty of things hoped for, a proof of things not seen. So
Okay.
that was the biblical definition I think Christian was bringing up.
Okay, so things not seen, meaning I'm specifically trying to differentiate faith from a knowledge. I have I mean, we can talk about levels of knowledge, and we can say, okay, these fucking hiccups. Sorry. You can say, okay, we don't know anything for 100% certainty, but I think for the purposes of this discussion, it's relevant to talk about, okay, I know that I'm on a panel right now. I know my name is Lutch. I know, so on and so forth. So yes, there's a difference between things we know and things we have faith in, by definition. Christian, do you disagree? Do you agree or disagree with that?
Can you repeat it?
There's a difference between that which we have faith in and that which we have knowledge of. I'm gonna try and get rid of these hiccups.
I'll just let this chaos build by putting this chat message on the screen so y'all can just wonder at the miracle of what this means.
Joan is my new favorite chat buddy.
And in the meantime, I almost disavowed it, but just disavow. Good to see you, Marilyn. And where is it?
Well, look at this. Oh, look at that. Look at that. I had Wendy's chili a couple days ago.
Oh, Morty
Now
gets
it's Morty's.
that chili.
Morty's. There you go.
That's that chili.
Fuck! The hiccups are still there.
Is York?
What's the diaphragm?
I should have really read this beforehand. I would have pulled it up anyway.
I need a full screen. Full screen,
There we
man.
go. There we go.
Yeah. Oh, look at it. Just look at it.
Look at the chili.
He's loving it.
And
He's
to Sticker
loving
Johnson
it.
says, Faith is jorking it with the bathroom stall door open and believing no one will walk in before you finish. That takes a lot of faith. That does take a lot of faith.
That is so true.
That is a Giga Chad move for
So,
sure.
so again, the difference between the faith that no one will walk in and the knowledge that no one is home, so no one could walk in. Those are different experiences.
But it's not right. But I would say faith isn't blind. Like you could have a good idea that probably you're at a kind of vacant bathroom, public bathroom. There's not many people, so your confidence is not totally misplaced, right? So you could jork it, and you might know how fast you can jork it. So you might reasonably think you could finish before someone walks in, right?
That's still the differentiation of not knowledge. Unless you have a crystal ball.
I agree.
You don't know. That's all I'm trying to differentiate. And then once you have that differentiation, then you're seeing that I'm not saying, oh, you're fucking full of shit. What I'm saying is all of the things that you're presenting merely meet the level of faith. And those things that you have faith in, cool. I'm not saying you have no evidence. I'm saying, for me personally, I am HO in my humble opinion. I personally am not convinced. I don't know what else would be needed to convince me. But if there was a God, he would.
Okay, let me hit you with this. Let me hit you with this real quick. Okay, so you know how we were talking about the definition of knowledge, and Brandon put forth a common one, which is justified true belief. Would you say that faith is justified, possibly true belief? So there's some justification. It's possibly true.
No.
So no.
Why not?
You could have faith in impossible things. People could have faith that the world is going to end in 2025, and it's 2026 because they don't own a fucking calendar. So no.
That's true, I guess.
I wouldn't call that faith.
That's like a loose definition of faith. It's definitely not the biblical definition of faith, or the word pistos in Greek, right? It's not how that word is used.
Yes.
Yes, in the sense of faith as in just kind of an arbitrary belief, I agree. It's possible to have faith in unicorns without any reason to think so.
Exactly.
But there's a difference between the kind of colloquial use of faith and then a more like biblical definition. Now you're making me hungry, brother.
So, like when it comes to faith, like as the Bible describes it, faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. I mean, as Matt Dillahunty would describe it, it would be the reason you give to believe in something when you don't have evidence to actually support it.
Yep, pretty much.
Yeah.
And I think
he fucks a man, but he ain't wrong about that.
That's why Matt Dillahunty is a fucking loser, by the way.
Yeah, I
He's
agree.
a loser. He's a loser who fucks a man who's more right about the thing than you are, though.
There's no way. You can't.
There's no way. Oh my God. He fucks men, therefore he must be wrong.
Okay, don't say things you can't take back, okay?
Yeah, Dillahunty's a hack. I'll agree with it.
He is a hack. He's a hack. Oh, Ed with the $2. What else can I say? I say? I have to sing it. Everyone is gay. Who sang that, IJ? Who sang it?
Who said? I don't fucking know that.
You're a fan. You said you're a fan of them.
Everyone is gay?
What else can I say?
I've got a question.
Everyone is gay.
Christianity is false.
I've got a question.
Nirvana.
Wait. Were you going with Nirvana? Like fucking. Wait, man.
Yes. All apologies. Yeah. Whoever said that, was that you, Aston?
I did.
I just.
I've got a question.
Wait. Can I just get the acknowledgement? What? Thank you. I'm a next gen. I only know Nirvana because my brother.
No, it's all apologies. Anson was right. It's all apologies.
And my parents are not American. But can I give the credit that this motherfucker just tried to appeal to that? And I had no idea what the fuck he was talking about. And I still got it because of all the other context. I just want everybody to realize.
I feel like I said Nirvana. You said Nirvana.
Like, yo, you get it, Lex? You get it, Lex? Can we pull the super chat back up, please? Can we get the super chat back up, please? What else can I say? Everyone is gay, and you sang it, and I'm supposed to know that you're fucking talking about Nirvana, and I did. I just want to point that out. That's all.
Possibly. I think I said Nirvana first.
So for the food, So for the food, 40,
I've got a question for Christian.
Here, we got fucking chicken
Is
fingers.
that you who's talking? Is that Jamie or Christian?
He's like, fuck you. He's like, fuck you.
Yeah,
Give
that's me.
give
This is
the bowl
Jamie
back.
here. I've got a
Give
question
me
for
the bowl
Christian.
back.
All
You
right,
want the bowl
Jamie
back.
to
All right.
Christian.
So that was
I feel like we completely shifted away from my questions for you. We were talking about evidence for God, and you had mentioned sources outside the Bible confirming the Bible.
Yeah.
Could you elaborate on that a little bit?
I don't remember what I apologize. What are you referring to? What did I say that has to do with the Bible outside the
You
Bible?
said that there were sources. You said there were sources outside the Bible that confirm the Bible. So could you elaborate on that for me?
Yeah, we have.
I don't remember saying that at all. Do you have a little more context? Do you have a little more context?
Hey,
of what we're
lunch,
talking about?
lunch. Let me have the floor for a moment, please.
Please
go ahead, Christian.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, well, the whole argument stems from there's no empirical evidence, right?
No, there's not enough empirical evidence.
I'm inclined to disagree because I say there isn't any empirical evidence to demonstrate that God exists.
Oh, I mean, okay, yeah. Well, so I mean, yeah, it depends. So I think that begs the question: are we talking about the existence of God or Christianity in general? So if we're talking
I'm personally asking about the existence of God.
Okay, yeah, I agree. No, I don't believe there's any evidence that directly.
Okay, so
points to the
existence of God.
I believe
Correct.
there's
In
a lot of
general?
shit that points to the existence of something.
Existence in God in general.
I mean,
yes, the
existence on what you mean. It depends on what you mean.
Yeah,
by
I mean,
the
I
word.
could just point at creation itself.
I'm unfacetiously saying I legitimately don't know what you mean by the word God.
Lunch. Let them have the floor. Let them talk. Let them cook.
No, I would just start with creation.
What about creation?
Explain creation.
Explain creation.
Well, no. Explain the relevance.
What do you like? What do you mean by creation?
Connect God. Creation equals God exists. That's, I think, the question.
Intelligently designed. We can argue morals. There's the moral argument.
Okay, so give one of those.
I mean, there's a lot of arguments.
So when you say the argument from creation, are you discussing fine tuning?
Yeah, intelligent design.
So if things were different, then we wouldn't.
I had already lunch. Look, IJ man, I got this. I got this,
bro. I'm so over this shit.
I got this. So I mean, we kind of discussed the theological or the
I'm sorry. Okay.
The fine tuning argument earlier.
Well, now he's muted.
So
now you guys aren't even talking.
Fine tuning.
I didn't know what was happening.
I paused for a second. I thought Christian had said something. Hey, I thought Christian had said something, and I wanted to hear what he had to say. My apologies. Okay, so when we talked about the fine tuning argument or the argument from creation, the question I proposed earlier was, like, how do you know the difference, or how do you, blah, 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 blah. What is even the English language? How do you distinguish a universe that was fine-tuned by a creator for us to live in between a universe in which we found a way to fit inside of?
How do I differentiate between a universe designed versus one where we just so happen to fit in? Or we found a way to fit in?
Correct.
I'm so glad you're here.
Correct.
I need you to elaborate. Like that's a very fit in. What do you mean fit into?
Like, can I try to explain? I think he means like one theory, let's say, would be like evolution, right? That you don't need a god, and that everything is just a result of sexual selection and natural selection and some epigenetics and random mutations, right?
It's like your
Or-
argument evolution.
How we
versus
get here? That's the question.
Or,
How we
yeah,
get
or
here?
is it,
What happened?
how would we tell the difference between those? Like, how do we look at our universe and tell if it's kind of the puddle thing that Jamie said before, that the puddle is just taking the shape of the hole it's in and thinking that the hole is like such a perfect fit, right?
Perfect hole.
Does that make sense, Christian?
Yeah, well, I think I just want to know which side Jamie's on, so we can.
Let me rephrase the question. Like, how
Okay.
can you tell the difference between a universe that was intentionally created by a god versus a universe that came about by natural means?
Okay, how do I differentiate?
Correct.
Okay, so I mean, how can something come from nothing? I think we'll start with the Big Bang, right?
That's just nonsense.
I mean, if you're arguing, I mean, how can something come from nothing? I mean, then like, what is God?
Well, the argument's within time, right?
What?
Sure.
You guys are kind of moving off the question, though, aren't you? Like the
No,
question was, how do you,
we
if you're in that universe, how would you
No,
tell?
okay, so Big Bang, right? I think we agree Big Bang, time started, everything started, right?
Correct.
Okay, so when you're referring to God, why God? It's that God's would be beyond time. So if we're going to argue, like we need to be arguing about the same God, the same designer, before we start asking those questions, right? In the sense of
I mean,
God.
so here's the thing. Here's the major problem that I have when people say that God is outside of time. I'm like, so many other things are outside of time. Harry Potter's outside of time in reality. Spider-Man's outside of time in reality.
Well, yeah, but Harry Potter wouldn't.
Brilliant. That's fucking brilliant, bro. I'm
Harry Potter. Harry Potter is outside of time in a way, but also not. Right?
Harry Potter isn't outside of time or Spider-Man. Like that was we
Yes,
know.
I mean, Harry Potter
came into existence at a
everything,
certain point conceptually.
like everything in fiction, it's out. Yeah,
It's not. I wouldn't say it's outside of time. It has a conceptual beginning.
Like it has a
There was a
conceptual.
time, like I agree, Harry Potter conceptually exists, but there was a time 50 years ago where Harry Potter did not conceptually exist. So I agree, it doesn't physically exist, but it's not outside of time.
That's not what we're saying.
You're saying it's outside of time. It's not
This is irrelevant to the original question anyway.
Okay, Confluence.
So,
the point is, what year did Harry Potter 1? Like what year did the first Harry Potter book take place?
What year did it take place, or what year did it come out?
No, what year did it take place in his reality?
I don't know enough Harry Potter lore to know that.
Now we're just
So,
asserting that.
here's the point. Here's the point that I'm trying to make. Here's the point that I'm trying to make. I mean, when you say that God exists outside of time, it exists outside of space, it exists out of like reality, you might as well say that it doesn't exist at all.
But Jamie, the answer that Christian's giving you, it doesn't answer the original question about differentiating the world between a God-created world and a non-God created world. That was the original question. I don't see how God outside of time. God being outside of time, it doesn't answer the question.
That we led on because he
lagging in and out on me right now. But hang on, am I back?
But I would, huh?
Yeah, we hear you.
Am I back?
Yeah, Jamie, can I give you some feedback based on your conversation with this Christian? Because
yes, please.
Yeah, so it would behoove you to learn how to do an internal critique, because he sneaks in all this presuppositional argumentation into his words, where he just like he just sort of presupposes that the universe was created, and you don't push back on that specific point and say, oh, well, describe what this creation is, right? You don't
conversation.
Well, no, not entirely. Like what you're doing is like he's making a point, and then you're ignoring his point and just like filling in God in various places.
No. When
that's all they know how to do. There's not one atheist on this panel who hasn't had this conversation 7 million times.
We can start. We can start with the Big Bang. I said we can just start from the jump. I asked.
Why? Why? That's not where I.
We don't have to. That's just where I started. Like,
Yeah,
we
but
can go wherever.
You're saying. Well, let me tell you
Yes,
what
be a
your
generalized
argument,
question.
Christian. You're Christian. What you're saying is let me tell you what your argument is as an atheist. Your argument is Big Bang. You're not saying let me do an internal critique of your position and figure out what it is.
Yeah, I would like to say that that's not it, because as Khan was explaining it,
I don't even know what this
elaborating
bitch
on the
looks like, but
question,
just
I had
based
said
on
that
what
I
she's
want
saying,
Jamie
I
to
do not
give
want to
me
fuck
his.
her.
I want Jamie to give me what he believes, because Khan gave a list of what that question could mean. So I asked for clarification.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so I personally do not believe in a god. I believe the universe came about by natural means. I don't believe in any sort of deities that created the world. I mean, when you say that the universe was created, to me it sounds like there was something that intentionally created the world like as it is. It's kind of like going out to my backyard. There's a creek there, and I see a pile of sticks back there, and going, "Oh, there must be a beaver that put all these sticks back here in this pond," as opposed to like how is it that these sticks got here?
What was nature before the dawn of the universe?
Why is that a
I like that
relevant question?
Because he said he
You're
believes the universe
saying random shit.
came about naturally. I'm wondering what
you're,
nature
Can you
was.
engage with what he just said, though?
You're sitting here going,
Like he just
going,
made
there's
he just made a
assumptions.
salient point, and you just ask a random
I
question.
didn't.
There's
Can
assumptions
can we
smuggled in, but
acknowledge
it's
each
like
other? Are we having a
it's an
conversation?
I
Or are we
responded
atheist
trying to
directly to
around
win
what
like
he
here?
asking a
said. He
theist.
believes the universe was created naturally. I'm asking what was nature before the universe?
I'm not saying the universe was created naturally. For clarification, I'm saying the universe came about naturally. When you say created, creation implies intention. Creation implies a creator.
And consciousness. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so you're saying it either formed naturally or is spawned naturally.
I guess the question: Do you believe that?
Well,
Before
again,
the
that's
Big
more
Bang,
likely. But
do you
again,
believe
that's
before the hold on,
but
Lutch, do you believe that before the Big Bang, like nature existed, like these things existed?
that's a nonsensical question. What do you mean before the Big Bang is when time started? You don't have a before.
I'm inclined to agree with Lunch there, or Lynch. Am I pronouncing that right?
Lutch, like clutch without the C. But you
Lutch.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it's
Lutch.
like, who was in first place before the race started? Like, what do you mean? That's the race didn't start yet.
Apparently, we can't argue from our view because it gets shut down and said, "Oh, assumptions are smuggled in," even though that's what the whole question is.
Hold on.
Okay.
You asked me how do I differentiate between the two, and I go, okay, we can start with the Big Bang. How did something come from nothing? And it's like, oh, you're smuggling in God. How dare you? I can't believe this.
Well,
but
right there, you're assuming there was before something, there was nothing.
Well, no,
I've
I
never
believe
stated
in a
that there was
specific
nothing.
God. So when you ask why God, I'm assuming you're asking.
So do you have any
in the God that I believe in?
Christian, do you have any reason to believe that this universe isn't the direct cause of the expansion of another universe?
Can you repeat the question?
Do you have any reason to believe that our universe is not the product of the expansion of another universe?
A universe forming a universe? Is that what you're saying?
Sorry, I think two people were talking. So the question again is it impossible that the universe that we live in, that we inhabit, that came about is a product of a different universe that either extended its mass or some other thing?
You're asking me, do I have evidence that our universe came from a different?
No, I'm asking you for evidence that it did not happen.
Do you have evidence that it did?
Do you have evidence that it did not happen?
We would see it in the math. Physics would not occur the way it does.
So
now
you do
if
have
there was another
evidence. Okay,
universe.
so the question is, do you have evidence that our universe is not the product of another universe? It's a yes or no question.
Do I?
Yes, we have evidence of that, or no, we don't have evidence of that. Or I don't know.
We don't have evidence of that.
Okay, so then it's just as likely that could be the case as any fucking other thing that is cosmically possible.
Yeah, but my argument stems within creation.
Except God.
Like, I
God's the
wanted to
most
go there.
likely.
Okay, can I jump in? I want to answer the original question, the differentiation between the two universes, and I want to you atheists fucks. I'm just kidding. You tell me what you think. Okay, so if I imagine two universes, and let's say even however we got here, let's say we're in this present moment, we have two universes, right? I would say there's evidence on one side, which I will give first, that it's like a godless universe. That would be stuff that like Alex O'Connor talks about, right? And many people before him, about the gratuitous amount of pain and suffering that seems like inordinate, and like bone diseases that children get, and all the horrible things that people talk about. But on the other side, I think that that's what is unexpected, I guess. If there's like a good God, you could say that, and I would agree with that. But then on the other side, we have humans that have a lust for divinity, a search for meaning in a way that like doesn't seem necessarily like it would be needed. Like you have animals that like are not aware that they're going to die, and they seem to do fine, and they get along with each other in social groups, and they have social cohesion. If anything, it seems like our lust for meaning and spirituality and religion has led to tribalism, and if anything, could be counterproductive. So the fact that we have kind of a God-shaped hole, to use a cliche, and so many people feel that, I would say that would be expected in the universe that God created, and it would not be expected in a universe that God did not create. That's totally godless. Because to quote C.S. Lewis briefly, if I'm allowed, right? When he says when you have hunger because we are supposed to eat. You feel horny because you're supposed to fuck. Not his words, but my words, right? You're thirsty, you're supposed to have water, etc. You feel this craving for meaning. You have this existential thing inside of you, and C.S. Lewis would say that's evidence that that is a God. And so, what do you guys think?
Well, it may just be baked into your concept of God. Because if it's, I don't know if that would be expected. It depends on your concept of God. So, like the God you're talking about, does he want us to know God, to know that we have meaning and purpose?
Yeah, I would say for the purposes of this, I would say I'm not talking Christian God, let's say, I'm talking about some immaterial force outside of the universe that wants us, that we can connect with in some way. So I'll leave it like kind of vague, if that's okay, because that's I guess that's the universe I would imagine. You have some type of immaterial force that is outside the universe that we can connect with in some meaning-driven way, and it's a real force, and we can connect with it. That's what I mean when I'm saying God here. So kind of loosely defined.
If I may give a little bit of pushback on that, and I do apologize for interrupting you, Con.
No, sure.
The only pushback that I can really give on that is I can say that us humans naturally want an explanation for every single thing. And we as humans cannot come. We're also, as humans, we're not comfortable with the expression, I don't know.
I agree with you, but that's not really what I'm talking about. Like I have a similar thing. Wait, hold on, Lutch. I just want to say this one thing. Like, because I have a similar thing to I think what Lutch described, where I describe myself as an esoteric Christian now, and there's a reason for that, because when I was within the church and like really fun decoded, I felt like I wasn't getting my spiritual needs met. And so I thought I had all the answers. Intellectually, I thought that the earth was like 7 days created, and that, like I was like full like fundy pills back when I was like a teen and stuff. And, and I felt like my spiritual needs weren't being met. So even though I had all the answers, I didn't say I don't know to almost anything back then. It wasn't enough. So what I'm talking about is that deeper craving that humans have. It's not just about the not knowing intellectual stuff. It goes beyond that. There's something that we want, some experience of the divine or some inner closure or something, right?
Nope. Well, I say
Anson
yes.
doesn't want that, but
I say yes, absolutely. This is a slight pivot, but I'm coming back. It's just a yes or no to come back to the point. Have you guys ever had a UFO experience, specifically to the Christians?
No, but I might code them as like spiritual demonic experiences, like stuff during like sleep paralysis or like astral projection or stuff. Where maybe if I was an atheist, maybe I would say that's a UFO experience. So we might just be using different words because I'm more likely to say it's a spirit.
So the point in bringing that up is that it is a desire to put an explanation on that for which we don't have an explanation, and we are more comfortable. Like I think it was Jamie saying we don't like the answer I don't know as humans. That's the biggest fucking thing that people can't get over. Is just being able to accept that there's big questions to life that they don't understand, and getting beyond that is how we will answer those questions. And that's why, it's so frustrating to me personally when there is a lack of willingness to question religious beliefs, because it's about if you were so confident, then you would welcome the questioning. But you're not confident. Not you, the general you. Y'all are not confident, and you are insecure in this faith, and so you push this away and throw that back up on the atheist.
I don't disagree. I'm just saying what I'm talking about is something that is, even if I had all the knowledge or thought I did, because there's a time where I thought I did, I was still missing something. And that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the two universes and which one is like made by God, which one that isn't. I would say the one made by God has creatures that are seeking something outside themselves, and I would say that's expected under a universe created by some type of God, whereas it's less expected to me under a universe that just somehow naturally appeared, even if it was possible through some type of weird something from nothing or whatever.
It seems like we agree that whatever it is that people should be reaching towards is not specifically knowledge. It's experiential qualia of something.
That's
right?
what I maintain. That's what I maintain. Yeah.
So then when we can get beyond that, then we can get beyond the words of it's God, it's this, it is that. And that's where these words get in the way of people who are genuinely genuinely questioning these things, being able to go further based on your framework, because it's so strictly defined based in your faith.
I just think God is just the most universally recognized kind of word, and so like if I switched it to like some people say, I understand, but it's like if I'm talking to just some random guy on like the subway or something, and I say you need to discover the supreme origin of all of consciousness, right? He's gonna think I'm using some like inside baseball. He's gonna be like, you're in a cult, like. But if I like say God, at least he has some idea.
What does that tell you, Confluence? Then maybe there needs to be more investigation into what that actually is, instead of just taking the shortcut of saying, well, God, like, the thing that that thing is God. Maybe there needs to be investigation for people who really care and really understand that there is spiritual fulfillment available further than just having a belief in a general thing.
What are you suggesting? Let's say I do have a brief talk with someone and they're like, hey, what do you think I should do? I'm like super depressed right now. And let's say I'm like, I think the best thing that guy should do is to seek God.
That's a different conversation than what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know, but kind of like replace a short conversation with almost anything. If that's what I'm trying to communicate,
I would say do exactly that. I would say do exactly that. In that situation, I would say if somebody's at their bottom, they're rock bottom, and they have nothing else, go with Christianity. That has that has absolutely no bearing.
Like a Muslim or a Hindu
that has absolutely no bearing on the reality of what's going on in the universe. I will never ever say that Christianity cannot help people come out from the worst aspects of their life and
it brings us back to the question, like, how do we know the difference between a universe that was fine-tuned and created by a God intentionally versus a universe that came about naturally? And
I think I gave my answer.
Those are two different.
Do you not find it compelling?
Can I just put a tie on that? My point is to your question, Confluence, is that the answer to your question is a different conversation. What is best for the person who is down in the dumps and about to whatever with their life? That is a different question than what is the reality.
Sure. I agree. I'm just trying to say, like, when I'm using a word to communicate something, I want a word that I think is the best chance of communicating what I'm trying to punch toward.
Do the work. I don't know. It's
not about the work.
You're the one who believes in this shit. Do the work. Figure out what the fuck it is that you're talking about. Don't fucking come to me because you believe in this and ask me how to define what you believe in.
I put the work in. I have more specialized terms that I could use, but they are not a good term.
Then you
needs
have more
to be
work
readily
to do.
understandable.
Then you have more work to do. Just like I have more work to do for Christians understanding.
Words into people's heads.
Just like I have more work to do. Just like I have more work to do when it comes to Christian. If I may finish.
You're just misunderstanding me. You're just misunderstanding me, brother.
Okay. Let me tell you. Let me land this plane, and then you tell me if I'm wrong. In the same way that I have a lot of work to do for people like Andrew Wilson and such to understand that people like me can be atheists and on their side, even though that they know that there can be atheists. But there's a lot of work to do before the crucible accepts the based atheist. There's a lot of work for you to do before the non-believer is willing to accept some aspect of metaphysical beliefs about the universe. How is that unfair?
Yeah, it's unfair because what I'm talking about is you need to have a general word that you can use in quick conversations.
That people don't believe in. You think that's a new word? What do you mean? People are.
How do we keep going off track from the original?
People know the word God.
It's so frustrating.
So I mean, here's the
issue isn't that people don't. What God? What is that word that you're saying? That's not the issue. People know the word God, dude. That's not your issue.
Watch, if I may. So, Khan, like, to kind of push back to what you said earlier, in terms of like there being two worlds. I mean, you could still potentially have the same problem on the other world without a God, because as I stated earlier, we as humans, we naturally want an explanation for everything.
Yeah, but I already answered that. I said I don't think that's enough. It's not. I actually reject what you're saying entirely.
Okay, based on what, though?
Based on, I already said, when on my personal experience and the testimony of a bunch of people, even when people feel like they have the answers, they're still seeking out that experiential contact with something beyond themselves. And I'm not saying that's definitive proof, just like evil isn't definitive proof that there is no God. But in the same way that I said the amount of evil, kind of, that's something that you would expect in an atheist universe and not so much in a Christian universe or a God universe. In the same way, the fact that we seek meaning is outside of ourselves, and we even have the capacity to have these religious experiences. And as Alex has talked about before, that we have the hardwiring to even accept these religious experiences. Something changes in our brain when we have religious experiences. The fact that we live in that universe, that's not proof, but it is evidence, I think, that we live in the God universe.
See, but the point that I'm getting across is
that makes no sense.
So hang on a second, because I've got one more question, but again, to push back on that. But again, to push back to what you're saying, Khan, is that you still have that problem in the universe where there is no God.
How do you know?
Yeah, how do you know?
That's an assumption smuggled in.
Oh,
Like you're not in the reality.
We're talking about what is more likely.
They're
right?
so close. They're so close. They understand the smuggling when it's. Oh man. Oh man.
Jesus, you think we're not getting it? The truth is, you.
I know you're not getting it. I know for a fact that you're not getting it because you're not getting it.
We're talking about what is more.
Again, I promise you. I
if you're in a
promise
universe,
you.
how can
I
you tell which
promise
universe
you.
you're in? How do you differentiate? That's one way you could differentiate. There's some things that we would
you're
expect
saying-
under
I
atheism.
promise
there's
you,
things we'd
Jamie,
expect under theism.
Brandon, and I have had this conversation plenty of times before. This is nothing new.
I'm not claiming to bring anything new to the table.
Well,
I'm just saying that.
So what you're saying has been debunked many times over.
How has it
Go ahead.
been debunked?
Well, walk
then?
through it. Go ahead.
Okay,
Walk
so
through
look,
it. I don't expect you to take my word for it. We'll walk through it.
Retard fucking thing to say. It's been
No, we can
debunked.
walk through it. I don't expect you to take my
I
word
have
for it, but let's
one more
go. I'm just
question
saying,
after Christian.
you're not presenting
But before-
anything new. I know
Gentlemen,
where this is going.
gentlemen.
I know what you're saying. I'm willing to
Gentlemen.
stay here and walk through it because I don't expect you to just say, trust me, bro. I will walk you through it. But this isn't new.
Oh man.
Gentlemen, okay, I have one more question for Christian, but before I move to that question, I want to know if Alex or Brandon has anything they want to add to what we are currently discussing.
You guys roam around way too much. I don't have anything to say.
It's chaos. I mean, I'll quickly give an objection. I think I don't even think that I would grant that God-shaped hole in your heart would be more so expected on a God hypothesis rather than the non-God hypothesis. I mean, you could think of explanations for that evolutionarily, culturally, and you could also give a stalking horse objection. Maybe the universe that we're in is disposed to make agents search for meaning outside of themselves, whatever you take that to mean.
Sure, but I think you can probably guess what my answer is going to be. Again, you can give other explanations. That in the same way I said that the amount of evil we see maybe could suggest that we're in a universe where God doesn't exist. But under the Christian universe, theodicy has been done for millennia. There's tons of reasons that people have given why the evil does exist. So you saying there's other reasons, I'm not offering it as proof. I'm offering it as it's evidence that we live in that universe. In the same way, I'm granting that for the atheists, the amount of evil is evidence that maybe God doesn't exist. But Christians can explain it away too. Both sides can, of course, explain both these away. So if that is,
but only one of us claims to have knowledge that we don't have.
If that's Lutch's great debunk, then I'm sorry, brother. That's a bad debunk.
Well, it's not necessarily a debunk. It's just a competing.
So I'm glad you're getting there. Like I said, we'll walk through it. I'll take the time.
It's just a competing hypothesis. If you have
competing, that's fine. I'm just Lutch is saying that this
I'm being
is
a dick now. I'll stop. I'm being a dick now. I apologize. I'm being a dick. I'm sorry. I'll stop.
Because I agree, there's competing hypotheses in both cases. But I hope you can see, at least that I see that with the problem of evil, that would lend itself, that would be an example that would lend itself more to the atheist model, right? The sheer amount of gratuitous suffering. But then on the other end, I think that the search for meaning in that God-shaped hole is at least, I think, evidence that if we had to choose between the two, and again, there's explanations on both sides for both things. Of course there is, right? Like, there obviously
that may be an intuitive difference because I do not share that intuition.
Moving the goalpost.
And Brandon always brings fire, so I don't want to put you on the spot, bro. But I would love to hear from Brandon if he would like to talk.
What do you guys want to talk about?
All right, so my final question, and this is for Christian. He mentioned earlier that the argument from morality is would point to evidence for the existence of God. Christian, will you please elaborate on that, please?
I mean, it's simple. What's your basis for right and wrong?
Are you asking me personally, or are you asking me? I mean, my basis for right and wrong, that is highly subjective. Sometimes it is based off of empathy. Sometimes it is based off of logic and facts. Sometimes it is based off of altruism. There's a lot of factors that go into my standard for morality.
Okay, so there's no base. It's just on your whim.
Hell yeah, that's my view.
It's my preferences.
it's just what you prefer.
So you're wait.
What's wrong with that?
Morality
I love
that. Morality in of itself is subjective. So
wait. So wait,
I'm asking
yours is not your preferences, guys?
No,
it is not my preferences.
Okay,
no,
so what is the objective standard? The objective standard that you use?
God.
And okay, cool. So what is that?
I thought you've read the Bible.
I did read the Bible. Are you using the God of the Bible?
That's God of I believe in. What are we talking about?
It's not a difficult question. What is God? Are you saying? Are you referring to the God of the Bible? Are you talking about Allah? Are you talking about a Hindu God? I'm not. It's not a trick question.
I'm a Christian. I believe in Yahweh.
Okay.
Okay. So
How do you know that God exists?
You don't know.
Oh, so then how can it be objective if you don't know what exists?
You asked him where he got this morality from, right? That's where he gets his morals from.
Okay, well, my morality comes from Blue Blah, and mine's better than yours. So my Blue Blah says that you're wrong.
Blue Blah hasn't written
really
in divinely inspired 66 books that we can pull things from.
I have a whole book here. I have a whole book here of scriptures directly from Blue Blah that says Christianity is wrong. And if you go to Christ, that you are evil.
Because I can read from my book.
For have created nothing.
Right. So then we're just reading each other's books, right?
No, you're not.
So it's just my preferences.
No,
We're
you're
not.
not. I know it's
So,
not.
guys,
Oops.
gentlemen,
Uno reverse. Uno
Gentlemen.
reverse.
We're
preferences
emphatically
all.
not doing that, Lunch.
You
You
argue in
literally
circles,
are.
bro.
Unless
Clutch,
you
I mean,
can
if I
prove
may.
that God is unless you can
You
prove
haven't
God,
shown me a
then-
book. You haven't demonstrated anything. I can at least show you the book. The book you said, and I believe you that you
mean,
have read the
you
whole
asked
thing
Gentlemen.
cover to
Jamie.
cover.
I
Gentlemen.
appeal to Aristotelian virtue ethics. That is my objective
Gentlemen.
standard. Aristotelian virtue ethics. That does
wanna
not
go
come
to
from me.
Jimmy's
That comes from
question.
Aristotle. That comes from something else. That is objective. If you're asking for absolute, I don't believe that exists. You may claim that absolute morality exists within divinity, within God.
You
but
don't believe in any
then the
absolute?
burden of proof is on you, and I am willing to accept that your God is the absolute basis for morality.
Clutch,
You can prove that
Clutch, you
God,
don't believe in
but you
any
cannot
absolutes?
do that. So it's you prefer to believe that your God is what is real. So my preferences, just
love
like
you, too.
everybody else.
Gives me my viewpoint.
I think Jamie
Okay,
had a
so-
follow up.
Yeah, I did have a follow-up question. I did. So you say that you get your morals from the Bible. Is that correct?
Yep.
Morals in particular from the Bible do you get it from?
You're roboting, Jamie.
Yeah, say that again.
I almost TOS.
Wouldn't want that to happen.
You're still roboting, Jamie.
I'm still roboting.
Oh, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, so my question was, what morals exactly do you get from the Bible?
I mean, we could just start with basic: no stealing, no murdering.
Boring.
Start with those two.
What about so? Okay,
So,
may I jump?
Lutch, let
Sorry,
me have
sorry.
this. Lutch, let me have this.
Okay,
I got
sorry.
this. Am I still roboting?
Go with the Amalekites.
No, you're good.
You're good.
Go with the Amalekites.
All right. So, all right. Can everybody in this panel agree that killing in most instances is wrong?
Yeah, in most
Let's just say
instances.
straight up
most
murder.
instances.
Straight up
Yeah.
murder.
Murder
Sure,
is
yeah.
wrong. Yes.
Yeah, boo murder.
Okay, so somebody murders somebody. Is that wrong?
Yes.
Most of the time, yes.
By definition, murder is wrong.
Yeah.
If it is murder, by definition, is
Alright.
wrong.
Murder is wrong.
We have
If it is
different
a
words.
World
gift.
B.
Murder is
World B.
unjustified killing.
World B. God is not real.
No.
Somebody murders somebody. Is that wrong?
I mean,
Depends
No.
on the reason
who's
to
judging
point.
that? No, like
Not
It depends
objectively.
on how they feel
there's no
about it.
judge there, bro. There's no base.
So you're saying it's okay for people to be murdered if there is no God?
No, if there's no God, there's no basis for murder to be wrong.
Yeah, then so it's like I
So
might have
if-
I might
Hold on,
be
you asked
Brandon
them if there's
coded and have
something
my
wrong.
preferences,
Listen,
but I couldn't tie it to anything.
Yeah, I mean,
objective.
I could say murder's
You asked him
wrong,
if
and
it's
then
wrong.
Brandon comes and murders me. Can't say that he's wrong with no God. Like,
So
there's no basis for
here,
that. It's
so
just
I'm sorry.
objective.
Sorry, you cut
Brandon
out there
wants-
on me a little bit.
If Brandon wants to take my things and take my life,
Just so
then
you guys know, the
Like,
trap
that's-
you're falling into is he said murder, which we already agreed is wrong no matter what. So
yeah, not murder's wrong.
Yeah, I thought he's asking for my opinion though. My
I'm
opinion
saying,
is based
my
on
argument would be we have no reason to call it murder. It would just be killing.
That's fair.
So
That's
look,
fair.
we
use
all. I
different
mean,
words for
everybody
different
here.
things.
Right,
Everybody
well,
here
that's fair.
established.
Murder
Everybody
and
here
stealing.
established that killing and murder in this instance is wrong.
Yeah, with God,
No.
yeah, murder's wrong.
No, killing is not wrong. Murder is wrong. Killing can be justified.
So okay, murder. Let's take
Even-
killing out of it. Let's
well, Alex,
discuss murder.
even if he was trying to set it up, murder already comes with that moral. Like, it's wrong. It already comes with that morality.
Well, no. It's murder because it's wrong. That's the
Yeah,
point.
that's what I'm saying. So if he's saying murder in his question, it's not really a setup. He's just,
Well, no. What I'm saying is he's asking you without God, is murder wrong? And you said no.
Oh.
Or by
there's a
what
bit of
justification?
semantic
no.
overload there though,
Murder-
because
giving
murder
you
is a
murder, that
legal
means it's
term as
wrong.
well,
Yeah.
right? So
I mean, murder. You can't. We wouldn't have that word without the
because
understanding.
when he asked, I said sometimes in most cases even to murder because I'm thinking if we mean like moral murder, if there's some legal murders that I think are probably fine, even though they might legally be considered murder. But
okay, you know what? Let's just
mean
let's
a
just
killing that is just morally wrong.
If I may, I think I could more something a little bit more specific to the scripturalites on the point that you're trying to make.
Let me finish this question.
Yeah, because
go right ahead.
You guys aren't going down the road that he's trying to take you down.
Are you predicting the road he's trying to take us down?
I mean, go ahead, Alex. Go ahead, Alex.
The Guardian wasn't showing. All right.
No, that was me. Yeah, Alex, do you want to go? Go ahead.
Oh, actually, Lutch. I mean, who was it that wanted to?
Yeah, no, I was just saying. There's the thought experiment brought up by the illustrious Alex O'Connor that stumped even Trent Horn and Cliff Main, I think is his name. I don't know, the guy who's always like whatever. Anyway,
Connectly?
I think so. So you might have to correct me and help me out with the actual story, but the story of when the Amalekites...
You just give the analogy?
It's specific to the scripture. So when the Amalekites were slaughtered by the... Who slaughtered them? Who slaughtered the Amalekites?
The Israelites.
Okay, so when the Israelites slaughtered the Amalekites, given that story, if you were an Amalekite, and I'll start with compliments and we'll go around to any of the Christians. If you were an Amalekite and you understood that there was a doctrine from God that said that the Israelites must take out all of the Amalekites, would you fight back or would you not?
Yeah, if we're going with the historical context of that, yeah, I'd fight back.
Why?
First of all, because I'm a filthy Amalekite, so I don't have the spirit of God in me. But second of all, just because fuck that shit at the same time.
Wait, he asked if I was an Amalekite.
Yeah.
Yeah, God commanded you to be killed.
Yeah, you hear the God just kill you.
But of course, I'd fight back because I'm even in the analogy. I'm an Amalekite, so I'm like I'm a bad dude. Of course, I'm fighting back.
All right, give me. Are you willing? I know you fucks with Alex O'Connor. Are you? If I find the clip, are you willing to fucking play this and see? Because he's gonna word it better than I can.
Yeah, I mean, if it's
all right,
if it's different than what you're.
All right, it might freeze me.
But I just want to say ahead of time too that I'm a virtue ethicist who gets his ethical principles from the Bible. That doesn't mean I take every single biblical story. I don't have a virtue of killing Amalekites, for example.
Well, I can defend anything. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying for myself. I'm just giving you my moral framework.
No issue there.
I don't feel tied to defending any like random passage of like nonsense that's happening. I don't personally feel a need to do that. It's not bad to, of course. I just saying.
What was it, Jamie?
All right, so here's a question for, going back to Christian, because this is going back to the moral argument. I realize that maybe murder isn't necessarily because we can sometimes justify this, but let's take it to something we really can't justify.
No TOS, though. No TOS. if you're about to say what I think you're going to say, no TOS.
Torturing babies for fun.
Okay.
Use that example.
Yeah.
All right, torturing for fun.
Okay.
Is that wrong?
Torturing for fun?
Yes, correct.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Why is torturing for fun wrong?
Because I think sadism is always bad. That's part of my virtue ethics. And so I think any sadistic action is bad.
Okay, I think
because God is not a sadist.
Assume every time you ask me why something is wrong, it's because God.
I think I got the right clip in the private chat.
So I mean, what about?
Okay, hold on. We got a brief super chat from the particular Johnson. Bring Stacy back, a coward. Stacy is welcome to come back. And Stacy has left. Stacy got mad and told me to fuck off. Stacy is welcome. Stacy just needed a timeout for threatening to unalive someone on the panel.
Yeah,
Okay, there has
I
to be a
was
line
ready,
somewhere.
But every donation does come with a treat.
Oh, that's
So,
right.
here's the thing.
Do you have the timestamp on this?
Here's
Like
my
where it
question.
starts?
Okay.
Here's my question.
It's just like it should be just like an 8-minute video.
That's a long video, brother.
That's a long video.
So I'm like, here's the thing. Here's the thing. So
He asked the question in the beginning, and then it's just his answer. So the question is just in the beginning. If it's not the right thing, they'll just be like, "Oh, never mind," and then we could bail out. But I think that's it. I think it's Alex Connor.
Okay, we're going.
So look, here's the question. So I'm actually getting ready to leave, but I'm like, I want to finish my point here. What about the victim itself who's being tortured? I mean, is that victim being harmed?
Yeah, of course.
Would it be wrong that they're being harmed?
Yes, but
like, are you trying to say that
moral arguments require a moral actor? Because like if I push a rock on someone's head, then moral harm has been done. If a rock just like falls on someone's head, it's bad. I don't like that they're being harmed, but I wouldn't say it's a moral, because like you need a moral actor to do something morally wrong. The rock isn't a moral actor, so the rock didn't do anything wrong. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's like it's wrong that the person's suffering.
I totally agree with you that if something morally wrong, it's wrong.
Right.
But the point that I'm getting at is that in a universe in which there is a God, or there's a universe where there isn't a God, those actions are still are the exact same thing. It doesn't matter that there is a God that says don't do that, or there isn't a God that.
That's the sticking point. I just disagree with that.
Are you saying that morality exists? Like, is that the assumption you're cramming in there?
But how
I mean, morality exists whether or not a God exists or not.
Alex, you're so quiet. I keep trying to turn you up,
same action.
but your mic keeps resetting.
Like, that's just an assumption. Like, you're just stating that.
Yep.
It's the
Just
exact
like
same
you're just
action.
stating that God exists.
Okay, Alex, what did you say to bring you in?
No, because you're.
I said,
go ahead,
what
Alex.
justification do you have that it is wrong to harm someone?
Is that a question to Jamie?
Yes.
Jamie, your response?
So, like, is it? Ask me the question one more time, because
What
I'm
is your
getting cut in and out.
justification that it is wrong to harm someone?
Empathy for one. I wouldn't want somebody to cause harm for me. If I'm not mistaken, altruism, like I stated earlier, it wouldn't be
what is
a
that?
particularly.
How do you get that?
Let's pull up a definition. That way, I'm not just spewing bullshit.
The question still stands. How do you get that?
Hold on. Just let him.
Oh, the irony. Oh, the irony. I wish you guys had this level of skepticism for your own fucking ideology.
So, altruism is selflessness, concern for the well-being of others, without care for one's own interests, unselfishness.
Yeah. So, are you saying?
So
Are you
would
saying
you
that
say
that's
that is a
right?
moral virtue of some sort?
Yeah.
Or altruism is okay. How do you get that? Because aren't you harming yourself by being altruistic?
Another argument I can make is that from an evolutionary standpoint, we are social creatures.
Sure, but then you're saying that we should look at what's good for the whole rather than what's good for us
that's not
individually
really
when
an
it comes
answer.
to morality.
Correct.
So if like somebody's walking in the street, they're about to be hit by a car, you morally ought to jump in front of them and save them at your own life.
Trying.
Or at the very least, try to pull them out of danger, or maybe there's other things you can do in order to stop the danger. Maybe like jump in front of the car.
You're
Be like,
immoral by not helping them.
Thank you
Even
for your
if-
$2
even
to
if you're
stick
just
here,
scared for
Johnson.
yourself.
All right. Can I play now?
The like you're just like you're not telling us how it's right.
No.
That you get-
I want to hear his justification for this.
We don't.
Hold on. You can't tell him how you're right either. Okay. So let's just sit with this for a second. Okay. So you're saying that it's
That's the
immoral to
overall.
not help somebody, and if you don't risk your own life to save theirs, you're acting in an immoral manner.
I would think so.
So then
In this
everyone who's ever
instance,
failed to step in and help someone else is immoral?
it's not in every instance, but in the instance
How
of
do you
the
know
scenario
when?
that we. I mean, what? I'm sorry, I cut out there for a moment. What was that other question?
How do you know when it's moral or immoral?
It's what I've stated earlier that morality is subjective. There's no objective moral stance.
Okay, so for you, your subjective moral stance may be altruism, and for me, it may be whatever makes me happy. So then I get to abuse you to my heart's content, and you
Correct.
have to be okay with it.
I mean, I wouldn't be okay with it, but this morality is subjective. People make moral decisions all the time and then make justifications for it all the time. Those justifications we make is what in of itself makes morality subjective.
No, I mean you can try and you can justify murder, right?
Confluence just admitted as much.
I mean, correct.
Admitted
You most definitely could.
And
Okay, so
hopefully,
then would you say it's no longer immoral at that point?
I mean, the argument that I'm making is that I personally do not believe in objective morality.
Okay, so how do you live in a world where everyone disagrees about what's immoral?
One more time frame, please.
How do you live in a world where everyone disagrees about what's moral and immoral?
Everybody lives accordingly to their morals, but we as a society, we all kind of collectively agree on like what we define as moral and what we find as immoral. This is why we also create laws around it, where we have rules in this, which we have laws that say you cannot do this certain thing.
How did those laws come about in the first place?
We have people that come together. We have we have elected officials who write laws into place. We have checks and balances as well.
Okay, would you say the laws existed before morality or not?
No.
The laws, no.
Did somebody say something?
No.
No.
Yeah, to answer your question, I'm saying no.
Okay. So what moral framework are most of the laws that exist today based off of?
I mean, I would argue empathy. I would argue from an evolutionary standpoint, like us being social creatures. As I've said before, altruism. Sometimes it's even been, hey, somebody did this really messed up thing, and we don't think that they should be doing this messed up thing ever again. So we don't think anybody else should do this messed up thing. So we're going to write laws surrounding why they shouldn't.
Okay. Do you know of any countries that ask you to risk or force you to risk your life to save someone else?
I don't think there are any countries that do so.
Okay. What about any cities or states?
Don't think there's any cities or states either.
So then altruism is not really a moral framework society agrees on?
Correct.
Okay. So then why would you say that that's a moral framework that you would abide by?
That I personally do.
Okay.
It's a crazy world to live in.
And
What's crazy about that?
So is there any like set of morals that's better than another, or is it all just opinions?
It's all subjective.
So if I wanted to create a state, like call it like a caliphate of some sort, where women were forced to wear dressings over their faces and anyone who stepped out of line was hung or thrown off a building, that would be just as moral as everything in the United States?
It wouldn't be normal here.
Just as moral, not normal, moral.
I'm sorry, moral. I personally don't think it's moral.
Why?
But then
It's my morality.
yes, it may be your morality, but this falls
But
back
you'd be
onto what I
content
was
with
saying.
letting me just exercise this moral framework in my own country, right?
Nah, personally, I would not. But then again, as I
So
stated
you're
before,
stating your morals are better than mine, then?
Based.
the way that you're framing it, yes, I am.
Okay, so then there are morals that are objectively better than others.
The objective part doesn't follow.
Thank you, Brandon.
Well, if
That's
he
the
believes that
point.
his morals should be imposed upon me because my morals aren't good enough, then there's
From
some
a
sort of
subjective,
objective
like again,
measurement
from
that
a
he's
subjective
basing it off
standpoint,
of.
I'm not talking about an objective standpoint, as Christian was saying earlier. I'm
I'm
suggesting
not
it from
saying
a
you're talking about
subjective
objective standpoint, but I'm saying you are weighing our two sets of morals, and you're no longer saying, well, it's just personal preference. Everyone can prefer what they want to prefer. Now you're saying my morals are better than yours, and I'm going to impose them on you.
If you're doing something I think that you're doing wrong, I mean, if you're doing something I think is wrong, of course I'm going to stand up and fight for it.
Okay.
Well, why would you think it's wrong?
Jamie. That's why you've got to. This is the evolution of the Christian argument, that they aren't saying God exists, and when it comes to this specific argument, they're saying, well, even if I'm wrong, because you don't have objective absolute morality, then you couldn't even tell me. So even if I was wrong, you don't have the justification. So you have to adopt an objective standard of morality. I think Aristotelian virtue ethics is the best way. That's pretty much what secular humanism is based on. It is objective. Then you can challenge the Christian ethic as being not just objective, but because then you're on equal ground of objective morality. But then they are claiming, well, mine is better because mine is absolute.
What's the secular humanist morals?
Yeah, I mean, just do what goes in line with goes in line with human flourishing and against human suffering.
Why is human flourishing good?
Because we are.
That's just what good means.
Yeah, and that's how it is. That's the basis. We are humans and we want to flourish. That is the biological imperative of humans.
You think every human wants to flourish?
That's not what that means. That
So
means
if the human that doesn't want to flourish, wrong?
Humanity is not individual humans. It is the collective of humanity.
Okay, so it's societal.
We could look at sure, yeah, but there's no. If you look at a tree, there's no question that a tree that fucking grows in 5 feet up and then fucking crumbles to the ground versus a tree that's 100 feet tall. There's no question as to which tree has flourished. And you can pretend that you don't really understand the difference because you don't like the lack of absolutism or divinity in the objectivity, but you don't actually
understand what
not
flourishing means.
exactly you or anybody else. You don't have a misunderstanding. You don't have a misunderstanding when it comes to when we say what is right or wrong. Until we get into the granular of specifics, there's not a confusion, and so that's a red herring to say that you must be able to articulate your specific basis in order to say that anything is wrong at any basis. And okay, fine, maybe at the core philosophical level. Sure, yeah, you can be the Andrew Wilson all you want. But if you don't think that there's an aspect of right and wrong that is colloquially understood, then you're not engaging with reality.
And you don't have to even say that much. You can just say there's certain things that make human beings in general feel good about themselves and about the world they live in. And those things would be considered things that enable that would be considered moral.
Yeah. Like, can any Christian find a way that plucking out your
morality
own eye,
is based on feeling?
Hold on. Can any Christian find a way that plucking out your own eye under Aristotelian virtue ethics being the right thing?
Only if your eye has an infection.
Nope. We've got eye drops. We've got antibiotics.
Like some sort
Definitely
of infection
don't
that can't
pluck
be
out your
cured.
eye just because you've got an eye infection.
There's some time where someone in history has had to get their eye removed.
That's not
Okay,
what I'm
that's
asking
happened,
you.
IJ. You're
Okay.
being difficult.
Oh my God! No, you guys are no. Okay, I'm saying today, right now, is there any way that you could say that it is morally just today, right now, for someone to pluck their eye out because of the fact, or that is morally right, that they should pluck their eye out?
Yes, there's some eye conditions that can get so bad that you have to have your eye plucked out. Even today.
To preserve your life.
I'll find the name of one real quick.
There's real. This is. I don't know why this is like hard to believe, IJ. That you could. Have you ever met people that are missing eyes? There's people that are missing eyes.
So you're claiming that if you have whatever condition you're talking about, that you should pluck your own eye out.
No,
I didn't say
well,
go to a
you should
doctor and
go
get.
to a
No. You're acting like I'm trying to be difficult. You're acting like I'm trying to be difficult. You guys are being pedantic. I specifically talked about plucking. I specifically talked about plucking your own eye out with a spoon, and you're telling me, oh well, there's a fucking condition where plucking your eye out with a spoon is get the fuck out of here. This is exactly my point. This is exactly my point. If you're that retarded that you need a fucking, if you're that fucking retarded that you need a book to tell you not to do this basic right and wrong thing, then you're fucking retarded, and you should stick to that book. But the rest of us have a little bit higher IQ and can actually move humanity along. So while you're in your troglodyte mind sticking to the caveman bullshit, we're going to be moving on.
Yeah, that was good. Sound off,
said right
Indian
is wrong,
Jesus.
right or wrong, because I said
And yes,
so.
melanoma or retinoblastoma.
So go. Okay, so that is morally right for you to pluck your own eye out.
If you have no access to hospitals, this is going to kill you if you don't. So yeah.
Oh, so if
where do you think morality comes from?
Yeah, you're asking, is there a
Everything's all hunky-dory
situation?
and things are good.
Just dry taking
you
your
ask
eye
for a
out.
situation where this could
Right.
happen, and then when you're given one, then you are like, oh my god, they gave me a situation that I literally asked for. Yeah, no shit, you asked for it.
Okay, fine.
Any circumstance where this
Okay,
could be
fine.
a-
I didn't realize you guys were this retarded. I will walk you through it point by point by point.
Oh, you didn't realize that we would answer questions how they're asked. My mistake, Indian
May I
Jesus. My
clarify?
mistake.
May I clarify? I didn't realize that you guys were going to be this pedantic, so I will be as specific as I need to be.
You've been pedantic this whole fucking time.
Okay, then I will. Then Tuesdays, whatever. I don't give a fuck.
Okay.
So
I'm
okay,
just-
is
I'm
there
just-
ever
hey,
a
I'm just trying to be
situation?
fair.
If there
Fair
is
and
there
balanced,
ever,
okay?
Gentlemen.
can I?
Are you
Let me
heading
know
out?
when I can go.
Jamie?
Go.
Or
You gotta go.
Yes, I'm actually heading out. It's damn near 3:30 where I am right now, and I've still got to go to work.
Same
So-
here. Good.
Good luck,
All
man.
right.
Good night.
Peace out.
I want to
Feel
wish
free
you
to come
all
back
a safe,
anytime,
wonderful
Jamie.
night.
Good having you
You
out.
guys, I appreciate it.
Brandon, I need you to step
thank
up.
you
I'm
all
losing an
kindly.
atheist here. I need you to fucking step up.
You know,
You guys have a safe,
Too
wonderful
much
night.
chaos.
Good night.
Jamie, come
Sorry.
on back, brother. Come on back.
Good meeting you, Jimmy.
Hey, Jamie. Oh.
All right, Brandon, I need you to fucking step up. We're fucking lost an atheist. So, okay,
All
I'll
right.
be more specific. I did not realize you guys were going to be this pedantic. I thought maybe you'd be, willing to play a little bit, but fine. So, is there ever a situation in 2026 where it is morally right for an individual to sit at home on their own without the advice of a doctor to take a spoon or other tool and pluck their own eye out without getting the diagnosis from a legitimate doctor? Is that ever morally correct? Is that ever morally correct? Is that ever morally correct? Is that ever morally correct?
Doctor's though is moral. If I go get a doctor's soap to pluck out my eye, I'm good. I'm moral.
That's okay. Cool. That's not the question I asked.
Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay.
No, I
so
think he's
just-
saying. I think he's saying all else held equal, just a mundane context. Guy wants to take a spoon and pluck out his eye. Is that ever good?
There we go. Thank you. Was that so hard, IJ? Then of course not. That's ridiculous.
But I'm being pedantic. Okay, fine. All right. All right. No. I didn't realize this was a game of playing. You fucked up because I'm absolutely better at this game. No. You had me playing nice, but if you want to play this game, let's fucking go, dude. Let's go.
Did I step up, Lutch?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
I'll say no.
Now, where are
Christian
we
just
going
said-
with that?
he
Actually,
just said
What was
no
that?
to your
Was
question.
there any
Yeah, so we don't.
moral
Gus
where that
said
would be
no.
moral?
Okay, so does one need a god to be able to agree with that statement?
Yes.
Yeah,
Why?
like I don't think in
Why?
an atheist world,
So
why?
I cannot
if I
agree
was
with that
to screw up
statement.
my own
So I
Bible,
can't agree with you.
Bringing up
So
the
what?
correction
Here,
laws,
okay,
pushing
ready,
good,
ready,
not
ready,
that's
ready,
what
ready,
we're
ready, ready,
talking
ready,
about.
ready,
Real
ready,
quick clarifying
ready,
question.
ready, ready,
Please,
ready, ready,
one
ready,
question.
ready, ready.
One question.
Ready?
Please.
I agree. Ready?
Alex would like to ask a question.
Ready? Nope. Ready? I agree. Oh,
I don't know what you
just
agree to, but
destroyed your argument. Oh, unless you think I'm a liar, in which case we're no longer on good faith.
Lodge, question. So, would you say that it's immoral to pluck your own eye out?
No, not necessarily.
Well, then it's not a moral action.
That's not the. There's a different thing, but there's a difference between something being moral and something not being immoral. Do you agree or disagree?
Well, I asked you if it was immoral to pluck your own eye out.
Okay, so we're not talking about what's
you
not
saying,
immoral.
no,
We're
it's
talking
not
about what is
immoral,
moral.
That means it's not moral to not pluck your eye out.
Can we have the new person talk?
Oh, honey. Oh, honey.
It's okay. I know.
You're not going to win this
having a hard
game.
time with this.
You're not
It's
going to
okay.
win this game.
I love you, Lutch. You're okay.
Johnson.
I'm just
stick your Johnson.
I'm willing to just have the conversation.
You just keep arguing. Just keep arguing with me.
I'm willing to just have the conversation. But if you want to play these games and try to just dig your heels in, we can do that too.
Well, I mean, you did just throw the look at that, I win thing. So
Why did I do that? Why did I
don't
do
know.
that? Why did I do that? Is it because you guys decided to be super fucking pedantic? Or is it because
Not
I just am an asshole? Exactly.
A little bit of column A,
Okay.
a little bit of column B, maybe.
Okay. So you were wrong when you said that an atheist cannot agree with that statement, correct?
Who said that?
All of you. All three of you just said that.
That one in.
All three of you said yes.
I think you're I disagree with what you just said before. I don't think that if I was an atheist,
Okay.
I would consider that morally wrong to scoop up my eye.
That's a very interesting thought, and I would love to hear that.
It morally wrong, so it doesn't matter.
Those are very
he does not consider it morally
interesting points. Those are very interesting
This
points
is
that you can
strange.
present when you're not being asked a
Where
direct
are we
question.
going?
Those are very interesting points that you could bring up when you're not being asked a direct question. Can an
That's
atheist?
the question you just had asked me.
Can an atheist agree with your statement, with your position?
Of course.
Okay, so
wait, whose position was that you can't pluck out your eye?
y'all, I fucking asked y'all, and y'all said yes. What do you mean? Brandon
under
fucking
my
simplified it for you
worldview, yes,
retards, and you were like, yeah, of course.
Under my worldview, I think it would be wrong to pluck out my eye for no reason. I think that would be wrong.
We're arguing
And an
morality doesn't
atheist
mean an
could
atheist isn't
agree with
capable
that.
So-
Because I think
okay.
self-harm is morally wrong
Yeah.
in general. I would say self-harm is morally wrong.
Okay, so what? So which part of that justification requires divinity?
Hold on. So your initial question was, would it be moral to pluck your eye out for no reason?
Is there ever? Yes.
And I
is there
think
ever a
everyone answered
situation-
no, because that's not really a question of morality. But
I think it can be.
I think it is. Like I said, I think self-harm is immoral. So in the same sense, I think it's wrong for someone to like cut themselves. I think it's wrong for them for no reason to pluck out their eye just for like the fun of it. Like I think that the body is the temple of the Holy Spirit, and I think we should respect
So
the
which
temple.
part of that conclusion requires divinity?
The part where I said that we're temples of the Holy Spirit, and that's why I think otherwise, if I was an atheist, I wouldn't think self-harm is wrong.
That was after you said it's wrong, right? You said it's wrong, and then you gave that.
Yes.
You gave that justification.
Yeah, but
justification
anytime you ask me if I think something's wrong, I'm answering from my personal point of view, my Christian point of view, right?
Like
Like I'm
God
not.
comes in. It's the
why do you think-
reasoning for why something is right and wrong.
Hold on. Can we please just get on one notion here?
I need
Lutch's original question was, is it moral to pluck your own eye out? Clearly, it would never be a moral thing to pluck your eye out. Now, the question of whether it's immoral is a different question.
Right.
It's not the question he posed
So we
or
need to put
asked.
that aside. So I'm saying that we don't need divinity to determine that plucking your own eye out is that humanity would not flourish from plucking our eyes out. So if we are
Okay, now
appealing,
you're changing to flourishing. Now you're changing to flourishing. You're shifting
I'm not.
the
What do you?
goalposts.
What?
You
Let
asked if
me
it's
finish.
moral or
Wait,
immoral,
let me
and now you're
finish, and
saying
then you
does
tell me what I'm saying.
flourish.
You tell me. You tell me. Let me finish, and then you tell me what goalpost I'm.
It's a bad ought under atheism.
Okay,
I would
fine,
say.
great. So let me finish, and then you tell me what's wrong with it. So again, regardless of why, we both have an objective standard to appeal to as to why that action is not a moral action. That is all I'm establishing. What is wrong with that?
Are you talking about the very act, just the act in of itself?
Yes. Yes.
Of plucking your
Yes.
eyeball out?
Yes.
Saying
Yes.
it's not moral
Hold
under
on,
his
Lutz, do you think
standard.
that's? Do you think so? Oh, just clarify, okay? The act of plucking your eye out, nothing beyond that, just the act, right?
With the context that I gave.
What was the context? What do you?
There's no good reason.
Were you not listening? I can tell you again if you weren't listening.
No, I don't.
There's no good reason to pluck
The
it out.
mundane context thing I brought up.
Mundane context.
Mundane context, just of plucking your eye out. So
Just
the
for-
act-
because you feel like
You decide,
That's
hey,
right.
I really don't
You're
like
at
my right
home.
eye. I'm going to take
So
this one out.
The act of it, the act of plucking your eye out.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you think the act of anything is where morality comes in?
Well, actions.
Yeah,
actions are,
absolutely.
The act of something, simply
Yes.
the act of something.
Yes. I did, maybe not simply, not in every situation, but yes. The
Why are
basic
you
that-
asking a question? It's simply on the act. If you were like the person's fine, chilling for funsies, they want to harm themselves. And
Why do
take
you
the-
think? Why
take the
don't you
eye out.
steel man the reason that I gave?
I don't even
Because
know.
I
what the reason
specifically
is.
stated it.
To pluck your
Well-
eye out, is that a moral issue?
Yeah. Why did I bring that up?
Right. The context dictates the morality of it.
No.
If you have
Why
an
did I?
infection
Why did I bring
on
it
the
up?
eye, that's
Why
where
did?
morality comes in.
Why did I bring that up?
It's the same with why we can say killing versus murder. It's
Why?
not the act in and of itself. It's the context around the act.
Why did I bring up plucking out the eye?
For I heard flourishing at one point. Is that
He
is that
wants
it?
you to explain to him why you think he gave you this scenario.
I don't think you were listening, so I'm asking you to steel man my position. I brought up plucking out an eye. I'm asking you, why do you think that I did that? You could say, I don't know, and I'll explain it to you again.
Yeah, I don't. Go ahead.
I also, I'm lost.
It was it was a lot.
So
that you-
I am appealing to the fact that there is not a necessity for divinity to have objective morality.
And can I ask a clarifying question? Because we are looping a little bit. I don't want to take the reins, Confluence.
Yeah, go for it.
But I want to ask Confluence a question because you sort of, okay, so Indian Jesus, or I'll call you Lutch, or whatever you prefer. So
whatever you prefer.
So he kind of got you guys to accept, like, you don't need to make an appeal to divinity in order to consider this action immoral.
No, I don't agree with that. I disagree with that. I never got there.
Oh, you never
got me to that.
dogma.
There's an issue
I'm just
inherently
being
with
honest.
the question. Like there's you could say,
I'm not
oh,
trying to be
there's no
dishonest. Okay,
Hold
so
on, I'm not calling you dishonest. I think Lutch's question made no sense because it's not.
That's because you weren't listening. That's because you weren't listening. Let's let Tess go.
My stance is if I was an atheist, I wouldn't think it's wrong for me to pluck my own eye out. I don't think self-harm would be wrong or immoral, and therefore
it was wrong. He said it wasn't.
Okay, wait, let me cut you off right there.
He said it
This is
wasn't
exactly
right.
what I wanted to pick at.
Okay, yeah, it wouldn't be a moral. Yeah, okay, yeah. If you're asking, yeah, was it a moral? Then, but nothing's a moral action. If I was an atheist, that's my stance. To be clear, so whether I'm feeding the poor,
So
or
you'd be
scooping
a
my eye out.
nihilist, and you'd be a
Yes.
nihilist and a hedonist. So
Yes.
those are different. Those are
Well,
different
I
things.
wouldn't-
Those
I
are
wouldn't-
different
I wouldn't
things.
necessarily-
I'm not a hedonist. I'm
I
not
wouldn't
a
necessarily
I'm not a
be
nihilist.
those. I wouldn't be
have
those.
beliefs.
I would be Brandon coded. I would be like my preferences. So if I had a preference to think that feeding poor
You're
people
just
was
saying
good,
things.
then I would do
You
that.
have no fucking clue what you'd be like.
I believe in objective morality now, so
Can you not think of
Yeah, you're right, Lutch. I've always been a Christian, and you just can assume
Welcome to
that
the party,
about me because
Brandon.
that's a great assumption to make, Lutch.
You actually should believe it as
worldview that
objective
would
morality. It is
consider
actually
that
a thing.
immoral. even if you're an atheist, could you not consider it? Like, I think this is what we're driving at is, or maybe, or not we, but what I would like to drive at is, can you envision a secular world? Because I would say that the majority of people that you asked, either religious or a-religious or whatever, would probably consider that immoral if you're viewing it through a moral lens.
Of
so
course.
can you conceptualize through a secular worldview that so this is the mismatch for me, because you're saying if I was an atheist, or if an atheist, like there is no morality, like you can't really make that determination, but yet we exist in this world where that is the case. This is the reality of the world we
Right,
live.
and it's ultimately illusory, is what I would say.
The
So
state,
yeah,
the state of, the state of that morality is
that's
appealed
fine.
to
I
a
disagree
higher
about
power
They're
or
that.
so
objective
close.
powers.
They're so close, and they just don't get it.
Hold on.
You
The
can
state of-
you
the
can
state of
do
morality.
your little mockery stunt all you want, Lutch. It
I'm
doesn't
not-
make you
I'm
more
not-
right.
To be fair,
Hold on.
I'm trying to
in
get
the
to it.
Western world, the state of morality is typically based on what biblically was considered right or wrong. Okay. So by that default, since that's where most people in the West start, it can be pretty easy to justify those things since we already believe them to be true. We live in a society that believes them to be true.
So
The
you mean
question is,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
so from their precept, the question is, would that still be true if religion weren't around and there was no one else to appeal to? Would that degrade over the course of the next century to the point where it wouldn't be morally wrong to pluck out your own eye?
Well,
And
so
the answer is probably not. Or it probably wouldn't survive. Sorry.
Oh, so because I've brought up this point.
Wait.
Well, the first time I spoke with Confluence, but making appeals to countries that are majority secular, and I think I had brought up Nordic countries, and then people said that, I think Emmett was the one said that, like, oh well, they have like their state is like tied to the church or something, right? So I think that any way you carve it, people can always kind of trace these things back and say, well, there's some Judeo-Christian foundation for the founding of any nation and all these things, and
well, Rome was
all those lines. But I think that if you look in a more modern lens, there are countries with swaths of people, and religiosity is declining. I believe, I could be wrong on that, but I believe in most.
Nope, you're right.
You're right.
And despite that, because the fear, to me, it's fear mongering, but the fear is always that we're going to fall sort of into anarchy. We're going to lose this moral base, and I feel like that shift is slowly starting to happen. And maybe you could say like the West has fallen into some decadence, which I think is like a thing that people point to, like people are being promiscuous and all these other things that are happening. But it feels like a constant moral panic where the foundational level of like morality, like people aren't just like, well, there is no God, so I'm just gonna fucking steal from this place. Like there is something there that seems.
Okay, but can I want to briefly say, I think there is two separate conversations here, right?
Like, I think he made a very strong point there.
No, me first.
Yeah, but can you acknowledge the point he made?
I'm acknowledging the point he made.
Okay.
I feel like you saying is just derailing me further from
I apologize.
I think there's two conversations going on. The one is, yes, as religiosity declines, will we see a decline in morality and an elevation in decadence and stuff like that? And that's one question. The second question is, if you don't have religiosity, do you have a foundation to have morals? So obviously, I'm not saying that you can't have the same morals. You could be an atheist and have the exact same morals as like a Christian does, or at least 99% of the same morals. I'm not saying they can't. And then the second question is what you're saying, to Sticker Johnson, about does declining religion, does it actually lead to like worse moral outcomes? But I just want to make it clear that those are two kind of separate questions. Because
that's totally fair.
Does that make sense?
I was throwing a bunch of stuff at the wall just to kind of get my thoughts out, but that's kind of why I wanted to just like chuck into the conversation. But yes, I agree that those you could easily be divided into two distinct like things to discuss. Yeah.
If I could make the point, you wouldn't consider it to be less moral because you're just saying those things are no longer immoral, right?
Which things?
Well, I'm gonna give you some shit that I don't believe, I don't care about. But for example, sex outside of marriage, or getting intoxicated on drugs, or abortion, or what else?
No, I think that. I mean, that's. I think I understand what you're saying. And so,
So
sorry.
at one point, those were all just considered immoral, and people would say that you're being immoral for doing them now. But then you would just say, well, those things aren't immoral. So we're not in a moral decay because we're just getting rid of things that aren't actually immoral.
So would it not be a better society where we all agree that those things are not immoral, but they are not conducive to the flourishing of our society, so you shouldn't do them for that reason?
That would be a terrible society.
Hold on. Hold on.
Because people don't. That's not a motivating thing.
Hold on.
Just saying, don't do it in general. Because if so many people do it, society might do less. That's not a reason for me not to have an abortion if I was a woman, or not to do a bunch of hard drugs.
No, maybe you misunderstood my question. My question is: let's talk about drugs specifically. If we come to the empirical aspect, where people are willing to accept that we should not do drugs because it is not good for us individually. And people come to that, and there's a taboo around doing drugs. Oh, even if you smoke weed or whatever, but you're doing H, you're doing this, you're doing that, and it's taboo. If that could, and people actually adhered to that, that would not be better.
Well, but now you're adding, and people actually adhere to that. My argument is, I don't think people would adhere to that as much as they would if they think it's morally wrong.
We can get there, but just stay with me. Just stay with me. Let's stick with the hypothetical that if we could move beyond, well, I don't do these things because I'm told it's wrong, but I don't do these things because I've seen in society how they impact me personally and society in general. If that were a path that we could go down, would that, and so it didn't need God and religion and all that, so all the leftists and hedonists and all that, they would be maybe not all aligned, but the messaging would be conducive to their thinking. That would not be better than saying, oh, we should be Christians and don't do drugs because God said, and being facetious, but
And if I could just quickly tack onto this, because I read this today or yesterday, and I think it's a relevant example that Gen Z is actually drinking. I think it's like 30% less, and like the alcohol,
and less sex too.
Less sex, yeah. So all of these things are
all fucking told.
And arguably,
Bunch of nerds.
To be fair, they are more religious though too.
Is that okay? Are these okay? So maybe religiosity is. Wait, is that true for Gen Z?
It is, but in my opinion, which I think is backed up by the stats, and we'll have to see. But in my opinion, over the last 60 years, we've seen religiosity take a huge nosedive, and I think it's gotten so bad. Like leftism, hedonism, all that stuff has gotten so bad. Along with people like Andrew Tate, Sneeko, and Andrew Wilson being popular, there's been a small uptick in religiosity in general. But I think if we zoom out, like over the next 30 years, we're going to see the same trend.
And maybe you know off the top here, is this all religions or is this Christianity specifically, or like specific to the U.S.? I'm imagining.
It's like
Islam is growing, and Islam's growing like crazy. So it's definitely not all religions.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know for sure. I would say it's probably majority Christian, but there is a trend with white chicks going fucking Muslim. So who fucking knows?
Yeah, they're all over Twitter.
But my whole thing is that those people are going to water down the religion. Those people are going to water down the religion, and so Christianity, Islam, being a Muslim, being a Christian, these things aren't going to mean anything. And so the type of structure that I'm trying to present to society is going to become necessary, because the structure that is Christianity is no longer going to be anything that has a through line. You have some churches that are Orthodox, and you have some churches that have chicks at the fucking pulpit with rainbow fucking bullshit. Yep. So Christianity,
Okay.
The scope of what Christianity is widening and widening and widening and widening and widening. In the same way we talk about the word racist, that used to mean something kind of specific. Now it just means like thing I don't agree with, and I'm on the left. In Christianity, religion, the same thing is going to happen. There's And, I mean, unless it is the jihadis that come over here in enough numbers. I mean, I didn't, I knew they were coming. I mean, if anybody watches my channel, I've been talking about jihadis for the last fucking how many years, but definitely with the fucking daycare shit. I think it might be a little bit more pertinent than we realized. And when it comes to the jihadis, just because you believe in a god, you're still part of the secular Western world. And
we should listen to Sam Harris.
So can I?
No, we should not listen to Sam Harris.
We should have in the past.
Should have. We should have when he was fucking talking, when he was making sense, and maybe he would have gone crazy. Agreed.
Can I pose you a quandary quick?
Me?
So with decline of Western religion, we're seeing an increasing uptick of things like Islam. Without a competing religion or reason for being, aren't we going to see just more of that?
Yep. That's why we need to build the secular structure.
Doesn't that mean that
that's why we need to fucking subscribe to the Indian Jesus and make sure that I can fucking be elevated to the people who can actually challenge my ideas so that I can have my ideas legitimately challenged by people who can fucking tear down what I actually have to say in meaningful ways that I can build them better. When I call them Timcat.
Here's the thing that religion provides, the secularism can't, okay? There's a point at which you stop caring about this world because you're dying or because you've had a near-death experience, right? And you're no longer being moral because of the people you'll see tomorrow. You start becoming moral because you think that there's a game that comes after this one. Without that game, there's no reason to be moral near the end of your life.
For a lot of people, that afterlife is the reason not to give a care about this world at all. What do you think suicide?
Yeah, but I don't see people. I don't see people committing mass anything because of
now.
the afterlife.
Not now, but we're talking about the future. We're talking about as this stuff changes, right? So in the future,
not really.
Then what you're presenting is that not that there won't be religiosity, but that the stronger religion will prevail, and the notion of martyrdom and ending oneself and taking out others in the name of Allah will then become the culturally predominant.
But that's exactly the problem. Without Christianity to fight it, you have nothing to present about the continuance of that game.
The American Christianity already can't fight it. American Christianity is already too. Do you disagree that American Christianity is already?
There's a lot of Muslims, but what percent of America is Muslim? It's like 4% or something. Like it's like
wait, please, if I may, to nail down on this point, Alex, you're saying that. So I just want to be clear. What I'm specifically asking in the mind of a jihadi. Are they looking at American Christians and being like, all right, we'll spare them. It's just the atheists and whatever that we're going to do.
No.
Or are they saying, so the Christian, the Andrew Wilsons of America, the jihadis want to take out those people as well, right?
They want to take out everyone ideally, right?
Okay, so that's my point.
You're not a believer.
So my point is, we are already in a position where Christianity is not strong enough because there are people like me who cannot believe in it. It is already it is already fallen out of favor. Even with this small uptick that I've referred to, it is still falling out of favor. So that has already failed.
Yes. And
what we need is to do what the fuck I've been saying for the last 5 years and make sure we have a secular moral structure that gets everybody on the same page who wants to be a good person. Not going to get everybody, but everybody who actually cares about being a good person has the same basis for being a good person. And we can have that culture and strengthen that undergird.
Why do you think Christianity is dying in the U.S.?
Because it's not true.
No, has nothing to do with truth.
Bruh.
Okay, so what has it been?
It's because it's fucking backwards. It's way too late in the game and hasn't adapted to the real world, to the world we live in now. And because of people like you who sit here and spread the idea that Christianity is false because you have a better reason for living than they do.
I think
I don't.
Well,
I have never spread the idea that Christianity is false. I
You're
mean, like,
talking
yeah,
about
I
it on
just
this
said it.
panel
I
every
just
single
said.
time you talk on this
I just
panel.
said it tongue in cheek, but
Again,
sure, I just said
Every
it tongue
single
in
time
cheek.
I've
But
seen
my
you
whole
talk, this
message
is what you talk
that
about. This is your namesake, man.
no, my namesake is
Being
to
Jesus.
invoke. No, my namesake is to invoke the people who have enough understanding about this to prove me wrong. My entire platform is to be
You
proven wrong.
can't be proven wrong. There's no proof. That's why it's
Okay,
called faith.
okay, but that's not how most people. That's not how most Americans operate. I'm sorry to tell you. I'm sorry to break the news. That's not how most Americans operate.
And
Even
yet,
those who
the
call
next
themselves
is
Christian.
how most
generation is
Americans
not only
operate.
becoming Christian, but they're also becoming more fucking crazy than their boomer parents were.
Okay, so then again, is it not better to fight the dichotomy of Christian or whatever the fuck is going
If it
on
was a
now?
war that we could win,
When we stop fucking
but we're
butting
fighting on
heads,
three
that's when we come
fronts.
together.
We're fighting on three fronts, and the one side that we're actually successful against is the side that isn't going to kill us when we're fucking done.
I'd like to throw in here that I mean the reason I do lean more towards what Indian Jesus. I don't know if he is the light. If we should all like listen to the church.
He is the light.
But I do think that like it's well, you know, it's that I'll be a meme for a second, but like the the Nietzsche quote, "God is dead," and, you know, like this idea that if we live in let's say a post-Christian Western society or however you want to phrase it, there has to be some sort of alternative, because one of the things I like confluence. Like I'm not like a conservative. I've thrown that out there before, but like there are conservatives I enjoy speaking with, and it's just like, okay, there's certain topics that I just kind of can't engage with, or not engage with, like
they're crazy
on certain levels. Yeah. And my lack of belief, like that's whatever, that's fine. I'm fine on my end. I'm totally fine with you believing and everything. But I do feel that there is this, especially with this rise of Christian nationalism, which to me is personally, I think is quite a perversion, because it's become so politically. I think that has also eroded people's trust in the institution of Christianity, is because it has become so tied to politics, and we see that they're also, or not also, but they are scumbags and they're liars, and they're weaponizing it, right? Which has happened with religions in the past. But I'll land the plane. Basically, what I'm saying is that I like the idea of being able to sort of reach across the aisle or offer something to people without having to have this thing where it's like, okay, well, ultimately we are Christian, and ultimately you are going to burn in hellfire, unfortunately, because that's an awkward starting point.
Well, that's not the starting point, though.
Well,
the starting
but
point is
but that's the perception. Whether you feel that way or not, that is the perception. That is the perception.
Who's pushing that
You cannot
perception?
It doesn't matter. The Westboro Baptist Church. It does not matter. It does not matter. It does not matter. It does not matter. You can fight it and argue. You can fight it and argue it all you want. But that is what the average atheist who fits the fucking stereotype with the leftist.
That's the problem.
Exactly. We agree. We agree. They have the wrong idea of what Christianity is. We all agree.
So why have dialogues with anyone?
Why are you pushing for it? You're pushing their ideas.
Because some of them are right, and some of yours are wrong. So I'm not on anybody's fucking team.
I am.
I'm for truth and morality. I'm not on your fucking team. I'm not on their fucking team. I'm on what fucking works. Put your fucking dick up and stop fucking playing teams and get with the fucking program and see what the fuck is actually happening, what actually changes people's minds.
Yeah.
Feeling.
Here's the problem. What's changing people's minds?
Jesus and God, that's a new idea. If we just let them know about Christianity.
What's changing people's minds, what's causing this rise in Christian nationalism is the left. Is the atheists, is the constant push against what was
the leftists,
for sure.
the leftists. Thank you very much. The leftists.
Sure. But how are you fighting the leftists?
By trying to get you motherfuckers to understand that there are people who are atheists, who are not leftists, who are on your team, who can speak to the leftists. I am
Yeah,
somebody.
how you gonna
I
fight
am
this
some.
guy,
Literally,
Lutch?
You
I
aren't
am
arguing
brown.
against
I am
lives, you're
short.
arguing against
I have long
positions.
hair. I have tattoos. I can fucking make inroads. You need to give me, and you all need to give me the fucking respect that I have things that I can do that y'all can't. In the same way that there's things that you can do that I can't. You have to acknowledge. Other people have other things. Just because they're not on your fucking exact ideology doesn't mean that there's no fucking usefulness when it comes to
Who
the
are you
political.
talking to, man?
All of you, the whole
which-
fucking whoever's
hold on.
watching, you
Which
on the
channel
panel,
are
in
you in
general,
right now?
everybody,
This
nobody
isn't
in
a channel
particular,
where-
but
that's
nobody in
sticking at you,
particular,
man.
but every single fucking person who will listen.
Okay.
If you are a Christian and you are not willing to accept that atheists are A, different from leftists, and B, your strongest ally at this point. That is the biggest demographic that you can fucking swing. Name a bigger demographic that you can just swing. Fuck Israel. I don't give a shit about Israel. Just fuck our relationship and all the money we give. Israel, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Just leave me and my countrymen the fuck out of it.
True.
But yeah, what's a bigger demographic of people that could help understand the?
I think it's a non-starter for a lot of Christians because it is. You're asking because it's such an integral part of their belief, and they.
Okay,
so
then you lose. Then you lose.
Well, I don't.
That's crazy.
Can I, to Sticker Johnson, can I ask you something? Like,
Yeah,
so I'm not like a fan of like the Christian national types either, to be honest with you. But at the same time, if we're talking about like the threat of like a Sharia law style takeover, are not the Christian nationalists the one thing that could possibly unify America to have the strength to stop immigration at a certain level? Shut
you
that
not
shit
see
down.
what just happened with
You don't
Maduro?
think that's possible?
No, they're not.
I think it's
they're
a
the
system
ones
of
who will destroy
control.
us faster than anyone right now.
Like I'm not. I don't like Nick Fuentes, but let's say he became the president. You don't think he would like stop the immigration of Muslims into the country?
Yes, if he became the
He
president.
would
But
do
you're,
that.
we're talking about confluence. We're talking about people who are angry about the fact that Maduro was captured and not killed. The motherfucker is alive, and they're mad and protesting.
Hold on, that's fine. Hold on. Let's posit that he became the president. Okay, let's posit that he implemented all of the policies that he wants to implement. He kicked out all the Jews, all the Muslims, all the people who are different skin color. He stopped all the immigrants from coming in. All these things.
Bye,
right?
IJ.
Yeah, this guy. Yeah, he did all of this. Okay, what's going to happen 10 years from now?
We'll
This
have a
country is
white
gonna go into
Christian
civil fucking
America,
war.
presumably.
No. This
It's
country
going to be
will
a
go into
very
civil
small,
war.
weak, poor country, and
No,
China or Russia will
forgetting
take
that.
over.
There's a group of people here who have ideologically different beliefs in this particular realm. Not just because, but because of their own ideology. That will start a civil fucking war, which
Yep.
means our country collapses, which
Yep.
means that the Muslims
Russia.
come back in and take over.
But if it's all like again, I don't not a Christian nationalist, but like why if you just make the country Christian and if let's say you're not even like a jackass about it, but you just like prioritize immigrants that are Christian and have a shared value and stuff like that, and you bring religion back into the schools and all this stuff, like why would that lead to a civil war exactly?
Because you're doing the same thing the freaking leftists did. You're touching their kids. Leave their kids the fuck
Exactly.
alone.
Thank you.
If you want to know why Christian nationalism rose, is because the leftists treaded on kids.
Why is
The
it
moment
wrong
they
if we
did
just
that-
tell our kids that they can be whatever gender they want?
I'm sorry, Alex.
How are you making a different argument?
This applies to any
Indoctrinating
ideology.
kids in like a religious school system, which by the way, in like a bunch of European countries still happens, right? You still have to take religious country. Are those people like, is it causing a leftist revolt? No, the trans thing is because it's like stuff like puberty blockers and like stuff that's like not just like teaching a kind of nuanced view or
confluence. It
in
didn't
one
start that
class.
way, right? It didn't start that way.
Yeah,
it
it
started
didn't
with
start that
people
way.
saying, well, this is just how it should be. So why wouldn't we tell our kids this? And then it grows.
No, it started by taking religion out of schools and then starting to teach things that are a-religious.
What,
And
okay,
then-
why
I know
was
that-
religion
hold
taken
on,
out?
hold on,
Why-
religion-
Okay,
finish
hold
the
on,
thought.
hold
Finish
on,
the thought.
hold on,
Can I
hold
finish
on.
the thought?
Why was religion taken out of schools?
Can I finish a thought, please?
Yeah,
No.
okay, go ahead, Alex.
This is an escalating pattern of people pushing beyond when they've gotten what they've wanted. This always fucking happens. Whenever one side starts getting what they want, they keep pushing and pushing and pushing until there's a freaking revolt. And
Yeah,
that's
they
what's
used to
going
the-
on.
So
This is
why
a
wouldn't
revolt
that?
for all that pushing.
So why
So now
wouldn't
you
that
swing it
be
back
the?
the other way, it's gonna have the same fucking effect. And this time there's gonna be no middle ground.
I don't know if that's as repeatable as
So
you're making it out to be. I mean, there's
so
like in these European countries, they've been like predominantly Christian with Christianity at a state level and taught in schools for like literally like millennia at this point,
right,
and
but that's
they
not how
haven't
it's
had a
doing
massive
it.
upswing. So like
Right.
so I don't know
Well,
if this pattern that you're suggesting, Alex, is like as obvious as you're making it seem. Like it could happen. Maybe America's unique in that way, but there's a bunch of countries where it hasn't happened. Same with the Islam world. There's a bunch of Islamic countries that like there's some that have had revolutions like Iran and stuff, but there's some that have been happily Islamic for like a really fucking long time. You know, basically since Muhammad and his followers did establish caliphates all over the fucking place.
Iran is still Islamic. They're just
Yeah, but they've gone through periods of like liberalizing and then going back and forth. You know what I mean? So like they've always been Islamic, but they've kind of been like more secular Islamic in the past, is what I mean. But there's some countries that have kind of like held pretty fastidious to their Muslim.
It's the religious countries that
Who
are doing the
keeps
best,
dragging
right?
them back from the precipice of success.
So what is the argument out of all of this?
Conference.
Well,
Who keeps dragging them back?
That's a
really good point. Beyond religion.
Do you want me to say America? Is that what you want me to say? Because
No.
I'm a
No, they're
neocon, so
they're
Everything that's being argued is with any ideology.
Wait, Confluence has initially asked me a question. I just want to throw this out there real quick because I feel like you're going and spinning in almost the opposite direction I would go. And I do consider myself like center left, but I am also like I am very much like politics is compromise, and I don't think I don't think you can like hate your neighbor type of thing because I think conversations are important. But I think what's important is that you have people on the right who are willing to push back on the worst parts of the right, just like I think that you need people like liberals to push back on the worst parts of the left. And I think that you got to keep those fringes sort of like at bay. And I do think that people need to call out their own, so to speak. So when I hear certain like I hear things I find just fucking abhorrent that just turn me away from the right, like throwing fucking trans people in insane asylums, like that actually fucking gets to me because I'm like, this is actually to an average person or maybe an average
insanity.
anyone center or beyond, anybody you could potentially reach out to, I feel like it's important to shut those things down from your own side and push for the things that you sort of want that are like are reasonable, in my opinion, at least.
you'd be shocked how many people have been on this very panel that have advocated for that, or maybe you wouldn't be shocked.
This is what I'm saying, and I get that it's like kind of like half jokes, and sometimes I see people like like I get it, like you can
Not
be
half
edgy.
jokes.
No, but yeah, but I'm saying that their jokes can be mixed in there, so it's hard to tell sometimes. And one thing I do try to do is I do try to put like the fucking the actual crazy fucking people on the left. Like I don't know. I just my whole philosophy is just call out the shitty things and like praise the good things. Like I don't like viewing the left and right dichotomy, but I understand that we're here now. Like everything's extremely polarized.
If we could have people.
Anyway,
who are
that was all I wanted to
slightly
get.
objective, that would be great.
I too like good
Be
things
objective
and I
about your
dislike bad
side.
things.
There you
On
go.
that note, I am going to bed. Thank you, Confluence.
That's a base
And-
take.
Have a good
Thank you,
night,
Brandon,
Brandon.
for being here. God bless.
Thank you. You guys have a great
good.
night, okay?
You too.
Don't yell at each other too much. And remember,
Oh, we will.
morality is objective, okay?
Yelling is great.
But wait, Alex. So
All right, peace.
yeah, I just want to clarify. Were you saying that, or maybe you weren't saying this, but would you agree that the way the Christian nationalist push is happening right now would cause an even stronger pushback against religion than we already have?
Yes, absolutely.
I would agree with that.
100% guaranteed.
Yeah.
And so, like that. And so, with that being said, that's why I'm like you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. We had a Christian, like a Christianation in the way that people like that want, and we've gone away from that. There's no, you can't go back to that. And so, to me, the analogy I like to use is that Christianity is Christianity is the ledge outside of the window. So you're in a skyscraper, You step outside the window and you're on the ledge. Without that ledge, you're falling to your death. So fuck yeah, Christianity. But you know what's better than that fucking ledge? Is getting back inside the fucking window. And so I'm saying that as humanity, as Americans, as society, wherever you want to say, we're on the ledge right now. And people are fucking jumping off. So we need to figure out a way to normalize getting inside. And whether you want to, if you want to stay on the ledge and be an outsider on that side, go for it. Do your fucking thing. But we need to, as a basic American tenet, be like, yeah, we don't stand on the ledge. We have you can go on the ledge if you want, but we stand inside and we look out the window.
I sincerely, just with the whole future of what I guess you want, IJ, I have a real hard time. I don't have a hard time seeing how something can't replace Christianity. I can imagine that, but I have a hard time seeing it as something that is secular in some ways. Like if you made a new cult that had some aspect of like religiousness to it or spirituality, I could totally see that. But like just the secularism, I don't think you're offering people enough. Kind of like what Alex was saying with like, you know, at the end of your life, like what are you giving people? Like I don't think it's a high enough package. And I know you said you haven't figured everything out yet, but if I was giving a suggestion, I would say, you know, do something that the cults do. You know, give people meaning, give people some type of spirituality, give people a community. It's got to have those three things. It's never going to work.
And I hear you, but I'm not willing to fake it, and I'm not willing to pretend that that would just be a parallel move from Christianity or religion in general to my cult. I'm not willing to do that.
Though. Take the parts that you don't like, make it better.
But I'm absolutely willing to die at the end of my life, spending every single day trying to convince people that Christianity is great, but maybe we just opened our minds to see if there is more. And I die never seeing anything better or greater than Christianity, such that somebody who reads about me 100 years after I die, and they are able to stand on the shoulders of people who have done philosophy, whatever. This shit
it's just when you
happen.
say more, I feel like you, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you just mean like a better like moral system, but you're not like, are you giving
better?
Do you dream of giving people more meaning, more like purpose than Christianity?
Better only in the sense that more people are able to care enough to adhere to it. Christianity cannot do that.
Pretty much just the moral element. I think there's a reason why like every successful religion on the entire planet, literally bar none, contains things like the spiritual components, right? Like every single religion, right? Even the so-called atheist, even though it's not atheist, but like Buddhism, right, contains gods and spirits and activities that you do to get closer to various things, right?
Right. So doesn't it seem extremely unlikely that there's no empirical something to that dimension, that realm of experience? Doesn't it seem unreasonable that throughout the entirety of the rest of humanity that there's no empiricism that can be applied to the experience that we've all had, where we feel spiritually fulfilled, whether it has to do with religion, or whether it has to do with drugs, or whether it has to do you've been in a giant crowd and you're at a whatever it is? Isn't that so fundamental to what it means to be human, that there has to be some more empirical aspect to it?
Well, yeah. Now I think you're talking my language, but that's why I'm half sardonically, half really telling you that it has to kind of be like a bit like a cult in a way, and it has to be a new religious movement. It can't. It has to contain elements that give people meaning and give people purpose and allow people to experience that ecstatic union with some type of thing outside themselves, right? So that's what I mean. So I am talking facetiously when I say the cult thing, but
we don't have to rebuild the wheel. We have the scaffold already. We need to stop infringing on things that we know are people's bottom lines, right? That's all it is.
something I've seen, or at least I see it as a negative because I'm definitely not as close to the line as you guys are on this stuff. But I don't know if there's an actual term for it, but I refer to it as like a secular tribalism. So I think like what Confluence is saying is like, I think that regardless, and maybe it is part of the human condition, I can't say for sure, but people do tend to want to form these in-groups and out-groups, even absent religion, right? Like, they create these groups and then they want to exclude somebody or others from that sort of category, right? And so I do think that, like, I feel like there is some sort of bridge to be built here, because I think when Confluence is saying, like, well, you sort of need some of these culty type of aspects, I think that is something that people just sort of have more innately, that they want to belong to something. And I think that might be enough. Maybe we don't need like sort of the mythos.
Exactly.
Like,
we just need that connective tissue. I called in. It probably was 2 years ago at this point. I called into the Timcast members only show, and I essentially put forth most of what I've said to you guys. I mean, I've built on it since then, but I was essentially saying, why can't we just focus on the American identity and Tim shut me down. He was like, no, people need people need a mission. And even though I'm not a Christian, I do believe in God. I do think that is it. And he went down that road. And at the time I was really frustrated because I didn't really understand what he meant. And I was like, what do you mean? The mission is fulfill the Constitution and da, 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 da. But now, over time, I've realized that what you guys, specifically Confluence, what you're appealing to is that driving factor. We do need that. I don't know what that is. My contention is that it does not need to be Christianity. That is it. If I can establish that, then somebody else can stand on my shoulders and actually form what that is.
So I'm just thinking off the dome, but I just want to hear all your guys' thoughts, I guess. I would say, and again, this is off the dome, so I could be missing stuff, but I think any successful thing, I think, would need three things. It would need a community. I think it would need a purpose, and it would need some type of ecstatic experience. And I think if you have those three things, I think morality outflows from that, like from the purpose and the community and the ecstatic experiences. And I think I might be missing something, but I feel like those three things are probably what like every successful religious movement has in common.
Completely agree. And my contention, and I may be wrong, I'm willing to be proven wrong, but my contention is that those three things, or even if there are things that you missed, the point that you're making does not require divinity. It does not require faith in that which we do not know.
No, but
that's it.
I think
I agree.
Such a good contender is actually Christ. I don't know how you replace that.
I don't either. But are you sure that it can't be replaced?
Well, no, I'm not sure.
All right, then we're on the same page. So let's work on it. I'm not asking you to give. I'm not asking you to give up your faith. I'm not asking you to do anything.
Right, but you kind of need to have an answer before you tell people to move over or get on board, right?
You don't.
But I guess, do we attribute the success of the West to Christianity? Because obviously, like, Islam has sticking power, Buddhism has sticking power, right? There's a lot of Buddhist countries, there's a lot of Islamic countries, right? Like, but obviously those countries are kind of like not as good as like the Western countries. But do we attribute the success of the West? How much do we attribute that to Christendom, and how much do we attribute to things like Enlightenment and other stuff?
I think
but we can also
way faster than anyone else did.
I mean, they were like the Islamic Golden Age, right? So I do feel like things shifted, so it's not necessarily based on.
Yeah, Christianity got out of the way is more the thing.
So then why do you think we, as a Christian, I don't want to replace Christ, but then Alex, why do you think that Christ would be hard to replace if we look at Islam and we look at Buddhism, and it's like they seem to be flourishing, right? And especially if you're not attributing our success now as nations to Christianity, then
I can't speak to Buddhist morality, but I'm pretty sure I would not enjoy Islamic morality for the most part.
That's true,
Well,
but yeah,
no, not
Buddhist
really.
morality, I would think has a lot of commonalities.
Yeah, but and again, like for my mission specifically, if it comes down to, it is just Christianity is the best that humans can do, and it's Christianity or Islam. Then hey, hands up, I'm done. Christianity wins. I'm not here to tell anybody that they can't have their beliefs. I'm here
No, I know you're not.
and so Alex, you said that you have to have the answer before you ask the question, and that's
No. I'm sorry. That's not what I meant to say.
Yeah, so that's just not how knowledge comes about. That's not how discovery is. We have questions that we don't know the answer to, and we investigate that, and we learn. But we have to be willing to investigate those questions before we find the answers. If we're saying no, we're not going to we're not going to ask those questions because we already have the answers in the Bible, well, then we're definitely never going to get
You benefit more from diving into Christianity versus being like, how do we replace this?
It comes down to two things. One, does it need to be replaced? And two, how do we do so if it does?
Do you
the answer
feel like
to both questions is I don't fucking know.
Well, do you feel like Christianity is doing a good enough job of keeping Americans in line societally and
I don't
culturally?
know that Christianity is the one that failed.
Well, what do you mean?
It seemed like a mix of a Christian public and a secular government worked out really well for us in the past.
Okay,
and
but
it
if
seemed like now the government is becoming slightly Christian and the public is becoming mostly secular, and that is not the direction to go.
So my point is, if Christianity were so so undeniable and so positive,
Well, then we just established that majority of like Gen Z is becoming more Christian.
Yes, but they're becoming fundamentalist Christians.
Yeah, but that's a very small subset and a much longer trend to where it's going down. So way back when Bill Maher put out his religious documentary, even
so
then
adamant on like kicking out God.
I really hope you're right that this trend is not going to continue.
I'm not Christian. I'm not
Gen
adamant.
Z becomes fundamentalist Christians. We are in trouble.
Oh, I've been sitting here listening to you talk. Like, you're adamant on it. It's like, how do we replace God? Like, how do we do that? How do we achieve that?
Why is it? Do you understand how you just conflated those two things? You're asking the question, how do we replace God? And then before that, you said, I want to kick God out.
Right?
You understand how there's two wildly different things.
Well, here's you had said, how do we replace Jesus? Right? Alex had brought up like, this is something you would need to replace. You said, I don't know how we do that, but we got to figure it out. In the Christian
Jesus and God are not necessarily the same thing, bro.
They are. That's like one. That's
according
like
to you. Okay, fine. Can you
prove
it?
Not even according. Like I wasn't born one day. Like, you know what? I just believe that Christ.
I didn't say that you were, but if you can verify that, then we can go off of that. But you can't do that, and that's my point. Is that it doesn't matter how strongly you believe. The fact that people aren't buying into it means that it is not a strong enough ideology for Americans to buy into. It's not working. Americans are not unfamiliar. Americans are not unfamiliar with Christianity and Jesus Christ. That's not the issue. They're not the North Sentinel Island where you got to go and just you let them know the good word. I mean, that's not what we're talking about.
But I don't know. Like you even said earlier that when most people think of Christianity, they think of like the hell and like all these like Westboro Baptist stuff and hate and so people are acquainted with who Jesus, like the basic story, or like that Jonah was a fish that like ate, or Jonah was eating fish.
Before that, there was a period where everybody was Christian, and then some people started to be like, I don't really believe that. And then we had the Bertrand Russells of the world. We had the Christopher Hitchens of the world, the Richard Dawkins of the world. These I'm not questioning that this is a new thing. This is a very new thing that people are not buying into Christianity. If people were buying into Christianity, and I was just out here alone, being like, I don't know if I believe in this shit, but it's just me. Then I would not make a channel based on this shit. But I'm not alone.
I guess the problem is
I'm not alone. And guess what?
All religions, right? Like that's the problem. It's not like Islam is growing because of birth rates. Let's be honest, right? That's why Islam is growing so much in numbers. It's not really growing through conversion, unless it's conversion by the sword. To be honest with you, but it's not like it's not growing in a. It's not proselytizing very well. You know, it's like, and what religion is like? I don't know. So it's kind of like a problem. It's just more of just a rise of secularism, and I don't know if that's inevitable or what. You know?
I'm making the claim that it is. I'm making the claim that as empiricism gets better, and as the claims of any religion, but any specific religion, get further and further and further away from what we would expect from reality, then people are not going to buy into the religion, regardless of the values and how strong those are. So what we need to do is find to take those values and package them in something that has that incentive driver, but is something
you're never in your worldview. You're never going to be able to do that.
But wait,
not with that attitude.
No,
how do you feel about
you sit down? Some of us are trying to fucking save the fucking world.
How do you feel about Zoroastrianism, Indian Jesus? Would you accept that Zoroastrianism? Right, that's pretty based monotheism.
Say, wait, are we this? What? Only class or what? Is that
Zoroastrianism or whatever?
You asking me about that?
What about? How about that one? Yeah, the Zoroastrianism or Astrianism. That's a lesser known about monotheism. Kind of cool.
Hold on. Only 5 surviving Indo-European Iranian belief systems: Hinduism, Jainism, Zoroastrian, and Buddhism and Sikhism. What?
Exactly, a number of adherents. I'm asking how you would feel about Zoroastrianism or Zoroastrianism. I don't know how to say it exactly, but are you familiar?
No, I have no.
It's a monotheistic thing that had a lot of influence over the early Jewish times.
Yeah, you should look into it. It's a neat idea.
I mean, is it based on truth claim? Is it based on unverifiable truth claims?
Yes.
Why do you always care so much about that? You can't
Because
just ever
people
just
care
like
about
accept
that. Because people care about that. Confluence.
Haven't you ever read or seen The Life of Pi?
Hold on.
Have you ever seen The Life of Pi, IJ?
Hold on. Do you think I'm the only person that has those concerns? Do you think I'm the only person whose mind works like that?
No. Do you live in every aspect of your life? Do you live with absolute truth?
I try to.
You try to?
Most people probably try to, right?
I try to. I don't necessarily know that we can achieve absolute truth, but I mean, I try to get as close to truth as I can and live according to that. Yeah.
Would you say most of your life you live by faith?
No. There's definitely aspects of that I live by faith, but I wouldn't say most.
What kind of aspects?
Like the fact that when I'm driving a car and I see people at a red light, I have faith that they're not going to go through the red light.
Do you have empirical evidence?
No, that's what I'm saying. It's based on
faith. You don't have empirical evidence?
But that faith is based on, it's not blind faith. It's based on the fact that every single,
you don't have empirical
people run a red light. But other than the individual times I've seen people run red lights, every single other instance of a car being at a red light, they've stopped. So the faith is based on past experience.
Something that can be observed.
Right.
Yeah. So you have empirical evidence.
That's not empirical.
That's 100% empirical evidence. Observed, you can repeat it. That's empirical evidence.
Yeah.
You can observe that repeated people stopping at.
Yeah, but it's still it's still faith. Like I have empirical evidence that most people stop at red lights. Most red lights are respected. But when I start to move my car, I am based on faith that those individuals at the red light won't run the red light. And in fact, I'm if I'm ever at the front of the line, I always give it a fucking second and fucking check, because I don't even have that much faith, but I have enough faith that I'll go. So I have faith that if I come and click the link for a Confluence stream, that I'm gonna have a good time, that we're gonna hang out and stuff. Again, based on past experience of what that is. Blind faith, there's very, very, very few things in my life that I even think of that I would appeal to blind faith. I don't even know if I could name one.
Do you test your food when you get it?
No, that's another good example of faith, right? You assume your food you're eating is not going to make you sick.
Yeah.
You assume when you turn your key in your car, you push your button or whatever, that your car will start. Like, we do these things all throughout our day, right? Based on prior experiences, based on observation.
Yeah.
So,
I think anything that I appeal to faith has to do with prior experience, whether it's anecdotal, empirical, whatever. It's not blind.
But why? Okay, hold up. Wait.
And
but why
don't you apply that? Why don't you apply that to?
Yeah, can't you do you understand that I would at
Christianity?
least I would say I have prior experience with God. So for the same reason that I like with the car keys example, right? I
No.
would say I'm going off of my prior experience.
But you have to establish that what your prior experience is, in fact, God. I'm not saying that experience didn't happen and you didn't have that experience, but you don't know that experience.
I don't know
anything to
about
do with
you
God.
turning your car keys either. I mean, I don't know about that.
Hold on. No. You absolutely know. We absolutely know that every single time I've ever pressed the start button on my car, that it has started. That is.
Well, I don't know that. You know that.
Okay. Well, I mean, we can be here in
Just
good
like
faith.
I know my
Hold on,
religious
hold-
experiences, I can't
You
give them
don't
to you
know
right
they
now.
Okay, so how did you verify that your experience were in fact related to God? I'm not saying your experience didn't happen. I'm saying you are saying your experience was from God, and I'm saying you don't have the justification to say that. That is your belief on blind faith.
It's not. Stop saying blind faith. It's
It
not
is,
blind
so
faith.
what are you basing
It's
it
not
on?
blind faith. If I'm having religious experiences and I'm attributing that to God, that I have at least some justification. Blind faith would be I've never had a religious experience at all, and I've never heard any arguments for God, and I'm like, you know what? We're believing in Jesus, boys. That would be like
what you're saying
blind
is. Can
faith.
I give you an analogy to what you're saying is? Let's say
You can, but I don't trust it already.
you live in an apartment and somebody lives above you, and they every once in a while they have a clomp on the ceiling, and you're like on your on the floor on your ceiling, and like I hear them walking all the time. Do you have any experience as to how many feet that person has? Do you know if they are actually walking, if they're crawling, if they're throwing? You don't know what that. I'm not saying that you haven't heard. Hold on.
You're trying to narrow it down, but there is so much.
I am not denying the experience of you hearing clump on your ceiling, but you have not ever verified what that experience actually is. Therefore, it is blind faith that you are attributing the experience, no matter how many times you have that experience, unless you can verify that any one of those experiences is in fact God. It is blind faith that experience is God.
That's
prior to this.
What is your frame of reference?
Do I
Give
have
me any frame of reference where you know God, and then you can compare that.
Oh, okay. We're switching that. I was gonna say in that analogy, the apartment. Have I had prior experience living with humans?
Sure.
Okay, does a car that's not mine show up and leave?
Sure.
Okay. Do you know anything else besides a human that drives a car?
Nope.
Okay. So would it be like a safe assumption?
So it can't be a kangaroo.
There's a human up there.
So it's not a blind.
It can't be a kangaroo.
It's not even in your analogy. It's not blind faith. It's faith with some evidence. It's not provable yet if you're just hearing it. But it's also not blind faith.
The difference is falsifiable versus unfalsifiable.
That's what I'm trying to get. Yes.
Let's say you could never go up there and see who's walking around.
Fair.
It still isn't blind faith to think a human is up there.
Yeah, but you don't know that it is. I agree with you, Confluence. It makes sense to think that there's human because you see a car and all that stuff. But if you don't actually know that, then you don't know that there's not a fucking kangaroo upstairs. You don't know that there's not a fucking penguin living upstairs. That's my point. I'm not saying that you're not.
Then just stop saying blind faith. It's just not blind faith.
Okay.
The way those words hit my ears is that there's like no reason to think it's a total guess. There's no evidence at all.
Fair. I apologize. I'll clarify. Tessie was right. It is unfalsifiable faith.
It's reasoned or informed, correct?
Yeah, that's what I would say.
I guess.
It's like just
Not
like eating
really.
food, just like trusting that your food's not poisoned. You don't have blind faith in the FDA. You have reasoned faith, and you can't necessarily check it. At least I don't know if my food has microplastics in it, but I have some level of faith in the government that the government's probably not super, unless we're talking about the water supply, and then they're putting fluoride in that shit, calcifying my pineal
there you
gland.
go.
But besides
There you
that,
go. So even with all those caveats, are you claiming that the average person has the same level of faith in their food, or should have the same level of faith in their food as they do with your version of what God is?
No, my point. People don't even have the same level of faith in my God. That's no. What I'm saying is
Then what are we talking about?
That logic that's applied can be applied over here. No, can I grab God and bring him in front of you and be like, look, this is God? No. But is there evidence to point towards God? Yes.
No.
My thing is that everything we say is faith.
No, that's where
It's a spectrum of faith, right?
I know it's pedantic, or maybe it's not, but I have to be specific. You have to have a frame of reference for it to be pointing to God. You have to have a frame of reference for what that is before you attribute anything to it.
What's this
Jesus,
frame?
Can I ask you a question? What do you think Christians base their faith on?
The Bible?
What specifically in the Bible?
What are you getting at?
It's the testimonies of people
Okay.
who wrote the Bible, or who wrote the parts of the Bible, right?
Right.
Also, it's historical evidence from things that happened around those times, things like that. They have some level of evidence for it, and no one's been able to falsify their evidence because it's not enough to even justify falsification. But you would call that reasoned faith at that point, not blind faith.
I already conceded that. I already took that back. I've already conceded it's fine. It's not blind faith. It's faith in that which is unfalsifiable.
Well,
no, you're still saying it wrong. No, you're still saying it wrong.
You could falsify it.
No, but another way to think about it. Sorry, I'll throw this out there. Maybe this will help. Maybe this will help. The way I view it is that this is more like maybe it's easier to think about as the faith. The distinction I'm thinking of is that faith in God it's a self-referential thing. So it's like it's unfalsifiable in the sense that the appeal that you're making is from one's own experience. Whereas when I'm saying falsifiable, or when it's not from an internal process, there are external things in the world that I can point to and look at to make a justification for that, right? Or why I think my food may not be poisoned. You kind of listed everything off, right? So I think that's what it comes down to, is that it can never be disproven, your experience, right? We have to sort of take it that your experiences are as you say they have been, but there is nothing external that we can reference to verify that. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but it's kind of a bad definition, because if you have, let's say, a new religious movement, like something like Scientology, you could argue that is falsifiable, that if you did actually read the right documents and talk to the right people, that you could falsify it, right? There's different, or the claims of Mormonism at the time.
Well, you bring up a good
definition
point.
of faith doesn't have to be that it's unfalsifiable. Faith is a degrees. It's when we don't know something for sure, and it runs the range from blind faith to almost certitude, and it can run that whole gauntlet of different things. There's different degrees of faith. So I'm very confident that the FDA is not poisoning my food, and I'm less confident in other things. Why is there 2 copies of Alex? Alex, are you switching devices?
I'm with you so far.
I don't see one.
So one thing that you point out,
there's one in the back.
I guess one thing that you bring up, which I know is a critique that's often brought up, but is sort of bringing up Mormonism, or bringing up these other sort of objective standards that may exist. I don't want to throw that out there, because maybe that'll turn into a whole thing. But yeah, when we were discussing these things, there is no real way to resolve that, right? If somebody says they had experience with Allah, I have no reason they would make appeals in the same way. I have no way that I can that you'd be unable to verify it in the same way. You would have to sort of take them at their word that they had.
Yes,
they've experienced it, right? And there's nothing that you can really point to be able to contradict that. And I'm not saying it has to be contradicted. I'm not even trying to I'm just trying to provide clarification. I don't know if I'm helping.
Here's where I would agree with you, right? Let's say that somebody grew up as either a different religion or non-religious completely, and then they had some sort of intense experience that they thought was communication from God, and so they chose Christianity as who they would believe in because of that experience. I would agree that's probably, I would consider that blind faith, because it's something that can't be reasoned out of. There's no amount of evidence you can provide because everything points to the contrary. People who believe dinosaurs didn't exist, that's blind faith. But if you have done any amount of work, right, any amount of the work, taken any time to try and justify it or look at historical evidence that exists, then I wouldn't call it blind faith at that point. But
I think no. I think you can describe the physical events and maybe the people from the Bible, like Jesus being a real person, like that we know that there was possibly like a flood in ancient times, right? Like there are empirical like signs that biblical events happened, just not necessarily as they are described, right? So like,
well, sure, that's where the evidence part comes in, right?
Right.
They would call that evidence, and you would say that evidence is probably being misread. But regardless, it's still evidence. If you can find evidence of something that they say adamantly happened, but you can prove didn't happen, that's
Are
a
you
different thing
piecing out,
entirely.
Lutch?
Yeah, I'm gonna head to bed.
Hey, it was good talking
All
to you,
right,
man.
brother.
Yeah,
Yeah, always a good time.
definitely. I'll see you guys. I'll be around. I'm around. But yeah, you guys have a good one. Peace out.
Take care.
Damn, you guys lost your main villain.
There's some villains here. I'll be the villain.
Yeah, no, it's a chill conversation. I've been enjoying it, and I'm so much further from your like the point of this, because I personally think that like we've probably outgrown the need for God, and I think that it's probably done more harm than good, like historically.
I don't know, man.
But again, you know, I'm agnostic anyway. I don't call myself an atheist, although that's probably a suitable title because I don't believe in like a Christian like notion of God. But whatever.
The difference is atheists actively believe there is no God.
Yeah,
Whereas
yeah.
agnostics believe that they don't know if there's a God.
Yeah, I just have insufficient like evidence, basically. Yeah.
Ode programmer, what should
one
we
is just
believe
a-
to not be lost? I'm curious.
Like, I don't know for a fact there aren't dragons. I don't actively disbelieve dragons exist.
I mean, they're discovering new species. Most of them are insects.
Yeah.
But they might discover a dragon.
Hey, man.
There
I don't know if they're discovering new
fire-breathing
species
insect
of
that has
giant,
wings. It looks like a dragon. Okay?
giant lizards, but
but you don't know for sure, right?
I don't know for sure. Yeah.
You know, maybe in a cave somewhere in South America.
I'm fairly positive they don't exist today. How about that? Or at least not anywhere humans have settled.
How crazy would it be if they found a dragon skeleton?
Oh my god!
Just hey, here you go.
I can imagine a small one. Like I could imagine that. I think the thing, I just like the flying thing. I don't think that's why like birds have like hollow bones and shit. Like I don't think the mechanics of a dragon flying would like possibly
Well,
work.
if they can breathe fire, they must have some sort of like hydrogen gas in their body, right?
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, maybe they're like full of helium or
Yeah, hell yeah.
There we go. A bunch of dragon balloons.
I don't know. No, there's no modern flying reptiles. So yeah, that's not a good.
There's gliding reptiles, aren't there?
I think so.
Yeah, there's some lizards that I think glide. And I mean, freaking birds are like dinosaurs and they fly, you know, so.
Well, that's what they want you to believe. They tell me a bird looks like a T-Rex. I don't buy it.
Yeah, Marilyn would call that a
T-Rex
psyop.
wings, they're crazy.
Yeah, any final thoughts? It's almost 4 a.m. So, you know, it's been a great panel.
Yeah, I appreciate you letting me jump on and just have a chat, man. I do enjoy these conversations. I am more like on the philosophy side. Like I enjoy, because at the end of the day, a lot of these things, like especially when you start getting into more metaphysical discussions, it is just sort of like an axiomatic thing at a certain point. It's like, this is what my intuition is sort of telling me. And not to say that like there aren't better or worse ideas, but I think it's like, I don't know, I enjoy it. And I appreciate that you have a space for it.
Thank you for saying that. Not all ideas are equal. Not all beliefs are equal. Not all morals are equal. I fucking hate that so much when people go with that. Seriously, it drives me up a wall.
agree to disagree.
It's a very postmodern to say that. I think we're weirdly moving in a postmodern direction as a society. So I think at least more people are willing to say not all belief systems are equal.
Well,
I hope.
I think you can find plenty of evidence to that. Yeah.
That's what initially triggered me was that Jamie guy. That's why I hopped on here. But I mean, he left and everything. But he was talking about something like cultural relativism, which is like have you guys ever heard of the virgin boy egg?
No.
Virgin boy egg.
Virgin boy egg. So in a province in China, there's a delicacy where orphans, like 10-year-old boys, will pee on eggs. They'll be fermented and they'll be eaten. And they have people that go around to the schools and collect the urine from the boys. And this is a real thing. Yeah, you can Google it, Virgin. And it is. And I'm saying when I think of a cultural practice that I just want to nuke from orbit, like when I hear things like we should respect like other cultures and stuff, I'm like, up to a point.
Yeah,
up to a point.
Depends on the culture.
I don't
Depends on the
know.
practice.
Up to a point. All right?
Look. If a bunch of adults want to eat fish on eggs, that's up to them. I don't really care.
It literally translates to virgin boy egg.
If you're getting like underage kids to pee on them, it's a little sus at the very least, you know.
If all you're doing is having them pee on some eggs in a room in private, I don't give a shit.
You don't think that's sus?
They probably have.
That's sus as hell, brother.
Dude, just imagine how good you'd feel as a little kid knowing that a bunch of adults that like control your life are eating your piss.
That's weird.
Oh man, they're probably like getting off to it. I mean, why else would you be doing that?
It's a delicacy apparently.
Why do they eat like bear spleens and other shit like that? Like.
Yeah, but when you start involving
compared to a child,
when you start involving minors' bodily fluids in your culinary cuisine, I get a little. My spidey senses start like tingling.
I think that's a perfect place actually for me to end it. That'll be my closing statement.
Hold on. Can you think of
that's
a
as
worse
good a closing statement as any?
Can you think of a better bodily fluid to use?
Blood probably. Well,
No,
wait,
no, that's crazy.
I think that might be worse.
What? No.
Less sus bodily fluid than piss.
Blood is like less sus in the sense that it like probably isn't like a weird.
They're like bleeding little kids.
Well, that's worse. It's worse in one way, but it's less sus if you know what I mean.
I don't know.
It's
I don't know
less
if I
sus.
I don't know if I do know what you mean.
I don't think
Because no one's doing that in like a weird sexual way. I hope, right? But the pee
Oh,
thing,
I
I don't
see.
know. I mean,
Right.
yeah. So
Well, yeah, okay. If
I
they're
see the
using
angle.
this as a weird sexual thing, yes, I'll agree.
yeah. That's what I mean with sus in this moment.
My
yeah.
assumption is that's not the case.
Well,
I don't know,
appreciate
man.
you having me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate being on here.
You can jump on more often,
Yeah.
PJ.
Yeah. Cheers, guys.
Yeah, you should. It's great to have you. And Christian, new guy, thanks for stopping by. You've been
thanks for
a
having me.
pleasure. Anytime. I stream every day. This goes out to all of you too, watching 25 people in the vertical stream, which is a lot for me. So again, I stream every day at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. Subscribe, turn those notifications on so you never miss another chaotic stream. Alex, your send off, final words. Did you already say yours? I can't remember.
No, I don't think I have anything to say.
Christian, do you have anything to say? I can't remember who went. All I could think about is Chinese
nobody
people,
went, just
Chinese boys
PJ.
peeing on eggs and stuff. So,
I appreciate you having me. It was fun.
You need to
All
get
right.
that thought of your head, man. That's sauce of shell.
it's sus for me to even think about it. It's a freaking thought hazard. That's what Testicular Johnson just left me with, man. Freaking like Rocco's basilisk or whatever the fuck it's called, you know? Jesus Christ. But okay. On that note, everyone take care. God bless. See some of you tomorrow, hopefully. Inshallah.
Later.
Later.